There are hundreds of Ark mods out there. Some as basic as giving you a new tool, and others as complex as god-powered creatures overhauling the entire world, wreaking death and destruction. Well, I've played many of them, and throughout the remainder of this movie, I'll be playing many different levels of Ark mods, each for 100 days. This is a supercut, where you may see never before shown moments, all neatly edited and set up for your enjoyment. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the ultimate Ark modded movie. Welcome to this beautiful dinosaur survival game. Majestic herbivores exploring the island with their babies. Why are the parasaurs fighting back? Massive titans roaming their domain. Run, 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 run. A game full of exploration and experiences. No, not my Anki, please. I played 100 days of Ark Survival Ascended. But if I die, I have to spin a wheel full of punishments set by you, the viewer, in my stream chat. Okay, well, as one does on a beach, gotta go ahead and start out. I had to punch a tree, rip some fiber from a grass patch, and even collected an old explorer note which imbued me with some boosted experience. Then ran over to gather some berries to eat. So it is what it is. Hi raptors. So he's spinning the wheel. Okay. You guys can make suggestions of stuff to add to the spin wheel. So you have to eat a pepper. Next level on oxygen. Next. No sprinting for 10 minutes. Okay, we'll go ahead. We'll drop the spin. What do we get? And it is next level in oxygen. Fantastic. That's exactly what I wanted to put my levels in. Okay, so next level in oxygen. There we go. So I got pretty lucky on the first punishment, but it gets much worse with them later. I needed to be ready, and that meant I needed more levels. I think there's an explorer note down here, if I remember correctly. Because I would like to get to the explorer note so I can at least get some bonus experience. How do I get down here? Ooh, staircase. A fancy explorer note. There we go. I hope you're enjoying this movie so far, and there is lots more still to come. For now though, I have a special surprise just for you guys. Ultimate Death Knight is back, and new players can get him for free in raid with code UDKING. No more weedy Death Knight with his fragile skelly arms. He takes all the hits for your team. Literally, he's like the friend who volunteers as tribute every time. He is a certified menace. Shuts down enemy legendaries with provokes, fears, and debuffs. Raid Shadow Legends is a great game for wasting time. I love collecting the different champions, and with its auto battle mode, I can keep playing it while continuing to do work around the house. For today, Raid has given me a special promo that I can share with you guys. Click my link or scan the QR code, then you'll be able to claim 1 free legendary champion and 2 epics. You'll instantly unlock a huge starter pack with epic ultimate Galek from the Orcs. And then at level 15, you'll get Zargala. New players can choose one of these 6 insane champions, but the one for me was Sun Wukong. So make sure you download Raid today using my link in the description or scanning the QR code, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the movie. Ooh, I'm dying. Jump off? I honestly probably need to. Cannonball! Whee! Oh my gosh, your character... That's... What the heck? Look at the character when you get injured. What? There we go. Can we find the other explorer note here? Get another boost in experience. Thank you. Okay, do we want our first tame to be a dodo, peeps? No, let's do it. We'll get our first tame as a dodo. With some basic levels from the notes, I punched out a nearby dodo to tame it. Hey, chat, does anyone want to name our dodo? We got a friend. We got Dodo. Our very first tame in Ark Survival Ascended. The first tame in Ark Survival Ascended, Bob. You can have Bob. Bob. There we go. Relics with the name redeem for Bob. With Bob, my new dodo, I began to again gather what I needed for tools, and even a torch that I put on my belt so I could see clearly. Made a campfire and some clothes to prevent freezing. And in the morning I found some other dodos who I put a spear through their heads to harvest for meat and hide. as well as a Dilo that tried to munch on my booty. Thank you for your sacrifice, Mr. Dilo. I need your hide and your meat. I didn't plan to be stuck on this island forever, so I wanted to make myself a raft, gather in the wood, fiber, and hide, then strapped it all together and threw down my new vessel. Picked up my dodos, Bob and Bobette, to get them onto the raft. Bobette, come on. Come here, Bobette. Come here. Oi. No, dodos, don't go in. That's fine. We'll ignore the seagull. Let's just sail over here. I set up a bed on the raft so at least I'd have a nearby respawn point, then set off. We're sailing. I sailed down the coast to park where I knew there to be another explorer note. Yeah, it's great. No, my dodo! Bob! You put Bob down, you monster! No! The Ichthyornis killed Bob! Bobette! We gotta get out of here! Bobette! No! No! Run, Bobette, run! The Ichthyornis is trying to steal you! Guys, Bob got killed by an Ichthyornis. It's a little baby parasol. Look at that baby parasol! Sorry, little baby parasol. You're gonna watch me murder your mama. I mean, your papa. Die, Papa Parasol. It's time for you to meet your fate. Oh. Are you fighting back? Parasols fight back. This is illegal. No, I did not agree to this. Why are the parasols fighting back? No, no, I did not agree to this. Run! Run for your lives! The parasols fight back! Who gave the parasols the ability to fight back? That's not allowed! Who told the parasols they're allowed to fight back? It followed me down here, no! No, die! I'm gonna die on a stinking parasol! No, I'm sorry. Who gave the parasols the ability to fight back? Okay, chat. Put your suggestions for spin the wheel. I see one. Cool. Punch a trike. Swim with piranhas. No jumping for 5 minutes. I buy chat one graphics card. No. Play with controller for 15 minutes. Would suck. Spin! Spin it. Damn it. Sand is lava for 5 minutes. Okay, so I can't touch sand. So, chat, I cannot touch sand for 5 minutes. I'm gonna get to our stuff. I'd like to respawn in simple bed, please. With the curse of having to not touch any sand, I had to look around to recover my stuff. Where's my death beam? Ah! No! Piranhas! No! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. Not good. Why are there piranhas here? Ow! 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 Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Hallelujah! 10 health. 10 health, okay. I do have to get my stuff. Wait, did my stuff despawn? Did that take too long? Did the parasol eat my stuff? Parasol, did you eat my stuff? That's annoying. With my stuff all gone, I set out to begin to recraft my equipment as well as fetch Bobette to drop off at the raft. And as I was telling my Twitch chat about all the mods I was using, the Ark gods decided I had done enough. What mods do I have? I have all the Ark Editions mods as well as I have, yeah, so it's like, I've got like the Acrocanthosaurus, the Brachy, I've got the, it's not the Concavenator, it's the, oh, we might have crashed. Fatal error! Yay! We got our first fatal error! Welcome to Ark Survival Evolved, ladies and gentlemen. Does it save the game? Like, how far back do we go? Wheel immunity on next death for crash? No. There's no wheel immunity here. What do you think this is? Bobbit, you're alive! The Ark gods have decided that you guys live. Bob and Bobbit, you guys are alive. The Ark gods. The Ark gods have decided to revive you. Bob is back. So back with my stuff and Thames on my raft, I decided to not tempt fate and just headed out to begin traveling towards Herbivore Island on a quest for metal. Is that a Bronto? I got distracted by some cute dinos as I was sailing by. Look at the baby Bronto! Guys, there's a baby Bronto. Look at the baby Bronto. Oh, he's so cute. And after spending far too much time looking at a chubby Bronto baby, it looks chunky. Oh my god, look at that face. I figured I should set up a forge, so began to gather what I needed when I experienced yet another crash, setting me back in time yet again. So began to speedrun what I needed for that forge, and even killed off a turtle nearby, allowing me to simply claim its baby as my own to end off the day. I led the turtle back to my raft in the morning when another seagull showed up to mess with me. Oi, can you like not? Hey? I missed. Boom. No, no! It's a canon event! You killed Bob again! You... No! The seagull killed Bob again! Chat was right, it was a canon event. No, don't kill Bobette too, you monster! We got it! We hit it up the air! Yes! It really is a canon event. And I upgraded my raft with what I needed, then set off to continue my journey down the coast, but was having some issues moving with the turtle in my face. So I whistled it off to reposition. Yeah, it was because of the turtle. So it's because of the turtle that I couldn't like go forwards. Where did the turtle go? I don't know where my turtle went. An apprentice torch. Nice. It really does look like a wax statue. Cancelled Ark 2. I don't think Turtle died. Wait, what? That comet wasn't killed by Megalodon? No! I didn't even see it. I was too busy focused on my... Does anyone know where like metal nodes are? I need to go find a metal node. Dun 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 dun. There's elite seconds. Go. Go, go, go. No, Bobbette! Bobbette, where are you? Bobbette! No, we lost Bob. No, the lead's gonna eat me. Hope you die at spot time. Why do you guys want me to die? What did I do? I landed at Herbivore Island where I was able to run inland and harvest the metal I needed to set up a smithy and make a metal pickaxe. The rest of the day was then spent harvesting the metal nearby. Then with a full inventory of metal, I figured the quickest way back to my raft was to simply jump into the water. That wee though. Okay, peeps. We get... Drum roll, please. I hate this. Instant regret on that. I don't like controller for Ark. What controller get? I have an Xbox controller. Well, suddenly feeling like an absolute toddler as I have absolutely no idea how to use a controller. but Twitch chat certainly had a good laugh at my fumbling around. I ran and killed off a Phiomia, which allowed me to claim its babies as my own, who are named Pepper and George. The start of day 8 ended up being plagued by crashes. The game had only been out for a day at this point, so it was not entirely surprising, although a little frustrating. But then, as day 10 was starting, chat started to get a bit bloodthirsty. Now, we haven't spun an Ark. Could you please throw yourself off a cliff? Listen, last time I spun the wheel, I ended up with a controller. Do you want that to happen again? It's like, do you really want to see that? Like, ask yourself carefully. Is that really what you want to see? Yes. Yes, we're doing that. Bunch of trolls is what you are. Bend the wheel. Bend the wheel. Like, are you guys saying this is too easy? I need to die? Is that what you're saying? You guys want to spin? I'll give you guys a spin. Whee! Up. The Phiomia is following me. I did not die from that. Make your suggestions. What do we add to the wheel? We spin. I was going to need to find some fish. Leaving my mass of Phiomias on the island, I headed out and inland up along the river, finally getting to where I knew there to be some chompy fishies. Rip Nat. Yeah, I gotta go find a piranha. Piranha. Piranha? I really know her. Oh, there's another Spino. No, Spino, leave me alone. And to think I gave you guys this wheel spin for free and it's messing me up so much. Look at the Spino like splashing in the water. They look so good. I love it. Okay, I see salmon. Saber-tooth salmon. That means piranhas should be able to spawn here as well. Okay, there's piranhas. Okay. Does that count as swimming? I think that counts as swimming. Like, they bit me in the water. I was in the water. I am swimming with the piranhas. Hey, piranhas. You guys swim across the river? Oh. Oh boy. No! 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 This is bad timing! Do I lose all my stuff? Is that all my stuff gone? This is what we'll be starting with next stream. Respawning on day 11 to find a raptor immediately chewing my face off.
This is not okay. Why? No! No! Get him, turtle. Get him.
I managed to lure the raptor to a turtle to save myself, but now, without the ability to sprint, I began to carefully waddle back to where I had died, scouting out the water, then eventually taking the risk to swim across.
No, they found me! I was no! Ah! Okay, we're fine. We're fine. We're totally fine.
I could see the raptors in the distance patrolling near where I had died, and began to sneak my way closer and grab my stuff, then waddled away. Jumping across the river, getting way too close to a Spino that thankfully did not see me.
Oh my god, that thing just... Oh boy. Oh boy. Roll through the grass. Don't let it see me. Don't see me. Don't see me.
I snuck past the Spino, then made use of the terrain to jump over some rocks.
Why is this? That is my rock, you asshole. Spino, don't leave my raft alone. What did it do to you?
The Spino eventually abandoned my raft, so I was able to hop onto it and begin the track back to my base on Herbie Island, which chat yet again convinced me to give them a free death and wheel spin.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So next time I can only use a club.
The start of day 12 began with the wheel landing on Tame next creature with a club. Now this turned out to be a lot more difficult than I first thought, but I wanted to find a better base, so parked my piggies on the raft and set off back across the bay, mounting my piggy to begin the run inland through the thickest of forests, past the Diplo, and ended up right next to a blue drop where I got an Ascendant crossbow, before settling on a nice grassy patch on the cliffside. It wasn't very far from where I was just on Herbie Island, but I liked the spot. But I was not alone.
Get him, piggies! Get him! Get him! Get her! It's also a parent. We could get the baby corner. Get it! Die! Fight it! Fight the corner! Kill the baby! Baby corner! Baby corner! Yes! We got that baby corner!
I named the corner Chaotic Tier Pedro, as was redeemed by Twitch chat, so I now had my first carnivore. But then as I wanted to look what I needed for a saddle...
No! We crashed! No! How far back do we go? We're at ya. And the corner should still be here. We should be able to get the corner back too. There's the corner! Guys, the corner's back! Charge! Charge! Don't hurt the baby! We need the baby alive! Don't kill the baby, piggies! Get him! Get him! There you go! Beat him up! Quick! Steal the baby before it runs away! Come here! Yes! We got the baby back! Thank you for... Save game! Wait, we need to name it first. Chaotic Tier Pedro. Quick! Save game! Yes!
With my Carno successfully reclaimed, I set up my first foundation.
Nice. You can like raise the foundation up and down. That's pretty cool. Bloop. This is where we lay our claim, guys. This shall be our home for this 100 days. Although I have to go fetch the rest of the stuff.
I set up my forge and expanded the foundations with what I had found in a drop, building up a small janky ass house. And I wanted to tame myself a flyer in the morning, so pulled out my bowler to knock one out of the sky. Splash, splash, do 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 do. So I set off towards the beach where I bowled and bonked out a parasol, only to crash yet again. So the next day I instead found a Pteranodon I was able to club into a sleepy state to tame it. So club challenge completed, and that's when I spotted my first modded dinosaur.
Shock Pikachu face intensifies. Guys! I can see a Dinotherium! There's a Dinotherium! Look! Dinotherium's on the other side of the beach.
I definitely want to get myself one of those later. But while I was checking them out, the Rex I saw earlier spotted me, so I knocked it out with some arrows. Shoved in my meat so it would begin taming, then named the terror I clubbed out Arañas, as was redeemed by Relics in Twitch chat. I named the Rex Mrs. Nibbles, thanks to Choco, then jumped on top of the Rex to begin whistling it home, but I didn't notice my water had run out, so I passed out on the Rex. Fortunately, I just woke up, so I ran home only to have my path blocked by a tickle chicken. I began to sneak around it and was doing some storage management when a message popped up.
Your Arrhenius was killed by Therizid. No! Don't! Get it! Kill the Theory! Kill the tickle chicken! Get him, Pedro!
Rest in peace, Arañas. You will be missed. I spotted another Theory nearby, so I jumped up this piece of ruins to trank it out. and I had to go fetch my Rex again in the morning, and in doing so lost track of my theory that ended up waking up because I never gave it enough narcotics. Okay. Where is my... Move, Stego. Where is my theory? No. No. The theory woke up. Oh, I wasn't paying attention because I was so focused on the freaking Rex. I was then tranking out a trike so I'd have some way to harvest more berries when the theory got too close to me and aggroed. Oh, you wanna... Ah, yes, smarter AI. Oh, you weren't top already. Or were you? Am I good? Or am I good? With the theory asleep again, I began to harvest a ton more bushes and saddled up the trike which tamed at the end of the day, allowing me to gather a metric butt ton of berries to shove into the theory, allowing it to tame up. We named it Gremlin, and the rest of the day was then spent setting up some more storage. I saddled up my Terror in the morning of day 20 to take flight for the first time, and right near my base was a Serato, murdering all the things nearby it. I ended up making basically zero progress on day 21 and 22, as I simply could not escape the crashes. Every time I tried to do something, the game would decide nope and reset all my progress. This does get better later on in the playthrough, but these early couple days were really difficult. As this did continue into day 23, but I did at least manage to kill off an Alpha Raptor, which gave me some upgraded tools as well as a bunch of meat and hide. And I was out harvesting on my trike when I got jumped by a pack of raptors that I fortunately took out in between spamming save. We killed a raptor. Save. Killed another raptor. Save. Killed another raptor. Save. No. Stop eating my corpses. I want those. I want the hide. Whack. Whack. Flew off to gather some more metal, flying across the coast, collecting some drops to end off the day. What do we get? Some kites and stuff. And I was a quarter way through my challenge and a very long way from being able to complete it, so I parachuted down to the nearest cave as I needed some crystal in order to make a spyglass. But I got home to find a Serato was attacking, so I whistled in every tame I had. Fortunately, we had no losses, as that could have been bad. And I headed out in the morning on my theory, where I ended up taming some pteranodons so I'd have backup flyers, and leading them all home in the morning, then stopping to trank another theory forward to begin taming. And I wanted to tame myself both an Anki and a Dode. However, with no cryopods, I set off to go tame an Argent, surveying the redwoods hoping for a good level, when I landed on a high cliff that'd be a good vantage point. Hi, Saber. Can I help you? Bye. Have a beautiful time. What was that? It just like shows up like hi and then runs off. I eventually found the Argentavis that I wanted, so landed nearby on the cliff in order to trank it out. Filling its face with arrows, I shoved in my meat so it could begin taming. And I found another nearby, so began tranking it out just on foot, then killed another so I could get some prime to tame it. It eventually tamed up, so began the flight home with Archies following behind. And I got home in the morning to find a blue drop coming down beside my base I was able to collect. Saddling up my Argent, I flew off to go find a Dode or Anki, instead spotting a Dinotherium which I could not tame yet, so I just continued onwards in search. Finding one under attack by a raptor, so swooped in to save it, carrying it up into the mountains to trank it out. shoving in some berries so it could begin taming. But once it woke up, it was my friend, so picked it up and flew into the clouds to begin the trip home. Making sure to stop by some metal nodes first so my Anki could harvest that I was going to need. And then once I was almost home, I spotted something. Something incredibly dangerous. That is a skeletonized tyrannosaur. One of the deadliest dinosaurs on the island and something that I want to tame. But my trank arrows dealt no damage or torpor. So I was going to need something stronger in order to trank it out.
It's a Tyrannosaurus tooth-tipped metal tranquilizer arrow. I feel like it's that.
Yes, I will have to kill one in order to get its teeth for some arrows. I was almost home with my Anki when I needed to stop to regen my stamina.
It's fog. It's so absurd. What?
Whoa. Oh, it's the Alpha. No, not my Anki. Please, stop my Anki. Please. No, my Anki. No, we lost the Anki. No. All that time to get an Anki for nothing. At least I put the metal in my Argent. I eventually got home in the afternoon so the metal could begin smelting. And the next couple days just had me searching the island for tames, but it appeared to be completely barren, so I figured I may as well run the first artifact cave on foot, landing just outside and began to make my way inside, running down to where the first jump was when I spotted some Dilos I wanted to pull into the lava.
Dilo. Oh, there's a little baby Dilo. I did not mean to. Ah! I meant to pull you into the lava, if I'm honest. Dilos are smart now. They don't pathfind. Never mind. Never mind.
I kept moving forwards, and for whatever reason, the cave was just completely empty of tames. I suppose that's just the problem with single player, I guess. But I eventually got to the end and was able to grab the artifact, then simply run up and out of the cave, jump on my bird and fly home into the sunset. And I found and snatched up a dode in the morning of day 40, flying it over to a safe spot on a cliff where I was able to trank it out, then feed it some berries for it to tame, before turning to begin the flight home as I heard the distinct roar of a skeletonized tyrannosaur.
Okay, we gotta go. Fly! Oh, there you are. Hi, friend. Level 45. Honestly, I want to kill it so I can get its tooth. Charge! Yeah.
Nice.
Ow, you hurt. Oh, you broke my bones.
Trying to use the Argent would take too long. So I grappled high up in the tree and began to snipe at the Rex, finally killing it, allowing me to rip its tooth from its skull. I could use these to make arrows, so Teeth and Dode in hand began to head home, only to find a Carno harassing my tame, so I had to take it out. Sorry, Tia. I set up an automated Ark terminal so I'd be able to start getting some actual technology in my base. And I spent the morning harvesting some stone and set up a fabricator. Felt good to be entering the industrial age, even if it is already over 40% of the way to failing my challenge. But I really needed polymer, so flying off to the snow with the goal of finding penguins. It could not have been more of a traumatic experience.
God damn it, what are you doing? Please!
Arriving in the snowy tundra of the north, full of wolves, UDs, snowstorms and rhinos. But I wanted penguins, so I began to fly all along the coastal ice fields, taking some time to make America proud by gathering some oil. And as my search continued, I spotted a level 140 Tyrannus with my binoculars. So I definitely thought that would be a good tame, but without cryopods, I had an issue.
I mean, honestly, like a UD, the problem with the UD is getting it back to my base is going to take so long.
Like, trying to get the UD home will be the biggest problem. Taming it is easy. Getting it home is another story. Uteranus are very pretty. I decided to try and tame it anyways, long range sniping it with my crossbow, leading it down to the beach where I was able to separate the UDKING's bodyguards and put them to an extended sleep. Then wanted to land by the UD only to get feared away. Twice. God damn it! Finally landing on the cliff so I could start to snipe it and trank the UD into its slumber, thankfully just outside of the water. And with the UD taming up, I continued searching for penguins, but they must have been in Madagascar or something because I could not find them anywhere. My UD finally tamed up, so I was able to start leading it home. And there was a skeletonized Rex, who I took the time to kill off for its teeth by simply parachuting above it, but the journey leading the UD was slow. Having the UD wade through some water, push through the ice shards floating on the beach, over some flat hills as the temperatures got warmer, through the thick forest surrounded by some rivers, slowly edging closer and closer. But night began to fall, as darkness engulfed us as we entered the swamp. Almost getting captured off my argent, but the UD kept me safe. So we got through it to begin wading along the coast.
Hey, we made it to the coast. Hopefully now smooth sailing all the way home.
The UD started to swim when it fell far behind me, so I stopped for some stam, then began to head back to fetch the UD.
Uteranus, are you gonna like get unstuck? What? No, what are you fighting?
Why are you in the water?
Passive, come this way. Come this way.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Get out of the water, you stupid. Please. Get out of the water, you. Why do we not have cryopods? Why do we not have cryopods? Get out of the water. Get out of the neutral. Fight back. Kill the piranhas. Why is this the thing? Why did they decide that adding no cryopods was a fair and balanced thing? God! I was defeated. I was sick, and it was a long, slow flight home. I set up a generator as I'd forgotten to do so earlier, and I needed to get rid of some frustration, so I C4'd a pteranodon that I'd tamed earlier on. Feeling a bit lost and heartened next to move forwards, I flew off on my Argentavis to harvest some obsidian that I could craft into polymer. Seeing as penguins just didn't exist on my world, then on my way home I spotted a level 135 Quetzal. Now that would be a fantastic tame. So I fetched some tranks to begin my attempt to tame this majestic sky titan. Parachuting behind my Argent grappled to its feet as I began to whistle after the Quetzal, firing trank arrow after trank arrow into it, gradually getting that little bit sleepier till it began to fall from the sky. And with it safely on the floor, I cut down some trees and skinned some Dinos so that I could set up spike walls around the oversized bird, until finally as it hit day 50, marking halfway through this challenge, the Quetzal awoke. I chose to name her Mr. Mime due to her white face, picked up all my spike walls and set off for home. Once there, I had a look what I needed to craft the saddle, and I was going to need quite a lot of hide, so I started by killing off this raptor. I also killed off the stego by hiding in the tree with my grapples, then parachuting away from it, and my killing spree continued into the next day, including killing off some trilobites for the silica pearls I would need. Then with all the resources finally collected, I crafted up the Quetzal saddle, jumped onto Mr. Mime and flew off in search of a mammoth to tame. I wanted a mammoth as they are fantastic wood harvesters, and their saddle with the drums would make a fantastic support dino for my eventual army. searching through the snow, grabbing some drops, and even yoinking a level 120 mammoth in case I didn't find any better. I did also end up stumbling upon a deer stuck in the ice, which sounded exactly like an old car starting up. As I kept moving through the snow, I spotted the rarest creature on my ark. A penguin! I tried to trank it out to tame it, but I accidentally killed it. At least I got the organic polymer. Now I could at least use this to make some much needed cryopods. So with that knowledge, I tranked out the mammoth to begin taming it. Finally waking up in the morning so I was able to cryopod it. I did find another penguin who I clubbed for some more polymer. And once I got home though, I was able to throw out and saddle my mammoth to harvest up a metric butt ton of wood. And I woke up on day 56 and finally decided I had had enough. My base had to be upgraded. This mix mash of structures I got from drops wasn't going to cut it. So I picked it all up, broke down a mass of trees for wooden thatch. Then after building a slightly bigger box with luxurious thatch roofs appeared. Listen, I said I wanted a bigger base. I didn't say I was suddenly good at building. And I continued to build up some gates for protection in my base, harvesting some stone with my dode, wood with my theory when I spotted a level 135 wandering nearby. I needed to start breeding for mutations if I had any hopes of defeating some bosses, so while it began to absolutely shred my stego, I just stood and filled it with trank arrows falling asleep nearby. And the harvesting continued for the next little while, waiting on the theory to wake up, placing down more gates to fully seal off my area. Then in the morning, decided to finally solve my water problems by using some tanks to run wireless water? Pipeless water? Wi-Fi water, I guess. Technology really getting powerful these days. But it was around now I realized I don't have a female theory. So I ran off in the early hours of the morning to find a female I could tame. Eventually finding a level 10. Nothing at all impressive, but you know, it will do. So I fired a couple tranks into its face to put it to sleep. Gathered up some berries, then saw it woke up fully tamed after a few moments had passed. But in that time, a deadly creature had found me. So I started to mass fire arrows at the Rex, thankfully killing it quickly, running over to the theory and podding it up to head home. Grappling up and into my base, where I set up a small batch of foundations and threw out my theories so they could begin getting acquainted with each other. And I still wanted to tame myself an elephant, and the way you do that is with beer. So I set up some beer barrels where I could start fermenting the berries I needed. Then hatching the theory eggs that I'd been collecting in order to find a female with the high stats so I could begin mutation hunting. And I set up some foundations to be my egg hatching zone for the theories, throwing down an aircon to keep the air nice comfortable temperature for hatching the eggs. Threw out a couple in front of the conditioner for them to hatch, imprinting on 2 of the base stat females, then massacring the remaining children as they all tried to scatter. I set up some railings to prevent the babies always running away from their death, and hatching and murdering baby theories looking for ones with mutations. But waking up on day 68, the almost nice number, I really wanted 2 types of Dinos store in this playthrough, a Dinotherium and a skeletonized Tyrannosaur. So seeing as I needed a compound bow to tame the Tyrannosaur, I set off to harvest all the metal I needed. And I got home on day 69, nice, only to get home and find I had a bit of theory hydra going on from all the babies. My bad. And I made the grand mistake of trying to kill it. Note to self, don't try take on the Therizino Hydra. I began to claim all of the theories and decided to lead them off on a murdering spree, having the horde charge in to fight Brontos, Dinotheriums and Raptors. And my rampage continued for the next day till I finally decided to head home. As I still wanted to make that compound bow in order to get myself a skeletonized Tyrannosaur, but I was short of cementing paste. So I headed out on my quets only to spot something out the corner of my eye. Good that stream quality is good. What the heck was that? Did you guys see that? Was you putting down your bottle now and stop being pranked? There was definitely... That is the Moro Rex, also known as an Indominus Rex. Well, that is a creature to work towards as well. But for now, I had to keep flying onwards and arriving at what is known as a hidden lake with the whole one beaver dam. Flew all the way here for one dam with a 51 pace. Thankfully, it was just enough. So I just began the journey home as I had to start on mutations for my boss army. And the next few days were full of breeding theories, hatching eggs, checking for stats, and slaughtering the unworthy. So many dead younglings, I thought I was Anakin. Master Skywalker, we have no mutation. Whatever we're going to do. As my mutations continued into day 82, I realized that we still need to actually do the caves, so potted up 2 of my theories as well as made myself the compound bow and a ton of Tyrannosaur tooth-tipped arrows as I wanted to tame myself that skeletonized Tyrannosaur, and took off on my quest. Arriving at the cave of the artifact, I mounted my theories. This cave was a long, dark tunnel full of spiders, Arthroptera, Megalos and more. But hidden at the end was the artifact of the clever. The second artifact I needed to fight Broodmother Lystrix. So I slowly began to make my way through the cave, fighting spiders and hordes of bats, even getting some mega rabies in the process, but killed them all off. Continuing deeper in, I could see the artifact with my binoculars, so I kept advancing, fighting off what I could before taking the opportunity to sneak up to the artifact in order to grab it. Then sprinted back to my theory to run up and out of the cave, grappling back to the safety of my quets. With the artifact in hand, I wanted to find myself a skeletonized Tyrannosaur. So I was searching around the mountain on my quets, finding a couple low levels, but the search went on for days. I did stop by the base to set up the artifact in my base, before I kept hunting for this calcium-covered theropod. Then finally, in the stormy morning of day 87, I spotted a decent level. A level 135. So I began to pepper it with my tooth-tipped arrows until it passed out sleeping peacefully on the beach. There was a Cerato and a Dinotherium fighting in the water nearby, until after a good chunk of time had passed as my Rex awoke from its slumber. I got it to finish off the Dinotherium with its fire breath, evaporating the elephant. Then led it home where I saddled it up, finally riding what I could be the most powerful creature on the island. And I crafted up a ton of theory saddles in the morning as I needed to start raising and leveling an army in preparation for the bosses, before flying off to head to the next artifact cave, landing outside the lower south cave. A very basic run down a long tunnel where you need to dodge spiders, snakes and scorpions to get to the artifact hidden at the end. And while I forgot my theories, so I was walking in on foot. Slowly traveling down, I reloaded my crossbow just in case, which came in handy to kill off a spider that spotted me. But seeing how many were below me on the cliff, I realized I would not be able to kill them all, and knew I had to make a run for it. So I sprinted and parachuted down, loading in a grapple to dodge half the snakes. The artifact room was packed with dangerous creatures, so I led them out and took my opportunity to sprint in and grab the artifact, then made my quick escape exiting the cave. All 3 artifacts for the Broodmother acquired. All that was needed now was to lead the army to the green obelisk in order to fight it. And my theory army was looking quite strong in my base, but I still really wanted to get myself one of the Dinotheriums. Since by now my beer had all fermented, I just first had to make up some water jars to store it. I found a level 135 Dinotherium on the beach and parachuted down to begin to try offering it a cold, refreshing beverage. But only managed to anger it, so had to grapple back up to my quest before it killed me. There was an aloe fighting her for the attention as well, so I killed it off to keep her safe, and that clearly worked out for me, as then she ended up wiggling her ears for me, so I was able to run up and give her a beer. But I don't think I gave her the right brand, as then no matter what I did, she would not let me give her another drink. Until finally, in the early hours of day 92, a skeletonized tyrannosaur showed up and killed her off. Guess I'm not getting myself an elephant today. Hopefully I can get one eventually, but I needed to go focus on finishing up my army. So I started out in the morning of the final week by claiming the theories I was going to need for this upcoming battle. Set them all up to begin raising, saddling them for that added armor bonus. But I had one thing that I still needed myself, and that was to equip myself with a much needed armor upgrade. I still needed to somehow get my army to the obelisk. Now, I had modded cryopods, but in the spirit of old Ark, I had a plan. With an army of theories that I named after my longest standing patrons. But thank you to each and every one of you who stuck around with me for such a long time. Consider pledging for access to help support me financially and join some exclusive servers and events. Thank you everyone for watching this far, and if you've enjoyed it, I'd really consider you leaving a like and subscribing if you haven't already. I set up the theories at the obelisk, then flew home to fetch my Daedon as well as the artifacts before beginning what was hoped to be the final flight to the green obelisk. Let's do this. I spawned into the arena to find no spider and no army. This happened because I was in photo mode while teleporting, but that is not how our journey ends, as I went and gathered myself a new army to try one more time to fight the spider. There are the Dinos! Charge! I whistled in the army, who began to slash at the spider, tearing through its chitin shell. Hundreds of minions swarming the theories as we had to rip through the arachnid horde. The theory started to get low on health as one of them, Marco, died to the queen.
No, Marco died. Rip Marco.
But we kept fighting, finally killing the queen, unlocking a plethora of tech engrams from the death of the spider. Make sure to subscribe if you want to see more content like this. Goodbye. Thodes, Natrix, and the Mechanical Apostles. These are just a few of the most powerful minions from someone known only as the Wizard. He has taken over Astraeus, an Ark once full of majestic beauty, luscious fields, and the Pit of Doom. Now more and more dinosaurs are invaded in the Ark, with new mods added every few days, turning this Ark into a modded apocalypse. Will I be able to learn the ways of these new creatures, or will the Wizard's growing power prevent me from being able to stop him? I have only 100 days to defeat all of his powerful commanders before I am able to take him down. But before I am able to do so, I'll have to start where we always do, on the beach, as I open my eyes. Welcome to Astraeus. Waking up in the early hours of day one with no weapons, tools, or equipment. A beautiful fresh start in an unknown world. I have no idea what creatures exist in this Ark, so I'll have to keep my wits about me as I work towards taking down the Wizard's commanders until I'm powerful enough to take out the Wizard himself. I had to look around the beach before picking a direction. I want to see what's up there. I grabbed some resources along the way while greeting the locals. Hello, Mr. Turtle. But some didn't look so friendly. You look like you have teeth. which means you're aggressive. I don't like it. I chose to avoid it for now, instead continuing my way up, avoiding the aggressive looking creatures I come across. That is a giant flying praying mantis. Okay, there are some interesting creatures here. And along my run, I gather fiber from bushes. Running up to a tree, I punch it until I gather some wood. With these resources gathered, I make my first tool, a stone pick. And using the stone pickaxe, I harvest a tree for even more thatch and wood. And with pick in hand, I began to harvest the nearby stones for flint, and of course, stone. Crafting myself my first actual weapon, a reusable spear. Knowing that I would need food to sustain myself, I set my sights on the nearest prey. I'm sorry, little one. Killing and harvesting a baby dodo. Using the hide from the dodo, I craft myself some clothing. Can't run around naked. And while gathering resources, a sound catches my attention. What was that? Leaving it alone, I continued gathering resources, and after crafting a cloth cap to keep my head warm, I of course had to craft my very own little Nat Chibi. Look at the little guy. He's so cute. Can I sneak past the Therizino? And blocking my path forward, the dreaded tickle chicken. Something at a corpse. I don't know what. Go, go, go. I expertly snuck past the tickle chicken, running towards the beach for water. Drinking my fill to stop myself from dying of thirst, I craft my first reusable bowler. Except time to sneak past the Theri once again. Run around the giant chicken. Hiding behind a group of boulders. Ah, no, I'm trapped. Okay, never mind, I'm not. I'm good. I managed to slip past the Therizino once again, heading more inland to in search of metal nodes. And making my way inland, I spot different looking boulders. Is that sand? Hey, I could actually find sand on this giant sandy beach. Nice. Oh. What are those? They look like giant compies. And climbing nearby boulders to get a better look, I sit and watch as a giant compy took out a Dilo. Okay, they're aggressive to Dilos. Do not get close. Got it. And spotting a pair of Dilos in my path, I bowled the first, planning on killing it before getting attacked by its partner. So I had to put that one down first. Killing both of them, harvesting them for their hide and meat, and wandering my way towards the beach. I placed down a couple campfires to cook the raw meat I've collected, filling my belly with the flesh of my kills. I go through and learn some engrams needed for survival on this ark, and after watching the trike burn its toes on my campfire, I headed out to collect fiber needed for bow to better kill dinos. What is that? I was hearing some pretty loud, concerning noises in the distance. I'll have to investigate that. Also, hey, now I know you guys have been asking me a lot to do Monster Hunter, and I finally played it. The video is releasing soon over on The Nest, a group channel I run with Chaotic and Chrometer, so make sure to go check it out and subscribe so you don't miss when that video releases. Let's get back to fighting some monsters. Continuing on my resource gathering, I finally crafted my first bow, boomerang, and arrows. Contemplating whether or not to investigate the source of the explosions, and day 2 began with a quick pick repair before continuing to harvest the nearby rocks for stone and flint. Crafting a bunch of arrows, I decided to go and try kill the wandering trike, tossing a couple boomerangs and losing both of them. Where did my boomerang go? Turns out I didn't have boomerangs, I just had a couple sticks. The trike began to chase me and I guess it didn't like being thwacked by the flying sticks, so crafting a replacement boomerang on the fly, I threw it again at the trike and I lost it once again. These aren't boomerangs, these are sticks, because it should come back. And running back to base, I collect some cooked meat, gotta fuel up for these trike shenanigans. Learning a new type of boomerang and some various other engrams, I crafted a mortar and pestle as well as some thatch foundations to extend my base footprint. And then boomerang in hand, I headed back up the hill to continue fighting this trike. It just like vanishes if I hit the trike. And fed up with losing boomerangs, I quickly gathered resources before crafting multiple vanilla boomerangs this time. Killing a dodo for hide before resuming pelting this trike with boomerangs. Run. I'm sorry, Mr. Trike. Oh, you're charging me. Get on the rock. Do I just try and kill it so I can get the baby? I think so. Swapping strategies, I equipped my bow and began to loose arrows into the truck's body, finally taking it down. Down goes the beast. And hello, baby, you are now mine. I'm gonna name you Sierra. And now watch me harvest your mother in front of you.
Hey, yo, what the?
What a scuffed series of events. But hey, early on you do what you must to progress. And now that I have my first tame, it needs a saddle. Bringing Sarah back to base, we encounter a moss chops. Boloing it and Sarah assists with the kill. Why is your life going down? Quickly force feeding my new friend some berries so she doesn't die, we make our way down to base. Oh, there we go, life's going back up again. Maybe there's something in that area? Weird. And a quick fiber run later and we have ourselves a saddled trike. Berries are no longer an issue as Sarah and I go on a run killing a dodo in the process. Returning to base, I place down a mortar and pestle, queuing up a batch of narcotics. Before heading out on day 3, I increased my weight capacity. Crafting a reusable parachute, I head out to explore the area above my little base camp. Finding metal nodes extremely close to base, what luck! And hearing the explosions yet again, I really had to decide whether I was going to go investigate. Cool, I've got enough metal to make a metal pickaxe so I can come back for that. Let's go see what these explosions are and hope I don't die in the process. And looking down at the beach below, I spot the source of the explosions, a serpent-looking creature slithering away from our position. One of the wizard's cronies. Turning around to return to base. Uh-oh. A crowd of compies were surrounding my exit. Only one way to deal with this predicament, I pull out my spear and began fighting the compies. And finishing off the final compy, I can't let their resources go to waste. Harvesting the corpses, I continued my exploration. Finding a dead carno, I of course harvested for the free hide. Oh yeah, that's a lot of hide. It's a lot of rib cages. He ate a lot of humans. And finding some crystal nodes, harvesting the few nodes I could reach, I gather exactly 0 crystal. Great, just my luck. Using my parachute, I glided down to my base, crafting and placing forges, smelting the metal I've gathered to craft a smithy, then using the smithy I craft a metal pick. Heading back to the metal nodes using my newly crafted metal pick, harvest began. And once I finished harvesting the metal nodes, I returned to base, smelt down the ores and craft a metal hatchet. Using the hatchet, I chopped down some trees as wood was needed. Tossing the wood into the forges to continue smelting down the metal ore, and checking my engrams, I find a Greek trireme. Could be useful. I attempt to craft a crossbow, and of course I am short on materials. Time for a gathering run. And needing fiber, I attempt to craft a metal sickle, just gotta wait for the metal to smelt, so I head to gather fiber by hand, refusing to waste any time waiting for the metal to smelt. And upon my return, enough metal had smelted, so I crafted myself a metal sickle. Using this to gather heaps of fiber, and after a short fiber run, I land a well-placed spear to a dodo's head. More meat for me. Knowing I need narcotics for bigger and better tames, I craft my first batch of potent narcotics, a drug that deals 5 times as much torpor as vanilla. Needing more spoiled meat, I use a tried and true method of splitting nearly spoiled raw meat in my inventory, and tired of waiting for metal to smelt, I craft a secondary forge, doubling my metal smelting capacity. Gathering more stone for more forges, I craft and place another thatch foundation to give myself room to create a forging area. Splitting my metal into all of my forges, I begin smelting mass amounts of metal now. While waiting for my metal to smelt down, I gather resources to craft the narcotics bench. Setting up everything, I spot a glowing parasol up the hill, and approaching the parasol, I was confused what color it was. What are you glowing? Punk parasol. Okay, I want it. Returning to base, I craft my first batch of concentrated narcotics. Drugs that deal 10x as much torpor as vanilla, a crossbow, and using the concentrated narcotics, I make my first batch of concentrated trank arrows. With everything gathered, I head back up the hill, determined to tame the parasol. But of course, the wizard has other plans, sending a large dino to attack it. No! My parasol! The shiny punk parasol's been killed! No! My parasol I wanted. You bastard. Okay, well, you are what you eat, so you are now my shiny punk parasol. You're who I want. I begin to track down the Parasol Killer, and second guessing my attempt to trank out the Parasol Killer, I return to base after learning reusable grapple and bow engrams, gathering the required stone for the cementing paste needed, and my first death comes at the hand of the Parasol Murderer after jump scaring me. Respawning on the beach as naked as I once was.
Where did I die?
A kilometer away. I begin my trek across this island back to my base, coming up over a hill.
Oh no. You died. I'll punch you to death.
Or after. Of course I get targeted by it. Well, if I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die fighting. Respawning again at the start of what is now a death loop. I head back to my base. That's a Dilo. Another Dilo. Come on guys, you don't want to do this. And I run from the Dilos into day 5. And climbing the hill to avoid the Dilos, I continue my way back to base, attempting to parkour down the cliff. I fall and, well, the ground hurts a lot. Guess we gotta make it back to base again. I see the raptor fighting someone over there. And climbing the hill, avoiding the scuffle. After running a while, I make it to the cliff above my base. So it doesn't want to eat trikes. And the only safe way down is to make it by cliff diving. So I dove into the water, made it to my base and quickly crafted a bed. No more running across this island for me. Come on. Walk the other way. You know you want to. Oh, there's my bag. It's not directly on it. I died again. But this time I'm prepared, knowing exactly where my inventory is, and having crafted a bed at base, I respawn there instead. Kinda far away. Not really. Waiting for this big bastard to walk away, I found my opportune moment to gather my inventory. And after gathering the stone I still needed for cementing paste, I finally crafted a grapple. What are the chances I can hit it from here with one arrow? So I attempted to draw the creature near with arrows, deciding it's better to not waste the concentrated trank arrows, rising the big behemoth torpor as it rampages down the beach. Taking a pause and knocking out this creature, I head up to gather some crystal, and parachuting back to base after harvesting enough crystal for a spyglass and some dino balls, I queue up some narcotics before crafting the awesome spyglass. An incredibly useful mod that shows the stats of whatever you're looking at. And grappling back over to the dino, I learn its name and how much torpor it has. A Bonovinitrix. Yeah, I'm definitely saying that right. Returning to base, I craft even more narcotics, using them to craft a potent boomerang and even more potent trank arrows. Using my grapple, I began Spider-Manning my way over to where the valley was last seen. The fact that it's swimming makes this more difficult. I throw my boomerang to get the valley's attention. Catching its aggro, I grapple up high on the cliffside, and I began raining down trank arrows, and knocking out the valley after Ixie attacks me with my potent boomerang. I fall from my grappled location on top of the sleeping beast. Whoops, my bad. Again, gravity bests me as I respawn. After collecting my inventory, I knock out a nearby oviraptor, harvesting it for taming food for my sleeping valley. And after shoving my meat into the sleeping dino, I look for its saddle engram. Only level 75? I can't even ride you yet. So diving into the water, I kill and harvest a fish, feeding its raw meat to the valley to increase taming speed. Look at that health stat. Holy shit. Running back to my base, I spot and harvest a dead manta, and checking out the giant compy looking creature. Deltrodromus. Deltrodromius. Not tameable. After watching a parent dilo lose to a trike, I kill and harvest its orphan baby for prime meat. Let's go feed the prime meat to this thing instead. I'll tame up a little bit faster. I return to the valley, where I feed the raw fish and prime meat. How much torpor does this actually do? I threw my boomerangs at a nearby turtle, and of course, I missed the first throw. Damn, the boomerangs actually peak. I'm knocking out the turtle with a single boomerang hit. I proceed to kill and harvest it for its resources. And waiting for my valley to tame up, I dispatch the annoying Ixie circling above, until the valley was eventually tamed. Well, I promised, you are my shiny punk
Parasol. Yeah, 6.9k, nice.
Oh, grappling on its back, I began whistling it to move towards base. Tested its damage on the nearby creatures.
Nice. I'll deal some decent damage.
Hello. My, you are an ugly looking thing, aren't you? How'd I tame you? Delta Dromius? You can sit! Oh, you're cute, shiny punk parasol. I head up the cliff to gather even more metal. Clearing the nodes, I bring the metal back to base. A process that will be repeated multiple times, so I won't bore you with that. And on my run up the hill, I spotted a new creature. The Iguana Colossus. Looks like a massive version of an iguanodon. I suppose it's in the name. Passive tame, which I began gathering berries to begin. And after beginning the passive taming of the Iguana Colossus, I grappled higher up the cliff, spotting a Rex.
A baby Rex.
And then zooming in on the flying dragon looking thing.
Number 0. Level 1. Okay. 300,000 health. Whew. That's gonna be a struggle to kill later on.
As that is actually one of the wizard's commanders. There are 5 in total I have to defeat, and whoa boy, were they gonna be a challenge. I continued to gather the berries after jumping down and parachuting to the ground below. Learning the saddle for the Iguana Colossus before knocking out and killing a pesky Dilo that thought I would be a good snack. Ha, proved it wrong. So feeding the Iguana Colossus again before killing more aggressive creatures around, I tamed the Iguana Colossus and named it Iggy.
Well, come along, Iggy. Let's take you home. You are a big girl, wow.
I jumped off the cliff, parachuted to base, only to get engulfed by Iggy's large body. So whistling Iggy passive, I spotted a new flyer.
You're beautiful. I want you.
So queuing up cementing paste, I head out to gather even more stone before commanding my dinos to kill a turtle. Turning my focus on the baby turtle, it's hatchet time. So starting day 9, I bowler the Drakar as it lands near me.
Must be at level... No! But I was right. You do boil it.
So it's time to grind out levels the old-fashioned way. Cooking pots and chibi crafting.
Oh, you messed up, Drakara.
I watched as my tames delete the Drakara from this life.
It's fine. There'll be more.
So whistling my dinos to clear the area of wild tames, I repaired my hatchet and continued to craft cooking pots. Recycling them by placing, destroying, and recrafting, I command my tribe to kill off the last remaining turtle, finally having a clear base.
Oh. Finally, level 60. Now I just gotta go find one.
So queuing up more cementing paste, I take my leave, heading out to find a Drakara to tame. With the use of my grapple and parachute, I soar over the beach, nearly getting wiped out by a meteor attack from a wandering boss. So as I soar through the air, I spotted it, a high-level Drakara. Frantically, I grappled back towards land.
You're who I want.
Following the Drakara I want, I almost became Rex food.
Oh, that's a Rex.
Jumping back off the cliff, I led the Rex into the ocean, watching as the Drakara kills Rex, and grabbing a drink after jumping down from the cliff.
Oh, don't see the Rex.
So grappling to the side of the cliff, I begin tranking out the Rex with my handy boomerang.
Oh, it broke. That's disappointing.
My boomerang breaks, one hit from knocking out the Rex.
Fine, I don't want the Rex anyway, I want the Drakara. It's just out on a merry stroll.
I follow the Drakara with the help of my parachute and grappling hooks as it travels up the coast.
Okay, fortunately its taming effectiveness does not seem to reset if it takes damage.
The Drakara fights and kills an Argy before getting bowled where I can see to check if it's ready to be fed again.
Still not hungry. Okay.
So continuing to follow the Drakara, I led a pesky Carno off the side of the cliff, and following the dragon further up the beach.
Yes, ready to eat.
So as I approach, I got attacked. But then with a lucky throw, I bowled the Drakara, feeding it and making it mine before it can kill me. I named it Skriok after a goddess in Dota 2. I mounted Skriok, then took to the skies.
Oh, you are beautiful.
I began heading back towards base, taking a detour to collect a loot drop.
I'll take it. Bye, Zeus, God, Poseidon, Hercules, Achilles. Can you go in the water? Cannot go in the water.
Hearing explosions, I went to go investigate.
Oh, you're number 5. Okay. No, you killed a Drakara.
And with the ability of flight, I can safely check out the dangerous looking creatures from above.
What are you? Number 1. It's a Quab.
So finding a glowing Carno, I tested Skriok's combat ability.
Don't know what astrals are. If anyone knows, can let me know in the comment section. What are astrals?
So after swooping in, I finally bleed out the astral Carno, getting my first astral kill.
Oh, God. Oh, it's an alpha. Okay. Suppose that kinda makes sense.
So with that feat accomplished, Skriok and I headed back to base. Another day, another goal. First order of business, getting a meat spoiler up and running. Why? Because spoiled meat equals more narcotics, and more narcotics means more tames. Science! But before that, I wanted a saddle for Iggy. One small problem, I was out of metal. So it's time for a restock. I threw some narcotics into the queue and grabbed Sarah for a quick berry run, and then back at base I finally crafted Iggy's saddle. Moment of truth, let's see what she can do.
Oh, you get the stone. That's interesting. Oh, more flint than stone. Which means you probably gather metal. Oh, yeah. Okay, you're useful to have then. Cool.
And it turns out Iggy's a rock smashing machine. But what about metal? Only one way to find out. I make my way up Crystal Mountain, avoiding the falling meteors in the distance because of course that's a thing here. And a few nodes later, mission accomplished. Crystal and metal in the bag. I took the scenic route home, aka leaping off a cliff and dumped the metal into the forges. But now it was time for a change of pace as I hopped on Skriok and took to the skies. Before long, I spotted a purple drop, and detour as inside was Ascendant Chitin Gauntlets. And that's what I call an upgrade. Exploring further, I spotted something new. A Tech Carbonemus.
A Tech Carbonemus. I didn't... No, you got Tech Carbon. Oh, that guy looks sick.
But I can't get too distracted. I needed a wood gatherer. When suddenly an Astral T-Rex appeared. And that's some prime source of XP right there.
We'll bleed him down, make him nice and down, get him lower so we can take him down.
Hey, what can I say? Gotta entertain yourself somehow. Now, the bad news was I forgot stamina's a thing. The good news, the Astral T-Rex bled out right as Skriok crash landed. We took flight again, scanning for new prey. Another Tyrannosaurus.
That's a cool roar.
Roar. And the fight got interrupted by an unexpected guest, a Ceratosaurus. But hey, if the game gives you free help, you take it. I let them duke it out before swooping in for the kill. And exploring deeper into the island, I landed near a statue.
What is this? Like a shrine to Medusa?
But it was not before long where I got distracted again by a red drop. And inside, an Ascendant fabricated sniper. I'll take it. Back in the skies, I spotted something familiar. It's my baby, the Meguana. I'll Meguana tame you.
Stop it. Get some help.
I cleared the area, knocking it out with a well-placed boomerang, but I forgot to bring Crystal for a dino ball. No biggie, I left the Meguana here to tame and I head off to gather Crystal and then boom. I turned to investigate and spotted a number 3. Not a land shark, more like a saber-tooth, but definitely scary. With Crystal in hand, I returned to find my Meguana fully tamed and named it Scaly Snooples. And on the way back, a Carno jumped me. No big deal until a raptor pack joined in. Ouchie, that's a lot of raptors. I dived back into the fight with Skriok though, and one by one the raptors fell. Continuing home, I took in the sights, and this Ark is full of surprises. The little mini brontos, a Cetosaurus, and a Magna Polia. Before I made it all the way back though, another Astral Raptor appears. Well, guess it's time for one last fight. It landed on a cliff, having seen an opportunity to gain experience. I got pushed off while attempting to dismount Skriok. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I don't know my grapple. Quick reflexes kicked in as I jumped and parachuted just out of reach as Skriok swooped in to save my life. Mounting Skriok, we continued exploring.
Oh, number 2 and number 4 next to each other.
I hovered around watching the world bosses, then spotted another Velociraptor. Bleeding it down, I landed, carefully this time, and sniped it, gaining a solid XP boost.
Oh, 10 levels. Fantastic. Cool. I can at least open those drops if I come across another one.
And back at base, I crafted a saddle for scaly Snooples. And of course, I needed to take Snooples for a test drive.
They nerfed how high you can jump. Can you still swim well? Oh yeah. Still the fastest creature in the Ark.
And spotted a Giga Titan, I got intrigued, as it looked like a giant flying praying mantis. And heading back to base, I belly flopped some invading compies before admiring Snooples, just to get a good look.
I wonder if I'm a high enough level now for Shiny Punk Parasol.
Unlocking engrams for the Valley saddle, gauntlets, and muzzle. I still can't say that name.
Silica Pearls.
Yeah.
I ain't got no silica pearls.
So I shelved that plan for now. Stored Snooples in its dynamo and took off again. Luring a Gigantoraptor off a cliff, I hid in its nest, hoping to tame the baby.
I'm a chicken. Hello, fellow chicken. Will you be my friend?
Clearly, pretending to be the chicken wasn't working. So I flew off and killed the mother and returned, only to see that now it was untamable.
Orphan Gigantoraptor cannot be imprinted by survivors. Okay, now I hide in the nest. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Some of the new taming mechanics for these creatures, I just got no clue how they work. So, that begs a question to all of you guys. What creature do you just have never tamed and got no clue how to tame?
And giving up, I go for the Giga Titan, throwing my boomerang to start the knockout process, only for it to break. So back at base, I crafted 5 more boomerangs.
Okay, I got 5 boomerangs. That should be enough. Let's go!
But of course, by the time I got back, the Giga Titan was in a fight. So I knocked out a Bronto in the way, then chased the Giga Titan into a cliff. Perfect for taming.
And cool, I got a whole bunch of prime meat as well. Very nice. And yum 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 yum.
Oh, 88.6%. Oh, I accidentally hit it twice. I suppose that's a problem with boomerangs. You accidentally hit it when it's down. And waiting for the tame, it eventually woke up, so I named it Stickbug. So balling up Stickbug, I mounted Skriok and resumed exploring. I found an island extension, and this place looked awesome.
Ooh, that looks like my base spot. It's pretty. I don't have to do much work. The wizard won't be able to find me here.
So marking the location, I returned to pack up. Tossing out Stickbug to help transport, I crafted armor for protection.
I've Lord Natural Causes of the 7th Legion.
So packing my creatures, I cleared the beach for XP, then rested for the night before the big move. And at dawn, I distributed resources amongst Snooples, Skriok, and Stickbug, ensuring no one was too overburdened. And then mounting Snooples, we set off for our new home. Arriving, I lay down thatch foundations and placed my bed, claiming it as natural lithium. Clearing Skriok's inventory, I crafted a Stickbug saddle and test fly it. But while I was out, I saw some even more interesting creatures.
Whoa, you shoot fireballs?
Buying a Yang Shuang Nosaurus fighting a Kentro, I returned to base and continued construction, placing a found sign at the entrance, and then taking off on Stickbug, I went to go test out its wood collection. But it turns out it was not good. Returning to base, I switched to Skriok, determined to find a wood harvesting tame. Along the way, I loot drops, pausing at a Poseidon temple before finding a red drop with a full chem bench. Collecting the purple drop, I found an upgraded pick. So flying over a mountain, I hear a roar. There's a big bad nearby somewhere. But gathering chitin armor from a loot drop, I keep searching for a wood gatherer.
Oh, I got some rare flowers, so I could potentially tame one of those mantis thingies.
Reaching the obelisk, I checked the terminal, just to see what I would need to summon the wizard's commanders. Natrix the Devious, or Thodes the Widowmaker. I'm guessing these are how I can get the wizard's commander's attention. I found a staircase on the cliff nearby, and up at the top was a temple. Temple of the Tyrannus, maybe. And spotting a trapped dino family, I used my boomerang to knock out the adults. Fending off a Carno and direwolves in the process, I tossed out Iggy for berry gathering, then crafted a sleeping bag to nap while the Edmontosaurus is tamed. I named the tame pair Ed and Ed, boiling them up and moving on, and then pausing at a statue I rested Skriok before resuming my search for a wood harvester. I killed an Alpha Rex with my sniper rifle to get the boost in experience, and then spotted a stunning green dwarf Dakara. Boloing it, I started the passive tame, then explored a cave, killing a curious spider inside. While waiting for the Dakara to get hungry, I spotted a Theory. A Theory. That could be my wood harvester, but no, he's gonna get eaten by the frog. Avoiding number 4, I saw a giant flying mantis, so rare flowers in hand, I started the taming process. Took my turn to grapple onto the Dana, feeding it mid-flight, and welcome Buggy. Returning, one more bowler finished the taming process, and I named her Scarlisa. I immediately get attacked by a Valley Bonevet Venatrix, but reacting fast, I mounted Scarlisa and fled the area. Yeah, you're a lot slower than Skriok. You look pretty, that's why I tamed you. So boiling up Scarlisa, I switched to Skriok and resumed my wood gatherer search. And I found a Tech Therizino in the morning. A Tech Therizino? That could be my wood solution. But after multiple failed attempts to aggro it, I finally landed trank shots and kept it asleep with narco berries. I'll come back for you. At base, I crafted saddles for Buggy and the Ed family, testing Buggy's abilities. Okay. Cool, well I can steal the small and helpless. What? But I attempted to grab a Yang Shinosaurus, and no luck. So back to base, I tried the Edmontosaurus. Okay, you got a Thatch. Are you stuck? And another tamed, destined for decoration. Back to the tech theory, I kept it asleep while fighting off an Astral Raptor and a Scorpio Venator. Finishing off the Raptor, I land tired after that fight. Approaching the Scorpio Venator, I started taming it. I checked on the tech theory and named it RGB Scissors. Feeding the Scorpio Venator, I named it October, then headed back, and at base I organized my dinos before testing October. Attacking an Ogadana, we nearly died. We're gonna make it! We're gonna make it! Back at base, however, I gather wood manually for RGB saddles, and with it crafted, I finally take RGB on its maiden wood run. Oh yes, finally. It's taken a couple days, but I finally have a way to get a bunch of wood. Waking up on day 21, I felt ready. I had my wood harvester RGB scissors, so cleared out its inventory before heading out to gather as much as we could carry. I did see some questionable actions which may not be safe for YouTube. What is that doe doing to that Serato? So I chose to head home to see if I could find some bleach for my eyes, but I took the time to craft up some foundations for my base only to run out of wood again. Another tree felling run later to place down even more foundations, but I didn't just want plain old wooden floors. I had a cosmetics mod which I used to apply to the foundations, giving them the perfect aesthetic to match the map. I started the day by creating a decorative pond using the natural water source in my base, and with that little project done, I decided to explore. After clearing Skriok's inventory, we took to the skies, and not long into a flight, I spotted a statue that looked eerily familiar. Hey, it's a statue of me. See? It's me. The resemblance is uncanny. Aw, that's so kind of them. And with that bit of fun out of the way, I continued exploring. Soon after, I spotted an Anteosaurus. If I could find a high-level one of those, that'd be good for caving. A little further, purple flames were shooting out from a dinosaur. Scrollsaur. We're gonna go for one of those. And flying over the next valley, I spotted what appeared to be a marble mine. My journey eventually brought me to the dreaded Wyvern Trench, and taking in the sight below, seeing a lot of teeth. Oh, that's a lot of dragons. Day 23 continued with my exploration, beginning with a loot drop near a Dinosaurus, and then leaving the swamp behind. I spotted a couple of unfamiliar creatures as I flew over a new island. The Minotaur. And further along, a young Junosaurus. And as I reached the edge of the island, my attention was drawn to a dark, fog-covered land in the distance. Time to check out the rockets. I cautiously entered the desolate landscape, scanning my surroundings. Who knew what horrors a wizard had unleashed here? And then I saw it. What is this? A massive creature stood in my path, attacking anything in sight. I'm on it. No. Oh no. I quickly turned to retreat, knowing that Skriok alone would stand no chance. But the Rebirth King was faster, and with a single attack, it killed Skriok instantly. Panicking, I activated my parachute, saving myself from the fall damage. No! Skriok! But there was no mercy. The Rebirth King struck again, killing me as well. I woke up in a panic. It was a nightmare. I sat up, catching my breath, to see Skriok was fine. I'm guessing that was a dream from a future video? Make sure you subscribe if you want to see me take on the Ether King at some point, I guess. But let's go check out the Rockers for real now. As I flew, I reassured myself. I guess it was all just a dream. There's no big, scary dragon thingy here. I explored the airy island, observing untamable creatures roaming about it. Landing to regain stamina, I watched a geode fight off a Carno, and eventually I found a small structure. An abandoned temple, okay. And exiting the temple, I spotted a bleeding number 1 as it fought down meteors. The bleed does work on them. They seem to eat corpses. And then before leaving, I took the opportunity to have a photo shoot with Skriok. The moon rising in the background made for the perfect shot. I decided in the morning it was time to test out my shiny punk parasaur. I just needed a saddle first. So taking scaly snooples out, I planned to search the ocean for trilobites, as to make the valley saddle I needed silica pearls. And diving in near my base, I quickly resurfaced. Oh, get out of that. A different area was needed, one not inhabited by death. While searching, I discovered a new cephalopod, a baculites. Attempting to tame it, I struggled to figure out how, so after getting kicked off while riding it, I whistled for snooples to come get me. Eventually I found the pesky sea roaches and harvested them for their white pearls. But while hunting for more, I was suddenly ambushed by eels and moses. Free me from your confines of death! And then barely escaping, I spotted a level 145 Valley Bonnevanavavnutwix. 145 Valley? You could be a breeding pair for shiny punk parasaur. Watching as it devoured a school of mantas, I needed a plan. How do I get it out of the water? So eating some rare flowers, I tried to lure it to the shore. Come on, buddy, follow me. Unfortunately, it remained too distracted. Too far out, so I had to abandon the attempt. Returning to base, at least I had achieved my goal for the day. The next day started with an alert. A shiny enraged Yankee had spawned nearby. So I'm hunting snooples, I set out to find it, but along the way I was targeted by a Fasulasuchus. Climbing the ledge to escape, I waited for my rare flower timer to wear off, and feeding snooples a stack, scouring the coordinates for the Yankee, I came up empty. So disappointed, I returned to base and shifted focus. I crafted the saddle for shiny punk parasaur and set out. And hunting in the water, I took down a Basilosaurus for free oil and even a school of mantas. Then hunting megalodons, I collected their teeth. I needed the teeth as they would allow me to make some upgrades for the valley. I got 12 teeth. That should be enough to make one piece at least, so I can test out to see if it's different. And then back at base, I attempted to craft the gear, but ran out of cementing paste. So I put October to work queuing up a batch to end off the day. And leaving the cementing paste finished, I crafted shiny punk parasaur his muzzle. Ah, it gives it increased teeth size. Checking to see if equipping the muzzle changed his looks or not, I headed out. I first tested the damage with the muzzle equipped by killing a parasaur. Okay, 500 without it. Oh, I can't do the rapid snack generation without the muzzle, okay. And approaching a Bronto, I decided to test the damage properly. Attacking the Bronto with the muzzle unequipped first. 376. On the muzzle. 500. Oh, okay, so you do a little bit more damage. And with the muzzle testing complete, I headed back to base. Trying to craft the gauntlets, I was still missing a little bit of cementing paste. Yeah, I need October to finish making me paste, and then I can try out the gloves. So deciding to be productive while waiting for October, I queued up a batch of narcotics. Taking Eddie out, I harvested the nearby bushes before returning him next to his herd. 15 more paste to ace days, then we make the gauntlets to try out our belly beyond truck trollocs. And fending off a heat wave, I quickly crafted some ghillie pieces. And once the heat was handled, I crafted shiny punk parasaur's gauntlets. Now, okay, so your current hands, they look like that. If I equip these, oh, extra armor. And once shiny punk parasaur was equipped with both muzzle and gauntlets, I took a moment to admire how menacing he looked. Leaving base, we headed out to test what the gauntlets did. So with gauntlets, 507. Without, 386. Attacking the Tyrannosaur, I noticed the gauntlets added the rend debuff. Wait, is rend like reduced armor? I need to find something now to test it out on. I cleared out the area, testing out the increased damage of the gauntlets rend effect. Okay, so rend reduces armor. That's pretty cool. Ooh. That's interesting. Spotting a Maguana gliding irregularly in the distance, I wondered. Hopefully you're not the wizard scouting me. Avoiding the potential wizard spy, I took shiny punk parasaur back to base. Starting the day, I took shiny punk parasaur out again to explore the island. Noticing a world boss causing chaos, I did my best to avoid attracting it towards me. So making my way across the island, I stopped at a little cove, noticing there was an alpha Paraxinosaurus here. I continued my exploration, avoiding any confrontation with any alphas, and after exploring some more, I came across the entrance to a cave I found earlier. Dismounting SPP, I balled him up, hesitantly entering the cave. Past the cave's small floor opening, I threw out shiny punk parasaur to clear the spiders guarding the path forward. And after the spiders were cleared, I searched the room, finding a button hidden on a pillar. Pressing the button, the wall opened up, presenting the way forward. After a failed attempt to get shiny punk parasaur's big booty through the narrow corridor, I was forced to ball him up and continue on foot. Getting attacked by some spiders within the corridor, I ran back to the first room where I threw out shiny to quickly take care of the advancing threats. Once the spiders were dealt with, I balled up shiny again, making my way into the dark corridor. Clearing the narrow corridor, I merged into the second chamber. Tossing out the parasaur again, I cleared the room of anything dangerous, and behind a pillar, I found another button. Pushing it, I continued to search the room, and grappling up to an alcove, I looted a cave drop, finding a lonely dung beetle. I decided to tame it. Welcome to the tribe, Duncan Reed. I took SPP out of the chamber to continue exploring the rest of the cave, finding an offshoot corridor to the one I was in, and unable to see past my nose, I had to make a torch to light up the area. Once I had a bit of light, I made my way back to the chamber I'd tamed Duncan Reed in. Searching the entire room, I located and pushed all the buttons needed, opening a hole in the ground. And as I entered the watery cavern on Shiny, I was pretty thankful that he could swim, but we got stuck. So to prevent drowning, I balled him up and swam down a few meters myself before tossing him back out. We made our way through the watery channel, killing off the guardians of waters here. And at the end of the channel, I found and looted the artifact of the Massive. A piece needed to summon one of the wizard's generals. Stuffing the artifact into my pack, I hopped back onto Shiny and we made our way back the way we came. Exiting the cave, I headed back home to store the cargo I'd collected, and once at base I crafted up a storage container, shoving everything I had collected on my expedition inside. And ending the day, I spoiled some more meat and crafted more narcotics. Needing more wood, yet again, I attempted to carry RGB scissors with Buggy but failed, so instead balled him up, mounted Buggy and headed inland. Determined to find a more densely wooden area, eventually finding somewhere I thought would be somewhat decent, I threw out RGB and began harvesting the trees. However, as I harvested one last tree, that pushed RGB over his weight limit as I got attacked by a rampaging number 1. Quickly reacting, I jumped off of RGB, running away and throwing out Buggy as I took off, whistling RGB to try and follow to make his escape. But unfortunately, I was too late and was forced to watch as number 1 brutally murdered my only wood gatherer. And grabbing the attention of the number 1, I lured it off the side of the mountain, and where there's one, there's always another close by. As landing for stamina after leading the arranged boss off the side of the mountain, I got aggroed by a number 4. I had to lead it off the edge the same way as number 1, and after doing so I collected RGB's death bag. Encumbered, I had to sacrifice a portion of the wood I collected so Buggy could fly home.
I guess I need a new wood harvester.
As I returned to base, I transferred the wood from Buggy to the crafting table. Finished using the wood to extend my foundations. I also made up some concentrated narcotics. Slightly better than the vanilla ones, but you know what? We'll have to get some of the even better ones later on. After finishing the batch of narcotics, I crafted some spark powder in preparation for the fabricator I wanted to craft. But short on metal, I set up my forges in the back corner of my base, and hopping on Iggy, we headed out to gather as much metal as we could. And as we cleared the hillside of any and all metal nodes I could find, I came upon and looted a drop, and with sore thumbs of Iggy and enough metal to last me for now, we headed home. Back at base, I filled all my forges with raw metal, igniting them to start smelting.
The beacons are lit. Natural causes calls for ingots.
And hopping on the back of Skriok, I flew off, beginning my search for another new wood harvester. Stopping along the way at a beach, I noticed through my spyglass that the Delta Tromius was tameable now. So interested, I began clearing the beach of any threats. Once I cleared out a pack of raptors wrapped in paging the beach, I began the taming process of the Delta. After waiting a few minutes, the Delta was ready to feed again, so quickly I ran up and fed him my meat. And as I tamed it, I noticed that it emitted lights from its eyes.
Since you got headlights, I'm gonna name you McQueen.
And ending the day, not with a new wood tame, but a silly looking one instead. The day began, yet again, on a desperate search for a new wood tame. But after scouring the map, I saw no tames that looked like they would harvest wood. However, I did have one creature catch my attention. A Desolar Titan.
What is that? He's a chunky boy. He's a passive.
I watched from a safe distance as the Desolar Titan asserted its dominance on the surrounding area. A single bite took Skriok's health down a lot. I decided it probably wasn't best to test my luck right now, so I left the Desolar Titan and continued my search for a wood gatherer. Coming across a group of Albertosauruses and Anteosauruses, I started tranking them out with my handy boomerang. But as I waited for the Anteosaurus to get hungry, a pesky Argy wanted to see what was up. Quickly dispatching it with Skriok, I continued to chase it down and knock out the fleeing dinosaur. I dispatched a goblin that had joined in on my fight against the saber, and with Skriok's health being as low as it was, I flew about killing off dinos for meat to force feed her. Landing for stam and to try heal Skriok, I was then attacked by a pack of direwolves. Unfortunately, as I attempted to fight them off, Skriok was too weak and died. Quickly grappling into a nearby tree, I had to avoid certain death and maneuvered my way back to the sleeping Anteosaurus. And again, I got attacked by a goblin, which was no match for my fabricated sniper rifle. Feeding the Anteosaurus, I waited nearby, watching for any more threats to appear. And then as the Anteosaurus tamed up, I named it Fire Fluffball. As Anteos are actually interesting, their blood is highly flammable, so that's why anything that attacks them will catch in flames and take flame damage. I then began the treacherous journey back home. With my hydration being low, I disengaged my parachute, falling into the water below, and then with a belly full of water, I grappled out of the ocean and continued on my way back to base. Tracking near a statue, I noticed a wizard's commander fighting nearby, and knowing I had to avoid it or die otherwise, I grappled up the statue and parachuted away. Continuing on towards home until I landed on a beach, only to get attacked by a damn Ixie, forcing me to drop my grapple. This bird could not be left alive as I pulled out my sniper rifle, ending its life as it flew over the water. After I got my grapple back, I climbed up the cliff and continued on towards base, pausing to catch my breath and to check how much further I had to travel. I got attacked and knocked off the cliff by a raptor as I had to once again use my parachute to save me, grappling back up a cliff. Resuming the journey, I jumped off the mountain I was on and I glided across the open water, heading towards the temple I had visited in the past. Along the way, I collected a drop, gaining nothing of value from it, as I continued on the final stretch of the trek home. Making my way up a mountain, seeing my base in the distance, I took one final leap and glided all the way home. And I started day 34 on a mission to replace Skriok. So taking Scarlisa home, it just wasn't the same. Your stamina's really like, wow. We're gonna take a while. And flying over the landscape, I spotted my first Skriok replacement. Boloing the level 85 Drakara, I quickly fed it after it fell down the mountainside, and returned to Scarlisa. I left to search for more Drakara while this one's hunger dropped. Finding another Drakara shortly after, I boled and fed it. Gotta get away from it before it gets pissed at me. And using my grapple, I created some distance between myself and what I could assume to be an angry Drakara. Returning to the first one that I'd started taming, claiming Skriok's first replacement. I named her Draconis and mounted her to fly back to collect Scarlisa. Balling up Scarlisa, I made my way back to the second Drakara. And as I reached where I had left the second Drakara, I quickly boled her, jumping down from the tip of the hill, and I fed her and named her Jakiro. Checking the stats of both Draconis and Jakiro, I balled up Draconis, opting to ride Jakiro instead. Oh, Karcha. Probably gonna need some of those if I have hope to take out, like, these bosses. Are they fighting? I can't tell. No, it doesn't look like it. Continuing my search of the area, I found a high-level Drakara again. Quickly, not to miss a perfect opportunity as the Drakara landed nearby, I ran up and boled it, feeding it before returning to Jakiro and flying away. As I came across an amphitheater, I spotted a two-headed creature. Ooh, this spot's really cool. Ooh, what is that? Orthros. I attempted to bola this two-headed creature known as an Orthros. Cannot be boled. Deciding not to pursue another tame, I landed in the amphitheater's box seating area, contemplating moving my base location. I do want to move my base to somewhere more central with how big this map is. Flying across it is tiring, to say the least. So leaving the amphitheater behind, I went to check and see how the Drakara's food draining was going. A crazy looking creature caught my attention as I flew nearby the Drakara. What is... Oh, that is cool. I want one. Landing as to not waste stamina, I watched the Carnosaurus from a safe distance. Look at that. Oh, it's so cool. It's so cool. And waiting for the Drakara, I noticed a Microraptor attempt to fight a Gigantopithecus. See, even the Gigantopithecus get annoyed at the Microraptors. So returning to the task at hand, I flew back to the Drakara, eager to finish taming it. Let's go and finish taming this Drakara. And attempting to bow the Drakara, I accidentally hit Jakiro in my efforts, and then finally landed a bowl on the new Drakara, tamed it up, released Jakiro and mounted and took off, finding a safer location nearby. Taking a moment, I named the new Drakara Skriala before balling her up as well. Let's fly home so I can set them up to breed. And I can get some baby. Ooh. I flew to base, excited to start breeding my Drakara so I wouldn't run into the same problem I had with Skriok. So I tossed out my Drakara only to realize that I had made a minor mistake. I've ended up with 3 females. Whoops. Souls back onto Skriala as I went out to find a male. Another female. Like, what are the chances they're all females? Flying around, I found female after female. I'm beginning to suspect something. Spotting some Mutuborosauruses, I noticed something odd about them. A Mutuborosaurusus. They're all suddenly not tameable, but they were tameable. No, they're not tameable. What? Shrugging off the fact that they were now untameable, I continued my search for more Drakara. Another female. If I find one more, I'm going to look at something quick. And with all these female Drakar I'd been searching for, I decided to look up something. Do males actually exist in the lore of Avatar? And what I found was, yes, they do. So for some reason, the mod just refused to give me a male. So that led me to my decision of going back to base to craft myself a mate swap potion. Whatever happened to my dung beetle? I started the day off by searching through all my storage containers, locating and tossing out my dung beetle, Duncan Reed. Once I had used Duncan Reed to clear the base of poop, I balled him up, tossed him in the depot terminal along with the poop to craft fertilizer. I also balled up Eddie and Ed and threw them in the depot terminal as well to ensure Duncan Reed always had some poop. Once I was situated, I took off on Jakira flying inland, dealing some bleed damage to the number 1 I spotted. But I didn't want to fight it right now. I traveled to a small island where I found a Geniodectus. And tossing my boomerang, I began to trank it out. Chasing it into a nearby cave, I grappled to the ceiling as I continued to toss my boomerangs at the Geniodectus. Finally, I knocked it out, tossed in some food, and waited the rest of the day for it to tame up. The Geniodectus was finally tamed up on the morning of day 38, and I proceeded to name it Jenny.
Why are you uncomfortable? Is it because I have a friend?
I balled up Jakira to inspect Jenny, and it's a lone wolf. It really doesn't like being around other dinos. Sometimes dinos get adorable sitting animations, and Jenny was one of them. I balled up Jenny, threw out Jakira, and returned to base. As I crafted the gender swap potions, I went over to Skriala. It's time to slap a strap on you and call you Paul because you're becoming a man. Enabling breeding, I took out Shiny Punk Parasol, leaving them to produce me babies. I jumped into the water to grab a drink and spotted another new creature. It's a dolphin. I gathered some wood, enough to craft the large stone hitching post, and returned to base. Placing down the hitching post, and auto-hitched all my dinos. That's cool, I guess. I then crafted a secondary depot terminal, and this one was to be used for the baby collection. Just then, the first group of Drakara eggs hatched as I balled them up and threw them into the depot terminal. Do I believe any of these are going to be good at harvesting wood? What do I need for the genie saddle? Wood. I mounted buggy and did some tree clearing above my base. And using the wood gathered, I relit my forges before checking the Drakara babies. Choosing a female, I threw it out and named it Khaleesi. And flying off on Khaleesi, I decided it was time to take on the number 1. Let's do it. Let's get our first commander kill. I gotta be very careful. One slip up and I'm dead. Swooping down, biting it and dealing bleed. I almost got caught by an attack. Ooh, ooh, that was close. Should not have taken that risk. I had to be extremely careful as I dived in, taking bite after bite, slowly bleeding its health down, until finally with a final dive, I swooped down to deal the final blow. That's a lot of stuff. Collecting my rewards for defeating the first wizard's commanders, I noticed that the Drakara had a massive metal reduction. I also noticed a strange object collected with the commander's loot, so I landed outside of my base. Activating the strange blueprint, I summoned my very own mechanical crab. Yes! I got a crab! Dropping off Khaleesi at base, I went on a proper test ride on my mechanical crab. Oh, you have a level up, but you can't be leveled up. That's gonna be annoying. Testing out the damage dealt by the number 1 on the nearby creatures. Hopping off number 1, I decided to give it a suitable name. Mecha Mr. Krabs. And admiring the beautiful construction of my crab, I was pretty stoked. It just the sounds in this thing are so cool. I headed back to base on the start of day 40, parking Mr. Krabs at the entrance before crafting a saddle for Fire Fluffball. Coming across a Minotaur terrorizing a pair of Brontos, I decided it was a perfect opportunity to test out Fire Fluffball's damage. Of course I get Mark Corrupted. You little bastard, you. Remounting Fire Fluffball after taking care of the Markraptor, I continued testing out Fluffball on the nearby dinos. Oh, you guys are... yeah. Other way, please. Goodbye. Quickly retreating from the pair of number 3s, I came across a trio of Brontos. Burning them with fire fluff ball, I took them down one after the other.
That's 1 down.
2 down. Before chasing down the 3rd Bronto, I saw meteors fall from the sky, which could only mean the commander was getting close. Disappointingly, fire fluff ball wasn't much of a gatherer. So heading back to base, I picked the fight with the Minotaur, getting dismounted.
Get him, fire fluff ball. Get him. Okay, so Minotaurs can dismount you. Noted.
As I cleared the Minotaur, I turned around to spot an Alpha Tyrannosaur basically appear out of thin air. Doesn't matter. It was no match for fire fluff ball's bites, as I slowly burnt and bled it down. And after killing the Alpha Tyrannosaur, I parked fire fluff ball at base, ending the day. Starting out on day 41, seeing as I was having such struggles for a wood harvester, I decided to give up on the dream of actually making a good base. So instead I worked on making myself some more tranks so I can go out and find myself a bossing dino. Because while the dinos I had were cool and all, I don't think any of them were going to be able to take on the wizard and his commanders. Working around the base, crafting batches of the strongest tranks I could in order to gear up, prepping to go out and find myself something that would assist in taking down the wizard. Still got my here long neck. And after spending most of the day crafting trank dots and a long neck rifle, I mounted Khaleesi and we headed out. And then flying out on day 42, flying through what could only be described as some treacherous weather.
Stormy weather.
Gonna make it hard to find a tame that can be in my game. Will they spawn or will they fly? And as I explored, I spotted a pair of apex predators, a Giganotosaurus and a Desolar Titan. One of these could be exactly what I was looking for. Staring down at the massive Desolar Titan, I wasn't quite sure how one exactly tames such a beast, as after trying to knock it out by shooting a few tranks at it, they did nothing at all. I was stumped.
Out of curiosity, I looked up how you tame it. I need to deal damage to it. So I need to deal damage, and then it'll get exhausted, and then I can feed it.
So after all that research, I decided it was best to give up on tranking this giant out. Swooping in to try and whittle down its health with Khaleesi's bleed attack.
I should probably get my prime meat first. Hello, elephant. You're now prime meat.
I eventually managed to kill the mammoth and got all the prime meat I would possibly need. But now I had to find where the Desolar Titan had gone.
Where is my Desolar Titan gone? Hello, friend. Ouchie.
I tried to get in close to the Desolar Titan, but it kept managing to get these bites off on me.
Ooh. One more bite and I'm dead. I think I maybe need to switch to a different Docker.
And I tried as much as I could, but even with the Desolar Titan getting super low on health, she just wasn't getting into her exhausted state so that I could try and feed her. So eventually decided to let her just heal up by eating some corpses nearby, and instead setting my sights on the Giga.
I wonder if I need to tame you so that I can tame the Desolar Titan.
I was confused. I didn't know how to tame the Desolar Titan, I didn't know how to tame the Giga, so I instead decided to just leave the pair of giants and fly off, finding what I could only assume was a cave.
Isla cave. It's a cave. No, it's tunnel. Damn it, man.
Oh, that's deep down. It's a water cave. Why always a water cave? I don't want to tame a water creature. Wait, no. I got shiny punk parasaur. Unfortunately, I did not have SPP in my inventory, so I had to fly all the way back home to be able to go and pick it up. But I got distracted along the way, as I found a Mapusaurus.
Okay, you might be a good option.
I tried to trank it out, but again, my darts were just not working. I swapped to my boomerangs, trying my hardest to throw them and actually hit it, even though I missed a ton of my shots. But I eventually hit one and finally saw that the boomerang just did nothing. So again, looked up how do you actually tame this thing, and you need explosives apparently. So another cool tame I was unable to get. I left the area to scan for a creature that might work as a bossing dino, when instead I found something interesting. A 140. Engineering Alpha. Num. Spotting a Phasolasuchus. I started the fight against its Alpha Tyrannosaur Guardian, exerting my dominance as a Tyrannosaur roared. I swooped in order to bleed it down and eventually was able to take its life. I had to re-find the Phasolasuchus to begin shooting it with darts, and realizing the Phasolasuchus hit quite hard, I landed on a cliff above it to regen stamina, but the croc tried to make a break for it. So not letting it get away, I knocked out the Phasolasuchus and fed it. Cleared the pesky compies as I gathered some narco berries to keep the beast asleep. And then while I was busy gathering everything I needed, I noticed a high-level Valley Bonavanatrix. Perfect. So starting to knock out the valley, the Phasolasuchus ended up taming up, as I named it Crocky before boiling it up and continuing to knock out the valley. I think I hit it twice. Shit. Feeding the valley, I mounted my Drakara and ended the day while I was waiting for it to tame up. While I was waiting, a Dilo got too curious for my liking, so I had to take it out, and I eventually named the valley not Shiny Punk Parasol. Balled it up and headed home. Arriving back at base, I set them up to begin breeding with Shiny Punk Parasol and not Shiny Pink Parasol. Some fantastic names, don't you agree? And then I spent the rest of the day waiting for them to give me babies. And then day 45 started with crafting a couple more Dino Balls to trap up any babies hatched while I was away, and swapped the valley gear from the Shiny Punk Parasol to its baby. Crafted a scuba tank, and once crafted, headed back out towards the tunnel I had found. Stopping to collect a red loot drop, upgrading my leggings to a pair of Mastercraft Riot, and reaching the entrance to the tunnel, I tossed out the Bread Valley, naming after its father, not Punk Parasol. I began to clear the area while I was chilling on its back, and I ended up killing everything before I was even up. This is where it was time to go for a swim. We dove into the depths, unsure of what I'll find. But for whatever reason, I started to get hot. I'm hot. What is this, the hot spring? And then swimming through the cavern, I eventually found an exit, only to discover that I had actually just found a tunnel that goes straight out to the ocean. This wasn't an artifact cave at all. It was just a tunnel to get out to the ocean. So surfing in the open ocean, I made my way to land, clearing the beach of a pack of direwolves as revenge for Skriok, and eventually collected another loot drop and got another scuba tank. Well, I suppose that's a win, I guess. But I was disappointed with what had happened the rest of the day. It's a warg. Wait, what? Ow! Ow! Little bitch. Warg my ass. With a warg dead to start the day, I explored the island as I found a geode that I fought and killed, and began to harvest its corpse. Realized it dropped some resources I didn't really need at the time, so I chose to just leave it behind to continue exploring the island. Making my way up the mountain, I decided to swap back to Drakara, boiling up not Punk Parasol and taking flight. I spotted another Tectheria and began to try to track it out, collecting narco berries eventually to keep it asleep as the day came to an end. And after spending almost the entire day collecting bushes and keeping the Tectheria asleep, I returned from a berry run to find that a Tech Frog, the Wizard's Commander number 2, had located me and killed my tame. What a waste of a day. I tried to get my revenge, but its heat-seeking missiles it used just drove me to flee and simply head home. So not dwelling too much on the loss of a ton of time and another potential wood tame, I decided I wanted to just go do some caving. So headed to the first cave. I tried to fly through it, but got dismounted at the entrance. So riding not Punk Parasol, I began clearing the cave, falling down into the water below after failing to clear a small gap. Collected the loot drop, heavily guarded by cave minotaurs, as I sneakily used my grapple to draw one of the minotaurs into the water, avoiding the other so that I could grab the artifact and escape. Flying off, I eventually made it to the next possible location for an artifact, as I threw out not Punk Parasol, and then while I attempted to mount him, I got attacked by some eels. I needed to get on something as the eels just slowly attacked the Drakara. The Drakara is dead. I'm dead.
I barely escaped dying by mounting NPP. Eventually now I was able to go ahead and continue my mission. I found the entrance of the underwater cave to begin exploring it. And swimming my way through the cave, I located and gathered the artifact.
Trippy purple crystals, what the?
And traveling through the map, I discovered an uncharted island. I also then found a weird underwater air pocket, so I chose to investigate it, and I saw it's a clam.
So continuing my exploration, I found the entrance to another cave. There it is. It's a boat. I don't think you're meant to be under the water, little boat. Some noisy crystals, not gonna lie. There was so much in this cave. It was massive. I found a sunken temple. Is there meant to be something here? I don't know. A single island that looked like it should have held something. Well, that's anticlimactic. I feel like there should be like a loot box here. That'd be nice. Nope, we continue along. And then after a ton of swimming through the underwater caverns. Oh, this looks interesting. I finally spotted a path I hadn't gone yet. And at the end of what was what appeared to be another temple. Swimming inside revealed a somewhat small room with a bunch of these statues and a second room. Now, this didn't appear to be random, as upon closer inspection, I saw what appeared to be a hint for a puzzle to unlock something. Yeah, there's got to be a button somewhere, I'm guessing. And I tried searching all over the statues looking for buttons, levers, or pressure plates, but there was absolutely nothing here. So I did what any logical person does, and rage quit. I'm kidding. I simply relogged and found the buttons had now magically appeared. Good job, Ark. 1 is sword hand. 2 is arch lady, 3 is spear sword. I matched the statues with the number shown to figure out the combination, and voila! Hey. Next artifact acquired. Okay, not punk parasaur. Let's get the heck out of here. And exiting the temple, I checked the island just in case the relog made something appear there. Nope, still a missed opportunity. Well, we ended day 50 with 4 total artifacts now. There's only 2 left. And we still have to go tame our bossing creature. But I think we're making good progress so far. I started the day crafting Jenny a saddle and a helmet, and equipping them I took Jenny out on a test run, checking to see if he could gather any sort of resources, and unfortunately for me, he could not. So disappointingly, I parked Jenny, and after crafting a Delta Dromia saddle, I took McQueen out for a test, gathering a few bushes, and I returned to base parking McQueen before mounting and taking off on Khaleesi. And then spent the entirety of the day 52 exploring the map, gathering a few loot drops, and attempting to knock out an Orthros, but my boomerang broke, forcing me to leave the creature and simply continue my exploration. I searched the map for so long that the only thing of interest I found was this pile of carno bones that, when harvested, gave me some genomes. Now, Stratos is beautiful, but my god are the spawns. Flying around, I spotted a number 0 getting attacked, so I swooped in to begin trying to bleed it down. I'm guessing the wizard forgot to program this guy with some attacks. And fighting the number 0, I pulled an Astral Raptor away, allowing me to solely focus on bleeding down the commander. And as the commander's health dropped, it tried to run away, so I had to chase it down until I dealt the final blow, killing my second of the wizard's commanders. Collecting the loot bag, I returned to base, where using the summoner dropped by the commander, I spawned in my very own number 0. Swat. Testing out my number 0, I swatted out some dodos on the beach. I'm glad this thing couldn't attack, because it would have been pretty devastating, not gonna lie. And after I finished my test run, I decided to just park it at base as I took out Iggy on a berry run. I found and killed an Anzu guarding its nest so I could steal the egg as my reward, and eventually found another pile of bones, so I began to harvest it for its genomes, queuing up more narcotics as I returned to base. I forgot about you. And then tossing out Crocky, my Phasolasuchus loractus, I crafted Crocky a saddle before taking it out on a test run. On the test run, I killed off a herd of sauropods, some Astroraptors, and even an Alpha Tyrannosaur. Crocky was good, but not good enough to take on a number 5. That hurt a lot. Getting reminded just how strong the wizard's commanders were, I fled to preserve mine and Crocky's life, and stumbling upon a pile of Rex bones, I harvested them for even more genomes before ending the day killing off another Astral Raptor. And I started day 55 by collecting resources to craft a genome splicer. But for some reason, I couldn't place the genome splicer. So deciding to give up on checking out what it did, I spent the rest of the day going on yet another berry run with Iggy, crafting narcotics upon my return to base. And day 56 began with me crafting some concentrated narcotics and a few distilled boomerangs, These were much more powerful than the vanilla ones. They still weren't top tier yet, but I'll get there eventually. Heading out on Khaleesi, I found it began to passive tame a Mutu-Borosaurus, and each feed made the surrounding dinos aggressive to me, forcing me to jump and parachute as a Scorpio Venator followed below, chomping at my heels. And mounting Khaleesi, I waited out the aggro timer before feeding the Mutu-Borosaurus again, repeating the cycle until the Mutu was tamed. I'm gonna name you Fairy Bread. And finding a high-level Theory, I proceeded to knock it out, feeding it what little narco berries I had before returning to base to collect some narcotics and measure berries. Arriving back at the Theory, I pumped it full of the sleepy liquid and waited for it to tame. And day 57 was spent waiting for the Theory to tame up, for the entire day. I stood there, and I watched, and watched, and watched, and my god should I have gone and done something else, but I stood there and watched this Therizino slowly eat its berries as it slowly tamed. The day ended with the Theory taming up, so of course I named it Better Be Worth It, because damn well it better have been worth it. And then the start of day 58 began as usual, mounting Khaleesi. I went out to explore. I'm going to go check out Thorokis to see if anything with teeth has spawned. Arriving at Thorokis, I began searching around for any cool creatures I could tame. That thing looks sick. 20 with 33k torpor, holy. Now you might be asking, why did I come to Thorokis again to check this place out again? Well, you see, if it hasn't been obvious, but as the wizard grows in power, more and more creature mods are being added to this playthrough. And more will continue to be added as time goes on. So I was simply keeping my options open by making sure to explore as much as I could, keeping an eye out for what creatures were around. On my search, I found a parent and child Ultimasaurus, and now I definitely wanted that child. Attempting to bleed down the Ultimasaurus, its armor prevented me from applying bleed, and it was hitting me from so far away. Deciding to continue my onslaught, I swooped down and hit it with Khaleesi's triple bite attack. So attempting to combat the Ultimasaurus, it broke a piece of my armor with its roar. It healed up half its health and did all my health and damage. And this just makes me want it even more, not gonna lie. And needing to land for stamina, I put some distance between the Ultimasaurus and myself, but it didn't matter as when I looked up, it was fast approaching. It chased me from really far away. And taking off again, I scanned the area for its baby, making sure my attempts at killing off the mother weren't for nothing. I don't even know what's happened to a child, which is what I wanted in the first place. Unable to locate the baby, I was really starting to question what had actually happened to it. Did it eat its child? But I eventually spotted the baby hiding in some rocks, and it reassured me that what I was doing was not for nothing. So returning to the parent, I began to continue swooping and biting at it. And after a few swoops in, I managed to kill it. And as I claimed the baby, I decided not to name it right then, as I needed to get the heck out of here. And so, taking to the air relatively safe from the creatures on the ground, I checked out the baby's stats. It's got 30k health! So satisfied with my results, I returned to base, ending the day attempting to craft the saddle. I named my new Ultimasaurus, Lucy Chen, and crafted myself a new Theory saddle before going on a wood run. I want to go on a wood run because I spent all the time getting this Therizino. I might as well use it, as you better be worth it. So climbing the hill outside my base, I got attacked by a Tarchia, and killing the Tarchia, I felt empowered. You get the claw. Before spotting one of the wizard's scouting minions, a human bandit. So I killed it off to continue my wood run. Eventually getting overweight, so I tried to lead the Theory back to base as I was not able to ride it myself. But it decided now was a good time to go for a swim as it leaped off the cliff, and needing the wood it was carrying, I jumped straight after it. So swimming my way back to the beach and base, I was not a happy camper. Follow me nicely into the base, but I should have known. I should have known to just go and walk. And now the shark are coming and eat my booty cheeks. Will you stop? I can't even attack them because I'd have to turn around, and now I'm hungry and I have to eat some meat to stop myself from starving. Now I'm going to slowly walk all the way back up the cliff. Just because, no, Therazina, I wanted to go for a swim. I wanted to get my beak wet. And I wanted to go home so I can use wood so I can build stuff. And that's all you're good for. Now, oh, no, there's a minotaur blocking my path. And I don't like it. Walk slowly, like menacingly. Like, just look at these clocks going, yeah, you're scary. You're so scary. But no. Hey, we made it back to base. Yeah, good job. We got all the wood. I wasn't upset at all. Once at base, I crafted a feeding trough to prevent the rest of my dinos from starving to death. So crafting and placing a couple more foundations, I took out fairy bread to test what it could do. You could aspect a raptor, okay. Bloop, 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 bloop. And I get aspect Bionics. That's cool. So he like gets all the buffs from everything around it. He's like, he's a support. It's a support. So I was correct. It's gonna be useless. Just like fairy bread. No, jumping down from the hillside, I decided to just head home for the rest of the day. I decided to spend the entirety of day 60 by simply doing some research, scrolling through my engrams, seeing what creatures would possibly allow me to be able to defeat the wizard. Now, I hadn't formulated an exact plan just yet, but I had some ideas I was going to be preparing to test out. For now though, I simply decided to end off the day by going and laying on my bed to sleep off, because you can never be well rested enough. I woke up from my slumber on day 61, eager to continue the prep for my fight against the wizard. I crafted more narcotics, as well as checked what artifacts I still needed to summon in the wizard's generals. So I still need Devourer and Pack. So I decided to prep a team that I could go and complete the final 2 caves. Okay. Bring Lucy Chen as like a fighter. Not Punk Parasaur as a caver. Crocky as another potential fighter. Fire Fluff Ball. And I'll fly out on Khaleesi. And after a short flight, I located the entrance to the next artifact cave. Leaving Khaleesi at the entrance, I mounted Fire Fluff Ball and began exploring. Clearing out the first chamber, I had to boil up Fire Fluff Ball since he was too big to fit through the doorway. And seeing a scorpion around the corner, I ran back into the first chamber to throw him out again and clear out the aggressive dinosaurs. A tech titanium. Oh, that is cool. Clearing my way through the cave on Fire Fluff Ball, I eventually made my way to the artifact. Cleared out the spiders guarding it, and now I only needed one more final artifact. The artifact of the pack. I'm worried that's an instant death pit. So while I would love to try the parkour. So yeah, great parkour. So with the help of my grappling hook and Fire Fluff Ball, I easily made my way out of the cave, mounted Khaleesi again, and began the journey towards the next artifact. And flying over Thrakis, I spotted another parent and child Ultimasaurus. I got a baby! Leaving them alone for now, I continued on to the artifact cave as I landed Khaleesi on a ledge, threw out Fire Fluff Ball once again, and Lucy Chen to be my bodyguard to assist clearing the creatures within. Come on, Lucy Chen. Gonna need you to clear out this cave. So sending in Lucy Chen to deal with the bats and Tyrannosauruses, she was an absolute beast. The 4K damage. Its animations are so broken, but it is so cool. I waited with bated breath as an Alpha Tyrannosaurus appeared. Ah, crap. You haven't lost health. So I whistled Lucy to take out the Alpha as I dove into the fight to assist from the sidelines. Come on, Lucy Chen, show me what you got. Make Tim Bradford proud. I got these guys, you deal with those 2 big boys, please. Lucy Chen, please. And after killing off the Alpha, I returned Lucy to the safety of her Dunball as she had gotten quite a bit damaged and I really didn't want to lose her. So continuing to explore the cave on Fire Fluff Ball. Well, halfway through, I eventually came across another Alpha Tyrannosaur. This one a much higher level than the previous. Who thought this was allowed? I kind of have an idea to just avoid it. In order to do that, I first balled up Fire Fluffball and then began to grapple my way above the alpha, avoiding Theres and Tyrannosaurus till a pair spotted me. So I tried to grapple over a lava pool, but the Tyrannosaurus has lost aggro fairly quickly, allowing me to progress further into the depths of this cave. Eventually, I saw a spot where I needed to throw out Fire Fluffball once more to clear out some Onyx in order to end off the day. And I finally located where I thought the artifact was of the morning of day 63. So I parachuted down in order to go and claim it. Hello, Mr. Orca. I'm going to take your artifact now. Thank you. So with the final artifact collected, I threw out Fire Fluffball, cleared the Rexes, and avoided any theories that have blocked my exit, as it was time for me to head home.
As you're doing business, Theres, you guys clear out your competition. You guys leave me alone.
I eventually approached the high-level Alpha Tyrannosaur. I was not gonna go and fight it. This thing was such a high level. I mean, do you look at that health? So I instead grappled my way to the ceiling as I pulled myself out of the cave. I did grab a loot drop before making my way back to Khaleesi, mounting her and exited the cave.
Oh hey, I have all 6 artifacts. Yes, I am now able to summon in the wizard's minions to be able to take him out and weaken him, so that he can no longer control this land. First, I think I need to get Lucy Chen for Tim Bradford.
So returning to the base, I eventually stored the artifacts safely in order to end off the day. And then in the morning, I started prepping to go out and tame a new creature. Narcotics, structures, darts, all being crafted until I had what I assumed would be enough. Mounting Khaleesi, I headed out base, searching for a worthy creature to tame. And shortly after leaving, I spotted it. A level 140. Cornusaurus. So landing nearby, I began setting up the trap, and of course, the corner could just walk straight through it. So I began shooting it with tranks from above.
Come on, old buddy, old pal, don't you wanna go to sleep?
So as the corner ran about, killing off dinos, I continued to fire my darts into it, finally putting the beast to sleep.
Snap time. I'm going to go make a taming potion, because I don't feel like waiting.
After returning to base and crafting the taming potion, I realized I actually had more jerky than I thought, so I was able to make the potion, and then I returned back to the sleeping corner, fed it the taming potion, and waited for it to tame up as I named it John Nolan.
You're gonna be fun to use, I'm sure of it.
I eventually returned to base and wanted to make a saddle for John, only to find out I was short on silica pearls. Next, it's time to go for a swim, as I threw out Not Punk Parasaur to go and try and gather the pearls. I spotted some weird shark, which looked like it had 4 heads in the water.
The Quadlodon. This is a shark that ate my boat back when I fought those pirates.
I continued to search in the depths for pearls as I kept getting attacked by these tiny little squids. But my search continued nonetheless. Eventually I found some dolphins that just completely destroyed their aggressor. So diving into the depths, I located and killed some Euroturds, gaining a few pearls, but it just wasn't enough as I needed to surface for air. I found and killed a Kaikuflu, and I got dismounted by those damn little squids again, breaking my arm as we cleared them from the seas. So I returned to base, repaired my gear, and crafted a reusable scuba tank. Returned into the depths to go collect the silica needed to craft John Nolan a saddle. I eventually got enough and decided to head home where I could craft up the saddle. And then day 66 was spent gathering wood, which better be worth it. Clearing out the top of the nearby mountain of trees and dilos.
You killed my child, prepare to die. Oh, too late, you're dead. You killed my mother, prepare to die.
And then returning to Khaleesi, I balled her up, deciding to walk the wood back as it was too heavy for her to carry.
Come on, no jumping into the water this time. I don't feel like doing a little mumble rant again.
And waiting most of the day for metal to smelt, I was finally able to craft John Nolan a saddle. And taking him out on his maiden voyage, and he was an absolute beast. Able to deal massive bleed damage as he just shredded through everything. Eventually I decided to return to base where I parked him, as I needed to go get myself some more narcotics. So the next day I spent the entire day doing just that. I needed some rare flowers, so I went out to collect a whole bunch of bushes of them, and I even got jump scared by Tyrannosaurus roaring nearby. But I eventually gathered all that I needed before heading back home. And I spent the morning of day 68 continuing to craft more tranking supplies. Once adequately equipped, I took off searching for a mate for John Nolan. I eventually found a max level and applied the same tactic to knock it out as I did with John, putting it to sleep rather quickly. Oh no. And of course, the wizard had sent his minions to prevent my progression. As the number 1 approached, I had to stop it from killing my sleeping Cornu, almost losing Khaleesi in the process. Oh, that's so close. No, get away from my Cornu. And as I was dealing with the number 1, the dreaded death message appeared. John was killed? By what? I couldn't worry about that now, as I needed to protect the max level I had knocked out. Killing and harvesting dinos to heal Khaleesi, I continued to bleed down the number 1. Taking out some Tyrannosaurus that got too close for combat as I pulled the number 1 away, as this was my chance to feed the Cornu. Day 69, nice. Started with me dealing the final blow to the number 1. Getting another kill on one of the wizard's minions. Spending the rest of the day waiting for the Cornosaurus to tame up and killing anything that got too close. And as the Cornu tamed up, I named him after one of my subscribers that got the most like comments on the community post where I showed it off. And as I returned to base with That's It, an alert popped up that a shiny elven elk had spawned. Now, I hadn't tamed any shinies yet, and I kind of wanted to go try and get one. So I spent the rest of the day searching for the shiny creature. But unable to locate the shiny elk, I simply returned to base, crafted That's It to saddle, and spent the day leveling him up. Ending the day taking a much needed rest for the upcoming battles yet to come. I mounted Khaleesi and headed out to Arrakis, searching for a high level Ultimasaurus, eventually finding a level 135 male. I began pumping it full of trank darts, knocking it out eventually as I went to go kill off a corrupted X, flying a little too close to the water only to get dismounted as Khaleesi finished it off. Raw prime meat collected, even if it did almost die in the process. I returned to the Ultimasaurus and fed it a taming potion as I shoved in my meat. And it quickly tamed up, so of course, I had to name it Tim Bradford. Oh, yes. You're gonna be fun. I balled it up and returned to base, parking Tim next to Lucy as I compared their stats. And now, for whatever reason, I could not craft the Ultimasaurus saddle. And I really wanted to try and ride them myself. I crafted a Giga saddle, which didn't work, and so I just let the two of them breed while I crafted air conditioners to speed up hatching their eggs. Once a few eggs had been laid and hatched, I collected the first baby Ultimasaurs. As I mounted Khaleesi, I headed out determined to see if I could tame a stronger dino. And shortly after leaving, I found my target, a high-level Desolar Titan. So leading the Desolar Titan down the hillside, I threw out a backup Ultimasaurus I had and used it to force the Desolar Titan into its enraged state. After a while, the Desolar Titan eventually became exhausted, and this was my opportunity to feed it. But needing more food, I had to fight and kill an Alpha Tyrannosaurus with Khaleesi. And with how weak the Desolar Titan became during that, I decided to lead it around, trying to let it kill some wild dinos to heal up. Once it healed up a bit, I threw back out my Ultimasaurs once more and forced the Desolar Titan back into its enraged state. Once it exhausted, I tried to feed it again as Khaleesi began flying erratically and unfortunately took a few bites from the Desolar Titan, and I now had to just helplessly watch as Khaleesi died. I had no choice but to throw out That's It and kill off the Desolar Titan with the help of my Ultimasaur. So, balling up the Ultimasaur, I began the trip back home on That's It, mourning the loss of Khaleesi along the way. Eventually climbing the hill near base, I ended up picking a fight with a Phoenix Pyroraptor as I died to its burn attack. I was truly stricken with grief after Khaleesi's death. So respawning, I mounted Buggy and flew over to save That's It, and eventually reaching him, I found he had killed the Pyroraptor. So balling up Buggy, I mounted That's It and simply returned to base. And then another day, another batch of narcotics being crafted. Grabbing a new Drakara, I mounted and took off, eventually finding an Argentavis. The reason I wanted this is their saddle counts as a smithy, so I was hoping I'd be able to craft an Ultimasaurus saddle in its inventory. But when I tried, I had no luck. So I collected some of the bred Ultimasauruses. Even if I couldn't ride them, they were still strong enough to take out the commanders. So mounting the Drakara, I headed out in search of them. Eventually finding a number 4 wreaking havoc, I tossed out a pair of them and sent them in, and I just could watch as they battled the mechanical beast. I eventually threw out another pair to assist, as shortly after the Ultimasaurs defeated number 4. Collecting the loot, I balled up my squad and headed back to base, and using the dropped summoner, I spawned in my very own number 4. So starting the day out, I quickly tested my new number 4, eventually finding a number 5 on my run. So I threw out a pair of Ultimosauruses, sending them then to take out the commander, copying my strategy from the number 4 fight. I threw out another pair of Ultimasaurs, eventually killing the number 5 so I could collect the loot, and this allowed me to summon my own number 5. So collecting the number 4 began the long run back to base. I spent the entirety of day 76 testing out number 5, eventually heading back home. And as I made it back to my base, I parked the number 5, tossed out the number 4, and parked it to end off the day as well. Knowing I would have to take out the generals soon, I headed over to the obelisk to check what I needed to enter their lairs. After verifying what was needed, I left the obelisk searching for the remaining commanders I still needed to fight. Finding a pair of them, one of which I hadn't taken out yet, I threw out some Ultimasaur squad and let them fight. Once my Ultimasaurs were done fighting the commanders, I collected the loot, pulled them up, and took off. 5 down, 1 to go. I began searching for the final commander, the number 3. Eventually locating it, I repeated my strategy, tossing out a group of them as I whistled attack on the commander and waited until they took it down. With the final of the 6 commanders defeated, I now knew the wizard's barrier had been weakened enough to break into the general's lairs. If I could take down the generals, I might be able to convince the wizard to show himself so I can take him down. But first, I was going to need a bossing army, as the generals were going to be much harder than the commanders. So returning to base, I summoned my own commanders, starting with the number 3. A mechanical saber-looking creature, and fittingly, I named it Snuggles. Next, the number 2, the mechanical frog with heat-seeking missiles. I named it Kermit. And last but not least, a second number 5, as my first had died somehow. I'm not actually quite sure what happened to it. I spent day 78 searching for creatures that could potentially be worth taking on the wizard's generals. Finding nothing in my morning search, I returned to base to complete some base work. Once the base work was complete, I headed back out to continue to search for a creature to fill out the rest of my bossing army. I headed out to the swamp on the morning of day 79 to collect Sarko skins. Using that, I began clearing the swamp of its crocodile inhabitants. I even found some trolls that I had to fight off. These must really be like direct minions for the wizard. Wow, are they tanky. So bleeding down the trolls with that, I threw out some Ultimasaurs to assist, as during the fight one of the massive trolls decided to look like a snack and picked me right off of that sit. Thankfully the trolls weren't a match for my Ultimasaur death squad. So balling everyone up, I mounted my Drakara and headed back to base, leaving the swamp and its inhabitants to continue existing. On my way home, attempting to collect the loot drop, I attacked a pack of aloes to draw them away. Whoa, well, that was a lot of purple fire. But there was nothing too much of interest throughout the rest of the day. When eventually I decided to land on one of the statues, I took a moment to admire Astraeus. I had to save this place from the wizard. So flying back to the obelisk, I verified the resources I needed to enter the lairs of the wizard generals. Making my way back to base, I collected what valleys I had bred up, crafting them saddles, collecting a few other creatures like Snuggles, Kermit, and Not-Punk Parasol, gathered my artifacts and headed back to the obelisk. Throwing out my ragtag bossing Dino squad, I prepared for the upcoming general battle by saddling and leveling the valleys. Start of day 81, I knew I needed to do some final prep work. Now, one of the things I was struggling with was travel time. It was taking me forever to get where I needed to go. So I decided to do some setup, crafting and placing a teleport at my base, and I returned to the obelisk because I wasn't entirely sure if my Ultimasauruses would come into the fight with me. I decided to feed them some dino trackers so I could pull them to me just in case. In order to help me level up all my creatures, I added in a level terminal mod, which allowed me to easily level up all the creatures without having to run to each individual one. Well, I suppose at this point I'm just procrastinating. It's time for us to go face against Toads, the Widowmaker. Hey, the Ultimasauruses came in. Mounting Not-Punk Parasol, we began to fight the first of the wizard's generals. Third was a giant ogre that hit hard, but with the army I had collected, I was taking him on like it was nothing. Third wasn't going down without a fight, as he killed Kermit during the battle. Kermit's gonna go down. No, Kermit! I can't believe he just killed off his commander. It's fine. We'll avenge you, Kermit. And avenging the loss of our fallen robotic comrade, my army managed to take down Third. I collected the head of my enemy and looked out upon my ragtag army. Wizard! I'm coming for you! And exiting the lair, I cleaned up what was left of my army before returning to base. And knowing I needed a stronger army for the second general, I swapped out Tim and Lucy, replacing them with the highest level bred babies. After a slight hiccup, I got the new Ultimasaurus breeding. Crafting a trophy mount, I placed Third's head on my wall to commemorate my victory. And breeding dinos is always such a chore, so I decided to kill some time by practicing some ballet. While this wasn't the best use of my time, I was pretty bored. Deciding to upgrade my little campfires, I flew up to the top of my base to collect some crystal. Returning swiftly, I crafted and placed myself an industrial grill. Heading out on that sit to collect some meat, and returning after killing off a nearby Rex, I mounted Draconis and took flight. And flying around the map, I landed at Sheep Island, using the morning to have a nice walk down the path, clearing my head. And once it was done, I mounted Draconis to continue exploring. I found some cooler creatures that had started spawning. That is so cool. The Texerado looks sick! And after watching the Texerado for a while, I found an ominous red pit at one of the temples. What is this? I have an idea. So taking off, I searched for a dodo, finding one on an island. I quickly knocked it out and tamed it, and returning to the temple with a red swirling pit. Alright, dodo. This is Astreos! And that is what happens when you don't subscribe, so you probably should. I ended the day heading back to base. Then the next few days was spent breeding, making sure I had the best chance of taking out the wizard's second general. While breeding, I may have had some miscalculations. Whoops. Do not accidentally punch them, otherwise they will all go mad. Just goes to show, if you're going to AFK breed dinos, make sure to have enough dino balls to collect the babies. Collecting more crystal, I finally cleaned up the excessive amount of Ultimasaurus babies. At least now I had a large amount of extra Ultimasauruses for backup in case I needed them. And on the morning of day 90, I crafted a massive amount of dino balls. Okay, I think I have put off fighting the second general for long enough. That's it. I require your bleed damage. I will be riding you into battle as we head out to go and fight the second of the wizard generals. Ride, my Cornu! We make haste for the temple where we can fight the next of the generals! Arriving at the obelisk, I set up my newly bred army. Leveling them with the terminal, I was finally ready to take on Natrix, the Devious. Teleporting into her lair, it was dark and ominous. Noticing that Natrix had turned some of Third's minions into stone, and turning the corner, I spotted her. Oh, I sent in my army and watched as they started to absolutely decimate her. They were ripping and tearing through her skin like it was nothing as she tried to desperately fight back, but it was hopeless for her. The second of the wizard's generals has been taken down. Well done, team. And with that, I collected her head. The question is though, where is the wizard? How can I get his attention so I can take him out? Clearly taking out just his generals isn't enough. Otherwise he would have come down and fought me right here. And in the old folklore of the wizard back when I fought him on Ebonus Astrum, there was a third general. I wonder if I need to find and defeat this third general before I can take him on. Maybe, just maybe this third general is a wizard himself. but I only got 10 days left to figure this out. And as the final 10 days began, I went to search for where the wizard's final commander could be hiding. Gaining intel from defeating Thodes and Natrix, I knew it must be somewhere on Tharakis. Heading to scout out the island of Tharakis to locate the final of the wizard's generals. And spending days on Tharakis searching everywhere I could, I came up empty. The final general was nowhere to be found. You're a pretty DESERTQUEEN Titan. Getting distracted, I tossed out an Ultimasaurus to begin the taming process of this DESERTQUEEN Titan, making it go into its berserk phase and waiting it out until it became exhausted. I quickly fed it, remounting Draconis and repeating the process into day 94. As the DESERTQUEEN Titan fell exhausted once again, I landed and fed it for the second time. Testing my luck, I wanted to feed it again, but decided against it as it would soon wake up and I did not want to be this DESERTQUEEN Titan's breakfast. So flying above, I whistled for round 3 to begin. Tossing out Lucy Chen to speed up the damaging process when out of nowhere, a rod fell from the sky, killing the DESERTQUEEN Titan instantly. If I couldn't have the DESERTQUEEN Titan, I figured the legendary supply drop would be a consolation prize. So tossing out more Ultimasauruses, I began defending the supply drop from waves and waves of strong dinos. As the waves began, I tossed down That's It, parking Draconis high above and away from danger. I parachuted down. Mounting That's It, I began spearheading the drop defense, tossing out more of my Ultimasauruses for backup. For all my efforts, it still wasn't enough, as the wild dinos proved to be too powerful as they destroyed the supply drop. Spotting another large creature in the distance, I ran over and began fighting the Dreadnoughtus. And after killing the Titan, I spent the rest of the day taming another DESERTQUEEN Titan. After repeating the process of bringing its health down, whistling passive so it could go berserk on my Ultimasauruses, and feeding it once it became exhausted, I finally tamed the DESERTQUEEN Titan. Oh, we got ourselves the DESERTQUEEN Titan. Naming it Grav after my editor, I balled it up and began collecting my Ultimasauruses to end of the day. And once I collected all my Ultimasauruses that were used, I tossed out Zargala, using her to fly up to collect Draconis and fly to a nearby cliff where I could safely swap back. After having spent 5 days in Tharakis, I decided to head back to base to saddle up Grav in anticipation of being able to use him as my new mount. I wasn't sure where the wizard was, why he wasn't showing his face, but I knew he would be here soon and I had to be ready. Mounting Natrix's head above Thodes on my trophy wall and heading out with Grav, I spent the entirety of day 97, leveling him up, making sure he was as strong as he could be for the upcoming battle. And with only 3 days left and the final of the wizard's generals still needing to be taken out, I had to make sure everything was ready. Needing crystal for a teleporter, I headed out to collect some, testing October to do so, but alas, he didn't work. So collecting the crystal by hand, after which I returned to base, crafted my teleporters and headed out on Draconis. Flying over the ocean, we headed to Tharakis. Once we arrived, I landed, placed the teleporter down, flying around the island as I continued to scout. And as I landed on a ledge, I watched a Dreadnoughtus for a few moments. I got no clue how you tame you, bro. So continuing to scout the island, I landed on the bank of a lava river. Wizard! Where are you? Show yourself! Come put up a fight. I'll take you on. And this is it, the final day of this adventure. And as if it was perfectly timed, appearing through the smoke, Thanatos, the final of the wizard's generals, had appeared. I quickly rushed back to Mount Draconis as I needed to get my army out. Throwing a few Ultimasauruses down, I whistled them to attack before I landed close by. Using its precious time, I began tossing out an army. And that is until Thanatos spawned in a meteor strike, killing me instantly. As I respawned, I quickly collected my inventory, mounted Grav, and returned to Tharakis. Deciding it'll be faster, I balled Grav up and tossed out Zargala and flew back to the battle. Grav, you're up, bud. Go lead our army. Thanatos had been defeated. I don't know if the wizard is gone forever, but I have defeated him for now. So if you enjoyed this video, please leave a like and subscribe. The Ark used to be a lush and beautiful island with sprawling forests, bountiful lakes and rivers, full of dinosaurs roaming peacefully in a perfect ecosystem. But then that all changed during the draconic invasion. Dragons began to fill the sky, scorching the earth with their fire. Water has become scarce as survivors are forced to use cactus to quench their thirst, and hordes of goblins now infest the many sand dunes. Even the weather's trying to kill you as deadly storms ravage the lands, all while dangerous beasts call this land their home. I have only 100 days to defeat or tame the beast within this land in order to become the Dragon King. And there are a few other goals I'll have to achieve in order to claim my rightful place as a Dragon Knight, including taming every dragon, defeating every boss, and collecting all the hidden jewels this desert has claimed. I won't be able to do any of that, however, if I can't survive my first few days after waking up with the sun already beating down on me. Oh, it's so hot. Okay. Fortunately, we're in the shade already. It's a super heat, of course. Day one. Let's go. Glad it's spawned right next to water. That's convenient. Since I already had water, that was one of my biggest concerns sorted. But I was just starting out. Alright. Let's grab some bushes, some rocks, some wood, stone, and thatch. And what is that? Oh, those are big spiders. Those are very big spiders. Don't see me, don't see me, don't see me. Please, 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 please. I don't like spiders. Okay, yeah, let's run this way. Scorching heat and giant spiders, I must be in Australia. Began to grab all the resources I could from the bushes in the area, weaving some of the fibers together in order to make my first set of cloth armor. Wouldn't protect me from any dangers, but at least it'd help with some of the heat. I then kept moving through the tall grass. Snake! I sprinted away, leading the snake right into the morella tops which it aggroed onto, but I could also see more commotion off to the side. I really did not want to die till I had a bed down, as there was no guarantee I'd get as lucky to spawn next to water again. So as I ran off, I did see a jug bug I sucked the oil out of. No until the United States. Then kept up my early work gathering fiber, thatch and stone to make a stone pickaxe. Used it to gather even more resources like wood, thatch and flint, fastening it all together in order to make a stone hatchet and a pair of reusable spears, my first weapon. It's not great, but it'd make a good giant's toothpick. And with my new axe, I gathered up wood and stone, using the extra resources to begin making cooking pots for experience, as I was going to need levels if I had any hope of surviving here, spending a good chunk of time crafting and destroying the pots. I collected a few more resources, then made a decision. I definitely think this is a good place to stick around, at least for now, because if I want to travel, I'm going to either need to get myself a flyer, or I'm going to need to get a kangaroo, or maybe something else. Using my resources, I set up a small incomplete 2x2 house, collecting wood and setting up a bed. Finally, I could die and not lose my amazing spot. But let's see how long I can go without dying for, a nice way to end off day one. And with the sun rising on day 2, I headed out with spear in hand, only to find another snake. Okay, I want to get some metal tools, which means I need metal. To try and get that metal, I broke down some river rocks but only seemed to be getting sand. So I instead cut down another tree, using the wood to set up a campfire and some spike walls for that extra bit of protection. I then made myself a reusable bowler, giving it the old 1-2 test to ensure it works. Then spotted a giant spider. Oh, okay. I did not expect that. Praetorian mega spider. Guess we really are in Australia. Once I got my stuff, I was going to go to the other side of the lake only for some wolves to jump scare me that I thankfully bowled and took down with my spears, making sure to harvest them, and was about to do the second when a terror bird attacked and killed me. Oh, why me? So I spawned in a random spot, surrounded by some strange scorched Nemongosaurus things. Thankfully, they did not attack me, so I just keep moving, seeing a metallic Anki. Kind of ironic, if you ask me. And then I saw a horse galloping away. Oh, that's why the horse is running. At least the bed is off cooldown now. So I woke up in my bed, grabbed my stuff quickly, then headed home. I knew if I wanted to start taming some dinos, I was going to need some supplies. So the morning was spent hacking at trees, gathering all the wood I needed to make a bow, harvesting up bushes by hand to collect the narco berries I needed in order to crush them into narcotics. And while dipping my arrows into the sleepy paste, I started to head out where I did have to spear a giant flying ant as well as another one. Definitely Australia. But then as I wanted to keep moving, my head started seeing double as everything was swaying from side to side. I had gotten heat stroke. Thus I was forced to retreat and sit in the water like a hippo while I cooled off to clear it up. While standing around, however, I did see a dode which I thought could be really useful for gathering sand to make some clay for adobe structures. You see, on Scorched, adobe structures are the best way to have a well-insulated base, but you need a ton of sand and cactus sap to make clay. So this dode who I was trying to put to sleep would be a fantastic early tame, only to run out of arrows, and I quickly ran to my box hut where there was a terror bird smacking its face against my spike walls, which gave me an idea. As I made myself a club, and using this chunk of wood I began to beat on the dode, smacking its head as I did my best to dodge its attacks. I was doing really well right up until I didn't, as it smacked me back into a permanent sleep. Waking up in a new body, there was a wolf patrolling my box hut.
Well, that's awkward.
And it eventually spotted my dode I'd been trying to put to sleep, attacking it and all but ruining all the work I had been doing the past day. So by the time I had defeated the wolf, the dode was in its arm and ball phase and completely immune to my clubbing attempts. Even spears to the ass were pretty useless, and there was a new threat however, as I spotted a thorny dragon was hovering nearby. Thankfully this one didn't have demonic flames engulfing it like the thornies in my 100 days Primal Chaos video, and at least this one I could take out with a couple quick spear throws to it in order to end off the day. With the fresh sun rising, I jumped on a nearby rock to have a look around before spending my time in the lab mixing up some narcotics. Since heatstroke was also turning out to be a problem, I unlocked the desert cloth armor. It still won't save me from any dangers, but at least the sun beating down on me would be a bit less severe. I was just going to need silk. Thus I ran out in search, but the first path was blocked by a scorpion. The second had some spiders roaming nearby, so my only option was to follow the river, where I did spot a thorny I may want to tame, and I whipped up my bow and pulled back, firing into the lizard until it got sleepy enough that it began to run away until it passed out. I was able to shove in my meat so it could start to be my friend. And as I was looking to fight a scorpion, I spotted a wolf off in the distance, and it had a baby. So of course I wanted to see if I could get it and fired my bow, aggroing the dog over to where I could bolo it and fill its face with spears. The baby eventually came to investigate, and I made sure to bolo it before I murdered its parent right in front of it. I chose to name it Doodoo, though I should have named it Batman, then imprinted it and headed off to the thorny as a Prolovia attacked. I desperately tried to run, only for it to catch me and eat my ass. Respawning at my base, I ran off to see Doodoo and my thorny were still alive.
Run, Doodoo! The thorny died, no!
One shot!
No, please, please, please!
No! Why? Why, Doodoo?
Oh, that's disappointing.
I eventually respawned randomly as my bed was on cooldown again, waking up right next to a thorny. I just had to run, eventually ending up at a cliff where I could see some water and leapt. Uh-oh. At least the cooldown on my bed was done, and oh my god, the spider's basically at my home. I crouched to go into stealth and snuck forwards, closing the door. This was a problem. I could see it roaming around from my roof, and if I had any hopes of defeating this thing, I was going to need some spike walls. So as it got close, I built the spike wall right on top of it, and it was now trapped. I used this chance to make up a spear and then went to town. Finally, dead. I made sure to grab my stuff, then went to harvest the corpse.
That's it? Killed a giant spider and all I got was a little bit of meat and chitin?
No need to dwell on that then. I took out the nearby scorpion for even more meat and chitin. Have to say, getting a little sick of all these bugs. At least the meat was good to spoil in order to make narcotics. And I saw the Dode had recovered a bit by the morning, but still looked too injured to try and tame. Instead running off, looking along the river, only to get hit by the Prolovia who had chased me. Oh my god, this Prolovia, man. I'm dead. I didn't think they reburrow. I was going to need to get that stuff. Sneaking up, I couldn't see it anymore. Oh, it's burrowed on top of my loot. It leapt out of the ground, thankfully not hitting me as I began to sprint away, luring the giant rat thing as far as I could until it caught me and killed me. Except now my bed was on cooldown, so I had to spawn randomly. Why is there music? I had no idea at this stage what that music was for, only for a rainbow star ostrich to try and kill me. It began to chase me down as I sprinted towards where I thought the music was coming from, eventually spotting something in the distance and decided to have a look in photo mode, only to see what was roaming was the final boss of this mod. An extremely powerful 3-headed skeletal wyvern I would have to fight on day 100, but I still had a long way to go before I could even summon in the boss. I also had a few goals and challenges I wanted to do. I planned to steal a wyvern egg on day 25, a goal that seemed incredibly daunting right now, seeing as I had literally nothing. And I planned to steal every single artifact from the challenging caves, and I also planned to take out the Manticore, the boss of this Ark who let the dragon corrupt these lands. And I started to get pretty close to home until I reached a cliff where I ultimately broke my ankles, legs and back, killing me. Whoops. At least the bed was off cooldown so I could spawn in, run over to my stuff and recover it. I then proceeded to make up a bunch of trank arrows as I actually wanted to get a tame and soon. So bowler in hand I looked, fended off the damn pegos trying to steal my shit, then decided to make some billboards in case I needed to trap something, as you can place billboards on top of tames, locking them in place so you can shoot your tranks into them. That's great. I had to jump up cliffs, eventually having a terror bird aggro onto me, and I tried to run before turning into bolos and was going to kill it, but decided to tame it instead. It broke free too soon though as I fled before it could kill me, lasting long enough to bolo it again as I kept arrowing it until it began to run. Chasing it down, I found it trapped on a rock where I was able to put it to sleep. I had to shove my meat into it so it could start taming, as well as force fed it narco berries so that it would stay sleeping. Finally tamed and named Galek, and riding on Galek began to flutter our way home to hide in the safety of my box to end off the day. I made sure to do some more gathering in the morning, using my wood to set up another bed as it seemed to always be on cooldown, and I also set up some storage boxes so I could finally clear out my inventory a bit, then mounted Galek to head off and finally get some metal to upgrade my tools. Running across the rocky plains, past the cacti, spotting some incredibly scary looking dinos, even avoiding the Rexes in the area. Eventually fluttering my way over to the rich metal node, only for an unwelcome friend to follow me to it. Go away, Carno, you're not gonna catch me on my chicken. Finding one that didn't have a Carno waiting to eat me and hacking off chunks of the raw metal that I could smelt to finally get some upgrades. With my pockets filled, we leapt off the rock to begin the majestic flight home. Galek fluttering her little wings in order to get home. What is that? It's a dragon. That is something that will cause me a lot of problems in the coming days. I eventually jumped off the cliff to land in a pond next to my shack, where I did have to do some final stone collection so I could set up a forge to begin smelting ingots. And I set up my smithy in the morning so I could begin forging a shiny new metal pickaxe. I also made myself a crossbow so that taming dinos would prove to be easier, but I now had a new short-term goal. Next, I want to get some crystal in order to make a spyglass. I had another terror bird try to give me problems that I bowled and began to fill with tranks from my crossbow, but it proved to be too strong as it killed me. Respawning, I made a new bowler so I could stop the chicken in its tracks, grabbed my stuff and began to trank the terror bird only for it to run, and I tried to chase it down only for it to vanish into the bushes where I could no longer see it.
I've got no clue where it ran off to. I don't know if it passed out or... Oh, that's a saber.
I managed to get my stuff only for another chicken to attack, but with no arrows I had to run except it followed me. So I bowled it again and was trying to craft up more trank arrows only for it to die on my spike walls before I could save it. So I set off again on Galek, running past a big feathery trike known as a shieldhorn, some weird goblin-y people, a larger chicken, a funny parasaur known as a tsinsao, and a flat pancaked Anki known as a pinaco. And then as I was getting closer to my destination, I spotted a shadow.
Oh, that's a wyvern. Run. Fly, chicken, fly.
And I kept flying on my chicken, dodging everything I could until I got to Red Obelisk, an extremely dangerous part of the map, but I had to be here, as I knew there was crystal somewhere in the area. Thus, I was scaling the cliffside, searching around, except my head was getting woozy. The sun was getting to me, heat stroke was taking over, so I had to find this crystal and fast before the sun took my life. I chose to leap across the valley to search the other side, seeing double as I dodged dino after dino, through caves and over cliffs, searching everywhere until finally as I ascended a cliff I spotted some crystal across the bay, and leaped to flap towards it. I could barely see straight at this point as I smashed my pick into the crystal node to pocket a small amount. It wasn't much, but it was enough. I now had to get home and leap from the cliff to begin the journey home. I mean, all this journey has shown me is that I really need to get myself some desert cloth.
That's a wyvern. Don't see me, 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 please don't see me. Chickens are not your natural food.
It took a while, but finally got home, where I proceeded to float around in the water for a little while as a terror bird attacked. Galek and I quickly took it down so I could continue to just sit in the water while my heat stroke passed. I made good use of my time though as I crafted up my brand new Spyglass, the awesome Spyglass. An incredibly powerful tool as it can show you a creature's name, level, stats, and what it needs to tame it. Then decided my cloth wouldn't cut it anymore, making myself a whip which I pocketed and then set off in search of silk to harvest.
Oh, that's a spider, run away. There it is. No. Fly, fly, chicken, fly. Run away.
What are you playing, Grounded?
Might as well be.
Grounded with dinosaurs.
And with the giant nightmare fuel behind me, I kept running along the rocks, swimming through the water and flapping through the air, eventually getting to a spot where using my whip began to gather up a mass of bushes for silk, berries and more, collecting everything I was going to need for some desert cloth armor. And I finally had all the silk I was going to need in the morning of day 10. Then began the long run home, flying as much as I could until I got there and began to craft up my new clothes. The desert cloth armor is incredibly needed for Scorched as it gives you quite a high heat resistance, which is great for reducing the effects of heat stroke. I also made sure to top up my trank arrows before heading off on Galek again in search of a friend. I found a male level 130 terror bird that I bowled and began to fill with arrows, even having it get stuck on a cliff allowing me to continue filling it with arrows until it fell asleep as the sun was starting to set. With the sun rising while I waited for my terror bird, I spotted that dragon I had seen before, and saw it was a Bloodstorm dragon. It was only level 20 with 70,000 health. Very terrifying. I had to take out a terror bird that I proceeded to harvest and feed to my terror bird sleeping on the cliff. Cannibalism at its finest. Then headed home where I used some ingots and crystal to craft up my Dino Digitizer. It's basically the soul gun from ASE, and I then got back to my new chicken who I named Doric, bringing him home, and then I set up both to begin breeding, grabbing the egg and hatching it into triplets. Not bad. I named them DD, D and D, then proceeded to spend the rest of the day showing the bushes who's boss by whipping them into shape for resources. Have to put those bushes in their place, you know. And I continued to breed my chickens into the next morning before saddling up Doric instead and set off on his back flapping through the sky, speedily running up the cliffs where another chicken tried to terrorize me. But I got the better of it, so I could freely go and gather up a ton more metal, fighting off the wild geese and gathering all that I could carry so I could fly home. Dropping into the water in order to save running all the way down so I could dump off the metal to begin smelting while I headed out again, coming across a tech wolf, which seemed pretty cool, but I was on my way to get some cactus. You see, I wanted to try get some cactus sap to make into clay for adobe structures, but with my stone axe breaking and a terror bird chasing me away, I simply chose to head home. And arriving there, I began to grind the cactus sap and some sand together in order to form clay. I knew I was going to need more though, so made a metal axe which did help increase how much sand I was getting from these rocks, but if I could tame a Doedicurus, that would be much better. So I was going to need to find one. And if I was going to tame something though, I harvested up some wooden thatch so I could make some more billboards. And I did try and trap this shield horn, but it was like a ninja as it slowly moved before I could enclose it. Then by the time I had my boards back, it was being attacked by some thornies. Thornies which had a baby. I tried to claim it, but it just slowly waddled away from me. And that's when I saw there was a ringed red drop right here. And it had an Ascended Rex saddle! Awkward moment when you come across a red ringed supply drop with an Ascendant Rex saddle and you're not high enough level to open up the loot drop. Well, that sucks. But I did see my shield horn was back, and this time I easily threw down my billboards trapping it. Ooh, it broke through my billboards. Okay, never mind. Well, that didn't go to plan. I had to harvest some more trees to make new billboards. As I was busy with that, however, I saw a little Jerboa with a cute little baby. So I took out the parent to claim the baby as my own, naming it Della, and then nearby there was a wild chicken attacking a shield horn which had another baby. So I joined the side of the terror bird and attacked the shield horn. I started to pepper it with arrows only for it to run away before I could take it out. But then some Daedons joined in and they finished off the shield horn so I could then freely claim the baby. The pigs were attacking another baby, so I bowled them, claimed the baby, trapped it up and ran away, having snatched some kids to add to my army. Then made my way home. I still wanted to upgrade my house into some adobe, but that was going to take some more resources. So I spent my morning imprinting the shield horns I had stolen, named them Duck and Deck, and took out the wild chicken that came by to try and ruin my day. Then when Duck was fully grown up, I saddled her and rode her to begin gathering even more berries than I ever had before. Just look at that massive profit. It felt good. But that's when Della started to make some noises. Jerboas, what is... Is that rain? I couldn't worry about that right now though, as I saw a moth which I bowled to try and trank so I'd have a flyer, but didn't deal enough torpor. Then as I started to craft up some adobe structures, a sandstorm had begun to roll in as massive winds picked up, blowing huge wafts of sand and dust around, engulfing what must be the entire map. I quickly placed down the few pieces of adobe I had crafted for a little extra protection, but I wouldn't be able to do anything else for today until the storm had cleared. And with pants and ears full of sand, riding on Doric's back, we flapped off to go and see what we could find. Flying far across with the little wings, grabbing some drops when I found some more of those little Mongosaurus and wanted to tame them, only to bowler my own chicken. But I quickly bowled them afterwards to fire a few arrows into their heads to knock them out, used my whip to pick up a couple berries that I fed to the little guys in order to tame them. I named them Delilah and Dominic before continuing on, only for a massive golem to emerge from the ground right next to me, so I had to sprint away before it could kill me. And then I found something that would be incredibly important to get. I found an Anzu egg. Using my whip, I tried to grab the eggs, but it didn't work, and thus I jumped off to snatch the egg, aggroing the Anzu to attack. So close, and yet a rip Galek. I ran back on a new chicken, finding the Anzu had, in spite, set up a new nest on my corpse. How considerate. Grabbing my stuff, I also recovered the loot from Doric's body and saw the Anzu had wandered off from its egg. Well, don't mind if I do. I escaped this time safe and sound, hiding in a crevice where the Anzu lost aggro as the day was ending. And I had one final flight to get home on day 16, only for a wolf to follow me home. But Bola and Bird, we took it out before it caused any damage. I then set up a torch so I could hatch my Anzu eggs, and I named them Dol and Dill and then imprinted them to ensure they raised up to be the best deadly geese I could ever want. You see, Anzu have a unique ability. When they're adults, they can be carers for your baby, acting as a nanny to imprint and raise the children faster. I then did some base work setting up more storage while I enabled the 2 Anzus I had stolen to begin breeding just to ensure I had backups. Only for another storm to begin to swarm, making work much harder, though it finally ended towards the later half of the day so I could test out Dill and jump in on his back, and he was so quick. An incredible harvester as well, an upgraded chicken, exactly what I needed. On Dill, I headed out to try and get some cactus to make more dope, but it didn't seem to gather any from the big cacti. So I kept up just running around on Dill, only to spot the scariest chicken yet, a razor tooth. And I'll be real, I've got no clue what my obsession with chickens is this video, but I wanted one. I kept moving on my Anzu running along when I found a scorched Lyrinosaurus, and it only needed some berry jam to tame, which I was able to craft in my inventory by smashing some berries together, then began to feed it to the mini Bronto. There was also more of those mini chickens. Okay, I'll stop the chicken references now. And the name Mongosaurus running around, and the sparkler said they'll assist me with taming other dinosaurs. With the little guy tamed, I named him Dipper, then decided to see how Dipper actually worked, as I could enable tame helping, which made the mini Bronto glow purple. Not sure what it actually did, but it did it, I guess. And the mini Bronto ended up taming regardless, and I named him Doc. I then tamed a second one, who I named Dup, then began the journey home on my Anzu. Once there, I saddled up Doc to test him out, and he was actually just useless. Like, my shield horn was just way better. So I just decided I needed to get something to help my next goal, and that was the grappling hook. I wanted to snatch a wyvern egg. Now, I wasn't going to attempt the egg steal yet. I still needed some more items and levels before attempting that. I also wanted a proper base, and that's why I was running out on Dull, my Anzu, fighting off the terror birds, and then came across an Anki, and it had a baby I claimed to name Bruce, since his parents were now dead. But what I was out here to do was to get a ton of cactus for adobe, eventually finding a small batch of cactus, except no matter how much I tried, my Anzu could not gather any of them. So I kept moving where I saw another razor tooth munching the corpse of a Serato, and took another attempt at harvesting a cactus patch, but it still didn't work. I was going to need to try something else. Running home, I dropped in to empty my inventory and grabbed my backup plan. Sprinted to find those cactus patches again, where I threw out my shield horn Duck, and she was an absolute god at gathering cactus. Definitely a certified shield horn enjoyer now. And I was then on my way home with pockets full of cacti when I stopped by something. Something I had seen before but not interacted with, and that was a Pyroraptor. I wanted to see how strong it was and attacked. But as it died, a Phoenix Pyroraptor spawned in its place, and this one did way more damage than I thought. And after that surprise, I just chose to head home and wanted to start crafting up all my adobe. Except I was short of sand. Damn it, man! I didn't even have enough hide to make a saddle for my Anki to get the sand. And I found a wolf I could take out in the morning for the hide to make an Anki saddle, and I would still need a little more, so took out the thorny only to see a shield horn fighting a mega spider. I'm nothing if not opportunistic, and decided to harvest a corpse and then take out the shield horn. Easy hide, you know. And I also saw a Dode huddling itself in a ball and took it down. I'm sure killing that won't come back to bite me, as I took out another Dode. At my base, I used all the hide to make an Anki saddle. Took out the saber, which had followed me home, then saddled my Anki so I could finally farm some sand. Man, can Ankis not gather sand? I have to tame a Dode. If only I had tamed those Dodes instead of killing them. Well, back out I go to search, and search, and search, for what felt like forever until finally I found one. Except it was only level 20. So I kept hunting till I found a level 90, and even better, I found a level 230. Perfect. It was even better since it had a baby, So die, parrot. Your baby is now mine. I also tamed the baby's friend.
Fantastic. Dodes acquired.
But then, as I turned to head home, I saw something.
Why is there a dragon flying above my base? I don't like it. It's like right up top my base.
That flying dog was terrifying.
Fortunately, it doesn't seem to have a big aggro range, so I'm okay for the moment.
I then parked my Anzu to start dropping off the resources as the dragon attacked. Oh, it aggroed. Oh, it killed my Anzu. That's unfortunate.
But I did manage to lead it somewhat away from my base, I guess.
That really was not good. I had a closer look in photo mode and now this thing looked awesomely terrifying. I recovered my stuff before running home on foot, watching the dragon just patrolling menacingly. So I walked inside my box, closed the door, and lay on the floor in hiding. All while the dragon just derped around on the cliff nearby. I so badly wanted to tame one for myself, and I will. I'll try to tame one of every dragon from the Draconic Chronicles mod. Mark my words. At least now I had a Dode saddle so I could get some sand. And I had to assume the dragon had left in the morning, so I saddled up my Dode or hide named Boulder, then began to smash all the rocks I could. And I needed so much sand and this was my way to get it. Smashing rocks throughout the day, even using my whip to force the Dode to begin roaming around. Smashing the rocks apart before mixing it up with the cactus sap in order to make clay. And I even set up some extra mortar and pestles so that I could craft even more clay. But then as I was rolling around, the anti-sand police attacked. A saber and a wolf, but I was able to boiler them in order to flee into the lake. The saber followed me, but with only one attacking me, I could take it out. And the wolf had vanished from my view, but came back as I got close to my box and took it out, thus freeing me up to spend the rest of the day harvesting sand. Since I was gathering so much sand, I was also getting a lot of stone. Stone that I used to build a draconic shrine, the main structure I'll need to use to craft some of the dragon stuff, and also place down the draconic guide so I would know how to actually tame these beasts in order to end off the day. And at least now I knew all of the dragons I would need to tame, and one of them was a Wyvernicorn. While I wanted to go steal a wyvern egg, I had something more urgent that I wanted to do now that I had some basic tames. I wanted a better base. It wasn't perfect, it wasn't even complete, but it was mine, and slightly better than a 2x2 wooden box. I'll upgrade it some more later, but for now it was day 25 and I had said I wanted a wyvern egg on today. Then set out on Dull my Anzu, and I had enough structures in my backpack to set up a small outpost, though I would need to get some hide along the way for bed. So as I kept heading east, I did come across a tech equus, not exactly something that would give me any hide, but a shield horn however. This would work, as I took out everything it was fighting then took it down. And I grabbed a drop along the way which gave me my first pair of desert goggles. I now had everything I was going to need and ran up the hill to arrive at the desert scar, a chasm full of wyverns guarding their nests. Lava rivers flowing down the center and heights that would make anyone feel a bit queasy. I needed to find somewhere to set up my outpost, spotted a massive scorpion roaming in the desert. I may need to look into those, but I was here for my wyvern and set up my 2x2 hut in a safe spot under a tree. Here I placed down my beds and a box to dump all of the belongings, only holding onto a grappling hook. Then began to pull myself up to enter the trench, except there was a flame forged dragon who showed up. And look at the cute little chunky guy. He could have hit me from there so I could ignore him, and looking around there were no other wyverns in the trench. So I dropped down and deployed a parachute before grappling to an egg and pulled myself in. It was a level 110 draconic fire egg, and I snatched it. I grappled high up to get out. Leaping and using my grapple as a flame forge was hunting me, and this time he actually got me as one more chomp took my life. So I had stolen an egg by A25, but I needed to go back in order to get it out. So with the new parachute, I jumped up to the edge and dived in.
Please, no! 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 No!
I probably should have parachuted a bit sooner. And waking up, I made another new parachute, stumbled my way up to the ledge and dived in. Still taking some fall damage even with my parachute, but not enough to put me off. I could then grab my stuff, and now I could see how empty the trench actually was. Not sure what Wildcard did when they remade Scorch, but I do not remember the trench being so empty. With my grapple, I began to pull myself up, leaping from spot to spot using the parachute to traverse across until I got to the top and was out. I could see a draconic wyvern on the other side of the trench, but it didn't care about me. Thus, I grabbed my stuff from the box, jumping back on Dalmar Anzu, and now I just had to get home safely. This was going to be easy. Running over the rocks and past the trees, dodging around tames as I got closer to home. Things were going great. I was home free. I just had to jump off this one last cliff to land in the water. No, Dull. I was shocked. The water was deep enough, and yet Dull was dead.
Will my heart ever find its way back home?
At least I had my draconic fire wyvern egg, but it needed heat. A lot of heat in order to hatch it. So I set up torches, a lot of torches, as well as a backup Anzu I had named Kulu Yaku, then placed even more torches. And with enough torches for the egg to start hatching, eventually merging into a cute little wyvern who I named Astarion. I had to clean up all the torches, then had my Kulu Yaku start to imprint my new wyvern. But I knew this wyvern was going to be big. Thus, I set up a ladder to the roof where I left the wyvern to begin growing up, while I set up my draconic shrine to power up. Here I was able to craft a wyvern saddle. Good timing too, as Astarion reached adulthood and then took flight. It was majestic. My first flyer, a draconic fire wyvern. And as I flew around, I heard the music again. I heard the final boss. I needed information, but as I tried to check out the boss's health, except it did not even show up in the spyglass. This was not good. So I was going to be fighting the final boss completely blind, and I spent some time burning the dinos alive before I made the choice to head home. Now that I had a flyer though, I wanted something else. I wanted either an upgraded crossbow, or even better, an upgraded long neck. So I was out searching through the desert, taking out dinos like the Postosuchus and the Dracovinator, when I saw a baby Draco, and since I'd killed its parent, I claimed it and named it Sokka. Then continued my quest and search. Searching late into day 29, finally realizing it was better to head inland. Searching the drops, looting the crates, getting 119% crossbow, but what I found most useful was all the ghillie pieces. But even close to midnight, it was a superheat and I was suffering. It was over 70 degrees Celsius and had a fraction of health when I barely stayed alive, so chose to land. Set up a campfire to cook up some meat where I spent the rest of my night. But once the sun had risen to signal day 30, I was searching through the final few loot drops I could find, unfortunately not getting the weapons I wanted. Though I did have a flame-forged dragon show up and try to ruin my day, so I ate it, getting some rather interesting loot from it that I wasn't fully sure what it was or how to use it just yet. Thus I simply ended the day by heading home to begin preparing for entering the industrial age, as next I wanted to work towards collecting every artifact by day 50. Now, all the artifacts are in caves, and I wanted to saddle up Sokka, my Dracovinator, only to find I was short of silica pearls. Back in the ball you go, I guess. Something also found I was running short on was wood. Since this was scorched, I knew of one tame I had to get, and that was a thorny dragon. So I made sure to chop down some trees in order to make some billboards, which I used to trap the thorny in place. And I was now able to easily pepper it with trank arrows, only to disconnect. Great. Fortunately, as I loaded back in, it was still stuck so I could finish knocking it out. Except that's only step 1 to taming, and I'd forgotten to bring what I needed for step 2. Meat. That just meant I needed to hunt. Taking out a scorched Kalenkin but didn't get any prime, and fighting a carnivore for a little bit of prime, and that's when I spotted the children. Some baby hyenodon which gave me plenty of prime. And with my meat acquired, I was able to shove it into the thorny, and while it began to tame up, I set off to see what else I could find. Running through the wasteland when I found another thorny. You know, why not tame a breeding pair, I thought to myself as I cut down more trees, made them into billboards and trapped. I said, and trapped the thorny. Now, it was a simple pew-pew, and with it sleeping, I'd now just had to feed it and fought all the nearby creatures, even the giant spider. Then shoved in the meat so that my second thorny could start to tame. While they were waking up, however, I made myself useful by breaking apart the metal-rich nodes in order to fill my pockets. Then ran back over where my thorny had tamed and I named him Johnny. And I then sprinted over to the second one and named her Mila. I was right near base, and since I now had a good source of wood, I also wanted to go and grab some crystal. Thus I made a saddle for my Anki, then hopped on Astarion to fly off to a spot far away on a cliff where it was safe to throw out my Anki, smash a few nodes, then flew home with the Anki held in Astarion's claws. At home, I had to whip my Anki into place since it was too weighed down to move, then transferred all the crystal into my smithy so I could craft and place down the fabricator. Welcome to the technical age, baby. First thing I made was a generator which can power all my structures, and also crafted up an oil pump which I planned to set up soon, but there was a problem. Outside my base, some creatures attacking my spikes I quickly dealt with, but now in the technical age I was going to need a lot of metal, so set up a bigger forge which can smelt slightly faster. Only to hear outside a giant spider was here, and the best way to deal with those is to burn it with fire. Burn, baby, burn. And with the pest problem temporarily sorted, I was going to need a lot of wood to power my forges. And I did have those 2 thornies I just tamed, except I didn't even have enough wood for the saddle. Ironic, I know. So using manual labor, I cut down some trees, crafted the saddle, then rode out on Mila to finish collecting all of that hard wood. With all the wood burning in my forge, I used the ingots to make another oil pump, then headed out on Kuluyaku in order to find some veins where I could set them up, finding a spot in the late hours of the day, and finally I had an unlimited supply of freedom fluid. Nobody tell America. And placing down my second pump in the morning of day 34, I made my way home and set up a map of Scorched. With this, I can finally begin to plan out my strategy of where to search for drops, as I still desperately wanted a crossbow or long neck. So I was back out on Astarion to fly from drop to drop, searching throughout the entire day with the sun beating down on me, and I was feeling so lost. I needed a win, and that's why I came back to the Desert Scar, the Wyvern Trench. I wanted more wyverns as well as Astarion was great. I was going to need an army if I had any hopes of taking out the bosses towards the end of this adventure. Spotting a nest with another fire, I landed on it to snatch the level 210 wyvern. A significant increase over Astarion, and flew off to escape any wyverns chasing me. I did have a persistent flame forge I led into the desert to get it distracted, before heading back to the trench in hopes of snatching even more eggs. Luring the wyverns out of the trench one by one, till I was able to safely land by level 40 lightning and steal the egg. Not exactly amazing, but I'll take it, as it was at least better than the second egg I got, which was a level 20 lightning wyvern egg. Better than nothing, I guess. So seeing nothing else, I simply flew home only to see a flame-forged dragon had followed me all the way home. But they're dumb, so I was able to lure it away from my base to take out some random dino nearby. And in the morning, I was wanting to set up some air cons to make hatching eggs easier. Only to see there was a wolf outside, but this was no ordinary wolf. This was a warg. It was fairly easy to kill, but more and more creatures were finding my home here. Now sure, this wasn't exactly a hidden spot, but I may have to find a better base spot later on. With it gone though, I was able to craft my aircons and set them up to begin insulating the area. Except it wasn't enough for my wyvern eggs, so I still had to set up a good couple torches to heat the area. Then threw out the egg, hatching into a beautiful fire wyvern who I named Drogon. Now he wasn't a draconic wyvern, but I'll solve that in a bit, as I first hatched the 2 lightning wyverns, then made up the draconic wyvern crossbow. With this crossbow I simply shot Drogon, converting him into a draconic wyvern. I immediately made use of Drogon to clear out a terror bird harassing my base, but this is where I felt like I wasted my time, as I spent so much time flying around the map hunting for more loot drops, desperately searching for that upgraded crossbow or long neck. I continued to fly from drop to drop on day 38, through the thickest of clouds and fogs, till eventually, after getting an ascendant pair of cloth gloves, I just gave up for now and headed home. Once there, I set up what I probably should have first, and that is the windmill. You see, this can generate electricity for free, something definitely needed in my home country, South Africa. So it was nice to add 3 of them to my base, but all those wind turbines cost metal. So I was out on another metal run, actually using my Anki this time instead of just my pickaxe, steadily breaking through the nodes one at a time. Then went home with my loot in hand to then use my thorny for wood, but then spotted that the Bloodstorm Dragon was back and roaming near my base. I had to lead it away using Drogon or risk it attacking once again and killing my tames. While I was out, however, I spotted another base. This base belonged to Mr. Back to Roots, one of my patrons, as this video was recorded on a private server that is open to all of my patrons. So if you want a chance to be in a video, become a patron today and help support these videos directly. And thanks for all your support just by watching the videos, people. I flew off after saying hi, only to be caught in a superheat and forced to hide out in a river for water, as a capro jumped me, chasing me away. Thus I simply spent the day searching for loot, but ultimately still, I found nothing. This sucked. But I couldn't wait forever, as once I got home I prepared to head out and tame something big. So I had 2 things I really wanted as I set out in the morning. Either a good quality crossbow or a good long neck. Alternatively, I just wanted something high level with big teeth. So when I came past Star Razortooth, it had big teeth but a low level. So I ran, dropping off cliffs, scanning past every dino, but I just couldn't find anything. So I chose to enter the desert, when I spotted this absolutely massive flying alien oasis. But since I didn't pay extra for it, I can't tame it. Thus just running along before heading back inland to what was an incredibly lush and green area of the map. It felt like I was back on the center playing Primal Chaos, just with less explosions. Thus I continued onwards, dodging rocks and dinos, leaping across cliffs only to be caught by a Dracovinator attacking. But I battled through, barely escaping with Kulu Yaku's life intact. So it was safer to keep marching through the desert, sprinting over the dunes as the sun beat down on me, avoiding the giant scorpions only to find a Postosuchus sitting with its egg. Since it had an egg, it had something I could steal as I waited for my chance to jump off my Anzu, snatch the egg, and sprint away. But I was out and caught in another superheat. I needed to find somewhere to cool down, and fast, as I desperately fought my way inland, sprinting to the water where I could wallow for a bit in order to cool down. And once my health had recovered enough to keep moving, I found a small Skeledosaurus, and these little guys are basically like an armored backpack. So I wanted to finally tame one by shooting a few trank arrows into it, feeding it some berries, then when it tamed, threw them on my back so I could keep moving, only for the heat to continue beating down on me. So I had to make some risky drops off cliffs before sprinting down to the river, where it was just cool enough to not die from the heat. The next day was simply spent wading through water, collecting a drop along the way and another one. And I found another Razortooth, but its level still sucked. So yet another day where I just could not find the tame or weapons I wanted. But I was not giving up. So at home in the morning of day 44, I saddled up Drogon as I was on my way back to the Scar, stealing another egg as well as any I could find. only for a poison wyvern to begin attacking before I could steal its child. I had to lure it away, leading it into the desert, only for my stamina to run out as I was forced to fight. Munching the toxic lizard freed me from its grasp, but when I went back to find more eggs, I still could only find low levels. This really sucked. I was running out of time, as I wanted to have all the artifacts by day 50, but that may not happen at this rate. So I committed to searching drop after drop after drop after drop. I got a crossbow. It was primitive. I kept searching, filling my pockets with more and more junk, until finally, dozens of hours spent, hundreds of drops searched, and thousands of meters flown. The Ascendant Longneck was mine. I couldn't help but let loose the primal instincts as I slammed my chest. Grabbed one more drop on my way home out of habit, getting some random consumables, as I now had a massive task of crafting the dozens of tranquilizer darts I was going to need. Refining spark powder, making gunpowder, and crushing narco berries. Making sure to use Kululaku to ensure I had a steady stream of the sleepy berries I needed. As I crafted my darts in the morning, now I just had to find a tame I could use them on. If only it was that easy. As the first creature of any significance I found was a level 290 Star Carrier Turtle. The tame got ruined by a saber-tooth, so I chose to just kill it. So after having wasted most of the day on a tame that probably wouldn't have even been a decent fighter, I chose to finally expand my base. Building up a small platform attachment with walls and a glass ceiling, setting up some plant vases where I could grow crops and other seeds. Getting them all prepped in the morning by setting up water taps and everything, only to realize I was forgetting a key ingredient for farming. I needed fertilizer. I needed some dung beetles. So I was flying out on Dragon again, this time landing at a large box building which was actually hiding the entrance to one of the artifact caves. And I was going in on foot to try and find some of those poop pushing beetles. Descending deeper into the cave, I ended up at a ledge and was looking around to figure out my options as a snake attacked me from behind, knocking me into a pit of horror which immediately took my life before I could react. Respawning, I did craft a saddle for Soccer, my Dracovinator, then hopped onto my Anzu as we galloped across the desert back to the church. Once there, I saddled up Soccer, then started to make my way down the caves where I had to fight off so many creepy crawlies. Bats, scorpions and centipedes were in the cave and hordes, but Soccer fought through them all, and eventually all that was left was a golem, which honestly didn't feel like fighting. Slowly luring it around a corner so I could drop down, grab my stuff, then head out of the cave. But I still needed some dung beetles, so I decided a safer place to search was the dunes. As I started to fly all across the sandy mountains, I had a tussle with some Dracovinator that attacked, but Drogon was able to clear them out. Then kept flying till I eventually found two beetles I was able to tame and name Tonal Drump and Bojiden. I just now had to brave the storm, flying right through it on my journey home. Landing once there, I could throw the beetles into my depot terminal where they would now passively convert feces into fertilizer to provide my crops with the nutrients they need in order to grow. Now if only I could actually find some high level tames, as quite frankly I was starting to get desperate. So after I spent the entirety of day 51 searching the entire map, when I found a level 210 Thyla, I just had to take it and pulled out my long neck. And once it passed out after some skillful parachuting, if I do say so myself, I used Drogon to begin burning alive all of the nearby creatures, munching them for their meat, except none of them actually gave me any prime. So I flew off where I found an ostrich with its children and ended their family tree to harvest that juicy prime meat. But here's the thing about Thylas. Prime meat is not that good for taming unless you cook it. So I gathered everything I needed to set up a campfire. Then just took a moment to chill by the fire, cooking some grub and relaxing. These past days had been so stressful that I just wanted to calm down. I was rewarded for it too as I spotted another Thyla close by that I tranked out as well. Made sure to shove the meat in them both and flew off to keep searching while they tamed up. finding a level 190 sand dragon in the desert. Now, taming these guys said it was passive and all I needed was a single sand draconic essence. I of course had to fly home to see if I could make it, and I could. It was just going to take some eggs, some water, and 1,500 stone. Quite a dense meal. So with that ready to go, I also set up the draconic shrine while I was here. And with this, I could sacrifice draconic ash for some loot boxes. I just had 0 draconic ash. Thus, I just flew back to my thylas in the morning, named the one Mittens and the second Cuddles, since they're just some sweet little cats, and made my way back into the sand dunes in search of that dragon. Landing nearby, I did first take out a Faso who thought I was food, freeing me to sneak up to the dragon as it came close to the sand and fed it the essence to tame it. I named it Sandra, and this thing was really cool. But before I could check him out, I was dying to the desert. Landing by the river, I could see his sand breath attack, shooting out scorching hot sandy particles. Even used the sand to burn down a parasaur for an easy meal. I took out the other creatures nearby, and I loved this little dragon. Being able to swoop down like a griffin for huge speeds, it was great. I landed back home to refill my supplies before just messing around with the dragon flying around. And I started the next morning by setting up my thylas to begin breeding. Eventually getting a baby who I named Snuggles, saddled him up, then headed out. As I zoomed through the desert, I came up on some werewolves which were stuck together, and I was able to put them out of their misery for some easy experience. Then kept flying through the desert, feeling like Han Lu just got a new ride, only to end my day by finding a level 290 sand dragon. I just had to get home. And as fast as my thyla was though, I used my Drogon to fly over the cliffs in order to get home, grabbed all the ingredients I needed for another essence, then began the flight back, only to fly straight into a sandstorm. I could not see anything. Creatures were coming at me from every direction when a pack of goblins found me and attacked. They dealt so much damage, quickly destroying Sandra, throwing me to my feet as I ran away. I threw out Snuggles so I could drift away before the goblins got me too. But rip Sandro, I really needed to have not lost that dragon, as I kept gassing through the desert until I found that level 290 again. Fed it the essence in order to tame it, so now I could just speed home. I made another sand essence in the morning in hopes of finding a mate since I had lost Sandro. Flying off on my new sand dragon only to see one of those giant scorpions again. You know, why not? Why shouldn't I tame one? And started to fire all of the trank darts. Knocking it out quickly, then took out a nearby vulture for the spoiled meat so that I could tame it. It then was awake in the morning and I named him Squidward. Then flew off once again, this time finding that floating mountain again, and I just took a break chilling on it. I couldn't tame it, but that wasn't going to stop me from using it as a footstool, as the rest of the day just felt wasted as I continued to search, finding nothing else I wanted to tame. And since I couldn't find anything, I thought that, you know, I may as well do a cave. So glided across the plains on Snuggles to get back to the square box with the cave entrance and dropped into the ceiling. Here I began to chomp and thrash through the tames inside, but there was just so many. I had to force feed some meat to regen a bit of health, but it still wasn't enough as the next mass attack, and I just fled the area, sprinting out of the cave to get to the exit, and now I just had to slowly walk home. I wish that was the end of it though, as when I got back to my base, the Bloodstorm Dragon was back, and looking as menacing as ever, but I wanted him. As I drew my long neck and fired, it attacked me on Kuluyaku with a vengeance as I began to sprint around, firing dart after dart. A sandstorm even rolled in, slowing the dragon, but Kulu was taking too much damage as she got killed. I tried to finish knocking it out only to die as well. And I came back on a thyla determined to trank it out, grabbing my stuff, then kept darting the flying lizard. It tried to flee, but my shots flew true as one final hit knocked it out of the sky to fall into the water in a deep slumber. Thankfully could still breathe somehow, but now I needed the sanguine essence. So I headed home only to see that the essence was unlocked at level 100. I was level 91. So I needed to level up. I needed a lot of experience. And there was one creature I knew which may give me the XP I needed. That creature was a Titanosaur. But you know what they say, The bigger they are, the harder they fall as I charged in on my Thyla, biting at its ankles, causing deep gashes to begin bleeding down its health. The Thylas are incredible at taking down big tames due to their bleed damage, dealing % damage. I had to take moments in between to shovel meat down my Thyla's throat so that it would heal up, and its health got lower and lower until one final bite finished it off. The experience did not quite get me to level 100, so the rest of the day I sprinted around the map to massacre everything I could. Then when I got home by the end of the day, I was level 100. While I now could make the Sandgreen Essence, I needed ingredients I did not have access to yet. So I made sure to repair all of my armor in the morning, since I needed to head out on my Thyla, running up the hill as I wanted to gather just a bit of metal. Then once I got home, I set up an industrial cooker I'd gotten from a drop at some point, then used my Thorny to harvest up wood. With these resources I made the Draconic Cauldron. With this magical pot I can brew up even more essence vials in order to tame more dragons. Now that I was able to make the Draconic Essences, I just needed the resources in order to craft them. I still wanted a breeding pair of sand dragons, so I was really happy to find a level 240 in the dunes. It was even a male, and since I had a female, I landed them next to each other so that I could breed them, resulting in a little sand dragon egg. I brought it home where I threw it in front of the aircon so that it could start to hatch. But here's the thing about breeding. You need space. A decent amount of space. And the space had already filled up, so I wanted to make an expansion. With the small platform done, here I could at least breed my sand dragons, so I set up some aircons to ensure the eggs were promptly incubated. Cleaning up the platform, then set up a depot terminal. See, this terminal will automatically pick up any hatched babies to make breeding much more convenient. But while breeding, I wanted to expand the base even more as I destroyed one of the walls, and I did first mess around a bit with my colossal scorpion and then set up a second female sand dragon for even faster breeding. Then in the morning, I started to build up once again, placing down structures right up until it was day 67. As obscure as this base design is, I do kinda like it. I also set up a grinder which I can use to recycle the saddles and other items I got from all the loot drops. But it was time to speed things up as I needed some tames. So crafted up a couple chain bowlers and a ballista, pocketed them before flying off back towards the Scar. As here's where I found a level 190 flame forged dragon. So I led it a bit into the desert where I threw out my colossal scorpion Squidward and set up the ballista on its saddle. Let's trap this flame forged dragon. Flew over to lead it towards the ballista, jumped off the tame and mounted the ballista to trap it before firing the chains, shackling it to the ground, only to see I now couldn't feed it. It said it was passive, so I flew off on my dragon to see if I could make the guide and learned it was in fact a knockout tame. Well, that's easier I guess. And I flew back, and this time when I shackled it, I built some gates around it, permanently trapping it in place. I was able to easily fill it with darts, right up until it passed out in the morning of day 69, and I had to use my whip in order to harvest up the narco berries I needed to keep it sleeping, packing up all the things once it was tamed, and I chose to name it Elizabeth. Let me know in the comments which movie that is from, but I think the next tame will give it away, so I flew off until I found a male flame forge, lured it out of the trench, and just shot my darts from the back of my sand dragon to knock it out. Fed it the essence, and then once it was tamed, I named it Donkey. Then began the flight home, setting up the new dragon so that I could start to breed them and let them get their absolute sexy on. And I threw out the egg so that it could begin incubating, then just messed around setting up Squidward to be a nice decoration, all while I grew up little baby dragons. Then used some of my resources to make more essences as I had a new dragon I wanted to try and tame. While I was offline, I made the common mistake of leaving my dragons breeding, only to log in and find an absolutely massive dragon hydra of babies. So I had to spend the first few minutes of my day potting up every single one, then picked out a male which had gotten some health mutations and a nice cyan color. Syntac would be proud, then leapt onto my sand dragon to fly out, eventually arriving at the red obelisk. As here I wanted to tame some worms. I needed to be patient and let the little guys come to me, feeding them some Skyward essence by hand, eventually taming one who I named Nibbles, and these guys are amazing. They sit on your back and can fly you up and glide. They're really cute too. So with my new little guy, I headed home where I was showing my base off to some friends, even throwing a smoke grenade into the water pond to make it look like a very ominous looking bathtub. Then spent the rest of the day sprinting around on my Thyla through the desert like an absolute free bird. It was amazing, even if I did speed bike straight into a sandstorm, leaving me stuck until it finally passed. So I could head home, as I had a realization. You see, I could make these draconic dino murder potions. One, which I fed to one of my hundreds of sand dragons at this point, and this has a very important feature, as doing this gives you a chance to get a dino part. Dino parts which you need to make the Sanguine Elixir in order to tame the Bloodstorm Dragons. But as much as I wanted that Bloodstorm Dragon, I did still need to keep up the breeding of my other ones, as I replaced the male of my Flame Forgers, then flew off on another to test them out. And these guys actually have a secret ability I hadn't figured out yet, so I'll have to share that as soon as I do. Then began to line up tons of my extra dragons, sacrificing them with a murder potion so I could get their dino parts. I was going to need a lot of these. A lot of parts. Like dozens of dragons are dying for this. I did have a Titanosaur stomp on my base a bit while checking out my Dragon Massacre, just glad he wasn't here for revenge for his friend. Switching to Flame Forged Dragons, as I had been breeding those as well, so I had a large amount to throw to their doom for parts. Then once I finally had all the parts I needed, there was only one other ingredient left, and that was blood packs. The only way you can get those is by using an extraction syringe on yourself in order to draw your own blood. Now, I do want to break the fourth wall a little bit. If you want to skip ahead 30 seconds to miss it, that's fine, and thanks for watching my videos, but don't ever hurt yourself. Life may seem hard now, but things will improve. You're strong, you're amazing, and I guarantee you there are people who love you and would hate for anything to happen to you. Ask your friends and family how they are. Check on your loved ones and enjoy the rest of the video. With the blood all collected, I was able to make myself the Sanguine Elixir. I was almost ready to find one and try to knock it out in order to tame it. So I started the next morning by crafting over 100 trank darts, as believe me, I was going to need them. Then took flight to begin the search, only to be fortunate enough that I found a level 280 Bloodstorm Dragon. But with over 100,000 torpor, I was going to have to trap it. So I flew home in order to put together some structures I would need to build a box. Then flew back where I began to set it up. Now you may have realized by now, I don't build many traps, so this stone box was not great, but all I would have to do is I began to try and lure in the dragon, firing many darts till one hit drawing its attention. And it didn't go into the trap, so it began to dance around until it unleashed its breath attack, killing me. And flying back in the morning on a new sand dragon, I began to try and lure the beast away, diving straight down for speed to escape. And flew back to recover my stuff. I was going to need to try and trap this thing with a different method. So flew home where I made up a couple of metal gates, and hopped onto my Flame Forged Dragon that was slightly tankier than the nimble sand dragons. I could see the blood was hobbling around on the floor as I dashed in to try and drop the gates on it to trap its wings, but missed and had to flee. Coming back around to pick them back up, I landed nearby to lie in wait, patiently until the dragon landed as I dashed in, placing the gate right over its wings and neck, locking it in place. I backed away to ensure its breath couldn't reach me and then pulled out my long neck, and this was going to take a lot of darts. Boom! It was down. I was able to then run up and fed it the Sanguine Elixir, taming my first ever Bloodstorm Dragon. She was beautiful. The comments on my community page gave her the appropriate name of Princess, then flew off as now I needed to make a saddle. But while flying home, I had noticed something about my Flame Forged Dragon. You see, its breath attack can harvest a massive resources super quickly with insane weight reduction. So these guys were amazing harvesters. And with those resources, I made up Princess's saddle to start the next day. Strapped her up and jumped on to ride, taking off on this absolute beast. I began to bite at the tame, sending Princess into a blood frenzy, giving her boosted speed. Every kill adding to her counter, gradually increasing her damage kill after kill. She was an absolute beast, even beginning to absolutely destroy a Titanosaur. I felt powerful, so incredibly powerful. Not the first time I've played a game where blood gave me undeniable power, and it was glorious. And my frenzy ended on day 80, since as much fun as it was, I still needed artifacts. Artifacts I was meant to get on day 50. But I'm bad at the video game, so I spent the day setting up some of my verms to breed, as well as continued to replace the males of my dragons that I was breeding for mutations. Mutations that I was getting as I replaced the male of my flame forgers and sand dragons. I was going to be using these for the upcoming boss fights that I still needed the artifacts for. So I flew off once more to attempt the cave I'd found in the desert, but this time I wasn't going to try and use force. Flying in with nothing but the worm on my back, I began to dive down through the cave, only get immediately blocked by a large group of bugs. I pushed through as fast as I could, flying off into the next area. Breaking free of the creepy crawlies, I flew over to a spot where I could recover my breath, then kept moving, making it quickly to the artifact of the destroyer, and it was mine. I now just had to get out of here as I flew up with my worm to begin my escape, speeding away from some bats trying to chase me down as I ignored absolutely everything in these caves. I was just glad most of my armor was holding up as I barely managed to escape the cave with less than half of my health, starving and dying of thirst. I was just glad my dragon was fast enough to get down by the river where I was drawn by grace in order to survive this dilemma. Then day 82. It was such a waste. I spent the entire day searching for the next cave, being simply unable to find the entrance that was hidden in this crevice. It was a disaster. I did not have the time to waste on this as everything in ASA just all looked the same. But then in the early hours of the morning, I found the crouch point to squeeze in and threw out my thala in order to take on the cave, running down into it until I got to my first set of creatures. While my thala ripped through them like it was nothing, I was not going to survive the entire cave as I made the decision to continue on foot. Reaching the cliff edge where I could see the artifact down below me as I dropped down with my worm breaking my fall. Gatekeeper acquired. Only one remained and it was destined to be the hardest of all 3 caves. I finally arrived at the final cave as the day was nearing its end, running in only to get jump scared by a raptor hiding in its depths. But once it was dead, I made my way back in only to see a massive swarm of creatures. I tried to fly over them, but the bats were on me, so I backed off to get my breath and fetch my dragon. Running in on my flame forge, I started to try and melt everything in the cave. But I didn't spot the water as my dragon fell in, dismounting me for the Alpha Paraxinus to kill me. Waking up, I made a fresh set of ghillie in hopes and help, then jumped on Princess to fly back to the cave as I was going to need the big dragon for this, landing outside and clearing out some of the dinos there, before trapping Princess and entering the cave where I threw her out and began to massacre everything inside it. She was so strong and perfect for this, a true queen of caving, as everything got torn to shreds. I, however, had to dive into the water where I was able to grab my stuff for what felt like the 100th time this playthrough. Then using Princess, I took out the Alpha Paraxinus. Just the rest of the cave left, but Princess would not be fitting down as using my worm, began to zip through the caves until I got to the final chamber with the artifact, and threw out my thala in order to clear out the final few pests, freeing me to claim the 3rd and final artifact. And I took some time to chill and recover my health, as I'd skipped most of the creatures coming in, so I'd have to manage the same feat going out as I began my escape, using the worm to stay off the floor, and it was going great right up until I accidentally dived straight into a mass of creatures, taking insane amounts of damage. I managed to throw out a dragon only to succumb to the internal bleeding, killing me once again. I got back to the cave as quick as I could, sprinting into where I had Princess guarding, using her to clear out the final few chambers of tames. Not entirely sure why I didn't just do that in the first place, as now I easily claim my stuff, potted up the remaining few dragons, flying home feeling victorious with all 3 artifacts in my possession. And landing at home in the morning, I set up some artifact pedestals to proudly display my achievement, knowing I would be using these soon, but I'd been told of a new species of dragon that had arrived on the Ark and flew off to find it, arriving in the northwest mountains where a flock of Zaldred dragons had taken refuge. Among them, an Alpha. And I was not about to give up my throne as I flew in to take out the Alpha. Defeating the alpha gave me its black tooth. This tooth can be fed to a Zaldria dragon of my own that will increase its ranking, but I didn't have a Zaldria dragon yet, so I wanted one. I found a level 160 female ancient Zaldria dragon, and if I wanted a Zaldria of my own, I needed to trank this one out and steal its egg. So many darts later, even getting stuck on it in the process, the deed was done, letting me snatch its egg from its inventory, but I didn't want any dragon coming at me for revenge. So I took it out in its slumber before flying up and out of the pit where it had gotten itself stuck. I had gotten another mutation which I set up with my breeders in the morning, then ran over so I could hatch my Zaldria dragon, hatching into the cutest little baby purple dragon. I made sure to imprint on it throughout the day as it raised up, eventually reaching its first rank as a juvenile Zaldria dragon. I hopped on its back, then took flight, and it was majestic. Able to dive and glide through the air like it was swimming. I fed it the black tooth so it could rank up to young, though that did make it unrideable until I was able to get home where I could fully raise it up again into the next tier. Then took off the next morning, and its flight was actually just so freaking cool. It was so fast, and while not the most powerful, flying through the canyons on this beautiful creature was just amazing. Definitely one of the cooler dragons I've encountered in this 100 days journey. I wanted to display it at my base, only to see once again I was short on space. I needed a bigger platform, so using Mila to collect the wood and my flame forge to evaporate every other resource in the area, I began to build. And it was day 90 by the time I was done. All my dragons and wyverns parked neatly and proudly. I actually love building this base. It works for me. Lots of little pieces all attached together, achieving different goals. There were two final steps I needed to achieve in order to fight the Alpha Manticore. I had to keep mutating my dragons, getting them ready, and I needed wyvern talons. So I set off on Princess to go wyvern hunting, flying after and taking down dozens of wyverns around the trench, killing them throughout multiple days, only to find another Alpha Zaldria dragon which I took out for its black tooth so I could rank mine up. Once I had the talents I needed, I started to head home only to find there was a Bloodstorm dragon near my base. This was perfect, as I still needed a breeding partner for Princess. So I led it over to a spot nearby where I was able to trap her with my gates super easily, and I then simply hopped over to my base, crafted up 100 trank darts, taking refuge on a nearby rock where I easily fired all of my darts to knock it out, gliding down where I could feed it a sanguine elixir in order to tame it. Fed it a gender change potion, and now I had a breeding pair of Bloodstorm dragons. So I set them up on the roof of my base where they could start to breed, and this is what I plan to do for the next couple days. Breeding hundreds of creatures as I searched for mutation after mutation. Replacing creature after creature. Even just wasting some time practicing my bow skills at a makeshift archery range. Until it was day 97. I knew the fights were coming soon and I needed to be prepared. And while I had the army, I wanted to look the part, crafting up the pieces I needed. And as I stood feeling ready, as I was now the Dragon Knight. I had only a few steps left before I took on the Manticore, such as crafting saddles for my dragons, setting them all up outside so that they could mature as fully mutated dragons of pure power. Then on day 99, I began my flight to the Green Obelisk. Here I set up an army of my dragons. Then with all of the tributes in the terminal, I summoned the portal to take me to fight the Alpha Manticore. had done it. The Manticore was dead as the Ascension ritual started. I was ready as I got sucked into space, anticipating the next challenge, only for it to start to glitch and malfunction as I was pulled back to scorched earth. My fight wasn't over yet as I woke back in my bed back on Scorched, and I just knew there was another boss I needed to take down. One much stronger than the Manticore. One that was going to need a much larger army. So once I had my army reclaimed from the obelisk, I began to set up a new, much larger and more powerful army of dragons. Dozens of flame forges, sand dragons and bloodstorms. This was it. It was time to summon in the Thunder Plague Pyro Wyvern.
I am fire. I am death.
Get him, boss. Dead! Down goes the Thunder Pyro Dragon. Except something I saw was there was a new boss. A boss I had never planned on fighting, but I wanted to check it out. And that boss was a Blaze Wyvern X9. And I never expected this.
Oh shit.
Oh, this is hilarious. All of it, it's all big. Well guys, I wasn't able to defeat the final boss. Do you think you can do it? Join the Discord using the link in the description and come try out the boss for yourself. Server opens soon. Enjoy the next video. This is the center. A gorgeous map filled with godlike creatures. This is my new challenge and I have 100 days to beat Primal Chaos, a mod with everything from demonic dilos, elemental rexes, and rage-filled dodos hunting you down at every turn. I have a few goals which will be revealed throughout this video, as I want to see if I can not just beat this mod, but 100% it as well. That includes a fight against a Death Knight on day 100, the final boss with hundreds of millions of health. And this is the story of how it all went, as I woke up on a beach already hearing some explosions in the distance. So I walked around only to immediately have some scary looking dilos start tracking me, forcing me to jump in the water to hide and swim to shore. This beach was absolutely full of scary looking creatures, like this alpha carbo which again wanted to attack me, so I hid in the water again, causing it to lose interest. I was just glad the slow creatures were finding me, and I began to grab some bushes for berries and fiber only to hear the explosions getting louder.
Is that a dilo causing those explosions?
That it was. A demonic dilo, and something I have to tame as one of my later challenges is to tame one of every demonic creatures. But the first steps I had to take was gathering some fiber and wood, then unlock some tools and cloth armor, crafting up the pants, hat and shirt, not that any would actually save me if that dilo got any closer, and I then wanted to make the Primal Spear, a reusable narco berry tipped wooden spear. So to get the berries I needed, I had to stuff dozens of bushes into my pocket, then made a pickaxe so I could smash these rocks for the flint I needed. Gathered the final few berries and then made the Primal Spear, a basic yet barely formidable weapon, great for killing some dodos.
First blood.
With the dodo and a spear to head-induced permanent coma, I chopped it into meat and hide, then began to make my way down the beach using my pick to gather some more wood and thatch, making an axe and my chibi. This is Little Nat, and you can come craft your own on the server that was open to my patrons and now members of the Discord. Link is in the description. But I have a journey to continue as I needed some items for early survival.
Okay,
My main goal for now, I want to get myself a spyglass so I can actually see what some of these things are. With that goal in mind, I continued on finding a legendary egg. These eggs are super important for Kibble, but I'll cover that a little later. As I spotted a baby running around, and it was just a little baby terror bird who I was able to just freely claim.
I'm not ready to be a parent. Wait. Whose child is this? Alright, I'm gonna name you Timmy.
Oh, you're a girl.
Ah, still Timmy. Come along, Timmy.
No! You monster!
Oh, you're so fun. You're. Oh.
Okay. I awoke to explosions right next to me after my first death. Clearly just a fluke dying to a dodo. I grabbed some eggs which had been left behind nearby, then ran over to collect my stuff only for the dodo to spot me and murder me in the water.
Okay. Alpha dodo scary.
Respawning again, this time much closer to that dilo who had been exploding things earlier, allowing me to get a good look using the photo mode, and this dilo dude looked awesome. But knowing what this guy can do, began to run away back towards my stuff only to hear an explosion as I was running.
I don't think it was even mad at me.
Waking up to some dodos chasing me and a purple jaboa chasing them. Thankfully I got to the water first so I could just swim away. Then was standing around as I saw a beta lystro walking by who got mad at my existence and attacked, but was slow, so I just ran away. Grabbing some bushes and resources to make a new pick and clothes. And even a little gnat version 2 in order to end off the day. I started day 2 with spear in hand, determined that today would go much better than day 1. Today we fight our first beta as I turn to face the beta lystro. Victory was mine. I made myself an axe to harvest my reward of some beta blood, beta hide, and raw meat. Now in Primal Chaos, each tier of dino from beta until nightmare drops their tier of blood and hide when harvested. So I'll be needing to take down a lot of these creatures in order to progress. But I definitely want some better tools first. So I'll need to get a forge to smelt some metal and make a smithy. I also need a lot of experience. And that's when I spotted a drop down the beach and ran over to it. I didn't get too much from it, just a hide, shirt, and some resources. So I then spent some time harvesting flint to be crafted into arrows, firing them into this lystro's head, harvesting the hide and meat, and I set up a campfire to cook the meat. And with full food and some tools, I knew this beach didn't have any metal or crystal to keep progressing. I was going to need to swim and began to paddle through the water, spotting some strange mantas as a piranha came out of nowhere and munched my booty in one hit, setting back all of my progress. I tried to run across the island to get back, only for an alpha dodo to take me down. I needed a new strategy, and spawned in a new location. Maybe the grass isn't always safer on the other island. I tried to run for my life, only for Beta Terrorbird to come out of nowhere and take me out. Back to the original island it is. Okay, this challenge was going to be harder than I thought. I suppose when you haven't played Ark in months, you do lose all of your non-existent skills. I respawned again, this time deciding to immediately make a break for it, grabbing some resources, then swam over to the island nearby, and it was perfect. There was no tames here at all. Amazing. So I spent the morning of day 3 in safety on my island, smashing rocks, smashing trees, and gently plucking bushes out of the ground. Filling my pockets with resources and used them to craft up some structures, building up an incredibly amazing 2x2 thatch shack. But here's the problem with the safety of no dinos. I wanted to make a bed, except to make a bed I needed hide. No dinos means no hide. I tried firing my bow across the water to see if I could get the dinos to come to me instead, but my aim sucked. And I had a chat to my chibi and he had some great advice. So I gathered up some resources to build a small ramp and dived into the water to start swimming across, only for mantas to spot me, stalk me and slaughter me to end off the day with nothing, just like day 1 and 2. And I woke up to have a dodo already on my trail as I sprinted back towards where I had just died. Luring the dodo into the water as the mantas that had just defeated me took out the dodo for me, giving me the chance to safely recollect my gear, and things were looking up, so I drew my bow and used it to take out another beta dodo for harvesting. I then made my way towards the rest of the population, boloing and killing a parasaur. Then was going to take out another only for its friend to attack, so I boloed it and took it down instead, including the dilo who actually had a child that I claimed and named Tyler. With Tyler safely following me, I shot an arrow at his uncle for some more hide, then saw an alpha pteranodon. Now this guy wasn't aggressive. This is my chance for an easy kill, as if I fail it'd just fly away, right? I was wrong, as the bolo ran out and it killed Tyler and I with one hit. I respawned only to get chased and killed by some dodos again and again. There was a raptor, then another dodo, and to top it off, the demonic dilo. I did not have a good time, and by now my stuff had despawned. So back to square one once again. And that involves punching some trees with my fists, but I had a new plan. So I quickly harvested some resources to make the basic gear I needed. Ran from a beta dodo I shot with my bow only for the moss chops to take me out. Twice. So once I had new tools again, I was able to use them to harvest some hide and wood. Gathering fiber, hide and wood in order to craft and place down a raft. I set up some foundations and a bed, and my first ever place to be able to actually respawn. Now I can actually start making some progress. It only took 5 days, thus I set sail in search of where I may find some crystal for a spyglass. Goodbye island of suffering, it's time to go find a new source of pain. Sailing far down the coast until I ended up around Skull Island. Here I was forced ashore for a bit as a lead attacked, causing my journey to halt. So I took the chance to harvest some bushes and trees, crafting new cloth armor and a chibi of Little Nat version 4. It felt good to be re-geared and on my raft. I was officially further along than I ever had been so far. Now I needed to pick a spot though and sailed along past some explosions till I found a small cove with some beta parasaurs and what looked like some ruins. Here would be a good place to start and park my raft and jumped ashore. I wanted to get a bed down in the ruins for safety and I grabbed one from my raft, leaving one just in case, then sprinted up the ruins to place down my foundation and bed. Now I was brave enough to take out these parasaurs. I crafted up a bow and some arrows, then held my bowler in hand and threw it at one of the paras, fired a few arrows killing the para only to then turn my head.
That's a big turtle.
That is the Hydra Turtle, one of the guardians that I need to take down in this 100 days. I set up a campfire in my base before taking out the remaining para, harvesting it up, then had another look at the turtle.
That's a really big turtle.
Safe to say, I was a little intimidated, but I was ready for the challenge. And in the morning of day 7, I saw a Lystra attacking some dodos and I had to intervene. Taking out the Lystra and the dodo's parent, naming the baby Trudy, but I wanted more. So with my primal spear, I began to take out the dodo's parents, claiming the babies, naming them Tony, Tyler and Tammy, imprinting them and leading them up to the foundation. Not quite sure I can fully call this a base yet, and I then needed just a few more resources as I began to craft myself a Chaos Forge. This structure is a much faster smelter than a regular forge, and can also be used to smelt the Primal Chaos ingots by infusing metal with the relevant Primal Chaos blood. I used some of my beta blood to make some beta ingots to let myself craft a primal grappling gun. With my new tool, surely I'd be able to find some crystal, as my main short-term goal was still make a spyglass. Pulling myself up a cliff, and I could see another cliff from my vantage point I wanted to check out. Then as I was searching around, I began to hear some bugs, only to turn and see a massive ant. I sprinted to get away from the giant ants chasing me, dropping back off the cliff and lowering myself with the grapple. Maybe I needed to try further away than I thought as I ran home. I ran around the edge of my cove where I spotted some alpha dodos, aggroed them over and grappled up the cliffside to rain down spears on them. But it felt slow and tried to get a better vantage point only to fall off as a dodo chased me down before I could save myself. Respawning at my bed, I now had to deal with some dodos, only to die once more to them. This time though, I used my raft to drag them far away before diving into the water to recover my gear, grappling back up to the cliffside to finish taking out the dodos below, hacking them up with my axe for their resources, but I still wanted to get myself a spyglass and maybe even some metal tools. So I used my pickaxe to harvest up a ton of rocks to collect as much metal as I could. So I finally managed to harvest a whole 19 metal. Smelted it all into ingots and set up a primal smithy. Here I was able to use some of the beta metal ingots to make a new pickaxe, and these things was a huge improvement to my stone pick. So I definitely want a full set of tools of this. But I need more metal. Before I set off though, I did see a beta turtle swimming around the bay. And it took a few spears but brought it down to harvest it up. Then decided it was time to go get some actual metal. So set sail for Skull Island. Parking the raft next to it, I began to scale up the skull. Pulling myself all the way up where I did find some obsidian I mined. I didn't need any right now, but it may be useful later on. Then kept grappling my way up, stopping to pick some berries to suckle on for water, until finally I reached the top, and I had to scour the area till I found a metal-rich rock I was able to destroy with my pick, pocketing all of the metal to be smelted at home. But I still wanted some crystal as well, dropping down to where I had spotted some before filling my pockets with that sweet, sweet crystal. It felt good. Now I just had to get back safely, and I was already dying of thirst, starting to abseil down the mountain, finally finding some water with a tiny spot where I could actually drink. And eventually I got down to the water and quickly zipped across with my grapples till I got to my raft for one final journey home. Just a short, safe journey.
Oh my god! Wow!
And that definitely didn't almost end terribly. Finally arriving home where I could grapple up and throw the metal into the forge, cut down one final tree and made the awesome spyglass. This very important tool will show me a creature's name, its health, its torpor, levels, and what you need to tame it. It is very important for a mod you've never played before, and I then used some of the ingots to make a full set of beta tools, like the hatchet, sickle, and pike. Using my axe was able to gather a ton of wood, so much that I was actually weighed down as a dodo attacked and killed me. I had to drop down and quickly grab a bowler to trap the dodo before it killed me again so I could get my stuff, and using the pike was able to kill off the dodo in order to end off day 10, having made more progress in 2 days than I had the entire playthrough so far. Waking up in the morning of day 11, I saw another beta lystro that I had to stop killing a dodo, and saw there was actually some alpha tools, an even better version than the beta tools I already had, so of course I wanted to try and get them. I just first had to cut down some trees, then headed out to begin hunting some alphas. Rounding the corner only to be right next to a dodo, I immediately turned to grapple up out of harm's way, only to then see the dodo was not the scariest dino on this beach, as a legendary Indominus Rex was rampaging around. I took my time to lower myself down and take out the dodo with my spears, before finishing it off with the pike. And it was just enough alpha blood to make into 10 alpha ingots and craft the alpha pickaxe. This should help gathering the remaining blood much faster, so with the pickaxe in hand, I ran off and hunt, boloing an alpha dodo to take it down and harvest, and was about to bolo a second as a bird snatched the bolas from my hand. I sprinted to get away, wrapping around to pick up my bolas and take out the alpha dodo. That could have gone badly. I took out a couple lystros as well as another dodo, then heading home there was one more dodo and a parasaur, before grappling up to my small base to begin smelting the ingots. And with all my new alpha ingots, I made up a full set of alpha tools, but I really needed to start actually progressing in this mod. So I set sail on my raft, where I did find a strange looking piranha that I wanted to drag onto shore with my grapple, but it didn't work, so I just kept moving. Hunting down dodos to harvest for blood and hide, taking them out with my bola and pike, even killing a lystro, moss chops, and pteranodon. Then as I was continuing to hunt, I spotted a massive skeletal trike with over 12 million health. And it was only level 20. But I had enough blood for some narcotics and decided to just sail home. Except home was not seeming quite as safe as I left it, as I grappled up only to see the legendary Indom right outside my non-existent doorstep. I whistled my dodos to get away just in case it was to aggro while crafting up my first few alpha trank arrows, and also made a smithy to craft a crossbow so I could actually fire the arrows, before grappling up the cliffs to have a look at the Indom. And it seemed highly interested in me before it ran off into the woods where I could no longer see it. Clever girl. I now just had to be extremely careful and wanted to make my first pieces of beta kibble, and I think while I set up a farm I'll give you a quick explanation of how kibble and Primal Chaos works. There are currently 7 tiers of tameable dinos, from vanilla up to demonic and angelic, and there are plans to add more tiers later on, but this will still be relevant then as well. If you want to tame the next tier of dino, you need that tier's kibble. That kibble is made using the eggs of the tier below it, as well as some other ingredients. So if I wanted to tame an alpha dino, I would need to make alpha kibble. That alpha kibble is made using beta eggs, some meat and veggies. And there are some more specific ingredients I'll cover later, like the elemental fruits, but I'm not close to that yet. But now I at least had some crop plots down for all my veggies to start growing. Except in order for them to grow well, I needed fertilizer, and ran off in search of a Phiomia to tame. I couldn't see any nearby my base though, and was going to search down the beach only to be scared by the Indom and have to hide in the water. Ultimately decided I was going to need to travel and set sail on my raft, looking on islands only to spot a trike, and since I didn't have any berry farmers yet, decided to trank it out. And with it sleeping, I began to harvest some berries, spotting an alpha Lystra I took out for the easy blood and hide, then scanned the coastline only to see it, the glorious Phiomia. I wanted it, running across the beach, dodging all of the trikes and taking out the dodo, before loading my crossbow to trank out the Phiomia, even if I did finish it off with my narco spear. It was then I realized I'd actually gotten 2 for 1 as it had a baby wandering around. Once it tamed, I claimed the baby, who I named Twit, then named the dad Twat, saddled him up before riding back to the raft. I led the baby over as well so the trike could finish taming. Named it Trickle after a trike I tamed in an old Primal Fear 100 Days video, which you can watch after this one. And then I wanted some hide for the saddle, only to find another baby Phiomia I claimed to name Twat. I could then freely use my pike to take out the turtle for its hide, harvested some bushes and trees to craft the trike saddle, only to be slightly over encumbered. So I had to make a chest that I put on the raft to dump off my resources so I could finally ride my first tame in this 100 days. My trike was a beast at gathering bushes, way better than when I was doing it by hand. So after gathering a couple dozen bushes, I set up a small extension for my raft in order to lead Twat and Twat onto it, to then set sail with Twit, Twat, Twat and Trickle on the journey home. Finally parking on the beach to lead them to their new home of unpaid work. I now also set up a gate at one of the entrances just in case, before setting up some compost bins to begin making use of my new Phiomias, force feeding Twat hundreds of stem berries, causing him to poop multiple times so I could collect it and throw it into the compost bins. I also hatched up some trees for thatch before the rest of the day was spent gathering more poop to fill up the rest of the bins. Once I finally had all the compost bins full and fermenting, I simply used the rest of the feces to fertilize the crop plots, then grabbed some seeds of Trickle, planting one of every veggie as well as Majos and Narcos. Now they just needed some time to begin growing and went off where I found a Pteranodon chilling on the beach. One quick shot to the head was all it took to knock it out, and now it just needed some meat to feed it. Thankfully, finding a moss chops with its baby, I ended up piking till they fell asleep to be harvested for some sweet prime meat. Shoved my meat into the Pteranodon, eventually taming and named it Twizzler. And I wanted to make a saddle for Twizzler, except some of the trees simply didn't exist. Early access game, I guess. And that's when I spotted how close I actually was to the Hydro Guardian, the massive turtle boss. I chose to not touch it for the moment, taking out an alpha compy, then turned to head home. But once there, when I went to craft the saddle, I found I was short of the chitin I needed. Thus, I ran off to go grapple that cliff where I had seen the giant ants before, pulling myself all the way up and instead of ants, however, I ran into another dodo. Thankfully, boilers are still effective. I kept moving forwards where I finally found the ants I took down with my pike, giving me at least a small amount of chitin, and I would have kept hunting till I had to run from a Trudon diving off the cliff to grapple back, saving myself from a very sleepy demise. That's when I spotted another turtle, and using my pike began to slowly smash its face in until it died, and I could harvest up the keratin from its shell. See, keratin and chitin both work. So with my supplies, I grappled my way home to begin crafting my terror saddle, eventually taking flight on Twizzle for the very first time. Now with the power of flight, enough time had passed for all my crops to have grown, allowing me to use them to craft my first pieces of beta kibble, as well as a single piece of alpha kibble thanks to the beta eggs I'd been stealing on the beaches. I also set up an egg collector which will collect eggs that my dinos lay in a large area, but I can also sacrifice my female dinos too, and then the collector will passively generate eggs. I threw Tyler and Trudy, my two dodo females, into it, then jumped on Twazzle to fly off and see if I could find some beta egg layers. Hovering over a small island, I jumped off Twiz to take out the male dodos. There was just enough time to whip out my crossbow and trank out the first and second, pike down the third and alpha, only for the fourth to charge at me to kill it, as the second alpha dodo arrived, munched on the other to be able to kill me.
It harvested the corpse, healing itself up. Damn it.
Waking up at home, I grabbed my raft to sail back, jumping on Twaz to finish off the alpha, giving me space to collect my stuff, shove the kibble into the dodos, and speedily led them back to the raft, even riding the dodos onto it so I could get the heck out of here. Sailing my new dodos, who I named Toby and Tabby, even though I almost immediately sucked them straight into the egg collector. And with the two new additions, I now wanted to get some alpha egg layers. So I crafted up some more narcotics when I saw a beta parasaur near my base. I decided, why not, and tranked it out to tame it. Named it Trout, and it was actually pretty useless at gathering berries. Trickle was much better. Also made sure to keep fertilizing my crops before flying off on Twizzler to see what alpha egg layers I could find. With my one kibble, I had to scour the islands, flying far and wide, eventually finding an alpha trike. I did have some dodos which decided to get in the way that I took out first since it was a male. Once safe, however, I pulled out my crossbow to trank out the alpha trike, putting it to sleep safely on the cliff, to then see I needed the second kibble. With the second piece of kibble acquired, I shoved them both into the alpha trike, who tamed up quickly, and I named it TikTok. But this is where I realized I now need to get TikTok home safely. Sure, I could fetch my raft. I was feeling lazy, so hopped on Twaz to begin leading TikTok through the water, across the islands, only to turn as a volcanic piranha incinerated TikTok mere meters from my base. Well, that's annoying. So after making some new kibble, I flew off again where I found an alpha dodo that I tranked out, shoved in the new kibble, named it Trooper, picked it up with Tweez, flying safely over the water, dropping it at home before integrating it into the egg collector. And you might see there's multiple. That's just cause the mod was a bit buggy when using it. I thankfully now had everything I needed to craft my first piece of elemental kibble. The first types of dinos that I can start to feel just a little bit powerful. I just had to find them and figure out how I was going to safely trank them out. But I had something else I wanted first. I wanted to get some cryopods. But to make those, I needed polymer and I also needed oil. So if I wanted both of those things, it was time to deliver some freedom to some penguins. We took off into the sky to start the long flight to the green obelisk, though immediately distracted by an alpha turtle trapped on a rock, and I just had to trank it out to tame it. Her name was Toronto, but since I didn't have cryopods just yet, I left her behind while I flew on, only for Twoz to run out of stamina, leaving me stuck to parachute behind her. Grappled as I whistled forwards till we eventually found a safe rock to land at in order to regen. Once back on, I made sure to cross the swamp extremely carefully as I heard a spider below. And that is a shadow broodmother. Not something I really want to mess with right now, and chose to keep my distance until I arrived at the green obelisk iceberg. Here there were a couple beta penguins I killed with my terror, harvesting them up with my alpha tools to ensure I got the most organic polymer possible. And I also had to mine the oil rocks, filling my pockets with the freedom fluid, and with those two things my trip was a success, even if I did quickly grab some crystal to go with it before taking off to fly home, arriving at the end of the day. With the resources I had gathered, I was able to craft a couple cryopods, so now I could truly keep my team safe. I even went to grab Toronto, who had been chilling on the tall rock pillar, then flew home. Now, however, I wanted to make my base safer as well. I just needed to gather a metric ton of stone, and I was about to craft a behemoth stone gate to lock out all of the bad dinos when I heard a commotion. An alpha carbon nemesis was attacking my tames. Everything was trying to fight it off, but my tame started to fall one by one as I myself was killed off as well. Forced to watch as the last few tames I had ran into their death. The only survivor was Twos, my terror, and a dodo. I made sure to pick up the scraps which had been left in the corpses of my fallen tames, transferring it over to my smithies while eyeing out the turtle, planning my revenge. I repaired my pike, then jumped to begin sieging the turtle. Revenge was mine. The hardest loss though was all 3 of my Phiomias were dead, and I needed fertilizer to revive my crops. I also needed more meat, and that meant I had to cull all the nearby dinos, including some baby moss chops for their prime. And I wanted to find a replacement for my Phiomia, except I needed to get those defenses up. Thus I spent the morning harvesting thatch, wood and stone, crafting and placing a behemoth gate at the spot where most tames were coming from, and I'd have to defend the other entrances once I had more resources. I was at least able to craft up a couple beta, alpha, and elemental kibble. My first of the elemental kibble, which have a pretty cool mechanic I'll explain as soon as I can tame one, and I also made a couple dozen trankers, which I continue to make throughout this playthrough, so I'll only show you the most important upgrades. Then flew off in search of a dung beetle. Not a super exciting tame, but hey, I needed more fertilizer and this would be much better than a Phiomia. Finally finding one on Skull Island, except I forgot to bring my poop. And as I was zipping home to grab the poop I needed, I spotted something. A level 145 volcanic raptor. One of the elementals, and that was something I definitely wanted to try and get for myself. I first had to finish taming this dung beetle though. Getting back quickly to hold the poop in my hand, offering it to the beetle in order to tame it, and I named it Toot Toot, and holding my toots in my hands began to fly home, leaving Toots to handle all my feces collection and conversion, while I grappled high up to see if I could spot that volcanic raptor again, but was unsuccessful, instead flying off on Twazzle to try and lead the raptor over to a safer spot, where I could fire my tranks. As it passed out from the force drugs, I now had a new problem. The Shadow Turkey and all his dodo friends had taken an interest in me, making the area very unsafe. I needed to lure them away, and take them out. Slowly trying to aggro them to Twaz, luring them away. But then as I tried to lure the turkey, an alpha terror came out of nowhere, killing Twizzler, throwing me to the floor as I sprinted away, barely escaping after some smart grapple usage. Luring everything away was no longer an option, and I had to take out the dodos. I began to throw dozens of spears, as no way could I get close with so many of them swarming at my feet. Taking up most of the dodos before the final few were able to get finished off from a different location. I was so close to death, but saw a chance to sprint over to the raptor and shove in my kibble. It tamed quickly and I named it Tectonic, which I thought was pretty fitting. Trapped it in a cryo, then ascended up the cliff to parachute home. Now if only that marked the end of my troubles, but there was a new problem. You see, I wanted to make a saddle for Tectonic, but I needed volcanic hide. I was going to have to somehow take down some volcanics if I had any hopes of making a saddle. But it wasn't just volcanics I needed. You see, there were 3 types of elementals: volcanic, hydro, and electric. But they aren't all equal strength, at least not versus each other. Hydros douse volcanic, volcanic melts electric, and electric shocks hydros. So you need an army of each type if you have any hopes of progressing to the next tier, as I have to take down the elemental guardians in order to progress. Of course, I now wanted one of each elemental as well as a breeding pair in order to get an unlimited supply of elemental blood and their respective hides. I just first spent the morning of day 24 taming another parasaur that had wandered into my base. Guess I hadn't stopped all the wanderers just yet. and I named it Tara, then headed out on my raft to the one place I'd seen another volcanic creature. The volcanic piranha, and safe to say, I was pretty embarrassed how long this took me to kill. It was halfway through day 25 by the time the piranha was finally trapped and could simply pike it to death, only to harvest it and get purely fish meat. No volcanic hide. Well, that's a ton of time I won't get back, and I set up a quick fire to cook some food since I'd started starving through all of that, then headed off again on the raft where I bowled an alpha terror, and I quickly shot it to sleep, fed some kibble and tamed. With it flying behind me, I led Pterodon home to saddle him up and fly off. Airborne once again after the death of Twizzler. I ended up coming across my old shelter I'd built very early on that I picked up with my demo gun, continuing along where I ended up spotting a level 100 Hydro Carbonemus. And since my goal was to have each of the elementals, I hid up on the cliffs where I could easily rain down my trank arrows into the turtle's face, getting really close to breaking my crossbow with one durability left. Taming it in the morning and potting it up, only to then fly off and find a female, which was a nice low level. If I got this, I would have a breeding pair. I quickly shot home on Terra to repair my crossbow, and also made sure to stock up on some more trank arrows. I'll need to upgrade to better ones soon. Got back to the turtle and filled its face with arrows, and I even saw an alpha oviraptor which may be useful that I tranked and tamed. Finished taming the turtles, then turned to begin the journey home, and threw out the terp and torty for them to start getting their sexy on, pooping out a beautiful baby egg. Grabbing the egg, I was able to hatch it on the beach, and oh, just look how cute the little baby turtle is. I even hatched the second one for good measure. Welcome to Ark, where babies make a great source of resources. I'll need to get some baby farms of every elemental going for the hide I will be needing. Since I now had a breeding Hydra pair and only one volcanic raptor, I began my quest in search of a breeding pair of volcanics or some electrics, flying across all of the beaches, landing on some to clear out the dinos to claim the loot drops, only to fly across my first nightmare tame, a nightmare Utyrannus. One of the endgame creatures I will need to defeat in order to summon the Death Knight, my final goal for this adventure. I did also have a tree kitty tickle my toes as it leapt past me trying to eat my face. I was just glad it missed. And my journey continued into the redwoods flying along the coast when I saw a level 140 electric dire bear. Now that was a tame worth going for. So I landed my terror and potted it up, set down some sleeping bags, and grappled into the tree to begin raining down arrows into this dire bear's face. But I never expected how long this would actually take. And it was halfway through day 29 by the time I got the dire bear sleeping, even having it pass out in the water at that. It tamed up near instantly from the kibble and I named it Tip Tap. I really needed to get myself some better tranks though, and flew home with Tip Tap in my pockets, feeling chuffed that I now had one of each elemental. Now I just needed breeding pairs. Before I went for those pairs, however, I wanted upgrades. And I did have some more baby turtles which I began to imprint as adults give more resources, and went to begin crafting and preparing all the resources I needed for a fabricator. Setting it up, and this is the first step to entering the industrial age. I also made myself a long neck to let me start using darts, crafting up gunpowder for bullets and slaughtering the Hydra turtles which had been raising all day, harvesting them for a buttload of elemental blood that I planned to use to make elemental narcotics. I then started day 31 by hatching some more Hydra turtle eggs, before leaving them to raise up while I crafted those elemental darts I wanted. Hopefully these are much more effective for tranking some elementals in preparation for the Guardians. Flying off to see if I could find them, but getting distracted by an alpha dodo I wanted to add to my egg layers, then flew off again to the redwoods to begin searching, and searching, and searching. not finding any tames that I could potentially want. Even continuing into the next morning as I flew over the logs and around the great trees of the redwoods, I did spot another electric dire bear, which was unfortunately a male as well, so had to keep searching, even taking some time to rest Terra's wings high up on a rock. Until finally, as it was starting to get dark, I spotted something. A volcanic death worm. It was only level 50, but I could always get a higher level of the opposite gender, and latched myself high up in a tree to begin sniping down at it. I even began to lower myself to get a better shot, not realizing how far it could actually attack as it took me out with one single swing. This wasn't good. I made up a grapple and spyglass, then jumped on my raft, sailing across the oceans to the redwoods. I almost had a lead ruin my journey, but barely got away into the shore. I now had to survive and get back to my stuff, grappling to a tree high up away from some terror birds chasing me, and I began to Tarzan from tree to tree, using my grapple to dodge the dinos in this deadly forest. I had to run, jump and grapple, swing my way across a ravine to climb onto a log. Finally making it to my stuff, and the worm had scurried away so I could grab it and ascend up into the heights of the tree to safety. This time, I wasn't going to get close at all, beginning to fire dozens of darts, making the worm sleepier and sleepier. Finally passing out so I could drop down and shove in my kibble. It took some time for it to tame, then decided to name it Tapeti. And I could ride her without a saddle, and this thing was going to be an absolute beast. For safety though, I potted her up to fly back to the raft and then head home. Unpotted Tapeti then started an absolute rampage. Everything on this beach was going to die, and Tapeti had a massive hit AoE. Betas, alphas, elementals, and even a shadow stood no chance for his Tapeti, who could attack while backing away to prevent any danger. And that's when I spotted a mystic Jerboa and attacked. It had 89,000 health, but I had the range advantage, knocking the Jerboa around like a piñata, gradually smacking its health lower and lower, until Tapeti finally killed it, dropping me a whole host of loot, but it gave me something even more important that I didn't have yet. It gave me my first bits of mystic blood. I also took out a fairy Pegasus flying around the beaches, and by the time the day was coming to an end, feeling extremely powerful and super excited to get a breeding pair of these things. I started in the morning by turning the mystic blood I'd gotten into ingots, crafting and refining them into a full set of very pink mystic armor. Now, I didn't quite realize at the time, but this armor gave my character quite a few buffs like increased crafting speed, more weight, and some other bonuses. With the new armor, I also made a new pickaxe before hopping on Tapeti for another farming spree, massacring everything on the beaches, farming up the hides and bloods I was going to be needing, and I even took out a pair of legendary trikes which took forever to die, but finally brought them down with Tapeti's massive attack AoE, which is honestly super overpowered and something I already mentioned to the developer, so this has potentially been changed by now. I hope so anyways. And also spotted an electric Dodorex on my rampage, a very scary looking boss variant for the elemental tier. Maybe something I need to consider taming myself. For now though, I settled on just fighting my way through the beach for all of the resources. And I took to the skies in the morning of day 35, flying off in search of some more elementals. Finding nothing but stormy weather made me decide to land and hop onto Tapeti to fight my way through the beaches as I saw another mystic Jerboa to take out. Fighting through a few of them as well as the elementals around, and it really felt good to feel powerful. I just had to ensure I never ran into any demonics, even moving through the interior of the island as I fought through taking out everything I could. There was a mythic pteranodon that almost thought was going to give me a problem, but there was something else even more dangerous. A shadow rock elemental. It was so tanky and throwing boulders at me, and it took so much damage in order to finally have it crumble at my bites. With it defeated, I hacked it apart with my pickaxe for the resources to carry them home. I just needed more storage space and set up a couple more storage boxes for all of my loot goblin needs, and with my storage problem set up, I also built a generator as I wanted to build and power my industrial grill. With my cooked meat problems fully sorted, I now just wanted more elementals, so I potted up my deathworm to head off on terror, flying through the skies, finally ending at the redwoods once more as I was here to try and get a friend for Tapeti. But my search was hopeless, and decided to head home. And with my now decent amount of mythic blood, I made up my first ever batch of mythic tranquilizer darts. And these are a huge upgrade and the best possible dart I can make so far. So I flew off to see what elementals I could find. I was starting to get desperate. Searching across the island, spotting Primal Resurrecteds, then decided I had to head over to what I knew as Volcano Island. But when I got there, it admittedly just looked like every other island. However, I only cared about the dinos here as I spotted normal Rexes, and that meant elemental Rexes could spawn. To then spot a max level electric Rex. Landing on the cliffs, I began to absolutely pepper this electric Rex with darts, hanging in the air to let me continue dropping darts until I ran out. And I had to quickly zip home in the morning, craft and grab more darts, then racing back to find the Rex once more and finish off the tranking process. Grabbing the opportunity to sprint in and shove in the kibble, taming the Rex who I named Tripper, trapped it up and was going to head home when I spotted something else I wanted. A mate for my volcanic deathworm. Over 30 darts later and it was passed out on the beach. I now just had to get rid of the nearby volcanic Rex. I knew I couldn't kill it. I had to lead it away and jumped off the cliff to parachute away, having left the Rex behind to let me drop down to the worm in order to tame it. Breeding pair of deathworms was officially mine. I was ecstatic. I was making progress. I named the deathworm Terrapin only to realize once I got back to my pterodon, I was short of cryopods. That just meant I was riding home on Terrapin as we leaped into the water for the journey home. And atop Terrapin I started to fight my way, slowly eating up each and every little critter in the path, being careful not to eat my own tail. And once home I parked the worm before throwing out Tapeti, even if I first had to deal with the Bronto that had followed me home. Then turned to start letting my two worms breed, only to find they weren't breedable. I was devastated. I'd been so sure this would work, but for whatever reason they just wouldn't get it on. And I spent the next day recouping my wasted darts, now very behind in my goal of completing 100% by day 100. As now if I can't defeat all 3 guardians by day 50, I won't be fast enough to complete the mod. So I set off to see what new elementals I could find, which could actually breed. Spotting a fairy dragon flying over Volcano Mountain. Eventually finding a level 95 volcanic raptor that I was about to tame as a Rex ate it. Damn. So I kept searching till I found a max level electric Rex, a female this time, as well as another volcanic raptor I quickly tamed up. Then turned to start trying to put the electric Rex to sleep with darts, firing dozens of them as they kept chasing me to eat me. It was truly the most dangerous game of cat and mouse, but finally with a mere 2 darts left, it was down and out. I could sprint in to feed it, but there were too many dangers around, instead luring them away. Only to sneak in and shove the kibble into it to tame it, and sprint away to Pterodon before anything could catch me. All was not good, however. I had only 10 days to defeat the Guardians or I would be seriously behind. Except there was one thing which may speed up my journey just enough that I could fight my first Guardian. I just had to get lucky and find one. So I began to search, drop after drop after drop. I was scouring every drop I could find, so many that I lost count. So many days passed that it was day 45 by the time I was descending into the depths of the center underworld. Desperate for one single item which I hoped I could find in here, flying through the caverns until I hit an invisible barrier. I had arrived at the parkour cave, as here there were 2 high quality loot drops, and this puzzle requires you to jump from block to block without falling into lava. I wasn't going to do that. Grappling up and parachuting above the lava, grabbing the first drop, then pulled myself across the chasm to get to the second one. Unfortunately, in the first 3 drops I did not get the item I wanted and dropped back off into the pool of water below. I then proceeded to waiting for the drops to respawn until they were back at the start of day 46, quickly making my way over to the first drop and nothing. I was losing hope of ever getting it as I grappled over the massive drops, walking up the stairs, finally making it to what felt like over 100 loot drops at this point, and there it was. An Ascendant Longneck. By far the biggest upgrade for taming I could ever get. It was only 263%, but damn if I was so excited to finally get this. Out of habit, I grabbed the final drop of this parkour puzzle before running back to Terra to begin my way out of the underworld. Flying through crystal caves, only to spot another drop I went to grab and got a second long neck. Classic. I found the exit fairly quickly to fly up the tunnels and back out into the warm bask of the sun. With my new loot, I headed home, dropping off a mass of resources I had collected from the drops. I made up even more mythic darts, crafted up gunpowder, and set up 2 of my electric Rexes to begin breeding. While they got their frisky on, I did have to harvest up stone and flint to be crafted into spark powder for more bullets. Since I wanted to make even more darts to be able to tame the final few elementals I needed for breeding pairs to fight the Guardians, and I headed out once more on Terrapin to see how many I could slay, only to see a Primal resurrected right outside my base, causing me to be a little more careful than I would be usually. And once past, however, I began to massacre and murder all of the little betas and alphas, abusing the mythics who were too slow to catch me, and simply continue hunting and harvesting along the coastline. Jaboas fell, dodos got squashed, and terrors were plucked out of the sky like tasty little morsels for the giant lava-blooded worm. Even the larger creatures like a para simply got knocked down, but then I made a foe I couldn't get past. A hole. So I had to pot up the worm and walk through on foot to continue the slaughter, only to spot a volcanic Spino lurking in the distance. That could be amazing. And potted my worm to climb the ledge and begin sniping at the Spino. It started to gain interest and sprint towards me, allowing for an easier shot, and dart after dart doing much more torpor before putting the sail lizard to sleep in the water. I easily parachuted over to stuff in some kibble, taming up the volcanic Spino, who I gave the name of Torrent to end off the day. And with another volcanic to my name, I still needed a mate for it and kept up my slaughter on Terrapin, fighting down the coast. And that's when I spotted another very powerful tame I may be needing. A high-level Hydra Rex. While I had the turtles already, I doubted they'd be strong enough, so after hiding on a cliff to trank out a Rex, feeding it some kibble and naming it Tap, I was a little disheartened. I now was doing Hydro and Electric Rexes, but I was out of time, and with even fewer options. I needed to start breeding armies, and I needed to start that now. So I kept searching the islands looking for mates, eventually ending up back home with no others to add to my collection. I couldn't let that slow me down, however, as I started to craft some electronics to be used for aircons, making a quick stop by Skull Island where I gathered up more crystal, flying home with my prizes, then made and placed a few air conditioners. And finally, on day 49, I had everything I needed to begin hatching eggs. And my first few baby electric Rexes emerged on the morning of day 50. Trapped them both up in a new soul gun I had made, which is like cryopods but slightly more convenient to use, and this was modded anyway. It's a very handy mod to have while playing that just makes life better. Threw out the Rexes to see they could actually start raising, spending the day huddling around the base and doing some basic chores. Now officially behind schedule of my goal to complete 100% of the mod by day 100, as I still needed to fight the Guardians, but I simply was not quite ready yet. Thus, I started the next day by throwing out some eggs to incubate, hatching into the cutest little lightning-fueled Rexes. Trapped them with my Dynagun, and then once some females were raised, added them to the breeding circle, while some extra males were unfortunately sacrificed for their hide to be made into saddles. I then continued to multiply my Rexes, hatching babies, fended off rabbit dodos, and set up a gate to prevent any more rabbit dodos. Also, I could hatch even more Rexes. And when Cyber came to visit, one of my patrons, as since I mentioned earlier, this server's open to my patrons and eventually free for members of my Discord. And I harvested even more of my Rexes in the morning, but I was going to need more berries. So I made up a saddle for Tip Tap, my dire bear, then headed out to take out some dinos, all while gathering bushes until I got home, to hatch even more eggs to add to my army. I needed to see how strong this boss was, so I headed out in search of one nearby, finally finding the giant turtle, the Hydro Guardian. I threw out some electric Rexes and not the full extent of my army just yet, simply so I could see its damage, and sent them into their doom just to see them die, dealing only like 4k damage and taking over 40k. This was going to be tough. I got home where I planned to set up my army and threw out Tammy? No, not a dodo. I threw out some electric Rexes, feeding them health potions and saddling them up, preparing all the Rexes, getting them all ready before whistling them to follow me one by one as I headed out. And we were so strong. Everything on the beach was dying, so I started to swim the team over the ocean to head towards the turtle. We brought down everything in our path until we got to the turtle, and this was it. Today the Hydra Guardian dies as I sent in the Rexes to destroy the turtle. It was a massacre. The Rexes stood no chance. Maybe this was going to be harder than I thought. I ran around to pick up all of the saddles before scampering off with my tail between my legs to get home. I was going to need a new strategy, and I wanted to test something. Thus, I headed out of my Rex once more back towards the Guardian, where I threw out a small force, but that wasn't my plan as they all got defeated. I force-fed my Rex a healing pot before I charged in, thrashing with my Rex, chomping and munching as the potion kept me alive. But the potion didn't last forever and I had to make a break for it to get out of here. Waiting on the potion cooldown, then popped another one for round 3, but it was futile. The boss was simply too strong as I abandoned the attempt and got the heck out of there with the sun setting as we swam in shame once more to get home. I wanted to try to take out one of the other Guardians, as clearly the Hydra was just too strong. So in the morning of day 55, I set up my volcanic Spinos to begin breeding up an army, letting the Spinos get their freak on so I could trap up the babies as they hatched, gradually growing the army. And as I continued to breed and raise Spinos, I eventually had a decent amount of adults that I could throw out to begin preparing, sacrificing a few of them for their hides to be able to make any saddles I wanted. But breeding is a very long and tedious process, continuing on with even more females to speed it up, and quietly watching as my Spinos had their fun making babies until I eventually had a nice little horde of Spinos ready to do my bidding, prepared to take on my new competitor. And with the sun rising, Spinos ready and feeling pumped, I summoned in the Electric Guardian. I took a step back to eye up my target, then charged in. It killed my Spino straight through the health potion. I needed to lock in. I recollected my stuff and got some new Spinos to see what they could do. Thunder cracking around the Guardian as I sent in the Spinos once more, safely from a distance, and yet still stood no chance. I would not be able to defeat this boss. I needed to try something else. I needed to get ready and try to take out the Volcanic Guardian. In order to do that, I was going to need a team of Hydros, but all I had so far was some turtles and a single Hydro Rex. I crafted up a couple more mythic darts and flew off on Terra, who at this point did feel slightly underpowered, flying from island to island until I spotted a blue-skinned Rex chomping through some trees. And it was a male Hydro Rex. Low level, but exactly what I needed. I landed safely on a rock to begin firing my darts, quickly putting the Rex to sleep, and there was a little electric saber-tooth roaming around nearby that I had to lead off. So after luring it into the water, I shoved my Kibble into the Rex for it to tame and named it Topsies. I started my journey home only to spot an electric griffin, and that'd be great to have for my collection. Thus I landed safely nearby and jumped off to grab my rifle, and the griffin attacked Terra, dealing some insane damage, so I trapped up Terra to do this taming solo as I started to dart the griffin. It took a couple darts until it started fleeing as I followed behind, and I took one last shot managing to snipe the griffin, but that may have been a mistake as it plummeted into the depths of the ocean below. I had a look around, even jumping onto my volcanic Spino, but it was too dark, too wet and too deep. Eventually swimming off on my Spino to head home, and when I did see Monkey D. Luffy's base, another one of my patrons, and I left behind a dodo with that second long neck rifle I'd found as a gift for them since they needed it. and it was day 59 when I finally got home with the Hydro Rex breeder. I was already 9 days late to defeating my first guardian, but at least now I finally had my third and final breeding pair to prepare for taking out these guardians. Hatching out multiple Hydro Rexes, refilling my supplies of darts before sending out some Rexes to begin raising up, except I did my terror slightly too quickly as I sent it into cryo sickness slumber. Whoops. So in the morning with the Rexes healing up, I chose some females to add to the cuddle puddle to begin pumping out even more babies, while some males didn't quite make the cut as they were sacrificed for the greater cause. I did also do some gardening while waiting on some more babies to get laid, and also fed Terra some stimulant to wake up as I had a plan and flew off. I wanted to find a new elemental griffin, and I did. There was a level 100 female electric griffin hovering around nearby, and it took some pretty difficult shots and chases and multiple darts till I found a rock down below it that I could hide below and fire up to knock out the griffin, dropping it right below me so I could simply drop down, feed it some kibble, named it Tulip, and claim my brand new flyer. With my fight against the volcanic guardian drawing closer, I spent some time hatching Hydro Rex babies, adding them to the breeding batch while I used my pistol to clear out the unwanted ones and munch them for meat and hide. It truly was a vicious cycle. In the morning, I set up an industrial cooker as I wanted to make some more health potions. Previously, I'd purely been relying on the mythical health potions I got as drops, and I wanted to make some beta and alpha potions. I just had to use my electric diabear to gather up a ton of tinto berries and narco berries, crafting narcotics to make regular health potions, then infuse the brews with beta and alpha blood to make the relevant potions. Then ended off the day by hatching even more babies, but these ones were to be my army. Throwing them out under the sun for them to start healing up, saddling them, giving them health pots, then whistled a few of the strongest to follow me. This was almost it. My third and final shot to make some progress in this mod. If I failed now, the run would be over, and I'd be stumped on what to do. I took some final precautions feeding the Rex army some potions, then turned as I watched the volcanic guardian summon in, then charged in my Rexes. It was dead in seconds? That was way easier than any of the other two. I wasn't going to complain, as killing the Guardian had given me some very important items. In order to progress, I got some volcanic fruit and volcanic seeds, an ingredient for the next tier of kibble. Seeds, which I planted in my small crop farm. I still needed the fruits from the Hydro and Electric, but I had a new strategy, since I also got some summoners for tameable volcanic Guardian. Short disclaimer, you're usually only meant to get one, but it was bugged at this stage, and I didn't know. But I crafted up some more elemental kibble that I would be needing. And with darts, kibble and summoner in hand, I flew off to a safe space near my base where I ate the shard, summoning in a level 20 Guardian. Not exactly a great level, but it only took a few darts to try and get out safely from Tulip, a tame I was now extremely happy to have. But the spicy lizard went to sleep, fed it some kibble, named it Trapoid, and this thing was an absolute beast. It looked so freaking hot. I loved it. Able to send out flaming spikes and call in meteors. It was insane. But I wanted a higher level. Thus it was back into the air on Tulip, where I summoned in the next 3 Guardians, eventually getting level 90. Still not amazing, but better than the 20. Darted it out, and one other was a bit close for comfort, so I darted it out too. Tamed both, and I named the level 90 Tokolosh and the other Tablet. Now I was ready to cause some destruction. I just saw the other Guardian was still hovering around, and actually nearby was the Electric Guardian, so I decided to see if I could make them fight each other. Even throwing out a Rex to try and tempt them, but it didn't work. So I whistled it in only for the Electric to destroy the Rex and Volcanic Guardian, which actually gave me an idea. I got home where I saddled up Tokolosh, my best spicy lizard, then began to summon destructive waves of meteors down the beach, gradually taking out everything I could in order to farm experience. boom after boom creatures died until I arrived at the cliff above the Electric Guardian, where I intended to act out my plan. I started to send out attack after attack, summoning waves of meteors right onto the head of the Electric Guardian. It was a huge eruption of damage, including from the Electric Guardian, as I had to back off to heal before going back in to continue to let chaos reign. Health potions were chugged to keep Torklosh healthy, as the Guardian's life force slowly melted from the heat of the explosion after explosion, until finally it was dead. With the smoke clearing and the lightning storm fading, I harvested the corpse and saw I had received my prize. Some electric seeds that I planted back in my base, electric fruit I plan to use for Kibble, and most importantly for the next step, a tameable electric guardian summoner. With everything I needed, I flew off to tame it, summoning it in, firing all the darts into it to trank out the level 145 guardian. One that tamed up so I could name it Trala, and now this thing. This electrifying beast was what I planned to use to enact my revenge against the Hydro Guardian, which had given me so many problems before, as its lightning storm was incredibly powerful. Feeling like I was ready, I set off on day 66 on Trala to destroy everything I could, searching for a potential Hydro Guardian to fight, instead finding a nice clear spot where I could read the scroll to bring in the Hydro Guardian. The third and final guardian evaporated, and with my prizes I set course for home, feeling absolutely electric. Then set off to finish my trio by summoning in the Hydro Guardian, tranked it out, then added it to my team, Tortaqueenie. It felt good. To celebrate the fact all three guardians were dead, I made myself a fully new set of legendary riot armor. The best possible armor you can craft, before spending the rest of the day gardening and admiring my new guardian tames, while waiting to be able to craft my first pieces of shadow and fairy kibble. And it was then the next day by the time I had the crops I needed, cooking up all of the ingredients into a good few pieces of shadow and fairy kibble, flying out on Tulip to search, where I found a female shadow turkey, and it was a pretty simple tame, just shooting at it from Tulip. However, turkeys have an interesting mechanic I noticed, where almost everything nearby will aggro to you if you attack it. So I had to clear out all the random creatures so I could shove in my kibble to tame my first shadow creature. I just had to get it home, except I was short of the dino balls I needed to trap it up. So the process started on day 69, nice, leading the turkey slowly but carefully down the coast, even trying to ride it, except you couldn't in the water for some reason, and running along the coast instead, dragging it through the rivers, till I finally got it home and had it right next to the egg collector to vaporize straight into the machine. Now it just needed a fairy dino for eggs. I did stock up my supplies and set off in search, flying high, flying low, spotting fairy Argies, but it was male, pink female Argies, but it was a mythic. I eventually found another female shadow turkey that I tamed, then kept searching the absolute entire map that the sun was even getting low on the day when I spotted it, a female fairy Argentavis. Dart, kibble, tame, trapped. I just had to get it into the egg collector and I would unlock mythic and legendary kibble, except as I was flying home, I saw a second one, classic Ark, and it tamed just as quickly, getting home as the day 70 was nearing midnight, vaporizing the turkey and both Argents into the egg collector, successful that I'd now unlocked the next two tiers of creatures, mythic and legendary. In the morning of day 71, I made up my first pieces of mythic and legendary kibble, the final tier before demonic, the tier of dinos I would need to use to take out the primal resurrected dinos. So once I'd stocked up and harvested everything I needed, I flew off on Tulip in hunt of the creatures I could find, As for this tier of dino, I needed more than just some egg layers. The first I found was a legendary scorpion female who I tranked and named Tickler, then continued hunting, and the reason I wanted more than just egg layers for these tiers, as mythic dinos are really powerful harvesters and farmers. So when I found a level 145 mythic mammoth, I knew I just had to tame it, as it'd make gathering wood super easy. I named her Tully, then flew off and found a max level legendary Carno. And legendary creatures are the fighters. They can gain increased damage every time they kill something. So with the Carno tamed, I named her Tia to end off the day. And I did fly straight into a level 145 mythic Argent that I managed to knock out, taming him up as it would carry tens of thousands of weight, so it would make transporting resources an absolute breeze. With it finally out and tamed, I also snagged a low-level male mythic mammoth nearby just so I could breed them for hide and blood I may need. Then continued my long day of hunting, as while I had the Carno, I didn't have a breeding pair of legendaries just yet. I instead found a mythic Anki which would solve any and all metal problems I may ever have, and that's when I came up to a level 145 legendary Thorny Dragon. Now, not the most conventional of fighters, but I chose to trank it out in order to tame it, since now I just needed a mate for it, spending the entire rest of the day flying across the map searching. When as I was taming a mythic pteranodon I planned to sacrifice for egg generation, I turned to see the mate for the thorny dragon I would be needing. It took just a few darts and I really can't express how happy I was to have gotten this long neck upgrade, as it had saved me so much time for all of these tames. I named the Thorny Torps before trapping her in an orb and beginning the flight home, throwing out the Thornies so they could start to get naughty, as well as getting the mammoths to begin breeding as well. They made sure to clean up some more of the abandoned tames that had simply been left around my base, integrating all the egg layers, though I did find the Scorpion was actually useless since I couldn't integrate it, but at least I had the Thornies breeding to sacrifice their babies into the claw machine. And that's when I saw the mammoth baby had birthed and made me decide to do a resource run, saddling up Talon and Tector to take to the skies to try and tackle the metal problem, smashing rocks throughout the afternoon, clearing out shrubbery to end off the day. And with all the resources I could ever need, it was time to make some actual progress once more. Saddling up Tia the Carno and charging off down the beach, I had to massacre anything and everything I could, building up charges as legendaries gain temporary damage buffs after each kill to a max of 100. So absolutely everything from Brontos to Dodos was a meal for my Carno. Even a volcanic Dodo Rex just got destroyed. And that's when I spotted what I thought was a Primal Resurrected, but was actually a Nightmare Triceratops. A tier above what I should be fighting, but I attacked. I began to charge in and out of battle with the trike, using health potions so my Carno would stay healthy as my Carno's bleed gradually ate away at the massive 44 million health trike. It was a game of cat and mouse, except I was the mouse as I kept up the fight, only attacking when I had a potion active. The fight was going great right up until my luck and health potions expired as the trike swatted my Carno into the ground. I mean, I got pretty close to killing the Nightmare Dino. I was only meant to take out Primal Resurrected next, but my dumbass got confused and I only noticed now as I was scripting this that was a nightmare. And it took some running to get home after the death of my Carno, now once again feeling like I needed new legendary dinos. And that's when I remembered a tame I'd seen very early on in my playthrough, the legendary Indominus Rex. So I set off to try and find one, finding demonic thorny dragons, when Mr. Pineapples, one of my patrons, messaged me for some help, as right near his base was a volcanic guardian. But before I dealt with that, I carried him on Tulip's back over to Skull Island, so he could farm some crystal. Then got back to his base in the morning to hop on Torta Queenie, my Hydro Guardian. Waddled in as I was back to eat through the Guardian's health in order to douse the flames. And with the Guardian gone, I did have a look at Pineapple's base that seemed to be just as good as mine, but I had wasted enough time for now and continued my search, eventually finding a max level Indominus Rex. Perfect! Many dots fired and the Indom was asleep. I just had run out of kibble, so that meant flying home through a storm, cooking up the kibble, and then back to find that sleeping Indom. Getting to it in the morning of day 77, I shoved in the kibble and named him Terrorbringer. Even though I didn't plan to use him, I planned to find him a female and get to breeding. A female that I actually found fairly quickly and knocked it out to tame it. I now just had to head home where I threw out the 2 Indoms so they could start to breed. So now I just had to wait. So I made the call to spend my time trying to build some defenses and headed out on Tektor, my mythic Anki, to harvest some stone. Smashing the rocks throughout the next morning, lashing them all together in order to set up some behemoth stone gates. Only day 78 and finally my base was almost fully enclosed. Throughout all that time, some eggs had been hatched and raised, and thus it was a classic Ark time of throwing out an adult, shooting them with a euthanasia gun, and hacking apart their corpse for blood, meat, and hide. Using the fresh hide to craft up a saddle in order to mount my newest, fully imprinted Indominus Rex. I chose to name him Twerp, and this guy was insane. I quickly racked up 20 kills, then 40, 60, 80, and maxed at 100 like it was nothing. My strongest tame I had ever had. I kept up the rampage through to the next morning, searching for a primal resurrected to take out, crossing the giant sand bridges until I got to the volcano island where I spotted one. A primal resurrected Carno. I found a quick snack before turning to the Carno and charged in to take it out. It took hundreds of bites and a lot of cheese, but finally the Carno fell to its death, unlocking me the demonic rocket launcher. Its corpse also gave me some primal bones, which I would be needing a ton of, and it felt good to have defeated it. So feeling full of confidence, I set off across the rest of the island in search of a second primal. Finding one as the day was beginning to end, and I started to munch its butt with the same strategy as the first. Except I got too close as I took 2 bites. Enraging Twerp who turned and ate me in one single bite. Well, crap. Respawning at home, I made up a new Indom saddle in preparation of the rescue mission. And I had to raise up a new baby in the morning, then flew off on Tulip with an Indom in my pockets. Getting back to see Twerp was still alive but under attack by demonic ferox that took him out. I had to lure it away into the water so I could drop in to collect my stuff. Finding it completely weighed me down. Threw out the new Indom to load all of the junk and loot into its inventory, then turned to begin my revenge against the Carno. This time being much more careful to simply bite it and let the bleed slowly tick down its health, while I hid out in the water where it was too stupid to attack me. Killing it to gather even more primal bones and end off the day. I then was heading off in the morning when I spotted a demonic down the beach. A demonic Dilo was fighting a primal resurrected trike. I chose to take the opportunity to steal the trike for myself and attack the trike, leading it towards me and into the water. Here I was able to easily bleed it down extremely carefully to ensure its timely demise. And while I was getting these primal bones, something I was in desperate need of was demonic blood in order to make demonic ingots. Thus, I turned to check out the Dilo that was nearby and charged in, only to get squashed like a fly with zero chance of ever defeating it. Maybe demonics are stronger than I thought. I quickly made sure to top up my Indoms to begin growing while I set off on a new one, except I needed health potions. I was fortunate to see a mythic Jerboa I could munch on, as well as the second one to get their mythic health potion drop, gradually building up the Indom's kill count as well to up its damage. And now I wanted to reclaim my stuff. I just had a problem, and that was still the demonic Dilo patrolling near my stuff. I tried sending in random Indoms, sitting and waiting for an opportunity when I saw a chance to get close and sprinted in to bite the Dilo as I hit around the corner. Except it followed me and blasted the Indom, enraging it to knock me off and kill me. I needed a new strategy. Instead mounting Tokolosh, my volcanic guardian, I needed to take out that demonic. So using Tokolosh, I started to rain fire down on the demonic, getting it down to 100,000 health as the potions kept me alive. 80,000 health as hellfire kept dropping. I pushed slightly forwards, but my potion was running out as I began to back off, with the Dilo sitting at 50,000 health. I just had to play it safe, but the Dilo was following, so I turned back in as my potion came off cooldown and we brought down the demonic. With the dead, I was able to eat the corpse, giving me 16 blood. A very important number to consider for later on. But now the area was safe. I got my stuff, putting it on Tokolosh. I should have just gone home then, when I instead continued roaming on Tokolosh, finding another demonic Dilo. And I began to fire my health spikes, dodging around the Dilo. But I never expected the second one to blindside me, killing Tokolosh faster than I could chug a health potion. Rest in peace, Tokolosh. You will be missed. I flew back on my Alpha Terra in the same situation as I was merely at the start of the day, unable to get my stuff, this time with 2 demonics patrolling. Fortunately, I did get an opportunity in the morning to sprint in, grab my stuff, throw out an Indom to transfer all of Tokolosh's loot onto, and sprinted the heck out of there. I wasn't giving up though. As I got back to base, I jumped onto Trala, my electric guardian, and set off raining down blasts of lightning behind me. I was going to take out those demonic Dinos. I began to run circles around them, dropping the lightning destruction onto their heads. Blast after blast, the thunderstorm was brewing strongly, but so was the firestorm as I leapt forward straight into an attack I hadn't seen, melting Trala's circuits in seconds. I woke up once again and got back on my Indom, running out to where I had died to look for the chance to walk in with my transfer gun and escape with my loot. I did try and send in an Indom again, but it just died immediately. Getting demonic blood was definitely going to be a problem. In the morning of day 84, however, I saw that now, since I'd killed a few primals, I was able to craft my first pieces of demonic kibble. I just had to trank one out, so I was crafting up more narcotics, then flew off on Tulip once more, flying off to see if I could trank those demonic Dilos, but the darts just bounced off of the Dilo skin. So this is where I tell you, the only way to knock out demonics is using the demonic rocket launcher, the weapon I had unlocked when I killed that first Primal Resurrected. In order to craft it, however, I needed Primal Polymer and Electronics, which you get as a drop from Primal Resurrecteds and Nightmares, and some demonic ingots, which I needed demonic blood in order to smelt, since I'd neglected to collect any of the loot when I defeated those earlier Primal Resurrecteds. So imagine my surprise when I was running down the beach and spotted another Nightmare Triceratops. It was time for the rematch. But this time, I wasn't taking any chances. Luring it into the water and starting to munch at its butt, floating it into the water where it couldn't reach me, I continued to bite and bite, luring it back slowly but surely as I bit at it to bleed it down until finally it was dead. It gave me a max experience potion, a nightmare soul, and my first of the 7 unique nightmare tokens you need in order to summon in the current final boss, the Death Knight. I also remembered to loot the bag from the trike this time and got some nightmare health potions, Primal Poly and Electronics, as well as a few other goodies to end off the day. The next day I continued my journey of death down the beach, chomping through everything right up until I found a Primal Resurrected trike. It was easy to take out simply by munching and backing away, making sure that it could never hit me back, finally taking down the trike so I could claim the loot for my collection. Getting closer and closer to having everything I needed for that demonic rocket launcher. Since I needed those resources and I knew I could kill some nightmares, I made the choice to craft a Nightmare Raptor summoning scroll and ran over to the nearby safe spot where I could summon it in. So long as it doesn't hit me, I can easily bleed it down. So much for just not getting hit. I flew back on Talon to see that Indom was still alive, as the Nightmare Raptor had left him alone. The Indom had also eaten all of my gear, so I managed to collect it fairly easily. And with everything recollected, it was time for round 2. And this time I shot the raptor first to lead it into the water. It was now a simple task of munch, 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 while staying away to prevent it attacking me and enraging my Indom. With it slayed, I grabbed the loot, now having 2 out of the 7 tokens I needed. Since I needed plenty more Primal Poly and Primal Electronics, I made up the 3rd Nightmare Scroll, the Nightmare Carno, and summoned it in the ocean. I began to munch at it only for it to attack me once, enrage my Indom and kill me. I was starting to regret my choice of legendary Indoms. I got back and reclaimed my Indom. Now though, I could continue my attempt at taking down this Carno using the munch and dodge attack, using the water to my advantage right up until it got to just 4 million health left and got a lucky bite munching me once more, instantly killing me by enraging my Indom. When I got back, the Carno and its loot was nowhere to be seen. Maybe I should go for demonics before trying to finish off the remaining nightmares, as they're starting to feel like a bad dream. However, knowing I needed the demonic rocket launcher still, I made the choice to make another nightmare trike summoner, putting it in the water to easily kill him for his loot. This time getting a couple ascended demonic saddles. If only I had the tames I needed to use the saddles. But I also had gotten the final few pieces of primal polymer and electronics I needed for the rocket launcher, and now I just needed one more thing. I needed some demonic ingots. I needed at least 20 ingots, so that meant I needed 40 demonic blood. I had 16 so far. And in an attempt to cheese the need for ingots, I set up an industrial grinder to see if I could grind the extra demonic saddles, but alas, that did not work. So I had to head out to see if I could find an easy demonic to kill. In hindsight, I now know easy and demonic does not belong in the same sentence. What was easy, however, was another primal resurrected raptor that I took out using bleed, water, and my Indom being taller than the prehistoric undead chicken. And it was then day 88 when I got home for a resupply, but I really needed to take out some demonics for their blood. This time I was heading out towards the swamp, eventually fighting my way through the forests only to spot a demonic thorny dragon. It basically one-shot my Indom. Easy demonic kills, right? I decided I needed to try what had worked before, recrafting everything I needed for taming as I couldn't get back to my stuff right now. Then grappled up high on a cliff where I summoned in a tameable volcanic guardian. It was a level 90 and a fairly easy tame. Named it Tacos and saddled it up, and I ran back on Tacos where I began to rain down hellfire, or at the very least I attempted to hit the demonic for the entire rest of the day. But it simply was not enough damage and I chose to abandon it for now. Instead choosing to level up Tacos as I searched around the area looking for a new demonic that I could cheese for its blood. Eventually finding a demonic Dilo in the early hours of day 90. And it was time to rain absolute hell on this demonic, dropping thousands of fireballs onto its head. I had to kill this Dilo and I had to get at least 25 blood in order to make the demonic rocket launcher. So finally, after what felt like the entire day of raining fire had passed, the Dilo was dead. 25 blood is all I needed as I slowly walked up to the Dilo and swung my pickaxe. 35 blood! I was stoked. All it took now was to craft a demonic rocket launcher and let's go tame some demonics. Tulip and I set off in the early hours of the morning, desperately searching until finally I found a level 85 demonic thorny. Not the best level, but I was going to need a breeding pair for hide. So using my shiny new rocket launcher began to fire missiles at the lizard. It took just a few in order for it to fall asleep, then fed it my Kibble, waking up as my new, most powerful tame. I named her Trouble after what I'd been through to get to this point, then flew around till I found a low level male, blew it up with my rockets, fed it the Kibble before trapping it up to start flying home, threw them out so they could start breeding, then hatched my first baby demonic in the morning of day 92. I decided not to sacrifice the baby for hide, instead letting her raise up and added her to the breeding pair, naming her Torrential to boost my egg production. This seriously accelerated my breeding as I was able to hatch multiple babies. These ones didn't make it as they got sacrificed for the hide. Enough hide to make a saddle and head out for my first ever ride on a demonic. The damage was insane. As I shredded through a nightmare trike, I felt so powerful. So of course I had to test it out and made up the next 3 summoning scrolls. The Carno melted, the Rex incinerated, and the Spider evaporated. It was amazing. I only needed 2 more nightmare tokens, being the UT and the Dodo Reaper, the 2 most dangerous nightmares. But I had to fight them and made up the scrolls. Running back to my spot where I summoned in the Yudi. It was going well right up until the Yudi screamed, fearing my Thorny into a panic to begin running away. But I kept my cool and fed it some health potions to tank through the fear, eventually snapping out of it, allowing me to finish off the Yudi. All that was left was one final nightmare, the Nightmare Dodo Reaper with 132 million health. I never expected it to have such high damage resistance, so I attacked and attacked and attacked, attacking for so long that it was halfway through day 95 as its health was getting close to finished. But so were my health potions, as the Dodo Reaper barely killed me at only 70,000 health left. By the time I got back on a new demonic thorny, the Reaper had 70 million health. I didn't want to do that again, so I was going to need a new strategy. I was heading off in search of a legendary stego. I found one around midday and was able to trank it out with some darts, feeding it kibble and named it Tonk Tonk. Once home, I made sure to restock my health potions, then headed back to the Dodo Reaper, fed my stego a max experience potion and pumped every single level into health. Then the Dodo Reaper charged in, but this is why I wanted the legendary stego, as it is the absolute tank with its own damage reduction while still having the bleed effect of legendaries. It was a simple fight of just out-tanking the Dodo Reaper as my bleed attack ticked down its health until it was dead, beating the 7th and final nightmare for its token to summon the Death Knight. But I was going to need an army, and these low-level thorny dragons were not going to cut it. That's why when I found this level 135 demonic gorilla, I was stoked. So with my rocket launcher, I began to fire the mini nukes in order to drag out the big gorilla. I named him Tok Tok once he tamed, then flew off to find him a mate. One I found nearby, and while nuking it, I did accidentally put myself into a nap, but it was out. Named her Taliu, then started the journey home. Set them both up to start breeding, and I even set up a specialized dino depot terminal to automatically pick up the babies as they're birthed. And after some waiting, I had a new, fully imprinted gorilla. I named her Tiny Tina and went off to test her out, launching demonic rock explosions, but I wanted a true test, and crafted 4 Nightmare Rex scrolls, and summoned in the first. It went fine, I guess. The gorilla dealt way less damage than the thornies, even at a much higher level, but it was just so much tankier. And then I disconnected. Classic Ark, am I right? I reconnected to see I was dead and quickly saddled up a new thorny and ran back. My gorilla was still alive and tanking, so using my thorny was able to finish off the Nightmare Rex. And together the Thorny and I finished off the last few Nightmare Rexes. I had one final Rex to take out in order for day 99 to come to an end, and this was it. I just had to fight the Death Knight. I spent the morning preparing an army of Thorny dragons, demonic gorillas, some legendaries, and Tortaquini. The army representing all of my patrons who have continued to support me and my channel. I literally could not make these videos without your guys' support, so I'd love it if you check out down below. You'll get access to any servers I record on, as well as have a channel where you can chat with me on a daily basis. But the time had come. This was it. It was time to summon in the Nightmare Death Knight. With the boss dead, I swam over to claim my loot, gaining 2 pieces of the Death Knight armor. And I decided to summon in the remaining pieces just so you can check it out since it looks really sick. And thank you so much for watching. Go watch my 100 Days Primal Fear if you enjoyed this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Nemesis is the ultimate god of death and destruction. He controls an army of elemental titans, the lord of the underworld, and an unholy amount of bosses ready to punish you at every step. He just arrived on my Ark, and now I have only 100 days to defeat him. I will fight to work my way through every tier of creature. I can't take my time either, as if I want to have any hope of beating this challenge, I need to defeat the Apex Troll by day 30. The weakest boss at the moment with over 1 million health. Then I will go on to defeat every other boss under his command and aim to become the most powerful person on this Ark. Welcome to Primal Nemesis, one of Ark's biggest and hardest overhaul mods. Thank you Enlisted for sponsoring this video. More on them later, as this challenge started out with nothing but a diamond in my arm, and oh no, I'm already dead. Ah shit. Okay, let's try somewhere else. This place looks a lot better. A quiet area is a safe area. What are my rules for surviving overhauls? I picked up some stones and a couple bushes for fiber, then turned to punch a tree for the wood. Early on, I chose to prioritize placing some levels in weight, then crafted up my first stone pickaxe. The most basic of tools, but it lets me get more thatch and even break this stone apart for some flint. With a couple levels acquired, I learned the engrams for a full set of cloth and the stone hatchet. Yet more basic gear, but necessary for the early game. I also learned 3 types of wooden spears, which may be useful to defend myself, and using fiber I made cloth pants, a shirt, and a hat. It won't protect me very much, but it will help with not getting too hot or too cold. As an Ark, it's not just the dinosaurs you have to worry about, but yourself, like food and water, and also your environment. With my pick, I gathered some more resources, fastening it together into a hatchet, and I started to use it as the hatchet gathers more stone than the pick, which mainly gathers flint and metal. Now early on in Ark, you want to focus on gaining experience. Usually the best thing to craft early on is the cooking pot, but I wasn't a high enough level yet. So I was making cloth hats when I got a notification.
Run? Where? To what? Where am I running? What is that?
I immediately distracted myself from the ominous run message, and I made my way over to the tail, which was absolutely huge.
Oh, that's a Bronto. I mean, that's a Bronto's ass.
And it was then I noticed what I was meant to be running from.
Oh, it's a meteor storm.
Yeah, this map has random weather events, and my luck had a meteor storm on day 1. Hopefully I never get caught in one. For now though, I wanted to keep leveling and check out this Bronto.
Hopefully not aggressive, Mr. Gargantuan Bronto. Oh, you definitely gonna be aggressive.
Respawning nearby, the big boy Bronto lifted his head, and it was huge. I spotted a dilo nearby and some weird walking plant. Now usually my curiosity would have me punch it, but I wanted my stuff first and chose to avoid it. Only to get my stuff and have the same terror bird terrorize me once more. Waking up for attempt 4 on a cliff, I did try and use the loot grabber mod I had for this playthrough, but I was out of range. No cheese for me, I guess. I would need to get rid of the terror bird in order to safely get back my stuff, crafting up what I needed, ending up with a reusable spear, except I wasn't too sure how I'd actually get down.
Mr. Bronto, it's its baby.
Now, I do actually know why this Bronto is so big, but I'll explain that later on. I chose to instead look around, spotting some more creatures in the area.
That's a big dodo. That's a little dodo. That's an alpha dodo. That's an aggressive dodo.
I learned and crafted a stone multi-tool, which is like a Swiss Army knife of Ark tools, including this weird tool which seems to just be the same as gathering with your hands. I continued to gather for the rest of the day until it started to get dark, only to be illuminated by this weird green luminescent vines. I was then planning to wait for day, only for my big Bronto to smack me accidentally.
Ow. Okay, Colossus Bronto's not friend. I'm sorry, Mr. Colossus Bronto. Please don't hurt me.
I then spotted an opportunity to sprint towards my stuff, picking it up with the loot grabber only to turn and see I was being chased. I kept running, but the dodo was unrelenting as I tried to make a spear, giving it the chance to kill me. Death 5 on day 1? I'm not sure if that's a record for these 100 days videos, but it might be. Starting from scratch again on day 2, I kept up harvesting what I could, even observing the turmoil going on down below, thankful to be safe up here on my plateau. I finished up crafting all the basic tools when in the distance I noticed some red light.
This is gonna be harder than I thought. Ah, crap, that's a Rex.
Running away down the hill, I ended up back where I had died underneath the plateau as I turned around.
Oh, it was you.
That is a Scion of Darkness, something I won't be ready to fight until much later, as this mod has a ton of bosses you need to get through. I ran around finding the ramp up so that I could get back my stuff, only to see the Scion in the far distance.
I wasn't even close to you. You weren't even looking at me. Are you aggressive, Mr. Trike? What are you? Volcanic Triceratops.
I'm fast as fuck, boy. Still fast as fuck, boy.
Look at its legs! Look at its legs! So... It's safe to say, I was in a death loop, dying multiple times until finally I decided to respawn somewhere new. A spot almost 800 meters away. I quickly gathered what I could to craft all new tools when I saw a little monkey, the Mesopithecus, and this is a passive tame, so it should be easy to tame. Just need to feed it some berries and I accidentally spooked it, so it began to run away.
Yeah, bye, little monkey. Nope. Why is the monkey mad at me? Just because you have a child I was trying to feed you. I would have adopted you as your kid. No, I'm sorry.
Waking up for the 13th time so far, I got my stuff before declaring vengeance.
Fine, the monkey dies.
I chose to practice by sniping this bird out the sky with my spear, taking it out with a single throw. At least a single throw, which hit. Then used the hide to make a bowler so that the monkey would not be able to run away.
Come here, monkey. Down for revenge.
I used my hatchet to gather the hide, then turned to take out my next prey, this little Lystro.
Care about the hide more. Sorry, little guy.
I made some cooking pots for the experience, but it was pretty expensive, so I switched to using the little Nat Chibi, and just look how adorable he is. He also told me he'd be really happy if this video got 10,000 likes, so help out little Nat by hitting the like button. Once I had enough experience, I learned the engrams for the forge and smithy, and I would need both of these to be able to craft metal tools, so that was my next goal. I set up some foundations which would be my starter base until I can get a decent flyer to find a better spot, then began to gather stone with my hatchet until I had enough to set up a forge. This forge was actually from a cool mod I found called Visual Storage, which updates as it is working so you can feel immersed.
Oh, that's really cool.
I took out an Ichthyornis with my bowler and spear for more hide, then continued to harvest rocks along the shores, hoping to gather enough metal to craft what I needed. I set up a campfire where I began to cook some meat, as now that I wasn't dying every 30 seconds, I actually had to start worrying about keeping my food and water up so that I wouldn't lose any health. I had to browse through my engrams and found that Primal Nemesis adds stronger tiers of tools I would need to eventually craft, but I'd have to get some brass ingots somehow. For now though, this metal pick I crafted would have to do, but I was going to need a lot more metal, then swam out to see if I could find any ore nodes on the other beach. I pulled out my bowler to lock down the dodo, taking it out with some spears to the head, and I hacked up the hide only to see another massive dodo nearby. Hello! I bowlered it and killed it, but...
That was the baby?
I took out the rest of its family as I did not want my first tame to be a dodo. I kept moving along until I saw another dodo. I managed to bowl it and take out its alpha friend before I turned to continue my javelin practice. And it took so many spears as it started to launch fireballs over my head until it hit me once and I died. Clearly this was no ordinary dodo. You'd have thought the flaming skin would have been a clue. This was a volcanic dodo, one of the 6 types of elementals, and now it was my problem. I got my stuff back as the dodo started to chase me again, and I bowled it and tried to fill its head with spears, but this thing had a lot of health and I had to flee. Swimming back across the water, but the dodo was in pursuit, even following me up the rocks I was on, where I bowled it again, and this time I killed it. For my efforts, I got a common key, which will be useful later. I don't want to spoil what for. As well as the volcanic hide and blood I'd be needing to make some elemental kibble once I unlock it. I unlocked the engram for a bed, which I set up on my foundation so that I'd be able to respawn in the spot, then headed off to see what creatures I could take out, finding a big red little monkey. I bowled it and was going to try and kill it until I realized what tier it is.
Oh, you're an Apex, you're not an Alpha. Never mind, I'm running. I leave you to fight your battles.
You see, in Primal Nemesis, there are multiple tiers of creatures. The basic of which is Vanilla, Alpha, Apex, Elemental, Bionic, Celestial, Demonic, and Godly. There are some extra tiers mixed in between, but they're not important right now. I got back to my base as a random earthquake happened, causing some random bits of resources to pop out of the ground. With those resources, I set up a primal smithy and was looking through it as I spotted a flame elemental rising up.
Oh my god, that's...
Yeah, I was so on edge playing this mod that the smithy was jump scaring me. I set up the primal cauldron next, and this is where I could craft the primal kibbles and narcotics later once I need them. I wanted to set up the forge next and set off to find hide and fiber as a dodo rolled up once again.
Oh, you came out of nowhere.
Bowler, spear, dead. More keys and hide from the dodo, and I set up the primal forge on my foundations, and here I could smelt the different primal ingots, like brass which needed zinc and copper, and told me I could get those by mining metal ores. I just have to find some. So off I went on my metal searching adventure.
That's a big pteranodon. That's a crab.
I then heard some explosions, so chickened out and headed home. In the morning of day 5, I repaired up all of my gear and crafted a primal spear. This narcoberry tip spear will likely help knocking out some early game creatures, so I boiled this pteranodon only to accidentally kill it. Well, the hide is useful at least. I decided to swim back over to the other shore and see what I could find. There was this weird turtle that hadn't cleaned its shell in months. Must have been playing WoW, and this moss chops that immediately wanted to attack me as I ran to have time to bowler it. But then I got too close as it chomped me, sending me back to base. I recollected my stuff fairly easily thanks to the loot grabber mod, and moving down the beach away from the chops, there was trilobite I harvested for its chitin, which would be useful to make a terra saddle once I tame one, and nearby was a dilo with its giant baby. I took out the parent and claimed the baby as my own, which shrunk a bit in doing so, but that's just an Ark bug. He'll get bigger again if I ball it up and release it. Once I had a chance, I named the baby Tiny Timmy. My first tame. I'd actually survived long enough to tame something, and that just made me think, what is your first tame usually? Personally, I've always believed in moss chop superiority, but a dilo will do for now. While out, I also wanted to find some crystal for spyglass, so when I checked the screen drop to find 93 crystal inside and an ascendant bow, I was pretty damn stoked, since the awesome spyglass is incredibly useful for learning how to progress. And using the crystal, I could also make a dino ball that I trapped Timmy inside to keep him safe. Then headed home where I instantly made the awesome spyglass, and this one tool is super useful as I can see a creature's name, its stats, health, torpor, and even what I need to tame it. I tested my spear on this dodo to see how much torpor it dealt, and also found that throwing the spear dealt 0. So that explains why that terror I tried to tame had died. I then unlocked the engrams for the first 2 tiers of kibble, Alpha and Apex. To cook them up though, I was going to need a supply of eggs, rock carrots, and some other resources. The best tame for eggs is the humble dodo. I tranked out this male 140 with my spear, shoved my berries in and named it Dodo Midda. I tamed a second one that I named KO Dodo, so I now had 2 of my friends with me. 2 friends who I actually run a channel with called The Nest. We play a ton of games over there with a lot of extra content, so if you want to see some more videos, make sure to head over on YouTube to go check us out. And with my 2 bird brains set up at base, I made the depot terminal which I can use to store my tames in order to passively generate everything like eggs and even feces. Yeah, that's actually useful for farming crops. I grabbed some loot that the earthquake ended up pushing out and had a look at Tiny Timmy to see if I could ride the Colossus, but unfortunately, you cannot. What the Colossus trait does is it gives the dinos a boost to their total health. After that, I went off to see if I could find an ore node, as metal was still what I needed most. Only to find an alpha pego, which I did boiler, but it leapt at me anyways and killed me. Great, die into a pego once again. I got my stuff back quite easily as a pego was just swimming away into the distance, but this island had what I desperately wanted, an ore node. Oh yeah, just look at all that ore. I even got some of the primal ores to make the brass and bronze ingots. I was then swimming back to my island when an Atlantic manta put an end to that. I was close enough that getting my stuff was easy, so I dropped off the metal for it all to start smelting. While waiting, I learned the engrams for trank arrows and trapped up Timmy just to keep him safe, since there's still some ichthyes in the area I had to deal with. The next day I was out of my base when I found this level 25 Pteranodon. Not a great level, but I knocked it out anyway. Harvested the ore nearby, then killed the nearby ichthy for its meat. Shoved my meat into the Terra, then decided to try and take on this turtle. And I jumped on its back and began to stab at its shell as it spanned me right round, baby, right round. Like a record, baby, right round, round, round. Right up until another ichthy ruined my fun, knocking me off. I now had an angry turtle to deal with, which turned into a porcupine in order to kill it. Meanwhile, the Terra had tamed and whistled it to follow me home. And as I got home, however, and went to make a saddle, I was 1 level short. Talk about unlucky. I started to craft a batch of chibis for the experience, eventually hitting the coveted level 38. I unlocked the saddle and I was short of hide. Every damn time there's always something I'm short of. And I crafted up some more tools the next day, like the Dino Digitizer, which is a gun. It actually is just useful for trapping up my tames in dino balls, which are better cryopods or pokeballs. Then made a metal hatchet to assist with my constant need to gather hide. I bloodied it with the first dodo I found, but was still 4 short for the PT saddle. So I killed a Dilo and ichthy to make the saddle, then took flight on my Terra. My first flyer, and even first rideable mount. His name, Timmy. And we took flight together to see what else was in the area that I may have missed on the ground. First finding what appeared to be a parasaur from hell, desperately trying to melt a Bronto made of stone.
Demonic parasaur is trying to burn an earth Bronto made of stone. It's doing nothing. Oh no, so this mod has elemental typings.
Indeed it does, except that's more for the elemental tier, which I'll cover once I can tame them, as the mod dev has even left some cool secrets to help you figure out which tier to use. Further on, I found a trike taking its babies out on a walk, and while I needed a trike to gather berries for narcotics, I started to use my spear to pepper the parent until it ran. Chasing it down where I finished it off and claimed both babies as my own. I even got some good hide from the carcass, so that was well worth it. I took them both home where I made the saddle, named them Trip and Trap, trapped up Trapped, and went out on a harvesting trip on Trip. Bit of a tongue twister, almost trapped myself into tripping up on my words, and thanks to Trip's efforts, I was able to craft a ton of narcotics to be used for tranks. I then had a quick look at my engrams and made sure to learn every tier of narcotic. Now I wouldn't have the blood I needed to craft most of these, but each one is stronger than the next, so as soon as I can afford them, I'd be happy. I expanded my base with some foundations. They made up a batch of arrows, making them into alpha trank arrows, with the bits of blood I had already gathered so far. I have an idea on how to make a farm for unlimited primal blood. I was really fortunate too that I had gotten that ascendant bow, as this would make my arrows even more effective. I just wish this damn Bronto would stop stomping around my base.
You stomping around my base, I kinda wanna tame you, but I'm worried. So I don't know how much torpor you're going to take. I should go tame that 150 Pteranodon. What I should do.
Remembering a max level terror I'd glimpsed while taming the baby trikes, I flew off to see if it was still there, finding it, trapping it, and tranking it. I then turned my attention to a level 90 trike I tranked out as well.
Actually a perfect spot. Good job, little Triceratops.
I shoved in some berries to leave it to tame, as there was also a level 135 PT in the distance I decided to throw a Hail Mary bowler at.
Target acquired.
It hit! No idea how I did that, but I tranked it out, shoved in my meat, and left it to tame while I went to watch an Apex Monkey fighting an Alpha Dilo. The Dilo managed to win, but I was a true winner as I snatched the corpse with my Terror to eat for its Apex blood and hide. Then landed by my 150 Terror who tamed up, and I named him Timothy. I then flew over to wait for the 135 to finish taming, only to be slightly AFK when a Dilo started to attack it, so I had to swoop in and whistle away my new Terror before it died. Oh, Alpha Dilo. That could have been bad. Come along, Tyranodon. You ought to be Damantha. Damantha the Tyranodon. I arrived home where I threw out both new Pteranodons, setting them up so that they could start to breed. While they played their R-rated game of Twister, I saddled up the new trike to go on another berry mission. I even had some fun knocking about an Alpha Dodo trying to eat my trike, but it couldn't get close, and I had to grab the body out of the water to harvest for its stuff. Continued the gathering, only for a nature dodo this time to show up. Uh-oh. You stay back over there. Oh! I should not lead it to my base. Boiler's saving me once again, as I can now throw my spears to take down the dodo. Once I got home, I trapped up the terrors which had hatched, even hatching some more eggs. You see, when breeding an Ark, your baby has a chance to get different stats based on the parents. So I wanted to get lucky and get the highest stats from both parents on the baby. Eventually doing so, I named the baby Tom. Using Tom, I was able to take down an Apex Dodo for more stuff, then decided to see what I needed to make my first bits of kibble. All I need is rock carrots. Okay, cool. Tomorrow we set up a garden. With a garden in mind, I headed out to get the resources I would be needing, like seeds from my trike which had died, learned the engrams for the crop plots, and now there are 3 things you need to grow crops in your plot. The seed, which you get randomly from bushes, water that you need to set up taps and input, and poop, dinosaur feces. Either raw or you can convert it to fertilizer. I set up foundations where I placed down the plots, having to do some gathering in between to make them all. Then with the day quickly running away from me, made up some more tranks and flew up on Tom, spotting something massive. What the f*** is that? That thing looks cool. But stay away from me. I then proceeded to head out on trip to gather the final seeds I had been missing, as I wanted to plant all the crops. Citronelle, saveroot, rock carrot, and long grass. While harvesting, I did accidentally hit the Bronto. Ah, but it forgave me, so we're chill. I also had a closer look at that godly king crap, and this thing looks insane. Like, bro, I have to give the mod dev props. Some creatures just look amazing, and I know they get even better the further we get in the mod. I got back with the seeds where I planted what I thought would be the most needed, and spotted a monkey just jumping up and down in place. I set up the water for the crops and now had 2 of the 3 things to grow crops. Only thing left was poo, and I had mounds of it from my tames in the depot terminal. Depositing it all into the plots, I learned and made a shovel, which is a handy little tool from Ark's pay-to-win DLC, which makes it so your crops grow faster. Now that I had crops growing, I was able to make my first few pieces of alpha kibble, but if I had hopes of taming apexes, I would first have to tame some alphas to lay their eggs. While I search for an alpha to tame, here's a quick basic explanation. You see, these mods are usually very progression locked. You have to complete the tier you're on before being able to advance. In this case, it was by taming some egg layers. The first female alpha I found was this alpha Pelagornis arbolid, causing it to land on the water. Arrows were fired at its head to trank it out, and was then looking at what else was around, only to turn back and see the pelican was gone. I thought you would float. Knowing I would need more narcotics, I split the stack of meat in my inventory so it would all spoil at once to have extra meat for making the drugs. Before I could make any of the narcotics, however, I found an alpha trike which would be a great upgrade for gathering berries, except it started to get too close and I got nervous, flying up into the air to avoid it. I then spotted a 140 alpha terror while in the air and decided right then and there I needed that first. I managed to lure it over to a rock where I boiled it and tranked it out, shoved in the kibble, and bam! Tim Bradford was tamed. I flew home to make a saddle, seeing a trike with its babies on the beach, and I easily took out the tiny mama to claim the baby as my own. And in fact, the mama had multiple babies I claimed, including this Colossus one. I learned the Alpha PT saddle, but needed some more resources to craft it, one of which was fiber, and I was sick of needing fiber, so I made a metal sickle which gathers a ton of fiber, and it was great. The rest of the day was then spent desperately trying to take out any alphas I could, and I finished off a few more alphas in the morning, then began the trip home where I did see a pair of female alpha carbos. I didn't fully think of it at the time, but I'd be coming back to tame these to be my alpha egg layers. At my base, I crafted up my first batch of Apex Trank arrows, then chose to fly back and see if I could tame those carbos. I started to knock them out with my alpha arrows until I ran out, but when switching to the Apex arrows, there was a bug which I have reported that made me pull out a crossbow instead. I was pretty confused at the time, but kept tranking away only to run out of Apex arrows and have to resort to using a club to knock out the second carbo. Tamed up both, trapping them to start creating me eggs. I threw them into the depot terminal once I got home, before continuing my grind for alpha hide. I even killed a few apex creatures for their hide I'd be needing later. I got the final piece of hide I was needing after I killed an alpha trike in the water. Finally, I'd be able to saddle up Tim Bradford and take him for a ride. I did that as soon as I got home, crafting the saddle and threw on Tim to test him out.
1,000 damage.
I was pretty stoked. Using Tim, I took out a bunch of apex and alpha creatures in the area. Careful to not play too cocky and lose Tim, and I eventually found another alpha pteranodon which I lured down to the beach and boiled it, tranked and tamed. I named her Lucy as she would be Tim's mate to let me breed backups. Once I got home, I set them up to start mating, ending up with an egg that I hatched using a couple standing torches. And I had a look at the baby in the morning, checking its stats, switching out the female to ensure I got a better PT faster, and while waiting, I decided to saddle my Colossus trike I had claimed at some point, using it to gather berries for more drugs. And then at home, I unlocked the fabricator, generator, and aircon, but didn't quite have everything I needed just yet. I needed to go back to the other island, but it appeared to have some new occupants. Oh, this isn't good. I definitely need a move. I had no clue where to though. I've never played this map, or even this mod, so this entire journey had me playing with zero information. So if you enjoy this type of content, I'd really appreciate it if you subscribe. 2024 was a rough year, but I am coming back and stronger than ever, and you don't want to miss out. I managed to craft and place the fabricator, but didn't have what I needed for the generator, or even the aircon. Instead, seeing I now had what I needed to craft my first piece of Apex Kibble, and Apex is the strongest creature you can tame without defeating a boss. A boss I want to try and defeat before day 30 if I want to have a chance to beat Nemesis by day 100. A goal that was already incredibly difficult. In the meantime, I had gotten an Alpha PT with the best stats, and chose to head out to see if I could get more of the Primal hides, even taking some time to observe a Storm Rex which was fighting. I kept exploring only to see my worst enemy. Oh, I'm getting away from you. And I continued my flight into day 17, where I found a level 100 Apex Pteranodon. Now I had the kibble to tame this and I wanted it. So I decided to try and lure it over to this rock in the ocean where I tried to boil it and missed. So I led it closer, but this time ended up biting me and one-shotting me.
No! Damn it. I wasn't expecting it to be able to one-shot me. I suppose it was doing like 500 damage.
I now had a problem. I didn't have the resources to make any new saddles. What I could make was a grappling hook and parachute. I attached myself to a new Alpha Terra, but every whistle did not make it fly. I instead had to punch it into the water, causing it to take flight, and now I could whistle it, dragging me all the way back to my corpse. I accidentally overshot a little and had to glide back over to the rock, where thankfully the Apex Terra had flown off, and I still wanted that Apex, so trying again I led it over to a different spot this time, where this time I managed to hit my bowler and trank out the Apex Terra.
Oh, the most scuffed, easiest taming ever.
And then the Terra truly scuffed and flew home.
Oh, you already retired off Pteranodon.
Sadly up the Apex and took flight. I felt like a pro. Ranking up to Apex like it was nothing. I tested out the Apex on this cargo and found when an Apex gets a kill, they have the Blood Rage buff. I thought, why not? Let me try take out this walking stone pile, and the fight was actually really easy. Even if it summoned in minions, I took out the big golem quick enough to turn my attention to the little ones. I took them all out, gaining a massive amount of resources in the process, like sulfur, obsidian, crystal, and even nickel ore, which is needed to make steel ingots. With my haul, I now had enough resources to make a couple dozen narcotics. And just look at that. I'm rich. Compared to how many I had yesterday, at least. Oh yeah, feels good. That's a lot of tranks. Now that I had the Apex, I trapped up all the alphas I had breeding. Next, I would just need to tame a mate for Patchouli. So that meant I was flying out again to see if I could find one. I made sure to continue slaughtering what I could on my journey, and I ended up getting a weird drop. Type, Dynacharm, rank lesser. Congrats, the RNG gods have provided you with a lucky weight charm. Now, charms are a pretty cool and unique mechanic in Primal Nemesis. In fact, there are dozens of charms you can get, each giving unique buffs to either your dino or yourself. They're a way to buff yourself so you don't have to resort to the standard Ark tactic of throwing creatures at a boss until it dies. As I wanted to go home though, there was a Colossus Hydra Carbo getting awfully close to my foundations. I chose to try and lure it away, only to then watch as it died to its own water tornadoes. The corpse unfortunately got eaten in the process, as I would have liked it element blood and hide. I flew out again the next day, determined to find truly a mate. I got lucky in the process as I found this level 140 Apex Terror. This was great. I ended up luring it over to a safe spot and just ignore the explosions in the background. Easily trapped, tranked, and tamed it. Now I was officially at Apex tier as I now had a breeding pair. I set the two terrors up at base, and with them breeding, I knew at some point I would have to fight the Apex boss. So I spent some time scrolling through the engrams, looking what Apex dinos they were. Deciding Spinos could be a good option, so I'd need to keep my eyes open. While sitting here on my cramped foundation, however, I realized I had not yet explored the map very much.
I think I need to explore the map and find a better base spot.
Thus, once I had a best statter baby, I threw it out.
Oh, I got a pygmy. Oh, you're so small. I think pygmies are... Oh, pygmies are fast.
Indeed they are. So like Colossus, pygmies are the other trait you can get. Pygmies are fast and even have a chance to dodge attacks. And I chose to name mine Saitama, then flew off to go see what base location I could find. I didn't end up going very far before the day was up. I was back in my base, crafting up a bronze pickaxe, a pick I put to work immediately with a metal gathering spree. And it was then day 20. I had a few things on my to-do list at this point. I wanted a new base location, I wanted a breeding pair of Apex fighters, and I wanted $1 million. Considering the only thing I can control right now is my base spot, I flew off to see what I could find, claiming some overs along the way before I began my exploration on Saitama. It wasn't until I found this lake, with large stone plateaus outstretched over it, that I felt home. This felt safe.
I think I'll move here. There's plenty of space. I'm close to water. There's metal nodes just down the hill.
It felt good. I dubbed this spot the Natural Oasis, my spot of safety on this terribly deadly Ark, and I flew home where I was going to need a pack of tames to be able to transport all of my belongings. Thus, the next morning, I transferred everything into a single container to see how much it all weighed, and picked up all the empty structures, but there was no way I could carry the 11,000 weight of all my stuff. So I chose to throw away all of my eggs. I had to tame, so they'd just lay more anyways. So with that, I began to load up my 2 Apex Pteranodons, then hopped on Saitama. With it all set up, I decided to cook myself a decent meal before logging out in the safety of my new base spot. As I sat watching the loading screen to start the next day, I didn't expect to load in and see everything was destroyed. A godly trike had obliterated my entire base, and I didn't even have the footage to show it. Safe to say, I had to move. Packed everything back into the pteranodons and set off in search. I didn't know where I was going, but I eventually found the spot, high up on a cliff with an abundance of pink trees, and I began to set up everything for the second time in 2 days. I'm at a new base location, and I don't hear any explosions. So, you know what they say, a quiet area is a safe area. I continued my base setup in the morning, eventually naming the spot as Causes Hill. I had to fly about on Saitama to see what was in the area. Being forced to deal with the Wyvern, I suppose that's better than the more explosive creatures on this ark. With that dealt with, I set up a bunch of water tanks, and you see this area's only problem was super far from water for my crops. And I planted all my crops, tilling the soil with my shovel, and took out some of the local fauna for the meat and hides. To finally honor the spot and set it as ready, I placed down a bed. This was the first of my 3 goals complete. Next was the army, making up some apex kibble before I started my search to see if I could find any fighters, and it took until the next morning till I found a level 100 apex Therizino. Was it great? No, but this was the best I had found so far as I started trying to trank it out. I'm gonna need 30 tranks, so I'm not gonna have enough. Knowing now I would not have enough tranks, I wanted to fly home to go and make more. Oh, is that what I think it is? Yep, that's a King Titan. A Hydro Colossus Youngling. Level 150, 14.3 million health. I got home quickly after that, made all the tranks I could, then flew back. And it took many arrows to knock out the Theory. Even forced to clear out a Nature Gigantopithecus in the area before it decided to try and ruin my taming attempt. But it didn't stop me from hunting down the Theory until my arrows flew true to knock it out. A friend named it Cosquelas in Alpene. He said it was a tickle monster, a fitting name for a Theory. I then nearby found a male apex Theory that was also level 100.
Oh, I don't actually have enough trank arrows for you.
I would need to come back. I eventually arrived home only to bear witness that I was right in the middle of the meteor storm.
Oh, that's pretty close. Oh. Nowhere on this map is safe.
My base narrowly avoided getting hit a few times, but nothing was hit and nothing was lost. I decided to saddle up the Theory while I was here, using Cosquelas to gather all the trees on the plateau for the wood. At least that was one basic resource I would not need to worry about anymore, as well as fiber. A massive load of fiber. I then decided to use some time to set up some more infrastructure, like a crafting station and more foundations. I wanted a fabricator, but still needed some more resources, and there was a loot drop which I grabbed that had a better hatchet for me. What was more valuable was the dung beetles I spotted. Now, while you can use plain poo, fertilizer is just much better, and dung beetles passively convert feces into it. The first I tamed I named Poop Nugget, and the second was Poop Nacho. I took them both home to live out the remainder of their lives in the dino terminal, converting poop to feces, and I, in the meantime, flew out once again. This time I was searching for Dode to assist with my need for countless amounts of getting stoned. There was a Colossus Dode who was buddies with the Alpha Dode, and I tranked both of them out but was short of what I needed to tame either one. Thanks to the power of editing, I flew home and back in a few seconds. Fed the Alpha the Kibble and named it Steiner. I then gave the Colossus some berries to tame before making a call. Actually, it's just taking too long, so sorry. I got home soon after, saddled Steiner and was about to test him out only to see I had a new neighbor. Well, that's not good. That's not good at all. The Bionic Dode was scary. Bionics are around the 3rd strongest tier of dinos and way out of my league. I needed to get it off my cliff before it wiped out everything in this area code. I crafted a simple pistol and some bullets, then jumped on Saitama, flying out over the edge, firing a shot from the distance to start luring the Bionic off the cliff. And it took way more than a few shots until the Dode ran itself off the cliff like a lemming. I was safe again. For now anyways. And throughout the past few days I gathered a bunch more resources, so I was able to craft up some Apex narcotics again. Realizing I was going to need a steady supply of blood for this mod, and set up my 2 Apex terrors to breed once more. Made a fabricator, then tied my terrors to the hitching post, and now I could put the terrors on wandering and they would breed even if I was out of render. That left me to fly out, and in the distance I saw a distinct beam of light for loot drop. But this one was different. What? What is that? The loot drop's moving. That's so cool. The loot drop's an enemy. Can I kill it? It was now a battle of me on my Terra versus a loot drop. I never expected Ark to get mimics, but that is sick. It died eventually, and the rewards I got were mediocre at best. Common tools chest. Okay. And a heal charm. I've got some pretty terrible loot. I was still pleased by the mimic loot drop, however, choosing to continue onwards as I was still searching for Tame to be my apex fighter. I even chose to check out my original base spot, which now seemed to have some not so friendly neighbors. Whoa. Oh, that is sick. I don't want to get close to here. I then ended the day still here at my original island, making use of Cosquillas to take out some trilobites in the area to restock my chitin stores. And once I was back at my base on the morning of day 28, I was feeling a bit under pressure. In order to defeat Nemesis by day 100, I needed to defeat the Apex boss before day 30. This was starting to look unlikely. I needed something to change. So when I found another loot drop, I took it down hoping for a good trinket, but nope. You see, I wanted to tame things easier. For that, I needed a long neck rifle, and preferably one that is ascendant. So I was out hunting for drops, finding celestial gigantoraptors. That thing looks cool. It's got a little crown. Grabbing each drop I could when I found a monkey. You're just the regular Megapithecus. And since it was just Gamma, it took some real big damage, but I never got any tech grams, unfortunately. I did eventually find a drop that had some decent stuff in it. So for now began my journey home, stopping to watch some Celestials battling it out, wiping what seemed like the entire area, even being the loot goblin I am to scope out the item caches and see if there was anything worth the risk. Then as I was flying home, it happened. I found an Ascended long neck! Yes! While I was already behind, this one item could be enough to help me catch up, as now tranking out creatures would be way cheaper and way easier. I flew home as soon as I could and was then learning the darts to start making them for my rifle, smelting up a bunch of ingots only to find I wasn't able to make all that many. Okay. So I need an Anki next. God damn it. I probably need an Argent Papers too. Yeah. Sometimes it's definitely worth prioritizing the workforce of your tames. I did end up managing to craft at least a couple of Apex darts and even some elemental darts. I was also short of blood, but since I had those Apex Pteranodons breeding up, this was an easy problem to solve. And with my darts and kibble ready, I flew off to see what I could find, either an Anki or a tame to start my Apex army. Instead I found a loot drop that had a sweet veggie cake in it. This one cake turned out to be just what was required to tame the snail crawling past me at that moment. Talk about creator luck. I named it Slimeball. Slimeball! You're gonna generate me paste. And with one tame in my pocket, I flew onwards to the snow biome, where I found a level 145 Anki. I needed to lure it to a safer spot, aggroing it over until I managed to put it to sleep, shoved the kibble in, and bam! It was tamed. I kept searching until I found an Apex Argentavis that I tranked out and wanted to tame. There was this damn Hydrorex that ended up killing the Apex Archie before I was able to tame it. So I instead simply flew home, with my snail and Anki to add to my collection. Even testing out the Anki on these few crystal nodes, and I can't claim it was anything spectacular. But by now, I had failed to defeat the Apex boss by day 30. I was behind schedule. The next thing on my list, I need to be able to defeat one of the elementals by day 50. I had to speed things up, and fast. Now, this is when Wildcard dropped a big Ark update. Yay! Except this update broke almost every Ark mod. Boo! So you may see some items with no icon or even broken textures. This is Wildcard's fault, not the mod devs, and these mod devs probably already fixed it by now. So then, using my best Walter White impression, I made up some more Apex narcotics in the morning, harvesting the blood of my Apex Terror offspring for their blood and hide, crafted up all the tranks as I'd remembered a tame I had seen, something in the swamp when I did not have many tranks. This male level 100 Apex Therizino, firing dart after dart, even chasing it around. Go back out of the water, please. Thank you. I got the theory down and sleeping, shoving in the kibble. Easy, easy, ease. We'll put you to sleepy pie. We'll tame you up nice and fly, because you are now my Therizino. And once tamed, I named it Hola Soy Pene. Then thought about my next steps. Let's go get these Therizinos to start breeding up an army, because I still have to fight the Apex boss so I can unlock the next tier of kibbles. I set them up at home to begin their breeding while having a look at the meteor storm going on around me. Now, as terrifying as this is, it's actually kind of beautiful. And I was short some polymer in the morning, and I hadn't yet found any penguins on this map, so I flew off to see if I could find any. That looks like somewhere I might find penguins. There was none in the spot, so I flew over to another where I hoped I may find some. Eventually seeing them wandering around this random part of the snow biome, where I chose to play Club Penguin, gathering all the polymer I could. I also found a group that had some kids with them. I took out the parents to adopt the babies as my own for a life of forced servitude and generating children to become my polymer supply. I set them up to breed once I arrived home. Then I used the polymer I had needed to craft an aircon. This would make it easier to hatch eggs at my base for optimal breeding conditions. And while I was out in the morning of day 33, I got a notification that some of my Apex Pteranodons had died. So I sped my way back to base, only to find the reason that they had died was due to their meshing through the floor. Thanks, Ark. I chose to ignore the problems I was facing as I wanted metal. I found a spot with a couple nodes that got smashed apart by my Alpha Anki, and finding a second spot soon after, so I had what I hoped would be enough to last me at least another couple days. And with all the time that had passed, my theories had been breeding up a storm. Even had to place some foundations under them just in case to prevent the meshing. But I was starting to feel confident as I crafted the Apex Boss Summoner. The Apex Boss Summon. Defeating this boss will unlock the elemental Kibble. That's when the fun begins. I had no plan to ride one of the theories, however. You see, something that some may have noticed is the alpha tier of creatures buff all other creatures around them, giving them a 2x increase to damage and armor. I planned to ride my Alpha Terra into battle. I did a bunch of crafting and preparation in the base, learning the health potion engrams, which will be much more useful later on. Then crafted up a couple extra saddles for my Theory army. I was feeling ready. Was I as prepared as I could be? No, but I had to see what I was up against. Continue with. Let's go find an area to go fight this boss. I landed on an isolated plateau and began to set up my army of theories. This was it. 35 days of progress had led to this moment. I myself set up the Alpha Pteranodon to ride, then walked in front of the theories, where I summoned in the Apex Boss, a massive red troll. Oh, he's big and loud. I should get him, boys. They're dealing good damage. Ouch, that hit me. I'll make sure I'm close enough that they're still getting the buff. Hey, and it's dead. Very nice. Look at all those kibbles, lurds. Volcanic storm, nature, hydro, frost, and earth. Let's go, baby. With it dead, I trapped up all the theories, but I was at elemental tier, baby! Now this tier is really interesting, as each element has a secret power that I'll reveal once I tame one, and the flight home was easy enough, then had a look to see which of the kibbles I was able to craft. Okay, it looks like I'm going frost first. Now the reason for this is there is an elemental damage type like in Pokemon. To make the kibble of a tier, you need ingredients that you get by killing the tier it likes to eat. I had previously killed nature creatures, which is what frost is strong against. And this is important for when you fight the elemental bosses, but frost beats nature, nature strangles earth, earth grounds lightning, lightning fries hydro, hydro douses volcanic, and volcanic melts frost. It's a simple yet interesting mechanic. I eventually found a level 150 frost carcanos, only to see I was 1 Kibble short. So when I saw this nature pteranodon, I made sure to kill it, then proceeded to start tranking out the frosty crab. It eventually went down and I now had 20 hours to go get the third piece of kibble. So while on my flight home, I wanted to see what other elementals I could take out, like this other frost crab, only for a Carno to claim my loot.
No! You ate my corpse, you stupid Carno.
Then stopping off at the next one, which happened to be a pygmy, and this crab was zooming. I managed to take it out in the morning by simply keeping my distance, and occasionally barrel rolling into the frozen crustacean, and with it dead and harvested, I flew home. Made up the kibble, which is when I personally noticed about the kibble needing the weaker typing to make, so having killed the frost was able to make some volcanic kibble. The mod dev has actually done a great job of leaving these hidden clues of stuff in the mod if you pay enough attention. With plenty of kibble at hand, I flew back to my crab, only to see he had made a friend, a demonic queen bee. I needed to lure it away, only to get incredibly lucky as I somehow had my pygmy dodge 2 of its attacks.
Okay. I got extremely lucky.
With it slightly farther away, I fed the kibble to the crab, named it Mr. Krabs, and got out of there. Once I got home, I wanted to make the saddle for Mr. Krabs, except I had 0 frost hide. Every frost I'd killed so far had dropped chitin. The only other frost creature I'd seen was the frost wyvern, so I was heading to the snow. The only problem was as I got bit, I was massively slowed, unable to escape on Saitama as a wyvern ate my ass. No! Oh, I got hit by the slow and it was aggroed onto me, so I couldn't get away. Waking up from a very cold corpse at my base. Rest in peace, Saitama. It was a long flight back where I had to dash in to get my stuff as a wyvern tried to take me out for the second time. But I was too fast. I dashed away, then started the very scary task of rolling in to take out the wyvern. Success! My first bits of frost hide. Too bad it wasn't enough, as now I need to find another one for the final bits. There was a second wyvern nearby that I aggroed to me and began to try and kill in the same method. But if I got hit once, I would surely die, so I was relieved when the final hit killed it. And that should be enough hide. Let's get out of here. Once I got home, I made the saddle for Mr. Krabs. 470k! Holy crap, you gained a lot of health when I tamed you. I had a look testing each of its abilities and just to see what it looked like. Now I also mentioned each tier having a secret power. The frost secret is it is a mobile fridge. So with that out of the way, I set up an awesome teleporter. Now this thing is super overpowered, but this map was huge. So traveling around was really starting to eat up my time, and to try to stick to what is interesting, I thought it was a necessary addition. Else you just see me flying across the map for most of the video. Now that I have frost, however, I wanted to try and get the next element on my checklist. I would get a breeding mate for Mr. Krabs eventually, but for now I wanted this pygmy volcanic thorny dragon. With how fast pygmies are though, I crafted up some bear traps. I was going to try and lock it in place to make taming it easier. I flew down where I set up the traps, luring it into them. It broke through the trap very quickly. I was now in a predicament, chasing after it as I kept trying to dart the stupid speedy thing.
I think I got myself stuck in the tree.
I flew down with it sleeping, taking out the vanilla brew who I didn't trust, shoved in the kibble and named it Volcanus. But I just knew that as I headed home, I would not have what I needed for the saddle, as I definitely had no volcanic hide. I didn't want to stop there though. In order to progress, it really is highly recommended that you get a breeding pair for each type of element. So that was my plan. Go on an elemental murdering spree. Volcanic trikes, dead. Nature Lymantria, harvested. Volcanic colossal. Oh, hello. Yeah, I'm going to avoid you for now.
Well, that's a lot of fire.
I found and began to fight an Earth Bronto, but with over 360,000 health, I instead switched to Mr. Krabs to see what she could do. And she cracked the Earth Bronto. Continuing on the beach with Mr. Krabs taking out a couple more creatures, before flying off to the snow where there was a volcanic Anki. I cleared the area around it, then shot my tranks to knock it out.
I'm hoping you can smelt ingots, Mr. Volcanic Anki, or Mrs. Volcanic Anki.
As I got it down and sleeping though, a demonic griffin ruined my plans.
Oh shit!
Oh, there goes my volcanic Anki. And with a bunch of elementals dead though, I went to see which kibbles I now had. Frost, Volcanic, Storm, Nature, and Hydro. Only one I couldn't make was Earth, so I would have to kill some storm creatures for their essence to make Earth kibble. The next day ended up being rather random. I killed a Hydro Rex, tamed an Apex Dodo, killed some more creatures, tamed another Dodo, killed more creatures. I think you get the point. Having slaughtered and tamed a decent number of things, I headed home. Now you might be asking why I tamed Apex Dodos of all things. You see, one resource I had been using and running out of was Apex Feathers. So these extinct chickens were to be that source as I set them up to breed. I then took out one of my Apex Theories to get some wood. A lot of it. Tens of thousands of wood. And that's when day 40 arrived. Now a few days ago I mentioned which kibbles I was able to make and one I wasn't. Earth kibble. I needed to find and harvest some storm creatures for that. So that is what I did. Hunting down various storm creatures for their cores, bloods, and hides, until I headed home satisfied with my haul, even ending the day with a great haul of massacred, unapproved, hatched Apex Dodos for their feathers. Ah, I love the smell of blood from my theory. The next morning, I crafted up some earth kibble. Finally! All 6 infinity kibbles! All I have to do is snap my fingers and... Oh, never mind. I still actually have to go find the creatures to tame them. Then, as if the Ark gods were to try and smite me, a meteor fell right next to my base. Yeah, definitely not safe here. But I wasn't planning on moving. I had at some point found a treasure map that I chose to go dig up, only to get some useless stuff. Then while I was heading home, found a colossal volcanic thorny. Now I needed a mate for my first one, so of course I had to trank it out, shove in my kibble and tame it. Way easier than pygmy I first tamed. I flew back to base where I set them up to breed, and I hadn't quite realized the size difference at the time, but god damn, I mean, hey, you get some Volcanus. I then heard some explosions, only to fly up and see a celestial thorny was right below my base, and great! I can only hope it doesn't get up here. I finally named my PT in the morning Pataka, but then did a bit of crafting before I chose to set off in search of a mate now for my Frost Carcinos. I found one at the edge of the redwoods, then proceeded to stand on Tucker's head while I fired my trank darts until I put the crab to sleep, tamed it, then named it Mrs. Krabs. I got home where I set them up to breed next to the Thornies, still impressed by Volcanus.
My dude, I don't know how you're getting up on her, but GG's.
Now that I had volcanic and frost creatures breeding, there were 2 elemental bosses I felt ready to fight, the frost and the nature variants, since volcanic melts frost and frost freezes nature. Before I fought any though, I wanted to see what other elementals I could get while my tames bred up an army. That meant making more elemental trank dots and flying out until I came across this here nature Gigantopithecus. Now I was somewhat trying to have different creatures for each elemental type, as this mod has a ton of cool creatures, so this big monkey was perfect. I began to trank it out, only to accidentally knock up my Terra in the process, leaving me to dangle about the monkey on my parachutes until I got so damn close to this big ape, but not close enough for it to hit me as I put it to sleep.
Nappy time. Oh, they're sleeping next to each other. So cute.
I gave her the name of Harambe's sister, then trapped her up in the sleepy Terra, teleporting back to my base with my iPhone 69. Once I was home, I had a look for the saddle for the monkey, not realizing it was called a Bigfoot saddle, but I could ride her without one, so went to start testing her out. She had some interesting attacks, but wasn't sure how much damage she could do as I made my way down the cliff, a bit faster than intended.
Oh I don't mean to jump down here.
I eventually got down anyways and started to try and attack everything I could. Now you may notice this buff in the top right. You see, nature creatures have a healing attack, and this will be important to know later as the nature boss has this same attack. Nature creatures also have the extra benefit of when they're at your base, they boost the speeds of your crops.
Yeah, you give greenhouse effect. Just by being near them. Nice. Thank you, Mrs. Harambe's sister. Thank you.
In fact, I did mention every elemental gives a unique bonus, and now I had 3 of them. I was also running low on Apex blood, so once again, I had to sacrifice my previously bred creatures to the claws of my Therizino. And through these past few days though, I had been breeding an army I wanted to use against the nature boss. One thing I still wanted was a way to get my alpha bonus. My plan for that was to hopefully find an alpha shoulder pet in hopes it could sit on my shoulder and boost the tames in my army. I first had to feed my Terra some Narcan since he was still sleepy.
Wakey wakey, Tucker. Let's go see if we can find ourselves an alpha otter so that our army gets boosted.
An otter I found in this very dark lake that I had to use a frosty card key to take out the danger, even realizing I could just grab the otter to hold in the crab's claws while I tranked it out, fed it the kibble and named it Skipper, a cousin of Kipper. The problem though, it wasn't a shoulder mount. I wasn't going to let that stop me though. I flew over to a spot I thought would be big enough and I could fit my whole army here. It was perfect. I even found a spot for Skipper to hide on the rocks nearby. But it was time to summon in the Nature Titan.
Oh, I'm the only one left. Oh no! Flee!
That went horribly. My army got squashed. I flew back to see if anything was recoverable and this boss was massive.
Yeah, you're a big boy.
Definitely need a larger area to fight these titans. I flew down to recover my drop saddles only to see the death message for Skipper pop up.
Oh, you're still alive. Oh.
459k. Wow, okay. Yeah, this boss does a lot of damage. At home, I had a visit of an apex direwolf try to take a chomp out of Volcanus, getting absolutely destroyed.
Not too sure what the little apex style was expecting.
But I was feeling a tad defeated after that Nature Titan, deciding that since it could heal, it was likely one of the harder fights and I should come back to it at a later stage. That meant I was out hunting again, this time hoping to find a storm griffin to be my storm elementals. I found one in the snow and this thing had speed. I wasn't entirely sure how I planned to knock this thing out, but I had to try as I fired darts from a distance, then fleeing as fast as I could before dying. This dance continued all the way till I found an abandoned stone structure that I wanted to try and lure the griffin into. A feat I managed to do only for it to catch me off guard as I was about to take another shot. Waking up with a nasty concussion, I stole one of that griffin, but going back without a plan was another death wish, and 20 deaths so far. I've made enough of those. I crafted a few stone gateways, then flew back where I began to spam the gates to prevent the griffin being able to move in the slightest, and I was then able to easily trank it out. Now in between recording there was a kibble update, so I no longer had any kibble or even any of the engrams. That just meant I needed to fight the apex boss again. I grabbed a full squad of volcanic thornies and frosty crabs, and yeah, that should be enough, as I summoned in the troll and my team obliterated it.
And that's a lot of kibbles. Good job, guys. And hey, that gave me more epic skulls since I failed the nature colossus. Nice.
I got the kibble I needed, then headed out to the griffin and tamed it. And I named it Stormbreak, then flew off to somewhere safer so I could switch up my tames. I climbed onto Stormbreak's back and I just have to say, I love griffins. And this one is special as I rose into the sky, taking off at supersonic speeds. Whoa! This griffin just had one issue.
Can the storm griffin not do the swoop attack? What have they done to my baby? Why would you do this to the griffin? Why can you not swoop? I can't even attack.
Yeah, the griffin was bugged. Now it's already been fixed, but man was I disappointed.
Okay, so I'm definitely not using the storm griffin for the fight.
For the remainder of the day, I spent my time just wasting it. Pretty sure the only useful thing I did was getting more ore. In all this time though, I still hadn't beaten an elemental boss. A boss I have to beat by day 50 to be back on schedule to beat Nemesis by day 100. And I had tried an army against the Nature Colossus, and that didn't work. So I was going to try a solo attack. That was by leveling a frosty crab as best I could. And one other tame I was bringing was an alpha parasaur. I named it Perry and headed back to where I'd fought the Nature Titan before and he was still around. So I landed on the cliff and threw out Perry before mounting my crab. So this was it. Time for round 2.
Oh shit, he's trying to knock me down. No. Oh, rip parry. Oh, that's half my damage because I no longer have an alpha. He's just healing out healing me so much. Fine, army it is. Let's go, boys.
My attempts were futile, so I gave up, only to decide to send in one more batch of Carnivores, but I should have given up when I did, as the Titan swatted me out of the sky.
Whoops, I got a bit too close.
The Colossus was very angry as it killed the rest of my army. I needed a new plan. I wanted to take out a different Colossus as I looked at the Kibbles to see what volcanics like to eat, and that was frost. So this was my new target, but I also had some new ideas. I massacred a couple of the extra volcanic thornies I had for the hide to make a nice strong saddle, so with a couple tricks up my sleeve I flew down to a large area far below my base. It was here I placed down a metal foundation and parked a pygmy alpha pteranodon onto it. I then built a pitched ceiling straight over it, and this was to be the terrace home for the remaining 50-ish days. But this was it, as I threw out my thorny army. I mounted a Colossus Thorny to be my mount as I did some final killing in the area to level up, then summoned in the Frost Colossus.
Get him, boys. All just suddenly dead so quickly.
The fight was fast, but my damage was flying out faster, and this time, I was not giving up. Frosty the Snowman went down like an ice sculpture in a desert thanks to my relentless onslaught of fire. I had done it! My first Colossus down!
Yeah. Rain your snowstorm down, buddy. Oh, buddy, oh, pal. You are dead.
I named the Thorny I had used Cheddar Melt before flying out to see what tames were in the area. The first I found was a level 145 Volcanic and Kylo, and now this thing is a beast. It is a mobile industrial forge, and with my struggles for metal was perfect. I named it Logamara Muda. Then I also tamed an Apex Dode nearby to help with any stone needs. 2 amazing tames right next to each other? Perfect! The rest of the day was spent scanning the area once again when I found an Earth Parasaur, and I thought I'd have to go for Brontos, so I was happy to trank it out, and I could see this Caballo Pola being amazing. But this one I named Poya Duracoma Una Roca, since everyone seemed to love the similar name in my Ark Descended 100 days, which you should check out after you finish this video. It took until the morning of the next day to find a second Earth Parasaur that was fighting an Alpha Carbo. I knocked it out so I could tame it, and I named it Snip Snip.
Okay, Snip Snip, I need a male. So I'm going to feed you this gender swap potion, and Snip Snip, you're a male.
I suppose Snip Snip would have made more sense if I needed a female, and I took Snip Snip home where I set him up next to Poya so they could start to make me babies. I also planted my frost seeds that I'd gotten from the frost boss, as once you get past elemental tier, you have to grow fruit from each tier to make the next tier of Kibble, Bionic tier. So for that, I set up a gardener and a farmer to manage my garden. I still needed a pair of storm and hydro tames to breed an army. Thus I was flying out once again, but I didn't find any tames this time. Oh no. This time, I came across a creature known as the Titanic Tide Queen. It was a boss of some sort that must be from the map. And I was fighting a bionic Uranio and it lost, but that activated a message which honestly, I got no clue what the point of this thing is. So we'll just leave it be for now. I moved on until I found a Storm Terror Bird which I tranked out. I can't claim to be thrilled about using Terror Birds, but it would be better than the Griffins. I found a mate for my Terror Bird in the morning, tranking it out and naming it EFC, then flying off on Stormbeak where I came across a level 140 Hydro Turtle. This would be my first Hydro tame. I easily put it to sleep, named it Nolan as this is a Guardian in the Primal Chaos mod, and took them both home, but I'll admit, I wasn't super happy about Storm Terror Birds. So with the sun rising, I once again flew out, but this time I didn't find no silly electric chickens. I found a Storm Carno. Did have a slight problem of some celestials fighting up in the sky, kind of like Greek mythology where the gods fight and don't realize how many mere mortals they're killing below, but I managed to lure the Carno off the ledge it was on and into the water to tame it. I named it Thorcano, but now Thor needed a friend with benefits and flew out again. I found another male on the cliff that required me to deal with some mammoths before tranking it out, and I named him Lady Varys, since once I got home I simply made a fancy cocktail and voila! I now have a male and female Storm Carno. I left the two of them to begin their baby banging, and in the meantime I began to do some prep work for my Earth Parasaur army as I wanted to fight its next element.
Okay, so what is Earth good against? Earth is good against Storm. Okay.
Target selected. I made a better Parasaur saddle, then headed over to my bossing area. I set up my army, leveled the racer I was riding with a dash of murder, then turned to summon the Storm Colossus.
Okay, Mr. Electric Dude, I need you to... And... There we go. Come on. And... 2, 1... Dead! Okay, I've started to notice a problem with these corpses. I can't harvest a corpse. Okay, cool. That's 2 down, 4 to go.
I trapped up Parasaur and headed home as I needed to do some base cleanup. Packed away all my volcanic thornies as I had the skull of the Frost Titan already, then planted the seed I had gotten from the storm. With 2 down and 4 to go, I set off to see if I could find a mate for Harambe's sister. Instead, finding a Nature Colossus youngling only to see it kill a Nature Gigantopithecus that I could have tamed.
You killed your teammate! I wanted to tame him.
It took some time, but I found another one fighting a Storm Griffin that I ended up tranking out and taming. Now, having fought 2 Colossus already, something I had unlocked was these incubators. I'm not too sure what they do, but that may be an option to take out that Nature Colossus. For now though, I had the Hydro Colossus in mind, and that meant I was throwing out a full squad of Storm Carnos, running a short meat run for experience in summoning the Watery Warden of the West. It got electrified like its sisters before her. Oh my god, these damn water tornadoes. Feels good. 3 down, 3 to go. Oh, they're spooning. Cute. Next target, the Earth Titan. I crafted myself an Ascendant compound bow at my base, as these metal arrows are actually more effective than the darts I'd been using. I then had to plant my Hydra seeds before heading out to find a mate for my other Hydra turtle. I found one early on day 56, sent it to sleep and tamed it. And I had a breeding pair for all types of elementals, I was pretty sure. And while heading home though, I found a random Earth Toad I decided to tame as it was smaller than the Parasaurs, and I wanted it for my base. I named him Spiky Boy and also tamed a random Apex Toad, who I named Don't Know Why I Tamed You. And taking everyone home, I set up the Earth Toad near my crafting area, as Earth creatures actually boost the crafting speed of your structures. The turtles I left to breed while I went out to find some Earth creatures to kill for their cause. And to fill that quota was an Earth Patchy I found and headed back to base so I could make the summoner. When heading back to my graveyard, however, one of the Titans had despawned.
Aw, my collection.
At least I know now they do eventually disappear. I had to prepare my army of nature monkeys who did good work protecting me when an alpha scorpion knocked me out.
Well, don't even know what knocked me out.
And after my nap, I selected the monkey I wanted before leveling it, and then using my nature ability healed up the whole army. Then when all was ready, summoned in the Earth Titan and it got strangled by my army of natures. I was getting pretty good at taking these titans down. With my new seeds and skull acquired, I planted them at my base, the seeds that is, then went to check my Hydra turtles up, but due to a bug they were hatching as plain old boring vanilla turtles. I needed Hydra turtles. No matter, bug report sent to the developer, let's go find a replacement. What I found were some beavers. I used the dam to aggro them all over so I could get myself the Hydra beaver who I named Waterboard. And I then found a second who had a neighboring Storm Colossus youngling. You guys really do just have a huge AoE of destruction. That didn't stop me from taming it and naming it Trip Torture. And I flew back to my base, and this is when I decided to take a closer look at these incubators. I hoped they'd give me a titan I could use to defeat the nature colossus, so I made a frost incubator. While I was preparing, I did some gardening and then spotted a bionic dode on the cliffs below me. I don't want to try to kill that to see what it drops. See if I can get some of the essence. What do I use though? I lowered myself down the cliff and climbed on Cheddar Mount, then flung my explosive spines at the dode. Because it's a dode, it just went into its ball. Okay. Suppose that's easy. Got some bionic blood. Nice. Ooh, I can use that to make better narcotics. Very nice. And since I was already here, I continued out on Cheddar Mount to murder the tames in the area, only to have my path blocked by a demonic parasaur. I do not want to mess with the demonic. Yeah, nope. Instead, I chose to go and prep for the next Colossus fight. I brought in a couple wet beavers, including a massive one. I bet that one has gnawed some wood in its day. While I was preparing them though, some weird bat called a Yiling kept attacking me, and I had to use a corpse for cover so it would come closer and I could kill it. With that pest deleted, I leveled my beaver. Quickly shot home to set up a new food cooker to quickly restock my health potions, and I came back and named my beaver Nyla Harper. I was now I forgot the flippin' scroll. Alright, team. Let's do this. It's hot. It's about to get a whole lot hotter. It got a lot hotter. So hot, in fact, as we fought this boss, that it somehow managed to kill my water tornadoes. He killed the tornado. How do you kill a tornado? It may have evaporated some of my tornadoes, but this wet beaver was ready for it as we fought the boss's 12 million health pool. You're big, eh? Look at you. You're gonna die to someone biting your ankles. And nom. Nope, never mind. And nom. Oh. Please don't stop the fire. Da-na-na-na-na-na. The Colossus kept raining fireballs after its death for a little while longer, but it eventually stopped. 5 Colossus down. Only the nature one left. Yay, I did it. And this little pygmy pteranodon throughout all these battles has just been sitting inside here. Something I noticed I've been unlocking though are these egg incubators. I am curious if this will help me to defeat the nature titan. I planted the fire seeds I had gotten at base, and I then collected the frost egg incubator. Unfortunately, this was not to be my savior today. This was no mid-game creature and something I would only have the supplies to check out much later. That's expensive. I think I just have to send the biggest army I possibly can at this thing. This was it. My final hopes and dreams, and it was now or never, as it was already day 60 and this fight would not be easy. Because I don't have my alpha buff here. I first had to fetch my health potions just in case I needed them, before turning back to begin the fight against my toughest opponent yet. The Nature Titan. And go get 'em, boys! It took forever. My longest fight yet, and it still wasn't over. This Storm Colossus youngling was on my ass. I had no interest in fighting it though, as I managed to bring it down to half health before I was finally able to escape and get away. Very pleased that the final elemental boss had been defeated. Now that all 6 elemental colossus had been slain, it was time to work towards taming some bionic creatures. So I had to do some garden wrangling, making sure they were all tilled and then checking I had everything I needed for the kibble. The crops would have to grow first, as well as I needed electronics to make it. Now, I had an idea on how to hit 2 birds with 1 stone. You see, to trank out any bionics, I wanted at least bionic tier tranks. Makes sense. Bionics also drop electronics when killed. So taking Cheddar Melt along for the ride, I went exploring, finding these weird shrines that I'd seen early on in this playthrough, and I now felt ready to explore them as a teleporter sent me through reality into this cave. This brought me into what appeared to be an aberrant underworld. Even the rocks were purple. Riding Cheddar Melt, I began to make my way deep into the cave system, only to find my path blocked by a Colossus Bionic Megatherium. Do I try? I got health potions. Fuck it. Let's go. Die, Bionic. Oh, shit. Okay. I killed it. But it killed me. Oh, that really could have gone better. I replaced Cheddar Melt with a fresh thorny dragon, then headed back to the scene of the death. When I got back though... Wait, I didn't kill you. Round 2, I was able to easily clear it, gaining the blood and electronics I wanted. I took out a Bionic Baryonyx next, and then kept going until I ended up at an amazing metal spot. I kinda wanna come grab this metal with my volcanic Anki. I had nothing else I wanted to explore for now though, so at home made up as much of that bionic tea of narcotics I could. I quickly got back to the areas I wanted the metal. Now I'm not sure if it was the map or the Anki, but harvesting was weird. Like the whole mining was in reverse. I gathered enough despite the issues, then sent my Anki home before heading down the remaining area of the cave. There are some loot drops here, but I ended up leaving the cave soon after. The remaining teleporters went to some interesting areas, like what appeared to be the entrance to a tech cave. So I went into the final shrine, and this is what appeared to be a massive underground civilization. I walked through the ruins with a huge sense of wonder and interest. Like, while I've had a ton of issues behind the scenes with this map, and it's not one I recommend at this time, it does have some moments that are just beautiful. The rest of the cave network had some bionics I took out, a weird lock that didn't work no matter what I did, and a celestial thorny dragon. So I decided to just teleport home, moving my Anki back to its smelting spot, and in the meantime I made my first few pieces of bionic kibble and even some steel ingots. Now remember that compound bow I made like several days ago? Well, I was finally going to use it. Yeah, I forgot about it, okay? So I crafted my first quiver of arrows, more bionic kibble, and more arrows. Then I was mounting Stormbeak to see which bionics I'd be able to find, and I found this Megatherium trapped at the bottom of a cliff. Well, it had 1.7 million torpor, but this would be an easy knockout. I'm gonna name you Sydney. Beautiful 1 million health. Oh boy. You're gonna be fun to use, aren't you? All I need now is a friend, so I can breed them. I first had to make some more arrows, so did that at home, then began my search. I found a yellow one that I started to knock out, having to dodge some of its massive AoE attacks, eventually putting it to sleep, taming it, and naming it Sid. And once I got home in the morning, I cleared up the elementals I still had laying around, as I was officially at Bionic tier. But I was tired of my tames always meshing into the floor. I placed down some foundations in hopes it would prevent it, but this is Ark. I wasn't holding my breath. I set up the robot sloths to start making little baby toasters, but I had no plans to use the first babies for fighting. I needed the electronics. Babies! Look at my baby. Oh, you're cute, eh? You're so cute. Look into the light for me. Eesh. They give hardly anything. There's gonna be a lot of baby murder. Now the next group of bosses to fight were the ancient tech. and it was going to cost a lot of ingots. I continued to take out the baby toasters for the electronics, and I picked out a pygmy bionic megatherium to keep for myself, and even some mud balls got harvested as well for their essence. I finished up some crafting, then saddled the sloth I planned to use and headed out to launch some attacks, and the results were insane. Oh. 3 million health, okay, cool. Very nice. Megatherium's actually gonna be OP in this because they get the bug buff. 300. Okay. You do a lot of damage. No. Everything dies. I don't even know what I'm killing anymore, or where I am, where I'm going. I'm just trying to kill everything. I felt powerful! 3 million health, insane AoE damage, and 4 times damage and armor reduction every time you kill an insect? This Megatherium was insane. Even dealing 1.3 million health with a single bite. I teleported to the blue orb where my rampage of death, destruction, and bionic infused bubbled. I made my way through the areas until I was at the OSD I had seen before, and I kinda one-shot it as it sent me flying. But after enough fun, and now with hundreds of bloods of different types from my rampage, so I needed to do some base cleanup. Setting up a couple crafting stations where I could just dump everything I owned. And don't look at me like that. You probably have a messy cupboard in your house too where everything gets dumped. With all the time I spent out on my sloth, I had plenty of ingots smelting, so I was able to craft my first of the 7 ancient tech summons. I was going to be fighting the ancient tech raptor. It was smaller than the elemental titans, but with 36 million health, it was pretty damn tanky. It also felt light as a feather as my Megatherium kept flinging it back with my attacks. It stood 0 chance as I slowly and methodically took out its life. Boom. What did I get? Ancient fragment, used for summoning the scion of darkness. That's right, baby. I was working towards taking down the boss that had tortured me the first few days of this playthrough. Oh, hell yeah. Revenge was going to be so sweet. I decided to name my Megatherium now that I had a boss kill under my belt, Optimus. And you were about to be a prime killing machine. I had to head home where I transformed some more ores into ingots into a full set of steel armor. This mod doesn't have much interesting armor, so this was the best I could make for the moment. So feeling ready, I headed down to start the next fight against the ancient tech Parasaur. It immediately tried to run away, so I chased it down. Why are you running? Why are you running? This is so stupid. Come fight me! Oh, there you go. Why up there? Come down and play. I finally managed to finish it off for my second ancient artifact, and I made my way back to the base area after that Parasaur hunt. Next on my hit list was the ancient tech Triceratops. This guy was a bit of a pushover, not going to lie. Even if my sloth refused to just attack and liked to send out his bubbles. Yeah, the fact that the Bionics keep spamming their attack is a little annoying. I'm not gonna lie. I named the male sloth I had with me Prime to go with my robot monster movie theme. Then started the next day with a quick ancient tech stagger kill. But that was the last of the easy ancient techs. Left to do was the Rex, Quetzal, and Giga. I could see any 3 of these being incredibly difficult to deal with, so made the call to start with the Quetzal as I summoned it in.
Bye. I suppose I'll fight the Rex then. Just send out a probe, see if I can get a bug kill. Yep. And Rex. The Rex, while incredibly strong with a ton of health due to its size, just made it an easier target. Nice! The Giga went down just as easily thanks to the same problem of size. sometimes take 2.4 and sometimes 1.2. Doesn't make sense to me. Good job, Prime. Good job, Optimus.
And now I simply had to find a way to get the Quetzal to stick around. My idea? Guzzle a metric ton of rare flowers in hopes it would aggravate the Quetz, such that I'd be able to fight it, but they proved ineffective, even while pretending to be a mountain goat to get close enough to it. I had to make a replacement summoner for the Quetz to try again with the rare flowers potion this time.
Okay. Let's try this again, shall we? But this time, I'm gonna eat some rare flowers so that the Quetz gets aggressive to me. Why? Come back, you... I am upset here. There isn't even a bionic flyer. That's a thing. I know where I have to summon it. Bionic. Kill it.
Prime, we're going on a little trip. I made another summoner, then headed over to those shrines I had used so long ago. Went into the first one to see what I could find.
Yo, that ceiling's way too high. Okay, let's go find a nice enclosed little spot. Come along, Prime. That's a godly. Run away, run away, run away.
I went into the tech cave room next. What is up with these guys and these super high ceilings? But this would have to do, as I summoned in the ancient tech Quetzal. While I can't claim these ancient techs were interesting fights, partly because I could never see anything other than purple, but I had done it. All 7 ancient parts collected, and now I was ready to fight my nemesis from week 1, the Scion of Darkness. I cleared the area until I got an insect kill for the buff, then summoned in the Hellfire Monkey.
Okay, Scion. See what you can do. Oh, where'd you go? Yeah. Chill your guavas and accept your death. Come on, monkey. You killed me like 15 billion trillion times on like day 1 to 5. It's time for my revenge. It only took fucking 70 days to get you, but I am going to have my revenge. Die, you monkey! Die! 2.7 million! You stand no chance versus the power of the sloth. Yeah! How did I die? I didn't dismount. What the fuck? Hey, at least I killed the monkey. That's what matters to me.
Well, I suppose Scion had to get one final kill of me. Having defeated Scion, however, unlocked a couple options for me now. I could craft and summon one of the Bionic Bosses to tame, or I could move on to fighting the Bionic God, a tier above Scion.
Do I even want my own Bionic Boss? Like, the Megatherium's busted.
I figured I may as well look what resources I needed for the next bosses. I need all the elemental skulls again.
I have to kill all the Bionics again.
Looks like I had a long list of bosses to start killing. I started with the apexes and they went down like a batch of dino nuggets in my house. And with a fresh batch of apex kills, I made up the summoners needed for the 6 elemental bosses I would have to fight again. Storm boss, dead. Mage Titan, deceased. Hydra Giant, sacrificed. Earth Colossus, squash. How did I die? What the heck? And there we go. Optimus recovered. Next up, Frosty Claws. harvested, along with me dying immediately after. At this point, I was certain something about my own attacks was killing me off the back of Optimus. I had a baby explosion to clear out my base, then headed off again to clear out the final elemental. Volcanic, cleared. I delivered the variety of elements-infused skulls to see what was next on the collection list. And there was a lot of ingots to make all the ancient tech summons, as well as 2 unique items. A skull from the Swordmaster, and a Terminator skull. I had to keep my eyes open for both of those to get the items I needed, and while searching around, I did eventually find something. Terminator Giga. That's what I need to fight the Bionic boss. It was an easy kill to get the Terminator skull, but if I could summon a Temple one of these, that'd be really cool. In the meantime, I spotted a Swordmaster, my next target. Swordmaster, okay, you're the other dude I have to kill for the... You're in a terrible spot. I wonder if I can aggro you over from here. Oh, there we go, he's coming. There you go, come on, monkey. Oh, don't knock me into the water, then I can't attack. I don't like that. I like being able to attack, and oh my god. Why do I keep dying off the back of this thing? I recovered my gear with the teleport pad, then climbed back on Stormbeak to see he had actually been fixed. They fixed my Griffin. Yes, he's so much better already. And I got back to see Optimus finish off the Swordmaster, giving me the final piece I needed to prepare for the Bionic God. The 4th strongest boss in this mod, and admittedly, I was a little nervous. So I avoided the pressure and headed out on a massacre. And after what felt like forever, I ended up back at the orbital supply drop, except this time, I didn't kill it. I instead decided to do it, because why not? Who doesn't want to do a legendary orbital supply drop in the morning? And it was super easy. Attack once, nuke half the area. Attack again, nuke the other half. Do that a couple times and eventually voila. You complete a legendary orbital supply drop super easily. Who knew all you needed to easily beat them was a robot sloth mech that obliterates half the map. Easy loot and free stuff. Great success. I made a structure I'd never seen before in the morning, a makeshift mega lab. I got no clue what this thing actually does, but I used it to add ancient projectile trait to my compound bow so it deal more damage when hitting weak points, like a tame's head or my sanity. Also restocked my health potions before checking what else I needed for the Bionic God, and that was again another full set of ancient techs. So I massacred each one, dying once in the process to the heat again. And it was time for lunch by the time I had everything I needed to craft the Bionic God summon. Am I ready for this? Do I need anything else? There was no going back now as I made the summon. I fully augmented my gear with heat resist and made some fortitude potions, then headed with Optimus to the green orb where there was a massive open field. I thought for this fight I was going to need it. I cleared away every dino I could, only to then spot a celestial Ceratosaurus.
Ooh, I'm gonna try to take you out first before I fight my boss. I haven't killed a celestial yet, so let's see how this goes.
It was strong. Very strong. But I took it down regardless as it wasn't using any holy fire attacks or anything like that.
Art of a celestial being, okay. I'm procrastinating. Let's do this. Oh, you're big and scary. Okay, time for you to die. Armament reflected. Whoa, what is this? Tower defense. Okay, that's one. So he's still got his shield. I'm guessing I have to destroy the towers to get rid of the shield. Okay. Okay, he's no longer taking as much damage as he was earlier. It's fine, I'm okay. There you go. Okay, he's down to half health. We can do this, we can do this. Let's go. 3 million left. Fine. Oh. Ding dong, the Bionic God is dead. And that was actually kind of fun to fight. With the tower spawning, you have to destroy before the boss is vulnerable, but I couldn't dwell on that now as I had unlocked the next tiers of Kibble, Celestial and Demonic.
I gotta go find some celestials and demonics to kill. Preferably bees. It took a while, but I found a bee after dodging a godly trike, then started to take it out. I found the demonic bee I needed. Yeah. And you only get 2 demonic honey from that. Man, kinda ass. While fighting the bee, however, I didn't realize the godly trike had found me and was making its way over. I'm still kinda scared of you, trike. Okay, I don't need to be. Godly health potion, provide 20 health per second for 50 seconds long. Holy shit. That's overpowered as fuck. I spent the morning of day 78 hunting as many demonic bees as I could to take them out. Finally killing enough to get enough honey for some kibble, but now I had to go find celestial blood and celestial hearts. And this tier is incredibly grindy. So I am not going to try and cover all the kills. I did die on Optimus to a celestial featherlight attack as I'd run out of bug buff, but its replacement was a colossal bionic megatherium that instantly died to a demonic griffin due to its size, tanking way too much damage. So I wanted another pygmy. I leveled a new pygmy bionic sloth in the morning of day 79, then started to track down more celestials. One Serrata down, second one killed, and third one harvested. This brought me up to 4 celestial hearts so I could make 2 pieces of kibble. I think the first thing I have to tame is a demonic bee. Just so I have a supply of honey. All this work allowed me to craft the entirety of 2 pieces of kibble? That would get me 2 bees. Good enough for now, I guess. Let's go, Stormbeak. Time for the hunt. I arrived at a bee on day 80, watched it die, flew off to a second location. This one died too. The third one, however, and now I just had to deal the 3.5 million torpor without dying myself. Thus, arrow after anxiety-inducing arrow was sent flying through the sky until finally the bee was falling asleep right into the water. I dropped down to feed it the kibble while I teleported home to get a food drain potion, but when I got back it was already tamed. Thus I jumped on its back to test it out. You are so slow. The bee was slow, but it was able to ignite massive areas on fire. Unable to dodge though, I chose to boil it up for safety and head home. Doesn't help breeding the bees anyway because they weren't giving me blood. So with the demonic hive set up, I now had a way to more easily get demonic honey rather than hunting bees every time. But to make it, I needed demonic blood. It's become a bit of a grind. So in the essence of grind, I made up more arrows before starting my hunt for more celestials. I instead found and killed a Storm Colossus youngling, giving me a heart. I could technically now get my own Colossus youngling, but I'll save that a little later to try out. Further on was some more celestials and even a pair of bees that I managed to hunt down. I got a lot more honey from those than I did from the demonics. What the flip? Having gotten such an abundance of celestial honey, if I killed some demonics, I'd be able to make a lot of kibble. I hunted and killed them as quick as I could. My demonic hunt continued in the morning till I eventually had 2 celestial and 2 demonic kibble. Go see if I can find a celestial which takes 1 kibble to tame. You take 2. Okay, Gigantoraptor takes 1. But you have a lot more torpor though. And it took all my celestial arrows and over half of my bionics until the bird went to sleep, freeing me to slowly descend and tame Burb is the word. I had to fly out and search for a mate for Burb, and next to it though was a pretty awesome creature. Hardly armored tiger. That sounds cool. My prize was next to it though. The second celestial big bird that I easily tamed even if there was the imminent threat of getting nuked by a demonic griffin in the area. I named it Birdbrain once it tamed, then flew home where I set them up to breed as a visitor showed up. Sure. Ran up and attacked the 13 million health celestials. That's a great idea. It took some time for them to finish the insemination and reproduction process. Come on, birdie, give me the egg. Egg, 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 egg. And I set up some aircons to instantly hatch the eggs, picking out a baby to keep as my new ride. You are Tweety. I can lie.
Just like fucking little seedlings everywhere. Go find some kickers. Flap, flap, flap. Flappity flap, 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 flappity flap, 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 flap. You'll be a good test. Okay, 15 million. Pretty quick. Like, you don't do as much damage as my Bionic thing. Bionic Megatherium, I think. But your health is just way higher. Like 65 million higher. I was in love. I cleared out dozens of creatures with ease. Even this demonic parasaur stood no chance. She never even got to attack. Oh yeah. Tweety, we're gonna do great things. I had a ton of celestial baby Kulu-Yaku wannabe babies to harvest in the morning for plenty of blood. A ton I was able to make into narcotics. I'll just do 300. That should last for the rest of the series. So I don't think you get better. I still needed some hearts, leaving me to flap out on Tweety to take out what demonics I could. And that journey led me to the swamp where I got caproed, but Tweety had my back. Thanks, Tweety. Saved me. Having survived that ordeal, I took out another celestial and had a look what I had gathered so far. I had enough now for some demonic kibble to tame my first demonics, and I found one on the other side of the world. It was a demonic parasaur. Something that reminded me of the times I've beaten Primal Fear in different videos. I named it Perry Wink Hell once it was mine, but when I checked the scanner I had unlocked by defeating the Bionic God, there were no other demonics worth taming. So I chose to head home and have a look what was next on my target list. I had 3 bosses left to defeat this mod. The Celestial boss, the Demonic boss, and the Godly boss. Couldn't afford the Celestial Summoner as I needed more demonic blood, but I was able to make the Demonic Boss Summoner. I also made some Celestial Health Potions and a second Gigantoraptor saddle. You are a male, so I'm a high level female. I harvested even more babies in the morning, then renamed the female plan to use Twitter, which is where you should follow me as that's where I post updates for stuff. Some may have seen recently I was in hospital. Don't stress, the neurosurgeon involved has assured me I am completely fine now, and hey, maybe I might get better at Ark, but I think that's a bit of a stretch. Anyway, I also want to shout out all my Patreon supporters who have continued to support me. They have helped me keep going and I could not appreciate them more. You guys are awesome. We even have started having monthly events you can come get involved with, playing random games together and having a good time. But now, we have 3 more bosses to kill, and the first of those was to be the demonic Lord Lucifer. Oh, there you are. Get him! Oh my god, the lag. Well, that went easier than I expected. Come on, set me free. The minions are harder to kill than the boss. Simply because they won't stop me from attacking. Yeah. Turns out Burb over here is absolutely insane, and hey, killing all those minions gave me a ton of hearts to make even more kibble. With how easy that boss was, I made the Celestial boss next at base and came back to summoning the Celestial Hydra Lord. Hello. Oh, it's a Hydra. Die, Hydra. Hydra dead. The Hydra, she did nothing. She was a baby. She was a... Oh, but I never got the... I never summoned its minions. So I never got the free stuff. Have I not got the Kibble now? I have. But Jesus Christ, is that expensive. Well, yeah. Now the only thing left to do to consider Primal Nemesis complete was to fight Nemesis, the Godly Guardian. But it's only day 88, so over the next 12 days I want to try and tame as many awesome creatures as I can. So on day 89 I had to go kill some Pacific creatures to make a type of sushi. Did they know the Gigantoraptor is actually the predator of the sea?
I was working towards gathering all the resources to finally make one of the Titan eggs. It was hellishly expensive, but I got everything I needed so I could check one out for you guys.
Throw all of the stuff into here. Oh, even uses volcanic boss skull. Okay. Let's get the god of here. And you summon.
Oh, he's a tiny Titan. Look at him. He's so small. Oh, he's a baby. I tamed it nice and quickly. But with how expensive this was, you have to be good. I tried out the attacks, but something you can do with these guys is you can actually evolve them from whelping to youngling.
My god, that is so expensive.
Well, let's go see what we can kill.
Oh shit. Well, I'm not going to waste my resources on the younglings anymore.
Next on the list of tames I wanted to check out was the tameable bionic bosses. So that left me killing masses of the ancient tech creatures, accidentally dying after summoning in the Scion of Darkness again when I wasn't ready, which did lead to the death of Tweety unfortunately, and I finished off the other ancient techs. Then once I had everything made, the Terminator and Swordmaster summons. I summoned, tamed, and named the Giga the Don once I had it tranked and tamed. But when I went to trank out and feed the Swordmaster, it was bugged. I could not open its inventory. So, I want to tame this guy, but I can't. I can't seem to open his inventory. So what I'm gonna do, it is one piece of kibble. So, I'm going to clap my hands and he'll be tamed. Huzzah! He's tamed. I could still not open its inventory once it was tamed, so this guy definitely would not be my fighter. But I wanted to test him out anyways, as he looks really damn cool with being able to wield the swords and whatever. A great trophy tame. I then took out the Don on a test run and well, I am really glad I didn't waste my earlier resources on these guys when it mattered. I chose to park both at home to be my trophies, then flew out to see if I could get any godly tames or even some new demonics and celestials to try. I found a godly broodmother and it took some hours, but I tamed it super easily, just firing my bow from the back of Stormbeak. It only took a single piece of kibble and riding out on this thing was freaking awesome. The godly attacks were just so cool and pretty, but I gotta admit, Brobe was just too good to pass up because I freaking love the flappy flaps. And this is where things slow down a lot though. You see, I searched and searched for days. I was going crazy. I want to show you more stuff, but it's not spawning in the world for me. I want to show you the cool things that spawn, but they don't. Give me all of the dinos.
Stop it. Get some help.
Yeah, I had lost it. So much so I even got my Arachnus killed to a small cliff from trying to speed along. I did find another one next to a volcanic colossus that I knocked out and wanted to tame. Oh. Suppose I could have expected that. Waking up at base, I jumped back on Tweety to head out to go save my stuff. I'm a flappy bird. Flappy flap 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 flap, flapping all the way to my death. Flappy flappy flap, flap 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 flap, flapping in flappy flappy flap flap. Do 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 do. Flap 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 flap.
It's time to stop!
Oh, Mr. Volcanic Colossus, you killed me. I'm here to kill you back.
Time to stop, okay?
I took out the baby Titan, then tamed the broodmother easily. So hey, godly tame replaced. Using the godly spider, I managed to kill another Volcanic Colossus in the area, as for some reason they were spawning like crazy here. But when I checked my scanners to see what else there was, There's like no other Celestials I can even get. With only 2 days left, I flew home to do some final checks of what creatures I had tamed so far. This mod had so many cool creatures in it, and I love the elemental in this, but there was nothing else I could do now though. I didn't want to come into this fight with just 2 tames, so I brought an army. Destroyed the army. What, is that everyone? That's flipping everyone. Oh no. Get him. Get him. They're going down. You can't handle the power of bird. The bird is overwhelming. The bird is all powerful. All hail the bird! 25 million and you're defeated! Congrats on beating Nemesis. However, this is only the beginning. Everything you've experienced up until now is part 1. Part 2 will be here soon, and Goliath awaits your challenge. I hope to see you back soon, Survivor. By the way, if you would like to sneak peek of Goliath, head over to the mod page and watch the trailer. Once the trailer goes dark at the end, there is a little teaser hidden away. Oh! Well, guys, if you would like to see me take on Goliath when he releases, make sure you leave a like on this video. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Primal Fear is a mod known for its creatures from hell. Godlike bosses and dodos that explode if you look at them funny. I just made it hard mode. Flies are disabled, bosses are stronger, more dinos are spawning, and every map has been fused into one. I have 100 days to fight through this mod pack of pain, even having to beat challenges along the way. The first of which is to beat a vanilla boss by day 25, something most players take hundreds of days to do. So welcome to the most insane Primal Fear journey you have seen yet. This is no longer Primal Fear. This is Primal Pain. Starting off rubbing my forearm, once again I took a moment to gain my bearings. Alright guys, it's time to primal my fear all over the place. Let's do this. And starting off like every other adventure, I began gathering basic resources, spotting a giant purple flying dino. That is a fabled Tropio. I am pretty sure they are aggressive. So I chose to round the other way. Gaining some levels, I learned the first few basic game grabs, including the stone hatchet and the primal spear. Tools that'll help me a lot in this playthrough, and of course, I needed thatch and wood. But without a tool to use, I had to resort to punching a tree, crafting a pick once I'd collected enough resources, and using the pick I bashed a rock to gain flint and stone to craft a hatchet. Basic tools collected, so I used the hatchet to gain some early crystal from the extinction light posts around the area. Glowing carcanos? No, it's not glowing. Something else must have made it glow. Either way, I don't want to get close to that. It will mess me up. And watching from a distance as a gacha fought off some spooters. Good job, Mr. Gacha. Mrs. Gacha. So I harvested the corpse for chitin and raw meat. One unintended benefit of spawning in the extinction area of the island is enforcers will fight back on aggressive dinos such as Iranios and take them out, so I don't have to worry. And then with my hunger and thirst dropping, I used what some would call the beach bob berry trick. Placing a Mar, Azul, and Tinto berries into my hotbar and holding the corresponding numbers as I consume the stacks of berries to refill my hunger and thirst bars. That's a fabled gacha. Fabled gacha can drop some really nice stuff from their crystals. Maybe I'll get some gachas later on, but for now, I needed more water. So heading to the nearby river, I cautiously entered just enough to quench my thirst. I just need water, please don't touch me, Mr. Sharky. And then once I had my fill, I left the water and the sharks inside. I think this is the most chilled start I have ever had on Primal Fear. It feels weird. I think I just got lucky with choosing the best spawn region right off the bat. Usually I have to try a couple of them until I find one where you just don't insta-die. As yeah, I'm actually playing on the island, but this is the island with every single other map spawned onto it. So, knowing I'd need some shelter, I learned the engrams for thatch structures, began collecting the resources needed, and crafted myself a thatch starter base. Okay, well, seeing as you can't tame flyers in Primal Fear hard mode, which I have dubbed Primal Pain, I am going to need to figure out a different way to get around the map. Fortunately, this mod pack, it does have the Fjordor teleportation. So that is one way to get around. However, I'll be teleporting into the unknown, not knowing what is waiting for me when I get there. So it's a bit of a risk. Aside from wanting to get around, the first way to progress in Primal Fear is you need to get yourself and tame some dodos that they can start generating eggs for you. There doesn't seem to be any dodos in this area, which means I'm probably going to have to go do some traveling, and soon. Before I do that though, I want to get some levels, get some equipment. It's not going to save me, but it will make me feel better about myself, and that's important too. And then as I was gathering more resources, a gacha decided it didn't like me doing that, so it swatted me away. And then deciding to tame the gacha, I dropped some stone for it to eat. Cracking a crystal order dropped as I gained my first bit of oil. I'm not sure how many people can say they first tame as a gacha, but I'm gonna call you Bish. Because gotcha, bitch! And then bringing Bish to base, I parked it just outside before completing my starter hut. The thatch won't protect me from anything that's actually mad at me, but they'll be less likely to see me, so building is also just good experience. And then ending off day one by changing my door location so that I could actually enter the base. And knowing the best structure to craft early on to level up was cooking pots, I went out to gather stone to begin crafting them en masse for XP. Crafting up the first round of them as I spotted a PT land near me. This is probably my only chance to get hide if I can knock out this Pteranodon before it flies away with my primal spear. I thought they were reusable. Whoops. And then watching as the PT just flew off, I went back to leveling up. Oh yeah, look at that, so many levels. And pumping my levels into movement speed, I crafted up my Nat Chibi, equipping it and naming it Lil Nat. Hey little guy, how are you doing? Welcome back to the team. And my official Chibi, isn't he just so cute? If you don't know, you too can use it by using the content creator Chibi mod. And now that Lil Nat is with me, I recycled the cooking pots by placing and destroying them. Here's the thing, I can't even make a smithy until I get some hide. So next mission is definitely murder. And finding a Pelagornis, I attempted to kill it, but just like the PT earlier, it flew off. Come back! Let me murder you! So running around, I collected some gacha crystals before running into a trilobite. See, normally you would be really important to find so that I could harvest your chitin to make a Pteranodon saddle. But with no flyers, you are actually fairly useless to me. And making my way further as I spotted a dark parrot. Definitely not ready to mess with that. So I began fighting a gacha instead. Stab him in the butt. No, come back. Let me murder you. And once the gacha came back to shore after getting bit by the sharks, I continued to poke it with my spears. What the f is going on with this thing's AI?
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
I'm sorry. And then killing the gacha harvested its corpse for the hide I'd need for smithy. I feel so bad. I'm sorry, little guy. Your hide will go a long way. 500 hide, that should last me a while. And returning to base, I crafted some beds before karma struck. Karma's here! Karma! Ah! The karma arrived! I shouldn't have killed the gotcha! Well, first death. Wouldn't be Primal Fear without the first one of those. Cheers, boys. And then as I respawned, I saw that Bish died to a toxic tarantula. However, for what it's worth, it's good I've got giant spiders now because I'm gonna need the preparation for when I take on Grounded 2. So make sure you subscribe if you want to see that. And after collecting my inventory from the gravestone, I began to look for a safer base location. I think I'm gonna try to get up there. And finding a platform off of the ground, I began crafting some ladders to get up there, ending the day by making myself a parachute to save me if I fell. Attempt number 1 to get to the top of the platform, of course I fell, but luckily I made the parachute so I floated down to safety. Climbing back up the ladders as I reached the top, jumped and activated my parachute and floated to the platform. As I began harvesting resources to make a base, my hatchet broke. I didn't bring any flint. So I placed down the foundations for what would be my base, adding a wooden hatch frame so I could build a ladder down to the ground. While placing the ladders down, I slipped, fell, and without a parachute, died to fall damage. Respawning, I was immediately targeted by some tarantulas, so I led them over to an enforcer. Spiders won, oh no. So I ran away collecting a bit of flint before rushing up my ladder to safety. Once up to base, I made some more ladders and began carefully placing them as I climbed down. They're just standing there, staring at me, menacingly. But then as I got closer to the bottom, the spiders webbed me, so I just went back up to the top, destroying one of the thatch foundations so I could use the fiber to craft some storages, and jumping from base as I parachuted down to go collect more resources. Back at base, I learned the forge and smithy engrams, then began farming resources to upgrade my thatch foundations to wood. Okay, or at least I'm starting to make a little bit of progress. I've got a safe spot. I don't have any tames anymore. Rest in peace, Bish. But I should be able to make this work. Before I go any further, I am going to christen this place with a bed. So now at least I can respawn up here. Safe from danger. I hope. What the heck is that? Okay, I want to go get some dodos. Let me harvest some crystal. I should be able to get crystal from these lights. There we go. And using the crystal to craft some soul balls so I can put my dodos that I tame into my pockets. Wait, I got hide. Let's make one of these. And then learning the super spyglass engram. Never mind, I don't have some anti-pesto ingots. I instead crafted a basic spyglass so I could at least see what the creatures are from a distance. And then running up the beach, I finally found some dodos. Knocking out a breeding pair, I began collecting berries to feed to them, and shoving the berries into the dodos the male tamed up, so I balled it up and was waiting for the female to finish taming. But once it tamed up, I got attacked by an alpha dodo, sacrificing myself to protect my dodos as I inevitably died. Well, that could have gone better. I probably should go make up some boilers so I can take out that dodo. I respawned below my base, picked up the bed and foundation, and headed up to craft some parachutes and boilers. Needing thatch, I began punching a nearby tree to make a pick, and once the tools were crafted, I gathered the resources and crafted a new parachute and some more boilers before heading back to collect my gravestone. That is a celestial Argy, I think. And arriving at the beach where the alpha dodo was guarding my grave, I threw a bowler and began stabbing it. Unfortunately, the dodo broke out before I could kill it, and with a single bite, peck, it killed me. Respawning once again, I made another parachute, glided over the beach where I led the dodo away from my gravestone, and once far enough, I ran back to collect my inventory. Knocking out a vanilla dodo, I began farming resources for more primal spheres, and while collecting berries, I dropped some into the sleeping birds so they could tame up. Boarding them up once they're completed before I headed back to base where I tossed out my dodos, naming them Dodomada and Dodartic after my friends at the nest. Heading out to collect some stone and other resources, I decided to take the fast way down, but I ended up not pulling the parachute quick enough as I went splat. After respawning and collecting gear, I began to harvest more resources. And then returning to base, I crafted and placed down some forges where I started to smelt down some metal. Starting off day 5 with a quick fall to my death, I went to go gather some metal to fill my forges, and once back at base and with some metal smelted ready, I crafted myself a smithy. Once placed, I used it to craft some metal tools. Welcome to the Metal Age, baby. And equipping my new metal pick and hatchet, I began harvesting the surrounding light posts for crystal. With the crystal gathered, I made myself a primal smithy, and this is where I'll be able to craft all things primal fear, including all of the tiers of Kibble. As in order to tame creatures in primal fear, you need to collect eggs of the tier below to create the Kibble. Vanilla eggs create toxic Kibble, toxic eggs create alpha Kibble, alpha eggs make elemental Kibble, and so on and so forth. Now in this mod pack there's the additional tier of Fae, which is on the same tier as Celestial and Demonic, which I'll have to explore once I get to that point, but for now I shall begin working up the tiers, learning the toxic Kibble engram as I made myself a new mortar and pestle, and making some cementing paste before crafting myself a crossbow and a super spyglass. Now, usually in Primal Fear I would end up using something like the awesome spyglass, but this is Primal Fear hard mode. That's too overpowered. So instead I get this. The only information I get to see about a creature is how much health it has.
Oh my god, no dude. You're really doing that to yourself.
And the rules of this playthrough, if I haven't gone over them yet, are no flyers, wild dinos' health and damage are increased so bosses will be harder to fight, spawns are increased so there are more dinos around the map, and probably one of the worst of all, no awesome spyglass. Oh, and also the crosshair's disabled, so in order to aim you'll have to use the sights of the weapon you're firing. I made myself a campfire in the morning of day 6, using it to cook up some meat to fill my belly before heading out to collect more stone and flint. With the stone collected, I began laying the pipework down so I could have water up at my base. I swear these trilobites are taunting me, because usually when doing a playthrough, I can never find them to kill them for chitin to make like a pteranodon saddle, and now that I don't need them, because I don't need to make like a PT saddle, I just see them slowly crawling past me and I'm like, you. And then collecting one final pipe, I now had fresh water at base. Now that I had water, I needed a place for a farm. So I began creating a farming area by placing down some wooden foundations. I need to go find a red drop right now, get a crop plot blueprint. The one time it's actually useful. So in order to gain the one level I needed to be able to make large crop plots, I crafted up some of my chibis as they actually give a good source of XP. Learning the engrams for the large crop plots, I crafted them and placed them down before bringing over the pipeline to water them. Okay, so I want to go out and get myself a basic tame. 41k torpor. I'm not taming a brachy. And a vanilla trike. See if I can get you. That'd be good. So let's go get ourselves some narcotics so that I can make some trank arrows. And as I was exploring the area around base, looking for a creature to tame, as I came across a box. Whose box is this? Underachievers. Okay, so this is just one of the patrons playing on the server. So if you're wanting to support me further, every time I'm able to do a playthrough and record on a server, patrons will have access to it, so maybe we can run into them at a later stage. So making my way to the river, off in the distance I saw it. There's a demonic parasaur. Arguably one of the most scary and powerful creatures in Primal Fear. With 1.1 million health and a lot of damage if he gets pissed at anything. So returning to base empty-handed, I made sure my dodos were full of berries before making up some narcotics and stone arrows. Making some trank arrows by combining them, I headed back out to find something to tame. Take out the toxic dodo first. I killed the green dodo, harvesting it for its hide before knocking out and killing a compy. Once the aggressive nuisances were taken care of, I turned my attention to the parasaur I wanted. Boloing it, I began shooting it full of sleepy time arrows. Once it knocked out, I began collecting measure berries from the nearby bushes, stopping by the parasaur to shove some berries inside as I continued harvesting bushes when I noticed a celestial aloe. Celestial aloe. One of the most annoying things to run into against when you're flying past on a flyer, because they can just attack super high up into the air, That would be a problem for us because we will only be on ground where it can just bite us instead. I don't think I've thought this challenge through. I might be beginning to regret my decisions. And while waiting for the parasaur to tame up, I decided to knock out and tame some more dodos for egg layers, as more egg layers equals more eggs for Kibble. Once the dodos and parasaur tamed up, I balled them up before heading back to base. I don't get an explorer note, what? So back at base, I tossed out my new dodos, naming them Dodobits and Dodavity before attempting to craft a parasaur saddle. I'm short one hide to make a saddle for my parasaur. So I began breeding my dodos, and while I had the explorer note buff, I crafted some more chibis to take advantage of it. Once the fertilized dodo eggs were laid, I collected them and tossed them out to hatch away from the parents. Okay, I'm sorry little ones, I need you for your hide. Unfortunately for me, I attempted to harvest the dodos a little too early. So realizing I had to let them raise up before slaughtering them, I bred another round of baby dodos, taking them on a walk to imprint them as I tested a juvenile but still didn't give me what I needed. So instead I balled up the remaining baby dodos. One fortunate thing is the soul balls allow creatures to raise up inside of them. So by putting them into a soul ball, they will slowly get ready to be mature. So that's a much safer way to get them to raise up without having to like worry about food and stuff. I really just want this hide so that I can make a saddle for my parasaur so that I can go and harvest berries and bushes and stuff to make even more narcotics. Because mainly what I need to harvest the berries for is I want to get all of the crops so that I can start to farm to make the kibbles I'm going to need. Because I have to fight a vanilla boss by day 25. If I don't, I immediately fail and I have to restart. Once the dodos were adults, I made sure to throw them out and proceeded to butcher them on the foundation in order to try and get one single piece of hide. Once that was all dealt with, I made a saddle for my parasaur and went out to spend the rest of the day harvesting every single bush in the area. Once I had a really decent supply of berries in the morning, I headed back to base where, unfortunately, I had gotten the one seed I needed, which was rock carrots, in order to make the first tier of kibble, toxic kibble. So I'd at least be able to progress even if I wouldn't be able to progress further than that just yet. So planting my rock carrot seeds, I spent some time at base, throwing all of the narco berries into my mortar and pestle to begin crafting, while I dumped everything else and fertilized the rock carrots with the dodo poop. Luckily for me, the dodo poop was enough to grow my first few bits of carrots, which allowed me to make my very first piece of toxic kibble. Needing some spoiled meat, I split a stack of raw meat just as the spoil timer was about to finish to get a bunch quickly, before crafting up even more parachutes. And then with my fresh supply of kibble and trank arrows, next I went to head off to the beach to see if there was any toxic dodos to tame, to begin farming the next tier of eggs I would need to make the alpha kibble. And that's when I remembered there was a use for me to kill the trilobites. You see, if I wanted to craft a dino storage terminal which will increase my passive egg generation, I needed oil. Easiest way to get oil in the early game, pray to the RNG gods that you get some when you kill a trilobite. So harvesting everyone I could find, I was praying to the RNG gods for just a smidge of oil. Come on, oil. 12 oil. I think that's enough. I think I only needed 7 oil. Heading back to base, I saw a gacha, which reminded me that they could potentially drop the resources I'd need from their crystals. See, gachas have a really cool mechanic, that if you feed them anything, and most people use stone, they will eat it and produce these crystals that you can open for a variety of resources. Stuff like silica pearls, obsidian, even element if you're really lucky. Specifically, I was hoping that the gacha I was now taming would produce obsidian, as I could then turn it into polymer. So once it tamed up, I checked its resource production and lo and behold, it could produce obsidian. So returning to base, I tossed out my new gacha, filled it full of stone and set its production to obsidian only. Okay, great. I got obsidian, but I need a fabricator to make it into polymer. And I'm gonna need more oil. One step at a time, let's get the fabricator. I will also get as much paste crafting as I can possibly make. Although I want half of that stone just to feed to you. And I then spent some time crafting up the required spark powder and cementing paste I need for the fabricator, before heading out in search of another trilobite to harvest for the oil. After killing the one trilobite I found that wasn't guarded by an aggressive dino, I gathered just enough oil to craft the Fabricator. Taking the time to kill some dodos for their hide, I headed back home where I tossed in the oil to make up some gasoline, and once that was all crafted, I headed down to gather some more metal before using my new Fabricator to make the polymer I wanted. You know, this server is going to be a challenge, and even something as simple as just making the dino storage terminal was like a 2-day affair of getting all the resources. So I ended day 10 by placing my dino storage terminal, configuring it to passively produce poop and eggs. I noticed on the morning of day 11 that another of my patrons had set up nearby, and they even had a gacha. My target, however, was to get myself a good old toxic dodo. That is a very scary thing to see. Buffoon nameless, okay. I want to see whose base this is. Pain and regret. This is Protorax. Oh, hi Protorax. Running around the river, searching for a toxic dodo to tame, I got randomly targeted by an enforcer, adding another death to the counter. Thanks, Grav. So I respawned, made up a parachute, and collected my gravestone only to get aggroed by absolutely everything around. Must be due to the loot dodo nearby. If it gets mad at you, everything gets mad at you. And the loot dodo has a massive aggro range. So running for my life, I made it back to base only to watch the enforcer now target Protorax's base. Luckily, he was offline, but it will be a surprise when he logs in to find himself dead. I think I'm going to make use of the teleportation thing. Let's head to the Gen 2 Eden biome. I feel like that, if anything, is going to have the least amount of predators. I don't know, this is probably a bad idea. So off I went to Gen 2, spawning directly in front of a Primal Tech Parasaur. I ran for my life, making it far enough away that I got distracted on something else. I searched around for a toxic dodo, and finding one, I boiled it and knocked it out, feeding it all of my kibble and waited for it to tame up. And once it was tamed, I mounted it to take out a pesky dilo before boiling it up and looting a nearby alpha Parasaur's death bag. With no more kibble for taming, I headed back to Extinction Island, not wanting to risk dying again for at least no reason. It's unfortunate that the one dodo we got is a male, so he's not going to give me any eggs. And then making my way back to base, I resupplied on some toxic kibble. I'm going to make this Primal Pike. That'll be quite useful. Because the Primal Pike does a load of torpor on hit. Ending the day with my brand new weapon. Starting day 12, I gathered some thatch to restock on boilers before heading back to Eden to find more toxic dodos to tame up. Luring one away, I boiled it, knocked it out. Okay, it does only take one kibble, he just happened to eat the rest. And then boiling up the dodo, I collected a red drop before continuing my toxic dodo taming. I tamed up a nearby toxic zombie dodo before I found a Rudolph. Knowing that Rudolphs are an extremely strong early game tame, I wanted to tame it but died to a swarm of dilos before I could knock it out. As I respawned, I got immediately targeted by a necrotic dodo, which instantly launched its bomb and sent me right back to the respawn screen. So I respawned again, only this time to see that my toxic dodo died to an alpha dodo. Well, at least it wasn't a female. And, well, you see, Rudolph is actually an interesting tame. Flyers don't work on the server, but Rudolph is a land mount that can fly, so I don't know if he'll work. Collecting my gravestone, I boiled alpha dodo and began filling it with arrows, and I wanted to kill it so I can get its loot, but running out of arrows I had to go collect some flint to make more. And once I had some more, I reboiled the dodo and killed it, gaining some resources and loot from the kill. With the alpha dodo dealt with, I turned my attention back to Rudolph, boloing it as I poked it until it went night-night. Filled it with measure berries and waited for it to tame up, and naming it Wixen once it did so, before tossing out my other toxic dodo and riding it around. I attempted to kill another alpha dodo, but it was too strong for my little toxic dodo, so running away I found and boiled a PT, killing it for the hide I'd need to make a Rudolph saddle. Finding and killing another male toxic zombie dodo, I harvested it for the resources, and then as I was running around, I stumbled a little too close to another loot dodo, gaining the aggro of everything around. So running as I jumped off a cliff right into the waiting attack of an enforcer. Yep, another death. So after respawning and collecting my stuff, I continued the search for a female toxic dodo. Eventually giving up, where I returned home, where once I spawned in, I was met by a buffoon nameless. Oh my god! Why me? I'm so dead, I'm so dead, So I ended off the day leading the buffoon nameless away from my gravestone. And dying to the buffoon nameless far enough away from my grave, I respawned at base, climbed down my ladder, and headed to go collect my stuff. I kinda just want to show what I mean with like how flyers work on the server. So I'm gonna quickly grab this, put you to sleep, give you some meat, yeah, and I'll show you how it works. That way we can compare if the Rudolph is working or if he just doesn't get affected by the same rules. With the PT asleep, I harvested some stone while I waited for it to tame up. I am going to quickly go fetch more crystal to make more soul balls. I returned to base, pulling the resources to craft the soul balls, before returning to see that the gacha I had dropped some stone for was tamed. So I checked its production before boiling it up, fed some narcotics to the sleeping PT, before checking if I could tame up a fabled gacha with stone and metal. Unfortunately, I could not. So I headed back to base, checking my soul terminal. Hell yeah, stone. Oh, my male toxic dodo got me 3 toxic eggs already. Well done, guy. And then I cooked up some meat, restocked my parachutes before I got yeeted off my platform by an alpha enforcer. Then as I respawned, died to an electric parrot. Okay, game. Thanks for collecting my stuff before returning to check on the PT and feeding it a tame helper to help lower its food. I balled it up once it tamed and returned to base. Okay, let's take you home. And then we will test out if you work and subsequently test out if Rudolph works. Okay, we'll throw out you. And we'll throw out Rudolph, our Wixen. And then I crafted up both of the saddles. Okay, so first off, PT saddle. I can't ride it. I'm pressing E. It is not letting me get on. Rudolph doesn't let me get on. Oh, okay, cool. So yeah, Rudolph counts as a flyer. Very powerful, very powerful early game. I mean, you saw he only took some berries to tame. He's got 22,000 health, but you cannot ride him. I started off day 14 learning all of the kibbles I could before taking my parasol out to gather some berries. The damn tarantulas had a different plan instead. Killing my parasol as I was mid-berry run, and then escaping with my life, and knowing I needed a new berry gatherer, I began knocking out a Pachyrhinosaurus. Once it was asleep, I shoved some berries into it and waited for it to tame up, collecting and cracking some gacha crystals while waiting the entire day for the Pachyrhino to tame. Give me a name for my new Pachyrhinosaurus.
Hornless. That's its name. Hornless.
Oh, that's what you're describing it. I balled up Hornless and returned to base, where I learned and crafted a saddle, and I then set out on my new berry gather and harvested all of the bushes I could see. But nice, I just got my final vegetable seed. I got the citronelle that I needed. And with the vegetable seeds collected, I returned to base to plant them, even expanding my farm to have at least 2 plots of each vegetable. Checking to see what I needed for Alpha Kibble, toxic blood I was short on. I need toxic blood, so I need to go kill the toxic. So I TP'd to Eden to do just that. Collecting a drop where I got a Godliar's Gacha saddle, it might come in handy before knocking out my favorite creature in Ark, the majestic Maywing. Seeing an Ovis next to me, I of course had to kill it and harvest it for mutton to tame the Maywing, and shoving the meat inside as I ended the day by simply finishing harvesting the Ovis. And seeing a second Maywing, and 2 is always better than 1, I knocked it out and fed it, and then while I was waiting for the Maywings to tame up, I was greeted by another Patreon member, MFP Master, as he stopped by to say hi. So we chatted for a bit before parting ways, and as he set off I balled up my Maywing before exploring the region. Using the teleport pad, I arrived in the Gen 2 space biome, not a place you want to be unprepared, as I spawned with a primal tech truck staring at me. So I quickly ran back through the teleporter back to safety, and then deciding to check out another area as I teleported to South Zone 1. I spotted a female toxic dodo, so I headed to tame it, and then as it tamed I named it Frodo. Welcome to the team, Dodo the Frodo. I then bolted and began killing the toxic parasol, harvesting it for its blood, and then finding another female toxic zombie dodo, I knocked it out, fed it kibble, and boiled it up once it tamed. Finally killing the parasol, I harvested it for its blood before returning back to Extinction Island, and then running away from the defense unit. Hey look, it's a dodo with a hat and he's smoking. What do I do, Galek?
You shoot him at a distance, but make sure you're still close enough to die.
I shot at the kamikaze dodo and watched it explode, but I was not close enough to die. So returning to base, I cleared my inventory and crafted up some alpha kibble before scouring the river for an alpha creature to tame. Spotting an alpha dilo, I headed to go tame it. And as I approached where the alpha dilo was, I got targeted by an Omega Reaper.
That's an Omega Reaper. Dead. Don't touch me. Ah! Nope. 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 Dodge.
I narrowly escaped being eaten, but I continued to run until the Reaper wasn't interested anymore. Finding an alpha gacha, I dropped some kibble, and after a tame checked its production. Boiling it up, I saw a smoking dodo approaching me, so I shot it, but after it didn't die, I continued to just run away. Barely making it onto my ladder as the dodo lost aggro as I replenished my alpha kibble stocks before heading back out to find more alphas to tame. After not finding anything, I jumped off of the bridge to parachute over to my base, only I didn't have any more parachutes, so I went splat onto the ground. Luckily, I died near base, so I collected my stuff, refilled my crop plots with poop before randomly dying to a dodo wyvern. I just can't catch a break. So after collecting my stuff again, I saw an alpha PT, so I made sure to craft up some parachutes this time before heading over to tame it. Landing near the PT, I tried to bolo it, but alpha PTs can't be boloed and it flew off. So as a consolation, I stole the apex dilo egg.
Yoink.
I'm looking for any type of... No, that's the Reaper again. Please don't see me. Please don't see me. I'm out of here. Leave me to be. And escaping once again, I found a toxic dodo which I knocked out, but the apex dilo decided it was snack time. So running further down the beach, I tamed up a female toxic dodo just as I spotted a primal rock drake. I quickly bought up the dodo and returned home. And then logging on in the morning, the Ark gods were being nice as a male toxic dodo spawned up on my platform. So after checking my terminal, seeing I had a female, I knocked it out. Good to know things can spawn up here. It means I probably should spawn proof this platform. Using the transfer tool, I refilled my crop plots with poop and tossed out my female toxic zombie dodo to let them have some baby making time. Heading down to gather some resources, I crafted some polymer. Using the resources, I made up a second soul terminal, configuring it to newborn auto trap. Crafted a generator, I wanted some aircons but was short electronics, so after queuing them to craft, I tossed out the dodo eggs to hatch. Let's head back over to the Gen 2 Eden. I scoped out my surroundings, seeing an alpha trike. Alpha trike aggressive? Yes. And I ran from the trike only to get jumped by an alpha pego. So respawning at base, I hatched my dodo eggs before returning to collect my stuff in Eden and continuing my search for an alpha to tame. As I was exploring, I found a cave behind a waterfall because all good waterfalls have to have a hidden cave behind it. Oh, the cool and very resource-rich cave. Ah, damn. And inside the cave, there was some Desmodus which killed me. So I respawned in the region. Oh. This does not look like the correct location to respawn. But I had to just TP back to Eden too, and made my way to the waterfall cave. Now I'll find the Dilo when I don't have anything to tame them. Leaving the Dilo for the moment, I eventually reached the cave where I watched as a Desmodus ganged up on a toxic turtle. I then punched a tree for thatch so I could craft a transfer tool and grab my stuff from the gravestone. And doing just that, I was then crafting a soul finder when the Desmodus left the cave and killed me. So I collected my stuff once again and got blindsided again by the Alpha Pego. Oh man, I miss Striders. These things are so good. Quite 57 mutagel, yeah. Running back to my gravestone, I collected my stuff and bowled a raptor that thought I was going to be lunch. Killing it, I then bowled and knocked out an alpha dimorph, and feeding it some kibble it tamed up. Seeing as it only took one kibble to tame, I took the rest from its inventory before boiling it up, and heading to tame its friend, I bowled it, knocked it out, and fed it a kibble and boiled it once it tamed. Oh. Okay. Let's head home. Because the next thing to tame is actually going to be extremely annoying, because the next tier of dinos is elemental. I can't literally ride 0 of the elementals because they're all flyers. The only elementals you get are flyers, which are griffins, megaraptors, parrots, and archaeopteryx. Which is a little annoying that they are all flyers, because in the past I've always used the elemental to kill my first vanilla boss. I'm gonna have to figure out another way to do that now. A defense unit might be what I can use to kill. I returned to base, tossed the toxic dodo eggs next to the forges to hatch before placing my dimorphs inside of my soul terminal. Okay, there's the desert titan and a forest titan on the map right now. They're probably gonna have to be the vanilla boss that I kill. One of them. I don't know which one. Or even how. I ended off the day checking what I needed to make elemental kibble, and all I needed was some cooked prime meat. So after restocking on alpha kibble, I was short some more toxic blood, and luckily that's what these guys are for, as I tossed out my baby toxic dodos, killed them, and harvested the corpses. Cooking up some prime meat, I tabbed out of the game, only to end up dying. I don't even know what happened. I was all tabbed. Oh. I see. I'm surprised my base is intact. Oh, I just got spirit dodoed. Oh yeah, male and female. We're still good. We're still good, she. And this is why you need to spawn-proof your platform. Luckily, I was really smart enough to keep a breeding pair of toxic dinos in the soul terminal. Okay, my alpha dimorphs have not generated any eggs yet. I think I need to go get a male. I don't know any like potions mod, do I? To change? No. So I headed back to Eden to see if I could find a male alpha dimorph. You know, I'm going to need an iguanodon for making berries. So I might as well grab you now. So knocking out the iguanodon, I went to gather some measures to tame it when everything started aggroing on me. These damn origin dodos. But as I escaped, I saw that the alpha carno lost the fight, so I collected its loot and harvested. I had to swat away a swarm of Meganura as I died to a light parrot. And then proceeded to die again and again. Finally managing to collect my gear after leading everything away, I got attacked by a raptor, and luckily it was just vanilla, so I boiled it and killed it before returning to Extinction Island, where I died to the cold. It was so cold my bones broke and I died. Loading in on day 21, I scanned the beaches of the river from my base, and seeing some alphas I thought I could tame, I headed over. Starting to poke the alpha dodo to sleep, but got a lucky hit on me, sending me right back to my base. Take 2. After recovering my gear, I knocked out the alpha dodo, tamed it up, and harvested the dialer nearby. Knocking out another dialer I waited for it to tame. I'm gonna name you Doyle. And then boiling it up once tamed. Okay, so the dodo should definitely lay eggs, even if it's only one. But now I need to think, how am I gonna defeat an alpha boss? I'm thinking probably like a defense unit would be my best bet. As I return to base, I check my soul terminal. Okay, my dimorphs are even generating eggs as well. Not a lot, but some. And threw the new additions into it before crafting my first pieces of elemental kibble. Let's go have a look around if there's any like defense units I can tame. Heading out, I began searching for a defense unit, eventually finding one, so I checked its stats with the spyglass. 49k, 50,000 health. Oh, you might be my Surprise. And then while I was trying to knock it out, the defense unit didn't like that much and killed me. So I then made sure to craft up everything I would need for a trap and a respawn point, and now I just had to hope it cannot break stone. So heading back to where the defense unit was, I set up my trap and respawn point and began luring the defense unit into it. Oh. Damn it. Okay, are you in? I think he's in. And then after multiple death runs, the defense unit was finally in the trap. Oh, you gotta love Ark hit registration. You can't hit me through here. There we go. 30k. Nope. You finally hit me. Once the beds were off cooldown, I respawned in the morning of day 22. Collected my gravestone and continued poking the robotic droid until it went to sleep. And then feeding it the kibble I waited for to tame. Hell yeah, he's tamed. So I am going to name you R2-D2. You know, name him after the robot from Star Trek. So picking up my trap, since I'm playing on a server and I'm a nice player, I mounted R2-D2 and rolled away. So what's cool about you, how do you do it? Oh yeah, you hold C and then you go pew 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 pew. And then leveling up R2-D2, I tested to see if the blasts were affected by melee damage, and they sadly were not. So killing an ice Leopleurodon, a half its corpse. So you are 100% go be my ticket to kill the Forest Titan. So I half think we go do that now. Like, try now. That way if I fail, I still got a couple days to figure out a different solution. Does mean though, I'm probably going to need to use you guys. So I grabbed some Maywings out of the soul terminal, tossed them out to breed. When I tame these guys, I tame them purely just for eggs. But I think I'm gonna allow myself the rule that I can use them purely to like transport thing, because like I can't fight anything on these guys and they're not gonna survive. And while waiting on the Maywings to finish having some babies, I was getting pretty annoyed at the unwanted visitor above. Can you go away? Stupid Dodo Wyvern. Once the Maywing laid some eggs, I boiled them up, threw the eggs by the furnaces to hatch before going to make a saddle when the Dodo Wyvern, probably hearing what I said, came down and killed me. How rude. So after respawning, I made up a saddle, collected my stuff, and saw the Dodo Wyvern land. So saddling up and mounting a Maywing, I made sure to use up all the levels for the Maywing to stamina and health before setting off for the Forest Titan. It was a short glide until I reached him. So landing nearby as I swapped to R2-D2. Seems like as safe an area as any to, you know, risk it all. Because of my stupid challenge requiring me to beat an alpha boss by day 25. And thus began shooting at the Titan. Eventually getting hit once as I rolled away to collect some berries for healing brews. And healing up R2-D2, I headed back to continue blasting the giant tree. Pew 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 pew. Come on! You just stand there and you take it like a... You take it like the giant tree that you are. Is this the most ethical boss to kill? No. But the challenge is hard enough already. I am going to make use of whatever I can. Especially because he gets those random big ass heals if he tries to walk away from me. Time for you to meet your maker. It was not me, but you know, I'm sending you to the maker. I want to just get a pot shot onto that Chaos Dodo from like a mile away so it can die. There we go. Oh, the Chaos Dodo did not die. I had to take out the Alpha Bronto before killing my first Chaos creature, this dumbass Chaos Dodo. So returning to the Forest Titan, a few more blasts, and finally, it was done. There it is! The boss defeated by day 25. It's only day 23. That counts. I will hear none of it about it not counting. Hiya! Hiya! Ninja. Ninja's flip. Oh shit. And Ninja flipped right off the cliff, missing my teleport. That's okay, we do it again. So re-teleporting back to base, I began shooting at an Alpha Carno across the river, and then rolling into the wastelands. I wanted to go get some polymer, as these corrupt nodules that you get from the corrupted creatures actually counts as polymer. And even a corrupted fabled, if I could kill that, I could get so much potentially nice loot. So I spent the rest of the day in the wastelands farming corrupted creatures. As in Primal Fear, killing fableds is the best way to get loot. They're kind of like loot pinatas. They're tanky, but loot pinatas. So while farming as only to get attacked by a dodo wyvern. Oh, 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 that's bad, that's bad. I do not want to fight the dodo wyvern. Maybe I do though. And turning to fight the dodo wyvern, I quickly realized that was a bad idea. Nope, 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 nope. So rolling back to base, I quickly pulled up R2-D2 and climbed up my ladder, where I hid for the rest of the day. Okay, so I can now officially make elemental kibble. What do I need for Apex? I need elemental eggs, and this is where I need to start making jerky. So I need a preserving bin. So setting up a couple of bins, I decided to go harvest some more berries. And after that quick berry run, I tossed out R2-D2 and began shooting at a fabled Tropio. Not being able to shoot down as low as the Tropio was from the platform, I jumped down to ground level in order to kill it for its loot. And then I spent some time just rolling about on R2-D2, killing what I could for loot and resources. And then amidst my farming, I ran into Reaper, another one of my patrons playing on the server. And after giving him some advice, we went our separate ways. Fabled gotcha. Let's take him out, he'll drop some good loot. And rolling up to the gotcha, I blasted at him off the bridge. Following him down, I eventually killed it, but no loot was dropped. So I continued farming, even taking out an elder defense unit. Oh wow, they give a lot of like cementing paste. Okay. Can I find any fableds? Because that's mainly what I want at this point, to kill fableds for their loot. But I don't see any, so I think I'm just gonna head home for the day. Day 25 started by me continuing to farm on the way back to base, taking out some more defense units, an Alpha Rex, and even trying to kill a caustic parrot. But I couldn't hit the bird, so I just went home. Offloading my loot, I noticed the fire Leopleurodon was dead, so I jumped down to harvest the body. Oh, cool. It's officially day 25, and I have already achieved my goal of beating a vanilla boss. But now, it's the new goal. By day 50, I need to go and kill an Origin. Origin is the first, call it difficult, of the boss tiers. With literally, I mean, we saw the Dodo, Origin Dodo, with 100 million health. I'm gonna have to keep working up at the tiers. Currently at Alpha. Next, I need to see if I can try get myself an Elemental. How am I gonna knock out an Elemental? I think I need to make a Primal Compound Bow. So checking the beaches again, as I always did. Oh, now there's an Alpha Dodo for me to tame. So I jumped in, parachuted over to tame it, and landed on a rock. I bowled it and poked it in the butt until it went to sleep. Fed it some kibble when I saw a kamikaze dodo waddling towards me. I ran away, trying to lead it far enough away so I wouldn't kill my dodo, and it blew up. And the Alpha Dodo tamed up and began following me, drawing the attention, and that's when the kamikaze dodo exploded. I couldn't believe that my Alpha Dodo tanked the explosion. So I bolted up and headed back to base, only to be killed by an Elder Fjord Hawk. Not once, but twice, as I went to get back my stuff. Jumping from my base, foregoing a parachute, I almost died to fall damage, but I eventually collected my stuff and just ran away. Right next to an Alpha Gacha. I figured I might as well tame it, so I dropped it some kibble and waited for it to tame. And then boiling up the gacha, I tossed out R2-D2 and killed a fabled Tropio. Returning to base, I set up my gachas to breed just to see what the alpha gachas could produce. Can I shoot off the back of R2-D2? I can. Does it go where I'm aiming? Does. I might need to do that in order to tame an elemental. Just ride R2 and shoot off the back of him. And seeing a fabled PT across the river. I went to kill it, but it flew away, so instead I killed the Alpha Brachy. And after clearing the beach of Dinos, I decided to head back to the corrupted wastelands. And that was probably my best bet to find fabled creatures. And so arriving at the wastelands, I cleared a loot drop of creatures before exploring the area. and even entering the King Titan's arena where I hit a water jet sending R2-D2 and I flied into the air. With some expert parachute skills, I avoided killing R2-D2 from fall damage, so continuing to farm in the wastelands, I killed a fabled corrupt Triganian and Ascendant compound bow, but I would need a primal compound bow in order to shoot the primal trank arrows. So I spent the rest of the time killing what I could, taking out a fabled gacha, but again, no loot dropped. I feel scammed. Where's my loot? Where's my fabled gacha loot? And then rolling up onto a defense unit thinking it would be an easy kill, I was quickly shown otherwise and had to make a hasty retreat. Almost died, I barely managed to put enough distance between us. And then arriving at base, I grabbed the loot off R2-D2, balled him up and climbed up to the base. I got a behemoth gateway. Bro just shat out a behemoth gateway. So cracking the dropped gacha crystals before making some spark powder. I need a test if elemental parrots are bowlable. Probably not, but I feel like I need a test. Now that my gachas have been breeding for a while, let me have a look at what stuff they are able to produce. So checking the soul terminal, I didn't have as many baby gachas as I'd hoped, and none of them produced anything cool, so instead I had an idea. I think in order to ramp up my seed production to make the better narcotics, I need to go get an iguanodon. Unfortunately, I was told the best place to get an iguanodon is Aberrate. Well, that's not good. The ab zone was just not survivable. Around every corner, there was something that killed me. Okay, then. Oh. Why was I told to come here? Actually, nope. I'm starting to understand why I was told to come here. The explosions are probably why. And on one of the runs, I actually managed to collect a loot drop, but after seeing a skeletonized Rex, I ran into the blast of a necrotic dodo. After the necrotic dodo, I respawned, and after running a bit, got chased by Primal Parasaur. So teleporting to a different area, I died to a dire bear. They've truly made this place feel like it feels like death. So much death. And after another death to the necrotic dodo. Oh, hi there, necrotic dodo. Wah, 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 wah. I was losing it. It was a constant cycle of pain. I respawned, died to Basilisk. Respawned, ran forward, died to Origin Raptor. Respawned, tried to pass Origin, died again. Oh, I'm spawning into multiple tombstones. That's never a good sign. Why are you pouncing me? Death to Corrupt Raptor. Respawn, sees Origin Dodo. Run away, boom, Necrotic Dodo. I am giving up on getting my stuff back from Ab. I'm just gonna make new here at base. No way to cut your losses. So re-gearing, luckily I didn't have much on me when I went into the Ab zone. I crafted and placed an auto collector to pick up the gacha crystals before heading back to do a stone run for my gachas. Oh. A Tortuga. Lovely. And then returning to base, I checked my baby gachas. Organic polymer and metal. So swapping them out, I enabled their breeding, set their production to the resources I wanted before powering the generator and collector. Grabbing a Maywing, I saddled it and headed out. Let's go see if we can find an elemental. And then spotting a greenhouse nearby. I'm curious whose greenhouse it is. The unknown. Okay, nice. So gliding around on my Maywing, I found a couple of caustic creatures. That's a Featherlight. Female. Only to get targeted by a caustic Megaraptor, so I headed back home, crafted up some tranks to end off the day. And then crafting myself a long neck to fire the trank darts, I headed back out to the swamp. Just want to make sense that next to the swamp's where all the caustics are. 145k torpor, no shot. I spent all day searching for an easy-ish elemental to tame. I watched as a caustic Featherlight was fighting a group of Elder Fjordhawks. See, that's why I'm thinking caustic is better, because it doesn't like shoot forward, it always shoots down. So it shouldn't be able to kill me in the trap. So setting up my trap, I realized I had forgotten my darts. So back to base I went. And after crafting even more darts, I headed back out to try to tame this elemental, landing on the island pillar. Electric parrot, female. So I had to lead off a buffoon and another dodo before setting up my trap. After spending a while trying to locate and then lure the elemental parrot to my trap, I decided to head back to base to craft some regular ammo and a scope. That way I could aggro stuff from a distance and bring it to me instead of me going to it. Setting up my respawn points, I watched as the electric parrot I wanted die to a combo of a Primal Raptor and a fabled Bloodstalker. So picking up my structures, I jumped over to the next island to see what it held. I may have to find a different strategy. And as my plan just wasn't working, I decided to pack it up and head home. Probably not safe for me to be here. Let me get the f out of here. Ending the day by gliding away from the buffoon ferox. I realized in the morning that even if I was able to trap an elemental, I wouldn't actually have enough darts to do it. So when I spotted the fable on the other side of the river, I tossed out R2D2 and began shooting at it. And then watching as the fabled Bracky die, I wondered what actually killed it, only to see that a Primal Quetzal was the reason. So I quickly ran away as the Primal Quetzal are a pain to deal with. And then I spotted a wild Tortuga, so needing to move it away, I shot at it to begin luring it and rolling through the wasteland. That's when I got attacked by a Primal Raptor. Almost dying to its extremely high damage from its bleed. I barely got out of alive, and then I saw a Spur Dragon, one of the most powerful creatures. Even though like flyers are disabled, I didn't want anyone else to accidentally run into it. So I was beginning to alert the server where it was, but while I was distracted, a Primal Spino ended up killing R2D2 and myself. That's a major setback. Respawning, I attempted to run into the wasteland to collect my gear, but after realizing that just wasn't the best way, I allowed myself to die to a corrupt trike to respawn at base, where I grabbed a Maywing, headed to the wasteland to lure the Spino away from my gravestone, collected my gear, and then headed home. Back at home, I had an idea on how to get some resources I needed, like blood and hide. So I tossed out some baby alpha gachas, planning to sacrifice them and harvest their corpses when the Primal Quetzal descended from the heavens, deciding to pay me a visit, killing all of the gachas I had thrown out. Like, I get I wanted to murder the alpha gacha, but that's just the thing. I wanted to murder them. Thankfully, I hadn't tossed out all of my gachas, so I threw a breeding pair into my soul terminal before killing and harvesting what I had left. I got a whole bunch of alpha blood. The other thing I need to make the narcotics. Hello, Protorax. I was about to harvest some alpha gacha for their blood, and then I had an unwelcome visitor. And then being the nice guy that I am, I helped Protorax out by luring the Chaos Dodo away from his base to end off the day. And then parting ways with Protorax, I stopped by my base to clear my inventory before heading out to the swamp. I was heading to the swamp to see if I could get some rare flowers and mushrooms to make even more narcotics. After belly flopping for a bit, I gathered some much needed flowers and mushrooms, then headed back but where I attempted to turn them into narcotics. And that's when I decided the benefit of playing on a server is I get to trade with my Patreons. So I was going to trade one of my Maywings for an Iguanodon. A fairly fair trade if you ask me. I was even going to give him a high level one. There you go, the trade even included lure a Dodo Wyvern away from your base. So after claiming the Iguanodon, here's the main reason I wanted it. The Iguanodon has a very specific niche ability where you can put a whole bunch of berries or vegetables into its inventory, hold E and seed fruit, and now they have a ton of seeds instead of the fruit. Very helpful for mods like Primal Fear, which uses seeds to make narcotics. Once the narcotics were all crafted up, I could then make a bunch of alpha infused darts. I then set off back to the swamp in search of an elemental to tame. Setting up my trap, I headed back to base to make up a pistol and some ammo in hopes to use it to aggro the elemental creature without wasting any darts. And then finding a fabled PT corpse on the river as I headed back to base. I took a pit stop to grab the loot and half its body, and then making my way to the trap, I shot the caustic parrot nearby to bring it over, and then I had to lure the Dodo Wyvern away from my trap before I continued to try to trap the parrot. Dying twice, I finally managed to trap the parrot by moving the gateways actually to surround it. Knocking it out, I fed a Kibble and a tame helper, and once it tamed up, boarded up, and packed up my trap. Getting my first elemental. I even died to the Dodo Wyvern, but at least I balled up the parrot, only to then immediately crash, because this is Ark, where you crash a lot. And then logging back into the server, I respawned on my respawn point, collected my gear, and headed back home where I named the parrot Noxious, before tossing it into the soul terminal where it would begin to produce me eggs. So restocking my pistol ammo, I then headed back out in search for a male caustic parrot. Finding the male parrot, I realized I forgot my gates. So back to base I went, grabbed the gates, back to the swamp, set up the trap, lured the parrot over, and this parrot actually got into the trap and I was successful in keeping it there. So I then knocked it out, fed it Kibble, tamed it, and balled it up. Packed up my trap, because again, I'm playing on a server and nobody likes random structures around the map. So I then headed home, tossed the parrot into the soul terminal before boiling up the iguanodon. I'm making my first bits of apex kibble. And after the kibble was done crafting, I grabbed my Maywing and we set off in search for an apex Dilo to tame. Out of my search, I was near Herbivore Island where I flew a little too close to a demonic Mesopithecus and died to its massive explosions. And then I respawned and tossed my Maywings out to breed when Amir, another patron, asked if I could give him some vegetable seeds. So grabbing some rock carrot and savor it, I tossed out the iguanodon and seeded the fruits for him, and in return he gave me a Maywing I could use to collect my gear. Saddling the Maywing, I headed out to Herbivore Island, and seeing the demonic Mesopithecus was nowhere nearby, grabbed my stuff and made my escape. Oh my god, someone has built a base just randomly on a beach? This guy has balls of steel. Lone wolf. I continued to search for an apex creature to tame, and then finding an apex Dilo in the wee hours of day 36, there was only one problem. Or I suppose maybe multiple. Elder Fjordhawks. If you didn't know, Fjordhawks and Primal Fear are some of the most aggressive creatures. So diving underwater to prevent being attacked, I resurfaced only to see my apex Dilo had died. Well, I guess it's back to the search. And then I decided to teleport over to Gen 2 and run around on foot to see if I could find anything. Arriving there, I ran around searching, but I just couldn't see anything, and that's when I spotted something amazing. I'm watching the fight of a century, a primal Digger versus a demonic Ovis. And with the death of the Ovis, I gained my first demonic soul. I made sure to lead the Primal Digger far enough away so it would allow me to loot the Ovis's body. And then while I was still in Gen 2, I watched as the second Ovis died to the same Primal Digger, another demonic soul, and even more loot for me. I've spent 2 days looking for a single apex and found none. So giving up in this area for now, I ducked into a safe alcove and teleported home. To my surprise and sheer dumb luck, I spawned in and saw an apex Dilo greeting me. Of course, I knocked it out and tamed it up immediately. Now I need to get home because I'm about to pass out from torpor because I don't have any food or water. And there we go, sleep time. After I woke up from my forced nap, I drank some water from the river before heading back to base. That's when I met up with Amir again, and he also had an apex Dilo, so I bred his with mine. Of course, I gave him the first egg, which was a female, and waited for the Dilos to breed when randomly, everything at my base died. My Maywing, the Dilos, and myself. Twice. Unknown to me, there was a buffoon Lyripterodon flying around. So I crafted up some more narcotics and headed back out to find the replacement apex Dilo again. Landing in the swamp, I died to a demonic Mesopithecus again. The second I landed, I turned my head. I notice that's a monkey with a flaming tail. I am dead. I respawned, grabbed a backup Maywing, saddled it, and headed to collect my stuff. Harvesting the dead Maywing because I couldn't see my grave, I grabbed my stuff and scurried away, and then finding a male apex Dilo right on the beach, I quickly knocked it out, but before I could feed it, I had to take care of the Deinonychus and Alpha Dodos. Killing the Deinonychus, I knocked out a Sarco and the Alpha Dilo before feeding the apex Dilo. And then boiling it up, I said why not and tamed the Alpha Dodo as well. Heading home, I stopped by Amir's base to breed our Dilos together again. Okay, a buffoon just died nearby, because I just got 2 Goliath chainsaws, got 2 Goliath pikes. I got a 720% chainsaw, and then waiting for the dialers to breed. The first was a male that Amir kept since he had a female already, which I technically gave him. And then I waited for the next egg, which was a female. So I thanked Amir for his supposed generosity, grabbed my female dialer and dropped down to my base. I suppose it's nice to have some good upstairs neighbors. And I then spent the entirety of day 39 breeding my dialers. First egg hatched, male. While waiting for the dialers to breed again, I used my newly acquired chainsaw to halve the trees on my platform, and then using my new alpha dodo to transport the wood. The second dialer egg was laid and hatched. No female yet, just another male. So seeing a manticore flying around, I quickly pulled up my dialers. I wasn't going to be losing my breeding pair again. And then as the manticore de-rendered, I tossed back out the dialers and continued breeding. Third egg, third male. The manticore returned, so I balled up the dialers, and again, getting tired of having to stop what I was doing, I led the manticore far away from my base, dragging it to the south of the extinction island where I returned to base to continue breeding. Doing another wood run while the dialers had some fun, I returned to find another male was laid. Come on, game. I'm all for gender equality. Give me some females, please. And then day 40 began with me refilling my crop plots while continuing to breed for female apex dialer. And then finally, the 5th egg was a charm and I had a second female dialer. Boiling up the breeders, I tossed them all into the soul terminal and went to scan the river. Only to my surprise, there was a wild female apex dialer just living its best life. So of course, I rushed over and tamed it. Named it 1 in 64 chance and tossed it into the soul terminal so I could begin waiting for some apex eggs. Even managing to use them to craft my first bits of fabled kibble. And now I set out in search for fabled PT. Hearing an explosion as I rested for stam on my Maywing, a demonic parasaur was fighting a primal tech. And they both lost, so that means I win. Collecting the spoils of war I didn't participate in, I got something amazing. Primal compound bow! Primal compound bow! Oh, yeah! Now that is an amazing find. You see, the primal compound bow is the best tranking weapon in Primal Fear, being 3 times as good as its closest rival. After missing some shots at the only fabled PT I found, I ended the day returning to base and clearing up my inventory. Stocking up on kibble and trank darts in the morning of day 41, I planned to go and see if I could get myself a buffoon creature so I can start taking out the first tier of bosses. Spotting a buffoon dodo out, it reminded me that I've never actually tried the buffoon dodo, and if you didn't know, the entire reason that that creature exists is me. I suggested its existence. I also suggested that it poops nuke-dodos. So if you're wondering why such a creature exists, you've found your answer. I found a buffoon gigantopithecus near the swamp, and when I stopped to check it with the spyglass, I got attacked by Tortuga's minions. I even forgot that Tortuga had minions. So after respawning, I set out to collect my gear, but seeing a carcanos below my base, I wanted to see what it was exactly, but then I was reminded of a downside of playing on the server. Wait, what are you doing? Why are you killing it? I wanted to see what it was. Please don't kill stuff right outside my base as I'm looking at it. You don't even harvest the corpse, you're so wasteful. So I then headed out to collect my gravestone and continued my search for a buffoon. But instead found a fabled PT. So while tracking out the PT, it landed on a random rock in the water, allowing me to knock it out rather safely. And feeding the PT some kibble, I waited for it to tame before boiling it up and continuing to explore. And gliding up to the snow castle, I called dibs on it for a future base location, even dropping a foundation inside before making my exit, and hitting the world border where I was then targeted and killed by a buffoon ferox. So respawning, I grabbed a Maywing, made a saddle, and flew back in an attempt to get my stuff. Arriving at my death beacon, I attempted to glide past and near the ferox's way, landing in the ocean where I wasn't called to think of a plan. And then as I went back, I landed above my grave where I died again. So respawning, I decided it wasn't worth it. And I began to just re-gear back at base, tossing my dialers to restock an apex blood, before trying to even make a new long neck, but I was out of metal. So I relit all the forges. Crafting a pick from a blueprint I had looted, I used it to gather a bunch of metal before tossing the metal into the forges. Short an obsidian to craft another primal forge, I just tossed my gutches out to produce me some oil, filling the inventories with stone, where I leveled both of them until their crafting skill was over 188%. But that's when gachas actually have a better chance in producing not just a selected resource, but also gear and other goodies. Cracking the few crystals I had, I finally got some pants. Pants! I got pants. Hey, people up there, do you guys have like 100 obsidian for me to borrow? I'll return it with interest. Luckily, Protorax and Amir had answered and were nice enough to loan me some obsidian so I could craft up the Primal Forge. Filling it with wood and metal, I lit the fire and let it smelt, while I added another female dilo to the breeding area and ended the day just simply collecting more metal. I added 2 more females to the Apex Dilo Cuddle Puddle before taking the males out and harvesting them for their blood, and then needing more rare mushrooms and flowers. I took a Maywing to the swamp and began flopping around until an Alpha Capra killed us. So after respawning, making a new saddle and grabbing a new Maywing, I returned to the swamp, collected my gear and continued to flop around for rare flowers and mushrooms, and that is until a demonic Capra killed me this time. These damn Capras suck. Again, I respawned, grabbed a Maywing, headed to the swamp, but my Maywing got killed by a caustic archer. Dropping me to my death and getting fed up, I grabbed a Maywing, saddled it up and flew to the snow.
Our hero flies across the world on a desperate quest to try and retrieve their primal compound bow. His ponytail billowing in the wind as he gradually glides over. Oh shit, there's a tree!
I eventually arrived at where I lost my stuff, crafted a transfer tool only to get jump scared by a Managana. After avoiding it, I landed above my gravestone and successfully collected my gear. And as I wasn't a high enough level as I needed to be, I dropped my inventory into a storage box and headed out to do a note run to level up. Collected the first and second explorer notes with no issues, but when I activated the 4x note I died immediately to a demonic Mesopithecus. Respawning, I grabbed a new Maywing and headed to do the note run again, only to die to a spirit dragon on the mountain. When I respawned, I tossed out all my Apex Dilos, lining them up nice and neat to where I killed them and harvested their bodies. I probably wouldn't need any more Apex hide for the rest of the playthrough after this harvest, so once that was done, I grabbed a Maywing, saddled it up again, and headed out to find some rare flowers and mushrooms, teleporting to one of the floating islands where I died to a demonic glowtail. Respawning, I headed back out in search for those damn mushrooms and flowers, and reaching the river swamp in the morning of day 46, I started flopping around collecting what I could before heading home. Crafting up some narcotics, Protex had asked if I could spare some obsidian, so I dropped off what I had, repaying the loan from earlier. And then returning to base, I grabbed a spyglass from my box and scanned the area before crafting up some fabled kibble and trank dots to go try and tame another fabled PT. Oh, the buffoon Gigantopithecus is about to die. Yep, there we go. I got another chainsaw. 700% again. The best part of having buffoon Gigantopithecus die near you, you get some free loot. And then seeing an Origin RG, I tried to lure it away, but the Maywing I was riding died to its injuries, stranding me in the middle of the ocean where I died to a toxic meg. Now, day 47 started off a bit rough. Respawning from the toxic meg death, I was out of hide to make a new Maywing saddle. The Origin RG wiped my base. So dying as I led it away, I returned to base to find that almost everything was destroyed. Pipes disconnected, smithies and forges gone, beds demolished. So I fixed my pipelines, replaced my crafting stations, transferred everything to the smithy, and grabbing a baby Maywing, I set out to go get my gravestone. I had to dive down to grab my stuff, but once I did, I returned home, replaced my beds, and made up some more Apex darts and kibble, tossing in the resources needed for jerky before going and taming up a fabled gacha to end off the day. Okay, so if I'm to kill an Origin by day 50, there's one of two things I need to get. Either I need to get a buffoon, or I could get an Alpha Indom, but my best bet is to try and get a buffoon. So after crafting up my first batch of Apex Primal Trank arrows, I learned and crafted and placed the Primal Tech Bench, as I then crafted the Tarot. So this is like a personal little fly you can make in Primal Fear. But unfortunately I can't fly in it. I'm pressing E, it's not working. So since I couldn't use the tarot, I tossed it into a box and headed out to the redwoods in search of a buffoon to tame. Dying to the buffoon ferox, I respawned, grabbed a mairing, and went to collect my stuff, only to arrive at my death location to see that the buffoon ferox was dead.
Thank you, Chaos Theory, for killing my problems. Appreciate you, homie. We'll tame one of you later.
I collected my gear as well as the mairing saddle before continuing onward to the redwoods, where when I arrived, I found what I was looking for. A buffoon terror bird. Setting up my gates, I landed on top and began grabbing the aggro of the terror bird. Tranking the terror bird was a pain, as it lost interest quickly, but after a while swapping from the trank arrows to bullets to regain its aggro, I finally dealt enough torpor to make it run. So jumping down from the gates, I chased it down and knocked it out, fed it some special kibble, and a tame help as I now had myself a tier 1 boss killer. Balling it up, I headed home where I named my buffoon terror bird Auntie Sam. Crafting it a saddle, I first made up some health potions before going around and killing for experience. And starting day 50, I found and took out a primal megalodon outside my base, harvesting its corpse for that much needed first bits of primal blood. And leveling Auntie Sam where I balled her up, grabbed a Maywing and headed out to Penguin Island. You see, I needed to kill an origin by day 50 or at least start fighting it, and that was today. So if I had any chance of beating that challenge, I had to hurry. And arriving at Penguin Island, I was so lucky as I swapped to Auntie Sam and began firing rocket after rocket to begin ticking the origin Kairuku's 100 million health pool down little by little. Fighting for the rest of the day, eventually ending it as I continued to fight what was now a pair of origin Kairuku. I then spent the next 2 days launching down American justice onto both of the origin penguins, checking the health when I could as I was slowly whittling them down, finally killing the first penguin on day 52. Now yes, I'm a bit late, but I started fighting it on day 50. By day 50, I need to go and kill an origin. I dropped down to loot its corpse, gaining myself my first pair of origin gear. The origin boots. Now origin armor is actually really powerful. Not only does it have an incredibly high armor rating, but it also has infinite durability. Now all I had to do was take out the origin Karuku's friend. So I spent the rest of the time fighting the other overpowered penguin, getting hit a few times as it would drop down to grab its aggro, when finally on the morning of day 53 I launched the final rocket, taking out the giant penguin. Of course I made sure to remember grabbing its loot, even replacing my boots with one of better rating before teleporting home. And now the best part of me having killed an origin is now I have 2 origin blood, which is like 2 pieces of infinite narcotics, because origin blood will knock out anything. But it does have a downside. If you shoot something with an origin trank, it will gain 2 times speed and damage until it knocks out. Where yeah, you'll knock it out, but you have to survive first. So I then crafted up some more fabled kibble and even some apex metal trank arrows, and watching an Omega Reaper die to a Chaos Bee, I saw an Ace Titan out in the distance. So I set out to go and take it out, but however when I got too close to the behemoth I died to a demonic Daedon instantly that I just didn't see. Rest in peace Auntie Sam. Respawning back home, I ended off the day by simply breeding up some backup Maywings. While breeding my Maywings, I was actually visited by Reaper, who wanted to stop by and show me his fabled Maywing accord. Snooples had never looked so good. So after a short chat, my Maywings were all hatched and raised up, so I mounted one and head out to collect my stuff. I arrived at my grave, collected it, and began to glide home when out of nowhere I'd randomly died to a Fey direwolf. What? I didn't even see that one. Well, that's my first death to a Fey. That's one of the new tiers in Primal Fear. So once again, I spawned, grabbed a Maywing and saddle, and collected my stuff. Returning home, I even placed a memorial grave for Auntie Sam, and ended up by stocking up on some more primal metal trank arrows. So I have less than 20 days that I need to get to demonic tier, tame 2 demonics, start breeding them, all so that I can fight the Guardians by day 75. This is not going to be easy. This is probably going to be the most grindy of this 100 days. Like, I barely made it to start fighting an Origin on day 50. And it took longer than I would have liked. I mean, I spent like 3 days fighting 2 of the same Origin. So, the question is, do you think I can do it? Do you think I can get to the Guardians by day 75 without a flyer? Taming Demonics on foot? Taming Demonics on the ground? Yeah. Yikes. That's just asking for pain and punishment and torture. Fortunately, day 55 started out on a positive note. I'd knocked out and tamed up a fabled PT, boiling it up immediately, and then tried my luck at knocking out an Elder Marlin. Running from its triple of minions, I managed to escape by climbing the ladder to base, and eventually knocking out the Elder Marlin. I fed it some kibble, and when it tamed up, attempted to mount, but unfortunately it counted as a flyer, so I couldn't ride it. And that's when a Primal Tech Trike attacked. As I watched as my new Malin called in minions to attack the trike, but ultimately it was no match. And with a single attack, my Malin was dead. And then, knowing I needed polymer, I headed out to the Maywing to go find some. Landing at a dead Basilo on the beach, I began harvesting. I could have sworn these gave polymer. Maybe not. Oh well, I'll take the spoiled meat anyway. And once I was done harvesting the corpse, I was quickly reminded that nowhere was safe, as an Omega Reaper wanted me and my Maywing for dinner. So after avoiding the balls of acid, I flew home. I feel like I can tame a fabled Megashalon. At least then I'll have that passive resource generation going on so long. Because I always get comments on people how to tame the fabled Megashalon, because they always say they can't eat. I'll show you how to do it. Once I dropped off the spoiled meat at base, I headed out in search of a fabled gacha. Even grabbing some fur pants from the upstairs loot drop, I began searching around base when I found a new fey creature. What is that? Fey Tappy Heart. Interesting. Near the Fey Tappy, I knocked out and tamed an Apex defense unit, testing its blasts on the nearby joins, and I decided I was going to name it C3PO and upgrade it from R2D2. And I then spent the rest of the day clearing out the beach near base, and then continuing to wipe out every non-fabled gacha I could find. I was up by Protorax's base when I saw it being attacked by another Apex defense unit. So being the good neighbor I was, I decided to help them and take it down. But I guess it had other plans, as it had pretty quickly killed C3PO. So instead of killing it, I knocked it out. But needing more kibble in order to tame it, jumped off the bridge. Let's go. 360 no scope. Luckily, it was just outside of base, so after crafting up the kibble, I grabbed my stuff and went to feed the defense unit. Naming it Scabby, I balled it up and returned to base to stock up bound darts. Needing a new boss killer, I set off in search of a buffoon Leopleurodon, and stopping in the ocean is almost never a good thing to do, especially when an Apex Sarco is nearby. So after becoming lunch, I returned to grab my stuff and I made my way to Skull Island. And inside I actually found a fabled Magmasaur. So after swapping to Scabby, I cleared the area of all the non-fabled Magmasaurs and began to knock it out, but Scabby decided to roll off and fight. So coiling it back, I tested to see if rolling over the lava would hurt me, and when it didn't, I rolled over to use Scabby more effectively, killing off every other Magmasaur. Now that only the fabled was left, I dismounted, knocked out the giant fire lizard, fed it some kibble and tamed it up. Not quite what I came out here for, but I'll take it. It is a very important upgrade that'll be super important for lots of ingots. Arriving back on base, I was short the fabled hide needed to make the Magmasaur saddle. So after setting up some more cementing paste to craft, Scabby and I headed off to farm for fabled hide. And I even got a level up. Look at me go, because now I can learn the origin arrow. and killing everything nearby, I kept accidentally harvesting the fabled creature's corpses with Scabby and not my chainsaw. So after rolling into the wasteland and killing off a fabled trike, dismounted, pulled out my chainsaw and harvested over 1,000 fabled hide. More than enough to make the saddle. Returning home, crafted up the saddle, headed downstairs where I threw out the magma saw, and if you watched my Rag Alpha only challenge video, you know my Anki was named Mororor. So this is going to be named Mororor. I then spent the most of the day simply farming metal with Mororor until I returned home where I crafted my first origin arrow and headed out in search of either a male fabled PT or a fabled Megashalon. I had been gliding around so long that I did something I never thought was actually possible. I ran out of stamina on a Maywing, so landing in the swamp, which I quickly left once I had enough stamina, and back at Extinction Island where I found and tamed up a fabled gacha. As one resource I hadn't quite touched on yet, but would be extremely important, were elemental feathers. Now there are 4 types of feathers: caustic, electric, fire and ice. To my knowledge, there are 3 ways to go about collecting these feathers. You could either run around the map and slaughter the elementals, harvesting their bodies for them. You could tame a breeding pair of each type and murder the babies for the feathers. Or you could do what nobody ever really does and tame fabled gachas, since they have a chance to produce the feathers inside of the crystals they drop. And that's the path I was going to do. For now anyway, I wanted to try it. So when I returned home to place the gacha in the soul terminal, the sound effect of this magma sword, it's tripping me out. I don't like it, but I need him to smelt the ingots. Don't look at me like that. I turned more around so I wouldn't have to hear its sounds. And desperately needing polymer, I grabbed Scabby and headed to Penguin Island to harvest the bodies for polymer. I had spent most of day 59 just searching for fabled Megashalon, flying through the river as I randomly got hit by something and it left my Maywing with 1 HP. During the scouting mission, I had even received my punishment for actually failing to kill the origin by day 50, and I had to now tame at least one of every single type of dodo I could find. Thanks, Kaitsu. It shouldn't be too hard as I already had Toxic and Alpha. I only needed Buffoon, Necrotic, Chaos, and Spirit. Okay, maybe there's a lot. So I returned to base momentarily when a Primal Tech truck had spawned on my platform. So after leading it off, I returned to the search for the Megashalon, and finally finding one in the deep water where I shot it with an origin arrow. And since the origin arrow gives them 2 times damage and speed, so if you're planning on shooting something with one, make sure you're ready to run. So now, people always say they can never make these fabled Megashalons eat. And I always say, what you need to do, you need to use a combination of tame helpers, because they... Never mind, I used an origin arrow, so I'm completely fine. And tossing out Scabby, I dealt with the mantas and eels after placing the kibble inside of the Megashalon. We have dealt with the ocean. I spoke too soon! What? Where? And after taking them out, I waited for the Megashalon to tame up, and after what felt like forever, I simply decided that it's clearly bugged. I have to admin tame it up and pay the kibble tax by just throwing it away. But I'll make sure to let the devs know that this bug still exists. And after dropping 11 kibble for the tame, I headed home. Arriving on the bridge near base, I waited for the Chaos Manticore nearby to fly away, and then tossing out my Megashalon. Look at her, so pretty. Looks, makes more it's so small. I'm going to name you Flower. I hoped she didn't make noises similar to the magma saw. And then explosions going off, I quickly rushed away from base, de-rendering my dinos, as I then watched as a Chaos Manticore point blank blasted a Malin PT. Talk about overkill. So I then spent some time searching for a fabled PT, and after failing to find one, I sent a request to the server to see if any of my patrons were online, and setting more pace to craft, I set out in search of a Buffoon Pleurodon again. Flying through the snow, I again died to probably the same demonic Daedon as earlier. So after respawning and breeding more Maywings, I set off to collect my gear. And after luring the Daedons off my grave, I collected my stuff and decided to just end the day by simply heading home. Starting off day 61, I chased down and knocked out a fabled PT I had been searching for. Having to deal with a spider, I fed the PT some kibble, then once tamed, landed away from the massive explosion nearby. While trying to climb my ladder, the dumb PT kept knocking me off, so I boarded up before heading up to base. Once up top, I moved all of the resources from flour and more and balled them up. They had done what they needed to, for now anyways. Now, here's the thing. For demonic and celestial kibble, you need a healthy supply of feathers. The best way, by far, to get feathers is really to tame a breeding pair of light or dark creatures and slaughter the babies. But since I didn't have a light nor dark creature yet, I decided to see if I could get my gachas to produce them. So after boiling up flour, I tossed them out and set them up to breed and produce, filling them chock full of stone before heading out to find some elementals. Instead, I found a buffoon dodo. Remembering my punishment for failing the day 50 challenge, I decided to knock it out and tame it. Also knocking out a kamikaze dodo, I tamed the buffoon but was short of the kibble needed for the kamikaze, so left it behind. And that's when an apex dragoff attacked, and after a few seconds with my chainsaw, fled. I ended off the day simply flying home on my Maywing. And so what's interesting about the buffoon dodo, I came up with this. He poops eggs and then they spawn nukadodos. I should probably not have these by my base. And that's why my minions exploded and basically foundation wiped me. That's why. Oh no, my beds! Respawning, I ran into a Spirit Rex and knowing without my boots I couldn't outrun it, I simply waited for my death. After yet another respawn, I climbed the bridge and saw the damage. I attempted to jump down and land on my buffoon dodo, but slipped and hit the ground. Yet another death to fall damage. So after respawning and making my way back, I did a little bit of parkour to get lower, jumped and barely surviving, managed to begin cleaning up my base. Of course, I had to boil up my gachas that were alive and wandering around, and after placing an architect bench, I began laying the foundation of my new base. After spending the entirety of the day building my base, some may ask, why did I bother putting up walls in Primal Fear? You see, the walls weren't for protection from damage, but to actually block the line of sight from wild creatures. They can't see you, they won't attack you, right? So after roofing off my gacha farm, I filled the gachas up with more stone so they can resume producing me more feathers. And then I started off the day by heading out with more ore and gathering stone. Gotta keep it in stock for these hungry gachas. And after avoiding certain death to a certain chaos dragon, I returned to base.
Thank you, more ore. Your services are no longer required right now.
And then hitching up my gachas, I placed some water and pestles as I needed a bunch of cementing paste. And checking my baby gachas, I found one that would produce fire feathers. So after removing the roof of my gacha farm, I tossed it in and set it to produce some crystals. And then remembering from one of my early videos, like literally some of the very first few videos on my channel that are really so bad you should not watch them, that gachas actually like plant species Y traps. So I set off in search of some seeds, and arriving in the desert, I started to flop around when I was greeted by my nemesis of this playthrough, a demonic Daedon. Back to the desert, I went on a fresh Maywing, collected my gear, and after seeing that I'd actually gotten some plant species Y seeds, I returned to base to plant them. Now that I had cementing paste, I replaced my item collector and cracked what gacha crystals I had, gaining me the much needed fire feathers in order to craft my first piece of advanced elemental kibble. Since the super spyglass I also had was really trash, I added the Bitto 2K binoculars, as it was time for an upgrade. Once I had my upgrade, I set out in search of a light or dark creature to tame, but not before creating an alliance, naming it Cries in Fear, and inviting Protorax and Amir to it. Flying around the ocean, I was targeted by a light parrot, and then my Maywing died to the parrot's burn. So I knocked it out and watched as it sank to the bottom of the ocean. And then back home, I grabbed a fresh Maywing from Protorax, since I hadn't yet fixed my ladder to my base, and returned to tame the light parrot. Diving into the depths, I tamed up the parrot as a little pleurodon wanted to snack on it and rose to the surface where we went home. Once at base, I was lucky enough to tame a male, while my neighbors above had a female. So we set them out to breed, and while the birds were having some fun, I made up a fabricator, generator, and some air cons to incubate the eggs, giving Amir the first male while I waited at base while they all bred. And while chilling at base, I decided it was probably a good idea to boil up the buffoon dodo, you know, just in case. And then I gave him another male parrot, as they actually had the mutator and could swap genders, so he just let me keep the original female. And that way he could go off and progress instead of waiting for me while I did my breeding. I hitched the parrots to continue to breed them and took the male babies I had out, killed them and harvested them, gaining an amazing amount of feathers for now. Now that I had the feathers needed, I crafted up a batch of Omega Kibble and set out in search of one to tame up. But I spent so long searching, it was only at the end of the day did I finally find an Omega Spino. And I spent the morning of day 68 trying to knock out this Omega Spino, boiling up my Maywing so it didn't randomly die, and I was even chasing the Spino around only to get attacked by a corrupt Carno. And the Omega Spino I wanted decided to go and die to a demonic Parasaur. Unfortunate, but I mean free loot I guess. So I simply headed out to find another, stopping by the King Titan Arena, as this is probably the best spot to take on bosses, as it's actually confined by the world barrier, so the Guardians can't just fly out and terrorize the map. And this is where I'll be doing most, if not all, of my boss fights. As I was searching for an Omega, I stopped for Stam on the little floating islands where I spotted someone's base. It was Lone Wolf. I guess he learned that living on the beach was not the vibe and moved up here. So I headed home to stock up on tranks, ending day 68 empty-handed. And waking up on day 69, I found an Omega Sarco near the swamp. Omega Sarco? For me? So after knocking it out and taming it up, I quickly balled it up, and not 5 seconds later, I found and tamed a second one. Guess the Ark gods were showing pity today. I even got a breeding pair. So I went home, bred them up, and cracked my gacha crystals before refilling my gachas. And since I had been streaming my playthrough to my Discord server Patreons, one of them had told me that the lunar biome was a good place to farm element. So boiling up more ore, I headed on over to begin farming. But then as I was farming, I got dismounted by a stupid void verb. And finally, after being fed up with it, I simply knocked it out so that more ore could kill it. And then running around, I attempted to jump the gatch from the islands only to spot a skeletonized Rex on the other side. And landing on the other island, I ran away as fast as more ore could waddle. Yep, that was enough lunar biome from me. So returning home, I balled up more ore and jumped from the bridge, 360 no-scope my grapple to the wall, successfully this time. As redemption complete, I began making the components to craft a Primal Tech Giga. Short on a little polymer, I first headed to the wastelands to kill off some corrupteds, when after farming for a bit, Kaitsu suggested I just go to the Penguin Island and slaughter them for polymer, since I had an amazing chainsaw. So teleporting to North Zone 1, I tossed out my Maywing and flew over, and landed on the Penguin Island where I tossed out more ore and killed all of the penguins. Until finally, with enough poly collected, I began teleporting home, but not before trying to kill a baby penguin before running out of gas. I wonder if that scarred the penguin for life, and maybe he'll grow up to be the next Origin I face. So back at base, I spent the rest of the day crafting up the pieces for the Primal Tech Giga, and ending off the day spawning my masterpiece and crafting it a melee module. It was on the morning of day 71 when I was out roaming the beaches on my new Primal Tech Giga, hunting for that elusive Primal Megalodon that patrolled the waters, but it was kinda slow. So I balled up the Giga and threw out my Maywing to hunt on foot. Well, webbed feet, I guess. When I kid you not, found the Primal Megalodon immediately after taking flight. So after swapping back to my Giga, I began munching and munching at the giant shark, doing 30,000 damage a bite, and it was going to take a while to kill the beast. But that's when, I'm guessing the mate got bored of me biting, as it just swam onto shore, killing itself and giving me its soul. Like, I'll take an easy kill when I can get it. And then on the way home, I spotted a buffoon Lyropleurodon flying around and decided, you know what? I was gonna tame it. So testing the theory of trying to grapple to it after knocking it out, I headed it back to base, made up some parachutes and grappling hooks before returning to the bridge. Boarding up the Maywing, I leapt from the bridge, soared to the Lyropleurodon, fired my grapple, and yeah, couldn't grapple to it. Theory busted. So needing more hide, I went to harvest the turtle for hide, but ended up taming the defense unit that killed my Maywing. And then using the defense unit to harvest my Maywing for hide, I made up more parachutes. This time, I jumped off the bridge and soared over the Lyropleurodon, being able to access its inventory, where I shoved in my kibble and tamed it up. I'd like to point out this is my new primal killer. And then flying around on the buffoon Lyropleurodon, I began raining down my Karuku missiles onto a celestial theory, even killing a wandering loot boss before spotting a primal raptor. And after killing the Primal Raptor, I was going to kill a demonic parasaur. That is, until I saw what level it was. 280. So grappling to the Lirapleurodon, I fired a trank arrow, and to my surprise, hit the parasaur. I think I need to find another primal because my corpse got eaten. And so eventually giving up on tranking the parasaur, I headed out in search of a new primal to kill as I needed more primal blood. And finding a meg, I began firing at it, and rocket after rocket, penguin after penguin. It was taking forever, so I decided to simply head home, strafing the beach along the way. Don't mind me, just making the area safe for any noobs starting out. And then arriving at base, I dropped what loot I had before making up my first bits of demonic, celestial, and fey kibble. So heading back out, this time on my Maywing, I went to go tame up that demonic parasaur. Setting up my 3 gateway high platform, I shot the parasaur to bring it over before I fell off, and parachuting down, I fired tranks on the way before ultimately dying to it. Respawning, I checked my smithy, and lo and behold, I still had a single origin arrow left. Grabbing it and a bow, I tossed out my Maywing to breed more backups, and then I tossed out my alpha defense unit and rolled over to the swamp, pulled it up and ran in for a death run to hit the parasaur with my origin trank arrow. You got me! After respawning and heading back, the parasaur finally went to sleep, so I fed it the kibble and finally had my first demonic. Balling up the parasaur, I cleaned up my gates before heading home. And arriving at home, I decided to show off my magma sword to Ark Raptor, even accidentally setting my Maywing ablaze. And needing fiber to craft the saddle, I went out sickle in hand and harvested the bushes below my base. And then crafting the saddle, I equipped the parasaur before naming it Kittens. Setting off on Kittens' maiden voyage, I cleared the beach killing a buffoon ferox. That was a buffoon ferox. The revenge. And I simply ended the day running around farming creatures around the base, even including a fabled Bronto. And day 74 started off by me cracking all of the crystals my gutches have made before heading back out on Kittens to farm. Killing a wandering loot dodo for blueprints as I headed out to the swamp to continue farming when I found another Omega Spino. So knocking it out, I tamed it up before continuing my rampage. Fighting and killing an origin dodo where I gained a new piece of origin armor, a helmet. So returning home, I made up another origin arrow and tossed the Sarko into the soul terminal as I headed out in search of a fabled Theri. Finding one shortly after leaving it, I prepped to knock it out on top of the hill it was on. And grabbing the aggro of the Theri by shooting it since it fell off the hill, I decided to just chase it down and knock it out. Feeding it some kibble as it tamed up, but that's when a Primal Raptor attacked, killing the Theri. So I hopped on my Maywing and returned home to grab Kittens. Searching for primals, I found an aloe on the mountain and swapped to Kittens to take it out, and then heading back home where I restocked on potions and kibble before leaving again in search of an origin wyvern. Now, I was looking for a wyvern specifically because by killing it, it would unlock the tech transmitter tech grab, allowing me to scan for creatures. So I spent the rest of the day killing primals as I found them, even while searching for the origin wyvern. After killing another primal shark, I was gliding around on my Maywing when I found an origin carno. Since I hadn't fought one yet, I swapped to Kittens and took it out, as my current goal needed me to kill at least one of every origin, and that way I could use the tributes to take on either the Celestial Indom Emperor, or the Demonic Reaper Empress, or the Fey Karchar. And eventually getting the kill on the origin carno, I stayed on Kittens and ran around killing everything I found, including a primal diabear, raptor, and megalodon. And now assuming everything goes right, I should be able to fight one of the guardians by day 80. So we'll see how it goes, as now it depends on my luck, RNG, and how many damn origins I could find, as you need to fight a ton of them in this mod. I ran around on Kittens, continuing my slaughter of any primal and origin I could find, even getting stuck at one point, but with my Maywing easily escaped. So running around on the mountaintops, I stole a wyvern egg just because I could, and then running down the mountain where I destroyed a demonic Daedon, payback for the countless times I've died to one of them this playthrough. And that's when I learnt the bone meal engram, the taming food for skeletonized Rex. Might come in handy later on. And as I was running around the beach, I killed not one, not 2, but 3 demonic Pterodons at once. Why were these guys all packed up like that? And then as I was fighting stuff, kittens nearly died to a Monga, but with skilled timing I was able to proc a Primal Potion and that was too close. So I tried to teleport home only to get attacked by a Dodo Wyvern. So respawning, I headed out to the Mewing when a wall of red text popped up. Everything I left out at base had just gotten killed by a Chaos Dodo Wyvern. After kittens took out the Dodo Wyvern, I balled up the Mewing and ran back as fast as kitten's little legs could run. And arriving at base, I saw what killed all my breeders. A mesh Chaos Dodo Wyvern inside of the structure my base was on. I tried to kill it, but had no luck, so I carefully just dropped down into base, restocked on kibbles and tranks to end off the day. And now instead of searching blindly for an Origin Wyvern, I decided to go and make the summoner only to find I was short of an artifact. So off I went to a nearby cave using kittens to clear the area, where I killed a celestial RG for its soul before returning to the cave on foot and running to the ledge, tossing out kittens as I jumped down, and cleared the area before collecting the artifact of the Devourer. On the run up and out of the cave, a Primal Carno nearby died, so it was a cool free soul I guess, and then finally managing to make my way out of the cave where I headed home, and even spotting the Chaos Dodo Wyvern I began firing at it with Kitten's explosion, but remembered quickly that a Dodo Wyvern is immune to fire damage, so I left it be and just ran home. Once I returned to base, I crafted up the summoner for the Origin Wyvern, and now it was time as I glided over to the arena where I tossed out kittens and made sure she was stocked up with potions before summoning in the Origin Wyvern. The fight was easy. Just spam my attack, watch my health, and wait for the fire damage to do its work. And after a while, the Origin Wyvern was defeated. Tech transmitter unlocked, and I even got another piece of the Origin armor, the chest piece. Now all I needed was pants. And now returning home with the knowledge unlocked, I went to make a tech replicator, but was short of some crystal and polymer. Crystal I could get from Skull Island, and polymer, well, I guess I'll be visiting the penguins again. Making sure to grab more ore, I headed to Skull Island and farmed for the crystal. Do I have enough crystal? 3,000, okay, yeah, that's enough. And then heading home, I dropped off the crystal before heading to Penguin Island. Flying by the swamp, I spotted a male demonic parasaur, so I decided to tame it while riding kittens. And hitting it with an origin arrow, I thought kittens would be able to tank it better, but I forgot that the origin arrow doubles the damage, as it killed us close to instantly. Returning, I made the Alpha Carno attacking the male parasaur torpor and allowing me to tame it up. Eat him. Eat him. Or explode him. That works too, I guess. And then as I waited for the para to clear the dodo before saddling him up and heading over to Penguin Island. Once I landed, I tossed the male para out before farming for polymer. 700 polymer? That should be enough. Let's kill these origins. And then spent the morning of day 80 fighting the origin penguins. Killing the first was simple enough, but the second it just wanted to swim around. Bro thinks he's Bob Ross, out here painting with damage numbers. And once the second one finally accepted its fate and died, I returned home and then checking the required materials needed to summon the demonic Reaper Empress. I made up the tech replicator and then placing it, I used it to make the tech transmitter and placed it outside my base. And scanning for demonics, I kinda wanted to use the terror birds, so I copied down the coordinates, restocked an arrows and headed out, and finding one at the edge of the redwoods, I chased it down and hit it with an origin trank. Running away was useless as it quickly caught up and killed me. So I respawned, made another Maywing saddle, grabbed a fresh one and headed out to tame up the terror bird, ending off the day with a brand new demonic. I started the morning of day 81 by scanning the map for a second demonic terror bird. Jotting down the coordinates, I headed out to tame it and landing near the redwoods first, my Maywing died, and then as I tried to escape, I died to a phase saber-tooth. And after grabbing a fresh Maywing, I set out to collect my stuff, and I waited until the phase saber got far enough away before running in and collecting my gear. And then I flew off into the redwoods only to be immediately micro-raptored. And then being targeted by Ramshackle Loot Boss, I flew away to de-render everything and lose the aggro, and then when a Primal Raptor died, I'll always take a free soul. And checking the demonic terror bird, It's the wrong gender. I think I have a female as well, right? But mutator. And then drawing back my bow as I hit the flaming deathbird with an origin arrow before running for my life. It was fruitless as it quickly caught up and killed me. Doesn't matter, I connected with the arrow, so after respawning and even learning the mutator, I crafted a new Maywing saddle and headed back to the redwoods to tame up my bird. Once I fed it some kibble, it tamed up and we headed home. Checking what I needed to craft a mutator, I was once again short on polymer. And what was a good way to get poly? Carcanos. So after making a saddle, I teleported to Ab Island, arriving in a blaze of fire and death as I quickly mounted my demonic terrorbird, taking out the origin dodo camping the spawn points as I was then pounced by a primal tech raptor. Death was avoided as my terrorbird didn't appreciate the raptor's antics and killed it. And then running around the beach of the Ab Island, I got cocooned and was taking steady tick damage, but from what? I didn't know. So using the terrorbird's attacks, the ticking stopped and I gained my first abyssal soul. Wandering around the Ab Island, I took out boss after boss, loot and origins before finally finding a crab to kill and harvest for its sweet polymer. And then after being reminded that Lost Island had beach dolphins that gave polymer, I teleported home to retrieve some gasoline. And then on a whim, I decided to see if the 300 polymer I'd collected was enough, and could you believe it? It was. So I crafted up the mutator, grabbed some element, and went outside.
Look at me, guys. I have given in to all of you who have always begged that I use the mutator.
And so tossing out the demonic terrorbird.
All right, bud, time to strap the strap on you and call you Paul. Because now, you're gonna be a man.
And then riding it inside, I quickly hitched the new male with my female and got them going. Waiting for the first egg to hatch and the baby to raise up, I checked to see if there are any demonic reaper empresses, as once I had an imprinted demonic terrorbird, I would be targeting it for progression. So doing some housekeeping while the baby was raising up, I refilled my crop plots with poop to revive them, and even crafted some air cons as the eggs were too hot to incubate under their flaming hot parents. And eventually tossing the baby terrorbird out, saddled it and gave it a max experience potion before naming it Chimkin, and then returning to the Ab Island. So I ran around searching for the demonic reaper, looking around, and for what seemed like forever, getting powered down around the island, I thought I'd found it.
Come fight me, you stupid reaper queen. I am Chimkin.
And then eventually killing the primal diabear, I found myself on top of the island.
No, my greatest enemy, a cliff. I can't get up there. I can't jump that high. Oh, I thank you. Charge!
And then entering the cave as I began clearing it of all life under the effects of radiation. Primal spinos, rock drakes, origin corners, and the thing I came here to fight, a demonic reaper empress. The battle was intense, blurs of explosions from me and the DRE. Origins dying as well as radiation affecting my vision, but I finally managed to kill it, gaining its soul, a saddle, and a summonable token. Once it was defeated and knowing I was going to need to farm origin spinos, I took out the two that were inside the cave when I realized I didn't get the actual loot from the DRE kill. So while searching for its loot bag, I stumbled across a weird Viking shrine, and walking over it, text popped up stating another piece of the puzzle falls into place.
I'd like to point out, I still don't have pants. I've killed a bunch of origins, I have not gotten pants.
And eventually exiting the Rock Drake cave, I teleported home, and arriving at base and wanting to get rid of the radiation, I had a surefire way to do so. So grabbing some rad away from my tech replicator, just joking, I ate some organic poly and died. Respawning, I made up an origin arrow and headed to the arena on Chimkin. Using the summoner as I shot the DRE with an arrow and ran away. Even running into the water jet as it shot me into the air where I waited for the DRE to pass out.
You're not sleepy yet? You're running? And you're out. Demonic terrorbird superiority.
Feeding it the kibble, it tamed up.
Kim. I have a feeling you're replaced already.
So boiling up Chimkin, I mounted the DRE and headed home, killing everything in the wasteland, and I stood in the water when I realized my demonic reaper was actually getting massive amounts of torpor applied to it because of a toxic meg.
No, that was actually kind of impressive how much torpor was getting applied. I think this is the slowest demonic reaper empress I've ever gotten. I usually get them a lot sooner.
But with the Demonic Reaper acquired and my next progression being the Chaos Guardian, I knew what I had to do. I scanned for any artifact of the great on the map, as these special bosses are key in the Primal Fear playthrough. So when you kill them, they drop artifacts, which are used to craft origin summoners. So teleporting to West Zone 2, I arrived, but my Demonic Reaper didn't. So I tossed out Chimkin and set out to find the artifacto, killing an origin dodo before eventually finding it near the obelisk, and the fight was quick, and after dismounting Chimkin, I collected 3 artifacts. That's 3 origin summoners I could craft. After killing an origin Spino, I teleported north, searching for the second artifacto. Eventually finding and killing it, I tried to collect the artifacts, but couldn't since I was silly and didn't go home first. So I simply headed home and checked what all I needed to craft the Guardian Summoner. Short of some Celestial Souls, I took my Reaper out for a Celestial killing spree, and running through the swamp I found some Celestial Theories, a Spino, even taking out a Primal Aloe, and nothing was safe from the might of my Reaper. Stumbling across some structures in the swamp, I jumped down to see another artifact, so grabbing it up like a loot golem, hey, you gotta take them when you can. I continued running through the area, even killing the Forest Titan and even more Primals. I even got revenge on some demonic monkeys, farming the rest of the day, ending off with the Celestial Rex kill. And then as I was farming, Protoax had somehow died inside of the Rock Drake cave while fighting a Demonic Reaper. Do I have my Terror Bird on me? I do. I'll come help you kill the Reaper Empress, free soul. So fighting my way to Ab Island, I pumped a level into my Demonic Reaper when I got confused for a second.
Did it just say Demonic Reaper Empress has been defeated? What?
And then after being bullied by a Monka, an overpowered Phoenix that I have no clue what tier it is, elemental or demonic, I eventually arrived at the Rock Drake cave. Tossing out Chimkin, I entered and began fighting the Demonic Reaper, killing it, allowing Protorax to enter to regain his stuff. I then exited the cave where I balled up Chimkin and began fighting my way home, even fighting a Celestial Direbear along the way. Eventually stopping on the beach, I was checking my inventory to see how many souls I'd collected when I died out of nowhere to a Celestial's attack. So I headed back to collect my stuff in my Demonic Reaper. And arriving back, I saw I was getting munched on by an Origin Carno, so I whistled for it to attack, but not before taking the Celestial's attack head on.
That's what it was.
And then grabbing a fresh Terror Bird, I made it a saddle, named it Nugget, and headed out to collect my stuff. Teleporting in.
No! Oh, the most clutch mount in the history of mounts.
I arrived face to face with a Spirit Dodo, but clutching up as I mounted Nugget before it could self-destruct. I headed to my Demonic Reaper where we killed the Origin Carno.
What are the chances you gave me pants?
But not getting pants from the drop, as I transferred my Demonic's inventory to Nugget before going home and then back home where I dropped Nugget's inventory.
I was told no. Let's go to the snow.
So teleporting to the snow on my Reaper, began farming for Celestial Souls, killing a Celestial UD before heading to the snow cave as maybe there'll be some direbears inside. Entering the cave as I immediately got dismounted by a Prolovia. And then as I was clearing the cave of everything living.
Look, it's another one of the totem things.
I guess that was a Fjordo addition to the map. Sweet. I then collected the artifact of the strong before making my way out of the cave.
See this shit I have to put up with, dude. You're lucky. You got the nice end of this bargain. You died. You don't have to deal with these people.
And making my way to the exit.
We're done here, Chimkin. Let's go.
So I mounted my Reaper and continued my search for Celestials.
Die, Tortuga.
Killing off Tortuga just for the sake of it since minions are a pain to deal with. I eventually found and killed an Origin Direbear. Deciding to check if the Rock Drake cave had anything inside, so I entered on Chimkin but was cut off by the server Dino Wipe. So I simply chose to pack up my things and went home. And then checking what I needed in order to summon the Celestial Indom Emperor. I crafted up the missing Origin summoners and headed to the arena. Tossed down my Reaper, I named it SpongeBob before spawning in and killing the Origins.
Pants! I see pants!
And equipping the pants I got from the Origin Rex, no longer would I have to run around pantsless. I headed home to craft the Indom Summoner. As it's been a while since I last completed Primal Fear, I checked through all the new bosses added.
Okay, let's start at the beginning. So,
first off, there's additional origins. Then there is the Fey Karchar, Artifactor the Descended, Dodo the Summon, Skynet the Mechanical Monstrosity, Dodo the Dodo. That's actually kind of funny name. It's Dodo the Dodo. Tier 6, there's Indominus rematch and Empress rematch. And then tier 7 is now Dodo's Revenge and Nova's Revenge. But for now, my target was the Indom, so I crafted its summoner as I headed to the arena. And then on the morning of day 90, it was time. This was going to be a one-on-one battle of SpongeBob versus the Celestial Indominus Emperor. And then not long after summoning it, the Celestial Indom Emperor was dead. Oh yes. I just got Boots of Speed. And equipping my new boots and taking a victory lap before heading home where I made up an origin arrow. And then returning to the arena where I used the tameable summon, hit the Indom while falling with an origin arrow, and then after being chased and nearly dying, it eventually went to sleep. That's when I shoved my Kibble in, and after it tamed up, named it Patrick. So, the Indominus Emperor is kind of like the support, and the Reaper Empress is like the DPS. The reason why this guy's like support is because of this attack. That's the wrong attack. It's because of this attack. Whoop. Everything die, flyers get grounded. So since the Indom was more support than DPS, I pumped all of its levels into health. And then heading home where I used Patrick's height to my advantage and jumped onto my platform, balling her up. After farming the rest of day 91, I finally had enough souls for my first Guardian. I just needed some more Origin tributes. So heading to the arena on SpongeBob, I first killed an Origin Dodo before entering, and then spawning in first the Flyers, the Origin Argent and Wyvern, and then the smaller land Origins, the Carno, the Diabear, the Kairuku, and the Raptor. And finally, there was the big boys, the Spino and the Rex. There we go, a full set of Origins defeated. And then crafting the Fey Carcharodontosaurus Summoner, a new tier 3 boss added to the mod, and arriving back at the arena, I summoned in the Carchar and instantly killed it. I really didn't expect it to be that easy, I'm not gonna lie, it didn't even attack. So parking SpongeBob at the entrance of the arena, I spawned in the Carchar, hit it with an Origin arrow and ran for it. The Carchar, being a lot faster than the Indom, caught up quickly and munched the life out of me. So after returning to the arena on a mairing, I grabbed my stuff. Bros just like me, had a snack, immediately went to go nap. Fed it some Fey Kibble. Get it? It's Fey. Because I had the exact number of Kibble I needed. And then named it Fate to end of the day. Sadly in Fate, I ran around. So usually, Celestials and Demonics, when they are powered up, they take no fall damage. He took fall damage from that tiny little fall. And then balling up SpongeBob, I spent the entire day testing out Fate, and after some extensive murdering of everything around, here are my final thoughts. It's pretty strong. He's pretty cool. Feel like he's not the strongest DPS, and he seems too slow whatever he's fighting, so that's kind of like a niche. So things will struggle to get away from him, but he's very quick and he's probably the fastest of the Emperor or Empresses. And then day 93 was here, and I'd finally farmed enough to craft the Chaos Guardian Summoner. Ignore the fact that it's already like 20 days later than I originally planned to. So making sure SpongeBob had all the potions, I moved my more important gear into a separate smithy to organize a bit, before heading into the arena. So after preparing myself mentally, I spawned in the Chaos Guardian. 1.7 billion health, let's go. The fight where you can never stand still even for a second. The fight started brutally. sending out explosive spines to the Chaos Guardian and it returning with giant lava balls of death. That's me dead. Oh, no, no, no. I got caught with an attack but managed to survive, and running around as I noticed I didn't ball up my Maywing. Oh, there's a Maywing over there. Save the Maywing! And then getting stuck by the Guardian, I took an attack face on, and sadly, SpongeBob and I died. Respawning, I grabbed a Maywing, made up another pair of binoculars to see how much health I took off. Did I see that correctly? 1.6 billion still? So I grabbed my stuff and headed home to regroup and re-gear, grabbing Patrick as well as a bunch of Terrorbirds. I maxed Patrick's levels, pumping it all into health before returning to the arena, tossing out my DPS birds once arriving. The fight was on. My birds being wiped out almost immediately. Let me free from these confines of your evil minions! And getting trapped inside of the minions as the boss wasn't good, but luckily I wasn't dying. See, the unfortunate part is I can't throw down more demonic terrorbirds off of the back of the Indom, which I thought I could. I was tanking the damage, dealing back my own, but I'd only whittled down only 1 million health to the boss when it got grounded and fell down to the ledge. And for some reason it stopped being aggro onto me, allowing me to toss out a single terrorbird before it caught wind and came back to the fight. We were fighting, and as much as we were no longer dying, I just couldn't do the DPS needed to kill the boss. And that's when I decided to put out a call to my patrons to see if they would be able to help me fight this chaos beast. The first to answer the call was Reaper, the Unknown, arriving on his demonic thorny dragon, and together we started to take on the beast, me grounding it while Reaper fired his thorny dragon's quills. Checking the boss's health, we managed to drop it to 1.4 billion, another 100 million down. The problem with this boss is the longer it takes, the laggier it gets. 1.3, baby! And getting hit by a direct attack, I quickly consumed a health potion, and then even called in more patrons as I waited for Protorax to join in on the fight. 1.08 billion, we've almost broken down to less than a bill. Usually I defeat the Guardians by day 75, but only getting to start the fight on day 93. It currently being day 96 and we're still fighting the Chaos Guardian. Even having to call in backup shows just how hard the server has been. Like, it's not a battle of damage, it's a battle of can your PC survive? We steadily dealt damage as we waited on Protorax to arrive. I'm just waiting to see this like Karchar running in from the distance. And like a rampaging carnivore, he arrived on his Fey Carcharodontosaurus Emperor. Another DPS added as the fight was as intense as ever, but sadly the Guardian targeted Protorax, and after taking a direct attack, the Fey Karchar was no more. So pulling the Chaos Guardian away so Protorax collect his grave, he tossed out a demonic Mesopithecus and continued the fight. And here comes Protorax again with the monkey. The fight got so bad, my frames dropped to 11 FPS. And that's when Reaper shouted a health check. 688 million to go. The DPS were doing their job, me grounding the giant lizard as I called out to the health check. 300 mil, and it was a final stretch grounding the Chaos Guardian as it flew over my Indom like a skater grinding the rail. Oh, the Thorny's in the ground. Thorny is in the ground. He became a Fasolasuchus. And another health check. 240 mil. It's only now got slightly more health than an Origin Donor thinks it has. We continued fighting as Protorax called out that it had 140 million. And after a full 5 days of fighting, the Chaos Guardian finally perished. Jumping off Patrick, I collected the loot from the corpse before reconnecting to fix my FPS. I was on the way home when I noticed how much damage Protorax Monkey did. How much damage did that monkey do? Okay, yeah, the fake Archer's useless. So in honor of SpongeBob's sacrifice, I renamed Fate to Squidward, placed a gravestone and gave a salute to SpongeBob, the spiciest sponge around. With only 2 days left, I decided to go and tame a skeletonized Rex. So checking what I needed to craft its bone meal, I needed measure berries. So down I went on a mowing, gathered the bushes around, and of course it wouldn't be my video if I wasn't collecting fiber at the end. So once the fiber was collected, I now only needed feathers. So tossing out some light parrots, I fueled up my chainsaw and slaughtered them. And then crafting the bone meal, I was reminded that the skeletonized Rexes are immune to origin tranks. So instead I crafted up a bunch of primal trank arrows. And then it was the morning of day 99. I was hungry, so grabbing some prime cooked meat, I made sure to chow down. And then scanning for skeletonized Rex, I headed out to the mowing, eventually finding it as I swapped onto Chimkin and started knocking it out. Using the Celestial Rex's slowing effect to my advantage, I ran up the mountain, clearing the area before checking the torpor. And then of course the demonic Hyaenodon had to make this tame interesting, dropping the Rex's health to almost nothing. So I headed back to base to restock on tranks, even killing the Primal Mega outside for its blood.
There you go, there's another 108 arrows. Oh, that's tamed.
And climbing up to my base as I crafted up the tranks. So flying down to the beach, my mowing died to a Chaos Dodo. I had to just end off the video with one more final mowing dying.
Oh well, Chimkin, you're up.
So hopping onto Chimkin as I continued back to the Rex, dealing with Fjord Hawks, and I went to kill an Alpha Manticore but died. So much for rider protection. Returned to where I decided to see a Reaper was there and had cleared the Manticore out. So grabbing my stuff and mounted Chimkin and searched for the Rex.
Oh hi, there he is.
And then I checked its torpor before raining down arrows until it finally went to sleep.
Nap time now, little Rexy.
So feeding it the bone meal and a tame helper, I now had a skeletonized Rex. Heading home after boiling it up, ending the day with a success. And then it was the final day. Day 100. I crafted up a saddle, tossed it on the skeletonized Rex and leveled it up with the help of a max XP potion.
Okay, let's level up your health. Go to 15, maybe. Yeah.
So testing out the damage on a Fire Leuropterodon, I spent the rest of the day simply running around, clearing the area of life.
Look, there's everything that has life. Now it doesn't.
And then in the wasteland, I decided to defend an OSD.
It's a Primal Spino. No, he's not dead yet. He's a little bit tankier than the rest. Now he's gone.
And then, well, I think that's it. That's the very end of my 100 Days Primal Fear. If you've enjoyed it, I'd really appreciate it if you liked and subscribed. And if you want to see 200 days, get this video to 10,000 likes and we'll do it. But we won't just do it. We'll come back for Primal Fear hard mode and complete 100% of it. That would be taming every single demonic, celestial and fey. Because I mean, I'm gonna need some stuff to do in between fighting these incredibly challenging bosses as I work my way to getting to day 200. This is Folklore, a gorgeous map that has become infested with deadly dinosaurs. I've been stranded here and given 100 days to beat Ark Descended, an incredible mod filled with godlike creatures. I'll have to face off against or even tame divines, celestials and abyssals, amongst many more. Fighting hundreds of bosses and desperately trying to not lose my sanity in the process. No, please! Please! Let me up! I'm playing this mod completely blind, having seen no guides and read very little. Will I be able to beat this challenge or will I crack under the pressure on my quest for mod domination? This all started as I woke up on a beach due to an itch on my wrist, when the trees collapsed behind me due to some giant brontos. We are back in the land of the dinosaurs, baby. Let's see how long I can survive without dying. Running over, I found some bushes that are harvested for berries and fiber, and I could see some lysters nearby which I went to say hi to.
Hello, guy. Descended lice. Oh, you're aggressive.
I fled down the beach where I found some stones I was able to grab, and this was important since I needed it to craft a stone pickaxe. But as I did, a Descended Microraptor took me down. Death number 1, and this is a great time to introduce you to Nat's rules for surviving overhauls. Rule number 3, avoid everything. Dinos are usually not friendly. Having died made me drop all my stuff, so I ran back to grab it, just hoping the Microraptor had gone and seemed to have vanished. Thus, I ran along grabbing all the resources I could, and even punched a tree for some wood. Also, I could craft a stone pickaxe. The most basic of tools, but a necessary step in progression. With my pick, I broke apart a rock for flint and a tree for thatch, then opened my engrams where I unlocked the recipes to craft a spear, a hatchet, and some basic cloth armor. These would have to do for now, and I crafted a piece of each, then began to look around for something to turn into a porcupine, instead spotting something scary. There was also a carbo nearby, which I stabbed in the face with my spear, only to realize it was a lot faster than normal, so I ran off before it could take me out, instead spotting a dodo fighting off a lystro and winning. Dodos are tougher than you think.
Scary dodo.
Only to tempt fate with yet another dodo.
Oh! You, Bob Dodo.
I respawned near a bar where another dodo was fighting a raptor and winning, and I left the dodo to enjoy its victory while I went off to recover my stuff. The dodo did try and get me again.
Oh no, leave me alone, you stinking dodo. Yeah, run away. Run away. Not back towards me.
And I made it to my stuff shortly after, then decided I wanted revenge. As early on in playthroughs, gaining experience is what matters most. So with that goal in mind, I climbed up a rock, spear in hand, to see if I could take out the dodo, only to miss every spear throw. I spent some time gathering more resources when I had another look through my engrams and saw something called the Descended Spear. Now usually modded weapons are pretty strong, so with the spear clenched in my fist, I went to take out that turtle from earlier.
That does a lot of damage. Oh. This is gonna be harder than I thought.
Yeah. Did I mention I've never played this mod, and I've also never watched any videos on it, so I was challenging this mod completely blind. And with only 100 days to get to and beat the final boss, it was going to be tough. I found my lifeless body nearby and decided that I really have to just prioritize experience, so I unlocked some thatch structure engrams as I could craft these for good chunks of XP to level up. And the sun rose to signal day 2, as I found a pink spotted Phiomia called a Bob. Now this was a passive tame, so I started to shove some major berries into its butt to begin taming it, then went off to see what else I could find, including a random dodo. I threw a spear into its head and it ran away, right past a strange purple pego, which saw the commotion and summoned in his own squad of thieves. The purple mob girl boss stole my measures and she liked them enough that she tamed up. However, before I had a chance to even name her, as I had bigger problems around.
That's a scary looking shark.
No, not that.
Oh.
Yeah, I hadn't seen that there was a devilish phoenix on the beach. Now devilish is the 8th type of dino of the 19 total possible types you can find, with each type being stronger than the next. So I have a hella long journey of deaths, suffering, and pain ahead of me before I am able to deal with those. I was just sad my pego had died in the assault, so already our first tame had been lost. I chose to vent my frustrations by trying to murder the other pegos in the area, only for a raptor to show up and take me out instead. We're only on day 2 and 5 deaths in. This was starting to get painful. I ran back to get my stuff, only for the raptor to still be there as I dived into the water to escape it.
Oh, Sharky. Eat the shark. Please, raptor. Shark eat raptor. Raptor eat shark. Oh!
I dashed in and out of the water, trying to escape the raptor as a random pego came out of nowhere that the raptor pounced on instead of me to eat. Yes, talk about plot armor. Except the pego's friends decided I was at fault, so they turned their attention to me attacking me. So I had to flee only to see even more danger.
What's a wyvern now?
I was really starting to think this area of Port-Glar was not a good starting point, so I decided to follow rule 4 of my guide. Know when to cut your losses.
Yeah, I don't think I'm getting that stuff back.
And waking up over 700 meters away, I dismissed every tame in progress as a form of renewal, then turned to begin the process of gearing up all over again. I had no stuff, but at least I had the levels I had earned so far. One important engram that I was able to unlock was the reusable bowler. With this one item, I could save myself from raptors, dodos, and most other smaller tames. So it wouldn't keep me alive forever, but it would at least save me from more embarrassing dodo deaths. Maybe. Something that would keep me even safer would be a base, so I learned some basic engrams for thatch and wood structures, gathering the resources all to build. A small 2x2 wooden hut. Yeah, it's not much. It's day 3. What do you want from me? But it's my new safe space. But while building, I had seen something lower than me on the food chain. I am sorry, little one. With my first glow pet kill under my belt, I turned to the glowtail nearby, only to see that glowtails were above me on the food chain as it killed me near instantly. If only I had crafted the bowler. So that was the first thing I crafted once I had my stuff back. First thing I used it for, murdering the ichthyornis for its meat and hide, and I even got my revenge on the glowtail. In doing so, I had orphaned its child. A child I was able to claim as my own, and I named it Glowbert, my first tame. Very nice. We don't talk about the Bego. I carried Glowbert home, and it was here that I discovered my newly claimed Descended Glowtail was passively producing silica pearls and Descended essence. Now this is incredibly important. In Ark Descended, different creatures of different tiers will passively produce a variety of key resources. Descended essence is what I needed to make excellent kibble. Exactly what I needed to tame excellent dinos. Except I needed a lot more resources before I could make my first bit of kibble. So in order to protect my new essence farm, I placed a door, then left my house in search of more supplies. Supplies in the form of a jerboa only to witness as a massive dodo wyvern flew past. I wanted one. It would be an incredible tame, but that is still a long way away. I continued to farm meat and hide from the local fauna, and with my loot I made myself a bed and a mortar and pestle. I also set up a campfire so that I could cook up some meat as I was starving. You see, in Ark, you have to manage a variety of stats to prevent death. Now that I wasn't dying in 5 seconds to a random dino, I actually had to start making sure those remained full as well. So I set up a chair while I roasted some food and laid my head to rest to end off the day. But the coming days were not going to be easy, as little did I know that there were deadly tames lurking in the area. I woke in the morning, and for the next few days I was actually streaming my playthrough in my Discord. So if you want to come hang out and meet some friends, join below using the link in the description. There may even be some events coming soon in 2025, so be sure to subscribe if you haven't already so you don't miss it. I learned the engrams for trank arrows and advanced trank arrows, and these would be necessary if I wanted to knock out some dinos to tame them. But if I wanted to make a crossbow to use them, or even some metal tools, well then first I needed to find a metal node. So thus the new quest was decided as I set off in search.
Is that a metal node? I think that's a metal node. I kind of don't want to go close to the metal node anymore. It's on fire.
I decided I had to risk it for the metal and ran up, smacked the rock till it broke apart, and fled the scene as explosions erupted all around me. I somehow survived making it back to my base with a fresh haul of metal, and it was there I unlocked the forge and smithy engrams. But while doing so, I spotted an unreal dilo right outside my window. I crouched down in hopes it would not see me while I crafted my forge, threw it down and placed my metal to start smelting. But then, while I was learning the engrams for tools, my worst nightmare happened.
No! Glowbert! No! Why me? No! Damn it, man! Not my house!
As I woke at my bed, it seemed they had lost interest. So I grabbed my stuff, threw it all in a tiny little mortar and pestle for safekeeping, as my chat told me I should try and lead the dialers away from my base.
Notice me. Notice me. Oh, notice me. Okay, I don't think I'm getting very far away.
I ran back to my very damaged wooden hut. Hopefully nothing else decides to touch it. When I saw my metal had smelted enough that I was now able to craft and place down a smithy. With this, I could make some armor, tools, and some weapons. The first thing I made was a metal pickaxe, as this would be a huge efficiency increase over the stone pick I had been using. To make anything else, I needed more metal, so I went off in search.
Go this way towards the scary things over here instead. Maybe they're less scary than the scary things that I've already been seeing.
I did also have a quick look in my engrams and saw there was a potion called the Leave Me Alone potion. So that may be pretty useful, especially as I spotted the new scary thing.
Are you gonna explode? Meow. Whee. Bye.
I kept moving forward searching for my next metal node, only to spot a raptor as it spotted me.
Run. Flee. Break my legs. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm so dead. No.
Fortunately for me, that was just a plain old raptor. So if I came back with a bow and spear, I could defend myself. Why did it bring them the first time? No idea. I've never claimed to be a good player at the game.
Professional. I've totally played this game before.
Well, never mind. I grabbed my spears and bowler to begin the retrieval of my singular metal pickaxe, and it was pretty uneventful seeing as the raptor had gone away. Grabbed my stuff, then chose to keep searching for the metal I desperately needed. Now as I made my way up the cliff, I saw something truly terrifying.
Oh, that's an indom. The pain. Hello, friend. Please don't hurt me. Is that like close to my house? Yes, there's my house over there. That's the end. I'm noticing a bit of a predicament with the area I have chosen to spawn in.
And all then I looked over and saw a Rex about to eat a parasaur and thought I might get some loot.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Okay, that, do not f with the parasaur is what I'm establishing here. Okay, I thought the Rex was scary. No, Glowbert! No, my house! My house got eaten. Parasaur, go and kill the Indom, please.
I think I need to find somewhere new to live. Not only was my home completely destroyed, pack of Pegos tried to jump me in the early hours of day 5, leaving me to stab some of them with my spear after I'd bowled them. And with that problem dealt with, I kept moving on where I found a parasaur, and upon closer inspection, it was an ordinary parasaur, as in ordinary tier and not vanilla. A tame I was able to feed some measure berries and begin taming it, and thus I harvested up the nearby bushes. While being very aware that there was a really fast Rex nearby, I chose to focus on ensuring my parasaur got the berries it needed, taming it up and giving it the most classic name of Perry the Parasaur. There was also another interesting parasaur nearby.
Are you friendly? I mean, you're on fire and you're glowing purple. Surely that means friend, right? She's not a friend! He's not a friend! He was not friendly.
I got my stuff back before making a saddle for Perry, as I no longer wanted to be in this area. I also made a reusable parachute in hopes it saved me some time from death by falling, then saddled up Perry.
Here. Okay, let's go. Oh wow, you're nice and quick. Okay. Can you jump? And it can jump! Let's go!
I ran a long ways down the beach right up until I crashed. The most authentic of all Ark experiences. Loading back in, I had to resettle Perry and set off again. Thankfully just a minor rollback, and with Perry now I sped off in search.
Cool, can I find a decent spot with no scary things? That is the question. That is what I want right now.
Eventually I found what looked like an empty crystal beach across the water. So we swam across where I was able to gather more resources to begin rebuilding, choosing to ensure all my belongings were safe in a storage box to end off the day. And it was then day 6 when I was out again on Perry so that I could harvest some crystal nearby.
26, that should be enough for awesome spyglass.
so at least I can see what kills me before it kills me. I unlocked the engram once I got back, then crafted it up, and this is arguably the most powerful tool for surviving in overhaul mods, as it'll show you a ton of information about the dinosaur creature you're looking at, like its name, health, if it's tameable, and much more. It's not perfect, as Ark is a complicated game, but it's great most of the time. I could probably take on that raptor. I feel like that's famous last words, but I could take it on. It looks like I won't have much of a choice, but let's go. Okay, this is not gonna work. I will die. Ah! Yeah, you stay over there. Well, that doesn't work. I was not paying enough attention. Yeah, rip Perry. I probably shouldn't have been trying to eat some chips while playing the game. And it was a slow run and swim back to where I died, even finding Perry's bag having been eaten. No, Perry. You were so young. It started to get hot, causing me to overheat, as something I learned, this map of Foglaw actually has dynamic seasons, so I was currently stuck in a heat wave. It even somewhat reminded me of when I played Once Human with my editor Grav, a video of mine I highly recommend checking out if you haven't already, as something to watch after this. While I was trying to cool down in the water though, a damn dolphin bit me, taking out a good chunk of my health, so I took my revenge by taking its life. Stupid fish. Now, it took a long time as the heat continued throughout the day, desperately working to keep myself alive, but finally, the heat wave broke. I was able to slowly recover my health and wanted to make some Descended tools, except some Ichthyornis had showed up, looking to steal all of my stuff. Oi! You stole my stuff. The punishment for you stealing my stuff is death. Hiya! Yeah, get rid. Oh, you summon more? That's illegal. I feel like that's very illegal. I finished taking out the final birds as the sun started to set and ended off day 6. Now, I needed some more fiber to craft a new forge, and while I was out gathering, however, I spotted a metal node off in the distance. I made my way over to it before smashing it apart, spotting another that I also went to mine. But then as I was looking for more, I spotted some commotion. That node is about to get rolled up on by the squad. Raphael, Donatello, and the boys all coming in for this dodo. But enough of that entertainment, I ran back to base, threw in the metal to start smelting, and with it smelting, I also set up a bed and a Descended smithy. This structure is exactly what I needed to craft the majority of modded items I would be needing for my playthrough, including kibble and tools I'll be needing. I also had a ton of loot boxes which I'd collected from modded creatures dying around me. I was opening these for the Descended essence. I used it to craft a Descended pick, and it was a massive upgrade. Just look at all these resources! I wanted to make the rest of the set, except they weren't as cheap as a pickaxe, so it would take a bit longer till I got the final piece. I did spot in the distance a tame I wanted to go for, and a cute little baby Lystro. I just needed to take out the mama swimming around in the water so that I could claim it. I chose to name the baby Candy, who grew up so fast. But hey, no time to wait. I led Candy back to my wooden foundation, so I at least now had a new way to generate essence after the death of Glowbrit to that endom. I then unlocked the engram for crossbow, what I needed to be able to fire those trank arrows, and I also had a look through all of the early engrams in hopes I'd spot something that could help. I also chose to make my very own chibi, and this is Lil Nat, and well, he thinks you should like the video. I had a look at Candy and saw that I needed to get her some food, and I found a Descended dodo while I was out, which gave me a scare at first. I simply don't trust dodos anymore, choosing to bolo it and take it out before it could take me out instead. I then crafted myself my very first crossbow, and with this and my narcotic tipped arrows, I would be able to trank out some creatures in order to tame them. My first target was a level 92 Bob Dodo with 12.9k torpor. You'll be a good test to see how much torpor these arrows do. Not enough. That's not enough. We run. Hiding on top of a rock where I could see if the Bob Dodo wanted to find me. But thankfully it had no interest in coming for me. While on the rock, I was scanning for a new target to try and tame, instead spotting the corpse of an Unreal Raptor. Unreal Raptor, you're dead. so I definitely wanted to see if it had any loot and ran down and swam to it, but was disappointed when it had no loot to give. So I turned to head home when there was a Descended dodo blocking my path. Now I thought it was aggressive, but by looking at my spyglass, I could see it was a passive tame. So surely that meant I could simply sneak up and feed it some berries in order to tame it. And success! It was so fast! A dodo of speed! So I named it Dart, and we set off together to see what else we could find. Stumbling upon another Descended dodo, I tamed this one up and named it Dale, then led both back to base to where I set them up side by side, where they started making the beast with 2 backs. Once they're done, I had some baby dodos to claim, but something about them was strange. What the f is vampiric and quick hitting and whatever that you have? You don't have anything. You see, they have added traits to Ark. The same feature which Palworld has, where different creatures get different bonus stat buffs. It's actually a pretty interesting mechanic, and I set off on one of the babies, a dodo I had named Dolly, as I wanted to see if I could find a tame. I wanted a tame which could harvest berries, only to find my old base where there was nothing but the item caches from when the Indom had destroyed it. A harsh reminder that nowhere is ever truly safe. You can only hope it's safe enough. But I couldn't worry about that. I had to find a tame. We're searching for a tame, a herbivore tame, to put in our team. Ding, 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 ding. There's like no creatures in this area. Oh, I saw a health bar. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Probably not. It's a Triceratops. An ancient Triceratops. I eventually found an ordinary trike, and I parked my dodo nearby before climbing on a rock myself to begin tranking out the trike. It took a few arrows, but it wasn't going to be so easy. No, not in the water. Get out of the water. Get out of the water, please. No. No. Why'd you have to go in the water, you stupid? You're not a fish. I did see in my engrams there was a taming potion, which would drain the food of a wild creature, but I didn't have one. So the trike eventually drowned without taming up in time. And I decided to instead head home, only to come across an ordinary equus with a baby. I boiled the adult and stabbed it with a spear, and claimed the baby as my own, naming it Hoss. Hoss the horse, who was so speedy to run home on instead. Hoss was actually perfect, as Hoss could gather bushes for the berries I needed to make even more trank arrows. And with all the berries from Hoss, I was able to craft up a ton of trank arrows, and spent more time just gathering even more berries, and I wanted a ton of tranks for taming, as soon I'd have to start taking on scarier dinos, like that. That is a flying shark. Yeah, definitely breaking the rules of nature out here, but I was having fun with Hoss. This is my Hoss. My Hoss is amazing. Give it a lick, it tastes just like raisin. I really didn't like that the sharks were coming out of the water and into the sky though. Go back to the ocean where you belong. Why can you fly? You're an abomination. Ignoring the flying fish freak for the moment, I wanted to expand my little crafting area. So using the Descended sickle I had made, started to collect up some fiber. Used it to craft up structures, all to set up a fairly large foundation platform. I wasn't going to try and build a house here, as I certainly did not feel safe in this area to set up any permanent roots here. For good reason too, since I loaded in on day 11, only to see every single one of my tames had died. Hoss, Candy, Dolly, Dell, and Dart, all of them dead. So I would have to start building up my army all over again. Starting with this ordinary Morellatops and a Moschops which insta-tamed. I named it Chopsticks, and a second Moschops I named Choppy. I didn't want to risk losing them, and that meant leaving them at my relatively unsafe base location. I could only hope that whatever killed my tames here while I was offline had since moved on. I ventured out to see what other tames I could find, and the first thing I found were a couple carbon hammers. I started to tame them, feeding them some measure berries, then left them to get hungry while I continued onwards. However, there was not too many tames. Instead, going to finish the ones I started, I tamed a Parasaur which I chose to name Periwinkle, leaving him at base, and I finished up the tame of the Morellatops and named it Camel Toe. I crafted up the saddle for Camel Toe, then mounted so I could use it to gather some berries. I mainly wanted the seeds in order to begin growing crops, as I wanted to start gathering everything I needed to craft some excellent kibble. So that meant I needed citronelle, excellent essence, eggs, and a couple other ingredients. most of which I already had ample access to, and I set up some more foundations for the extra floor space. I also had to gather some more resources which I used to build and place down large crop plots. In these, I'd be able to grow the crops I needed. As I was setting them up though, disaster struck. It was a massacre. The unreal Dilo held no mercy as it killed off my tames in an instant. I grabbed the berries from Camel Toe's death catch, no point in wasting their sacrifice. I was somewhat thankful that Chopsticks was a coward, who during the attack had fled and I had to chase down. Choppy had also fled and I wanted to track her down only to bear witness to the unreal Dilo attempting to take out other wild dinos by spitting fireballs. I obviously chose to avoid that, instead sticking to the water until I found Choppy and proceeded to lead her home peacefully, and I wanted no more casualties. There is one singular way to ensure a tame never dies. And no, it wasn't the stone gateways that I learned the engram of. It was the Dino Digitizer that I crafted. These are Dino Balls. They're essentially Pokeballs, as they will store your tames inside of them, ensuring no more wild Dinos can show up and ruin your base, but it costs crystal. A lot of crystal. And I very quickly ran out. I ran out to go and harvest some more, filling my pockets. And also saw there was an excellent turtle here. This was technically the first tier of creature where I'd need modded Kibble in order to tame it. And my theory was that I could get it from the corpses of excellent creatures. I jumped on its back and began to spear the beast until it knocked me off, and I sprinted away before I died, chucking my spears as it followed, leaping up the rock in hopes its lack of knees would stop it getting to me, and I was right. I started to hurl my spears at the turtle, setting it ablaze with each hit, and spear after spear was thrown in order to kill the beast, and I got a single excellent soul from its death. No essence, but better than nothing, I guess. The rest of the day was then simply spent collecting some resources and placing down a mortar and pestle. In the mortar, I started off day 14 by grinding together chitin and stone into a cementing paste. I used the paste to make myself a reusable grappling hook and crossbow. Then with the help of the hook, ran over to the lake where I was able to easily dive down and harvest the metal on the floor of the lake. Before pulling myself back to the surface so that I would not drown, I needed a new forge to smelt the metal after that Dilo had destroyed everything, and while I wasn't moving yet, I had decided I needed a flyer. Otherwise, no spot would ever be safe enough. I needed more stone as well, so was out gathering, and that's when I truly noticed. This map has some pretty unique features. You see, Forglaw was massive, with a ton of unique biomes to explore, secrets to find, and dangers to defeat. With only 2 weeks down so far and not much progress made at all, there was a long way to go. Once my forge had smelted all the ingots, I wanted an upgrade. I wanted armor, a full set of flak armor. Now, since I needed a flyer, I decided to check out the nearby Pteranodons and saw this level 84 ordinary Pteranodon. I also saw it was a passive tame. I had the perfect idea on how to tame this. So running up, crossbow in hand, but I didn't have arrows loaded into this one. It was my grappling hook as I pulled myself right up to the feet of the terror in the sky to feed it some meat, almost taming it instantly. Most importantly, my grapple didn't disconnect as I now pretty much had a Pteranodon kite as it flew up in the sky, eventually pulling me up too. I had my parachute and now I was parasailing by Pteranodon power. It was amazing. It was only one more meat shoved up the terror's butt, taming it as my new friend, who I named Thomas. Now, I still needed a saddle as I did not feel like terrasailing across the whole map, then leapt on Thomas with my saddle and took to the skies. The power of flight was now mine. Thomas and I flew far and wide down the beaches. We found a small structure that had some lampposts that broke down for the resources, and our flight path continued further over the lands all the way to the edge of the desert. A truly nasty place with some incredibly strong dinos in it. None I wanted to mess with right now. I did try and take out a Bob Dodo here, but I started to lose the fight, so decided before I lost everything, I needed to retreat. I eventually ended up finding another ordinary Pteranodon, and this one was a female. Now I knew I had to tame it so that I could start breeding backup Pteranodons in case I was to lose any. Rule 7, don't use tames you aren't willing to lose. It was easy to tame her and I named her Tamantha. I flew Thomas and Tamantha back home where I sat them down next to each other, threw away any contraceptives and let them start to get going. I watched until the egg plopped out and I placed it in my depot terminal. It incubated until 1%. In order to get that final percent, I placed the egg by a campfire, resulting in a cute little baby pteranodon. 3 times. While I left them to grow up into dino balls, I chose to spend my time doing some gardening, placing feces into the crop plots to fertilize all of my seeds that I had planted. And while doing so, however, I spotted that unreal dilo again. I could not afford another incident killing all my stuff. Tamantha, it's your time to shine, as I jumped on her back to try and lure the dilo away from my base. My problem is the attacks kept missing, as creatures in this mod all have a ton of evasion. If only I could make an MKB, but I finally got its attention to lure it away. Then while doing so, I saw a level 92 Bob Dodo. It was a simple knockout tame and something I wanted to try and tame. With how much torpor it had though, it wasn't going to be easy. So I decided to do something that I never do. Like, it is unheard of, but it is by far the best idea for the situation. I began to build a trap. Yes, please hold your applause. And it was then easy to pick up the dodo with Tamantha and drop it into the box. Many trank hours later, the dodo passed out. I shoved my berries inside and the Bob Dodo was tamed. I chose to name him Carl Urban. So with that complete, thanks to the power of traps, I wanted to make mine even stronger by learning the stone tier of structures. In order to craft it though, I needed to get myself some stone. I instead decided to go see what was in my area, as it's always good to look around for tames that may be useful. So when I saw the Descended Gacha, a creature which usually can generate you infinite resources, I definitely wanted a modded one, as who knows what it may produce. I smashed apart some rocks to collect the stone that I needed to tame it, then threw it on the ground for the Gacha to have some normies, as that's how you tame these gentle giants. You just have to feed them. They're just like me. The Gacha eventually finished eating and it was tamed. I decided to name this Bish, and taking Bish home, I had a look at what you could produce, and it was some really good stuff like electronics, crystal, and even both types of pearls. A great tame to have indeed. I flew off again on Tamantha, only to end up in a fight with an excellent dilo, which I barely killed in time before Tamantha fell asleep. So making the call to come back, pick up Bish's crystals she had produced, and then ended off the day with my sights set on what I needed to progress. There was an engram to make a tier 1 loot boss. Surely that is the next step in my progression. First though, I will need to get something that could actually fight a boss. So I crafted up some stone structures before jumping on Thomas to go and see what creatures with big teeth I could find. Instead finding the opposite, a descended little dodo. It was a boss with a health bar at 5.4 million health. I don't think Thomas would stand a chance. Choosing to fly off, traversing through multiple biomes, only to remember I'd forgotten something pretty important. I needed trank arrows. Thus I was back to base to make the arrows I needed. And once the flight recommenced, I went a different direction. This time, there was a level 112 excellent Dodo Reaper which tried to ground me, but I dodged out of the way and fled to a different spot instead. A spot that had a ringed yellow loot drop with some insane flak leggings in them, and a bunch of other junk that I didn't care about. While skedaddling off with my loot, I saw a wyvern in the sky. Now, this truly interested me, as it was listed as a passive tame. Big scary wyvern as a passive tame? One that didn't instantly attack my pteranodon either? Well, this is very interesting. It was a time for the classic strat of terra sailing, as I jumped off midair, activating my chute, grappling to the terra and whistling it after the wyvern so I'd get close. I dropped the grapple from the terra, attaching myself to the wyvern and pulling myself closer and closer until I ended up on its back. And then, you have to be level 90 to feed this descended wyvern. I was level 85! So close and yet nothing. It was possible, as I had to watch as we flew around lying on the back of the wyvern, and thankfully I had the foresight to make Thomas follow me as I leaped off the wyvern's back to get back onto Thomas. The search for teeth continued, this time flying inland, where I found a level 92 descended griffin. I first made sure to lure all the nasty dilos off of the edge of the cliff. Then landing nearby the griffin, I wanted to set up a new trap, but needed some more resources. So crafting what I needed, I set up some dino gates, leaving a gap at the end slightly big enough for Thomas to fit through, but I had to hope the griffin couldn't escape. First step, aggro the griffin. Second, lure it into the cage, only to fail at step 3, placing the gate behind it as it flew straight out again. Alright, let's try again, shall we? Aggro, lure, and gate was already there. Nice and easy. A couple dozen trank arrows later and the griffin was asleep. To keep it safe, I lured the dilo nearby off the cliff as well, but it was starting to get hot. So I stripped all my flak armor off, making some cloth instead in hopes it'd cool me down, but to no luck. I had to flee, leaving the griffin to hopefully tame up safely on its own while I searched for a cooler area. So I flew off, leaving my trust that a griffin would just be left alone. So while I was exploring, and let me tell you, I thought the weird biomes looked awesome. I never explored this map at all when I picked it. I just had blind faith it would work out, and so far I was loving it. Seeing the weird and wonderful creatures around, plenty of unique areas, and even more I'll continue to explore throughout the 80 plus days still to go. Then while I explored, I found a bug. Not like a game bug, but a creature bug. A descended biotoxin bug. Now, something I hadn't mentioned I needed was biotoxin. You need that so you can craft the advanced trank arrows. I was miraculously lucky in that it landed right next to me on this rock, so I built the most awful trap you have ever seen, all to prevent it escaping so I could trank it out, except my crossbow broke. I tried to make a bow, but the arrows I had would not work in a bow, and I guess it's back to the truly primitive times as I made a club and started to beat the absolute snot out of the insect until it fell asleep. I fed it some berries, causing it to tame pretty quickly. I named it Cytovenom before flying back to where my griffin was taming up. It somehow had fallen through the cliff, ending up at the bottom, so now there was a bunch of raptors I had to take out before they hurt my griffin. I also had to feed it some of the biotoxin I'd gotten from Cytovenom so it would stay sleeping for longer. But finally, it tamed up and I named him Brian Griffin. Sorry Thomas, your services are no longer required, as Brian and I took to the skies, swooping through the air. Ooh, loot! Gracefully diving and flying the fastest I had ever gone, until I found what was to be my perfect base location. It was a small stone village with tall walls and plenty of space. It was perfect. I placed down a marker to name the spot as New Causes. All I needed to do now was transport all my stuff from the old spot to here. So that would be my next task as I flew home to begin preparing by packing up everything that was there. Transporting your entire life across the map is not easy or even safe. Going by land was a death wish. The ocean was full of deadly sharks, so all that was left was the sky. That's where these pteranodons come in. I maxed out their weight stats to ensure they could handle my load and transferred everything using my transfer tool. A handy little feature from one of the mods I was using, and now I was ready.
Okay, my ordinary pteranodons. It's time we take flight. We have a long journey ahead of us, but as long as we stick together, we can only hope we don't encounter anything dangerous. To the skies!
And after a flight that could not have gone better, we arrived safely at the promised lands of New Causes. This was to be our home for the remaining 80 days, our base of operations as we tame, plan and prepare to take on the final boss. There was even a loot drop here to claim. This base had clearly been blessed by the Ark gods. I started to set up my foundations, including building my farm on the ceiling. The only problem with this base spot, I was not close to water for my farm, so I would have to bring the water to me. Now in order to bring the water, I would need to run water tanks from the ocean all the way to this spot. And this was actually a massive task and took almost the entire day. But we'll just quickly throw down all the water tanks and voila! We have water. I set up my tames so that they could continue generating the relevant resources from each of them, then ended the day setting down my forges and smithy. And now that I was settled in, the next step on my mind was progression. So I'd been looking through my engrams and saw something about challenging the excellent essence, which is exactly what I needed if I wanted to make excellent kibble. but this was a boss summon token. I didn't have a boss fight tame like Gigas or even Rexes. What I did have was my Griffin. Usually, I would not recommend using a tame you only have one of, but sometimes you may as well f*** around and find out. Munching on the summoner, a glowing orb appeared in front of me. What came out of it? The excellent Essence Dodo. With 100,000 health, I swooped in only to miss my first attack. But the second one hit, dealing 1,000 damage. Only 99,000 to go as I started the graceful act of diving in and diving out. It was a ballerina act, but if I slipped up once, then I was pretty sure that Dodo would one-shot me. I took my time, even resting for stamina when it wasn't needed, swooping in to smack when it wasn't, and as I brought it down to 75,000 health, it changed. It's doing something. Excellent power. I don't trust it. I don't want to get close to it. Excellent power. That's even scary. Whatever it was, I did not want to get close, waiting it out so I could continue my ballerina act, and it took 75 more swoops and 2 more waiting periods of excellent power until I was able to smack the Dodo and kill it. And the one final swipe. Excellent Dodo, passive. I also got some armor rewards, but this Dodo was the most important one. I picked berries off the bushes nearby, shoving the berries up the Dodo's esophagus, but decided I should probably not hang around in the open. You know what, just for safety, I'm going to grab you and let's take you back to base. At home, it took one final berry to tame, then rode it inside my house alongside Carl. This is how I figured out Carl, my Bob Dodo, was actively taking the resources out of my excellent Dodo's inventory. So I now had free generation of excellent essence and rare flowers. This was truly excellent. I crack myself up sometimes. And with all this essence, that was the final ingredient I needed to make the excellent kibble. 4 whole pieces of it. I now had the power to tame excellent dinos. Now though, it was time to search and hopped on Brian, and the first creature I found that piqued my interest wasn't an excellent. It was a plain old vanilla alpha raptor that I killed for the experience. And then at the very end of the day, after way too much flying, I found a pair of excellent pteranodons. You two would be my first. I started with the female firing arrows, hoping to get headshots as she fought back attacking me. They were too strong to be bowled, but I was persistent with my shots, managing to knock her out of the sky and shove in the kibble. Next up was the male, but he wasn't going to be so easy, as when his torpor got low, he fled over the cliffs, vanishing from my sight. The fact that a descended little dodo boss was nearby didn't help, and then when I did find the male terror who had flown over and fallen into the water when he knocked out, I knew he was done for. I still had no taming potion, so he was left to slowly drown as I flew back to the female, whose timing to wake up was basically perfect. I named her Terrific, trapped her up, then set off to see if I could find a new male, only to find another creature I wanted. A creature with teeth, an excellent Rex. I didn't expect that roar to knock me straight out of the sky. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. What the f happened? Okay, clearly the Rex roar grounds you, I guess? I retreated home with my tail tucked between my legs so that I could heal up and even make some better trank arrows. Now, in order to make better trank arrows, I needed polymer. So I decided to fly off and see if I could find a snowy area to club some penguins. This map has some cool areas, not gonna lie. Dwagon! Another dwagon! Lots of dragons! Oh shit, there's so many dragons. Oh my god, I am in Mordor! And it took until I flew to the complete other side of the map, where I found the snow biome. Freezing. -46! Holy shit, I got 670 cold resist! The timer was on. I had to find and slaughter the penguins before freezing to death, and I found a group on a giant iceberg and began to kill every single one. Not just the men, but the women and the children too. My health was getting low though. I had to fly as fast as I could to escape the snow, making it out with only a sliver of health remaining. And it was a terrifying flight back, If something was to even sneeze on me, I would die. So when I spotted a loot drop that looked like it had some pretty good stuff, and then looking at the drakes and capras in the area, I made the call to leave it. I had to make a pit stop on a small plateau to regain stamina, and there were some resources here.
Look like a fancy rock. Oil! Merca! Yeah! Merca!
And since I was already here, I made myself a nice fire and a chair. Simply enjoying the moment I was in. Something I highly recommend, as it's my #1 rule after all, to have fun. Otherwise, why bother? I cleaned up my campsite before finishing up the journey home safe and sound, and I was short some narco berries to make the advanced trank arrows. But I still had Choppy who was able to help me out gathering a ton of bushes for the berries, and with them brought back I crafted up a few of the improved trank arrows. These would be the best tranks I could make until the Descended fabricated rifle. To make that, however, I needed ancient bones. So yeah. That was still a long ways away. I made a Descended preserving bin to start turning my cooked meat into jerky, since you need jerky for most of the types of kibble, and then to supply the preserving bin, set up campfires to start cooking a ton of meat while I harvested flint and stone for spark powder. I hoped soon I'd be able to tame a Dode and Anki to increase how quickly I could get these. And for now though, manual work was best work, as I could start crafting the spark powder. I then threw in everything I needed to make the jerky in the preserving bin, and voila! Tasty cooked meat jerky. Gordon Ramsay would be so proud. I got the crops from my farm, and with all this made some more excellent kibble, so Brian and I could fly off in search of more excellent creatures to tame. One of which I'd seen a lot and had no idea if it was good or not was the excellent gas bags. So as I fired my arrows just to see, they had basically no effect. So I gave up, instead taming another gacha that I trapped immediately. And now there are some other interesting creatures in the area like this Doedicurus, but when I saw this level 120 Descended Dodo Wyvern that was a passive tame, I instantly knew that is what I wanted.
You say passive. Huh. Can I? Is this a good idea? Do I go for it?
And I threw out my chute before firing grapples until I attached to it, pulling myself all the way into it until I could feed it the kibble.
Ah! Well, that's an upgrade. I am going to name the Dodo Wyvern Doris.
And with the ability to shoot fire, lightning, and poison attacks, Doris was going to be an incredibly powerful upgrade. I trapped up Brian nearby as I wanted to test Doris out, and it was time for a murdering spree.
You come after me in the sky! Flee from the scary swimming shark!
Know your limits. There's no need to take unnecessary risks. I moved on to other targets like this excellent Bronto, only to sit and watch as a Tokyo drifted away from me all super speedy like. And eventually I brought Doris home, where I made sure to get a good look at her, even taking a sneak peek that I showed off to everyone who was subscribed and saw my community post. Then I also wanted to check out the other tame I'd gotten, my second Descended gacha.
You can make what?
A gacha that could produce Unreal Essence for me. Now this was a discovery, as I don't need Unreal Essence for Unreal Kibble, but I needed it to make Divine, Devilish, and even Spectral Kibble, some of the strongest tiers of Dinos you can get without evolutions. Now that I was getting that essence from gachas, I just had to figure out how to get to those tiers. So I flew out with Doris hoping to find her a male friend, but I instead found an alpha Dodorexy. And curiosity got the better of me as I spat a poison ball at it.
Yo, millions might be a bit much to kill.
The flame Dodorexia, however, 106k, I could do that. And do it is what I did as Doris and I started to pelt the Dodorexia with poison balls, dodging its fire attacks and resting for stamina when it was needed. And it took some time, but I managed to defeat it and receive an excellent boss soul. This will be used later when I start to make excellent boss kibble, and I kept flying onwards into the desert as I was curious what creatures were here.
Abyssal Cochrodontosaurus. Oh!
Okay, that's cool. I want it. I want it. Yeah, I was thinking I was cool with my Dodo Wyvern. I am not cool yet. The desert was infested. There were so many scary creatures in here and nothing I was ready to deal with yet as I flew over it high in the sky for my safety. So for now, with my curiosity quenched, I flew back to base as I remembered an engram I had learned many days ago. An engram for the tier 1 loot boss. With Doris, I had faith I could take it down as I summoned it in.
Oh, but you're a dimorph, so you can fly.
Let's take you down. I began to try and burn it alive and flee when I needed its stamina. It wasn't going to be so easy though.
Oh, but you regen so quickly.
If I wanted to kill this thing, I would have to do it on the ground.
And I stopped missing all these attacks.
I was relieved when the dimorph did not do a ton of damage, but with its high regen and massive amounts of evasion, the fight took forever until finally in the wee hours of day 29, it was dead.
Okay, fetchy cakes, artifacts. It's kind of worth it.
And Doris was pretty hurt, however. Thus, I needed to kill some nearby creatures, as when she halves a corpse, she gets rapid regeneration. But for the rest of the day, I chose to head home where I checked out some of the health potions available to me. And most of them were too expensive to craft, but I did manage to craft just a couple of the most basic ones which would heal an entire 1% of my dino's health. It's not much, but that's what I've got. I cracked open all of my gacha crystals the next day, as Bish and Bosch, which is what I'd name my other one, had been passively creating these for me. To feed them, however, I needed stone. To tame a third one, use that same stone. I was hoping to find what else these gachas could produce, and this one I named Bush before returning home to base, where I replaced my gacha Bish with Bush to produce me metal and crystal. And I also made a saddle for Terrific, my excellent Pteranodon, as I was curious how fast she was, using her to do a polymer run, but I didn't take out the children this time. I instead claimed them all as my own, as if I started breeding the penguins, I'd have an unlimited supply of polymer just waiting for me to produce. I would only set up this farm up later, however, when I desperately needed it. I started out in the morning with crafting up some boss summons. Just a loot boss anyways. I can't claim the fight was any easier than last time, but when I knew what to do already, we burnt it to a crisp the same as we had before. And with the dimorph deleted, I took the rewards home as I still wanted some stronger, excellent creatures. But since I did not have any creature finder mods, nor did I want to look anything up, I didn't know what I was actually looking for. So when I found this stretch of beach that seemed to have a lot of commotion going on, I stopped on a rock nearby to scope out what I could with my spyglass. And nothing immediately caught my eye as something I could tame. On the next island, however, I spotted something I thought I could kill. The ancient Stegosaurus. I began to lob poison balls at it, but it dealt so much thorns damage. I turned my attention to taking down the excellent broodmother instead, and the brood ran away. I could no longer hit it. I needed a bigger target, an excellent titanosaur. Well, that is a pretty big target. It also ran away. Why would these dinos just sit back and let me kill them? Feeling discouraged, I chose to keep moving straight through Mordor and towards the snow, only to remember how cold it was. So I flew to the swamp where I saw a poison drake. Now, I noticed something very peculiar. The drake appeared to be doing thousands of torpor to whatever it was fighting. Now I could barely do thousands with my crossbow. So in order to tame the drake though, I would need excellent boss kibble, and I did not have that yet. You see, in order to make excellent boss kibble, I needed unreal kibble. To make unreal kibble, I still had to defeat the unreal essence boss. A boss I needed descended milk in order to summon. And that was why I was actually out searching today. I wanted a descended mammal. That's why when I found this excellent Paraceratherium, I wanted to tame it as I thought I could get some milk from it. And once it was tranked and tamed, my good friend Chromida told me to name it Caballo Pola. He said it's a great name for my parasaur when I asked him to translate it for me. My Spanish viewers in the audience can let me know if they think it's a good name or not. I brought Caballo home where I set her up in hopes she'd start generating me some milk. But I'll admit to you, I didn't realize at the time she was an excellent tier and not a descended tier. I needed a descended milk, so presumably a descended mammal, but I figured this out pretty soon. In the morning, I was doing my daily chores, collecting Cytovenom's biotoxin, crafting up more arrows, and even narcotics, only to find a Triceratops had wandered into my base. At least it was just a trike. It would be a nightmare if a stronger creature had found my spot. Now, during the entire time I'd been at base, I never got milk once from my caballo pola, so I needed a new mammal if I had any hope of progressing to the Unreal tier. I flew out on Doris in search while also keeping my eyes open for any excellent creatures, and I could not find anything during my flight. So I opened up my map to check out if there was any major areas I'd missed, but it was only the swamp and volcano area that was left blacked out. Neither place I thought would have what I was seeking, and my only idea was to check the starter areas again, where I found a dodo terrorizing a poor bob pig baby, which I saved and claimed. It was a male, so wasn't too certain if I'd want any of the milk it produces, even if it can, so trapped him in a ball until I could get him home, then made the call that I needed fresh spawns, which meant I needed to clear out the old ones by rampaging through the beach. Except the Microraptor put that damage train on pause when it knocked me off. I was glad Doris liked me enough to save me long enough to get back onto her. Once I was up, I saw there was an Unreal Pteranodon, and I didn't kill an Unreal before, so I flew backwards while torching its face until it died. Alas, I got no new resources, even when eating the corpse. I got home in the morning where I threw out Bob to see what he could generate, but needed that descended milk. I decided to go and try to find a female Bob, which I did after around half a day of flying, and once I tamed her up, I named her Bobette and began my journey home. Except I didn't make it all the way there, as an excellent broodmother was here. Now I saw this as a chance for another easy excellent boss soul since I'd be needing them eventually, and thus the poison pelting practice pursued. When I flew to the other side to get closer, a damn Microraptor stunned me off of Doris, landing in the paws of a saber-tooth. I ran as fast as I could to get out my grapple and pull myself to safety, and that could have gone terribly. I finished off the Australian spider, then flew home with a slightly elevated heart rate, and had a look in Carl's inventory and found that my male Bob was actually producing milk. Where it was coming from, I had no idea, but I now had the final ingredient I needed to make the Unreal Boss Summoner. I set up my extra bobs to make more milk, and with how many dinos I was starting to get, set up a gate on the entrance of my building for extra safety. I had to open some loot boxes for the resources that they gave, so now I had everything to craft the Unreal Element Summoner. I still didn't have an army I could use, or even a tame with big teeth, but I had faith my dodo wyvern would be enough. Then went out and summoned the Unreal Element. It only had 112k health, but if you recall, Unreals have insane amounts of evasion, as well as health regeneration. My poison balls felt like they did nothing. I needed to get closer to try and use my fire attack. I landed on the rock down below where it still could not reach me and switched to fire. Through the full combination of fire, lightning, and poison, I finally killed the Unreal Element and unlocked the engram to make Unreal Kibble. This was a huge step in the right direction. Then, as I turned to flight space, I spotted an ancient trike that had set up right next to my walls. I needed to get it away, managing to lure it off the cliff. I also wanted to see if my dodo wyvern could actually take it out, but the thorns damage. The thorns hurt so much from the poison attack, and with how much more health it had than me, this would not work. I had to do some crafting before I had what I needed to make my first piece of Unreal Kibble, and I was pretty damn stoked. Unreal Dinos were so strong and would almost certainly be a huge upgrade if I can tame one. But in crafting the Kibble, I found myself running low on crops and wanted to set up compost bins to create some fertilizer, since plain feces was not cutting it anymore. But to place the compost bins, I needed some more floor space, as I never actually fully filled out this house with foundations. But I made enough space to place down the bins and also set up additional crop plots. I then learned the engram for a shovel, which I crafted, as using this shovel I can till the soil of the plots, which will enhance the amount of crops that I receive from my plots. From all this work, I made up another piece of Unreal Kibble before deciding to look at what I needed for the excellent boss tier of Kibble. As while Unreals were strong, excellent bosses were even stronger. And it's always good to know what your next move is, but this was interesting to me. The only thing I was lacking was honey. And no, not that scammy Google extension, giant bee honey. Looking through my engrams, I could just build my own hive. I just needed more cementing paste, which meant I needed more chitin. And the grind for resources is inevitable in mods like this. Let's go, Doris, time to find some bugs. And we searched for so damn long, killing a couple along the way for their chitin, and it was only when I spotted another gacha that I'd hope I could produce some cementing paste. But Besh had nothing of use for me to produce. While leaving though, there was another tame here that I'd wanted. A very handsome level 100 dodo wyvern. I grappled down to him, ending up on his back, fed him my Kibble, taming up Dale, Doris's new special friend. I flew Doris and Dale home where I could land them next to each other, enabled breeding on them both as Papa Nat wanted some baby dodo wyverns. And since my flyer was busy, I chose to spend my time harvesting stone for the day, using Brian as a pack mule to carry all of the stone up until it was time to collect the eggs from Doris. I wasn't done, however. I wanted multiple eggs, as when you breed an Ark, different creatures have different stat values. You can see most of these thanks to the spyglass, and now when you breed two creatures, the baby will get stats from the parents. So I wanted to ensure I got a baby with the best stats from both parents. That meant it would take some time while they generated me eggs. In the meantime, I made up the cementing paste I needed to make the beehive, then ran over to check up on Doris.
Oh, we're getting lots of dodo wyvern.
I don't even know either. In order to hatch up the wyvern eggs to start checking their stats, I first made a fabricator which I could use to make a generator for power and some air conditioners. The air cons would incubate the eggs so that I could hatch them much faster, and it felt good that the electrical age was here. I picked out a male dodo wyvern which had the high melee and health stat, then threw it out once it was fully grown. I named him Draco, and it felt good to now have a permanent supply of dodo wyverns. I set up my beehive the next day, only to have the bees instantly swarm me when I got too close. Maybe placing this in my crafting area was not such a great idea. So I picked it up with my demo gun, only to have a giant queen bee get left behind. Easy beehive dupe, I guess. I moved up to the ceiling where I set up the beehives instead and accidentally died to them. But they were up and running now, making me that honey. So I set off on Brian when right outside my base I found an ordinary dung beetle. This little guy would actually be incredibly useful as he could create fertilizer for me, so I tamed him. He also had a friend. I tamed him as well, naming him the Big Pooper, and I left him at the base and decided that I needed to do some leveling on Draco. That just meant I had to go find some creatures to kill. Now this massacre continued for a while when I saw some divine Spinos. I spat my poison balls at it, gradually whittling its health lower and lower and lower. Being patient when it ran as it always came back, until when the sun was rising the next day, I killed it. I decided to take out a second one for its souls as well, using my high top perch to attack everything I could, even hitting a divine thorny dragon.
Huh. Maybe I'm not so safe up here. I feel like I should just skedaddle a little bit. Oh, what are you? Devilish. Oh, let's get the f out of here. Oh. Descended. I would like you. The devilish fell to the floor, freeing me to tame and claim the two dodes here. I named them Roly and Poly, as they are going to be amazing for gathering stone. And with two new balls tamed, I wanted to keep farming the divines. When I saw there was an ancient stego in the midst, thought it was best to vacate the premises and pick a different rock. All these divines, but how far away was divine Kibble? Oh, I could make divine Kibble. Because I got divine souls. I got 2. I have enough. But how the flip am I meant to do that much torpor? I don't understand it. I don't know how to do this.
I would need to make some discoveries, and either find a way to craft that Descended fabricated sniper, but I needed to kill an ancient for that, or I'll need to get a tame that is able to deal torpor. Arriving home, I made a saddle for Roly so that I could gather the stone I needed for spark powder to make gunpowder. Only to find another biotoxin jug bug that I tranked and tamed. I continued to get stoned as Roly was great at gathering it. I still needed to at some point get myself an Anki though, as well as a tame for wood. At home I crafted up some things I needed for a trap, since during my stone session I'd seen a Therizino and they're amazing for wood. I just needed to trap it. Silly me did not realize that Theries could fit straight through dino gates, so a different trap was required. One I set up on the ridge nearby, and it was then easy enough to pick up the Theory and drop it in the trap. Traps seem really powerful. I should definitely use these more often. Once the theory was sleeping, I shoved in my kibble and left it to tame peacefully, but it was taking too long. So I fed it a taming potion that drained all of its food and causing it to tame instantly. I named him Edward, trapped him in a ball, made him a saddle, and began to gather thousands of wood. I now had a way to get tons of stone and wood. All that's left is an Anki for flint, and my resources should be good to go for the rest of the playthrough, as long as I keep them alive. I topped up my gachas with stone to ensure they kept generating me resources, then set up foundations for the rest of the room, stocked up my preserving bin, and placed my final foundation, completing an actual floor in my claimed house. I also set up some extra storage from a cool little mod called Visual Storage, so I now at a glance would be able to see what of the basic resources I was ever running low on. Enough base work, I wanted to see what I could find and tame, especially now that I had access to excellent boss kibble. The first tame that fit that kibble was this level 88 Dodorexy. Now, it had over 70,000 torpor, and likely could deal some pretty big damage. That meant I needed to trap it, and well, there's probably an easier way to do this, but I decided to try and place the gates I had right on top of it. And I tried, and tried, and tried. Just sit still and let me try to trap you. It's mostly stuck. Ow. Can you get out? I don't know if you can get out. I can't just get rid of this tree. Thank you. Nope. Clearly I was wrong. I was close though. Okay, you're looking pretty stuck now. And with the sparky chicken trapped, I landed on the cliffs nearby, finding a spot where I could shoot at it to begin tranking it out.
It's got a ranged attack. So let's just, you know, it didn't kill me, so it can't be that strong. So I won't lose my Griffin, who has a lot more health than I do.
I kept up my tranking but ran out of my advanced arrows, so switched to the weaker ones I had, but this slowed the torpor increase, which meant that Dodo Rex had time for its attacks to come off cooldown.
Ouchie. Yep. We leave. We flee.
I flew home in order to make more better tranks, repair all of my gear, make the boss kibble, and then flew back. I was also then the luckiest unlucky guy ever though, as the original Dodorexia I wanted to tame was gone. A max level had spawned in its place. I took my time to force feed meat down Brian's throat in order to heal him up a little bit, then started the circus of trying to trap the newcomer.
I think you're free. Oh, no. Yes, no, maybe. Yep. He squeezed through the gap.
I didn't end up getting nipped by the Dodorexy, but just had enough health to prevent death.
I really should just build a proper trap and lead it in, but this is so much more fun.
I tried a couple more times to trap the stupid bird, but it was hopeless. So I resorted to gathering more resources to start building a proper, more effective trap. I started to build up a stone 2x2 box, and that's when I noticed an even better potential friend.
There's an Indom instead. Why stop at the Dodorexy when I can go for the Indom?
I was going to need a bigger trap though. I upgraded my box to a 3x3 and began to set up the ramps to get it into the trap, and with it prep began the task of lure Indom into trap. It did not go well.
My god. Just stop going so far away, you stupid Indom. No, you fell in the... yeah.
Breathe, Nat. Breathe. Took another attempt, and this time I was able to lead it straight into the trap and turned to watch in horror as it ate it. And, well, then it turned its attention to its next meal. Me.
No! No! Brian, no! I'm a little mad at that one. That...
I hopped onto Terrific to fly back where the Indom was waiting for me.
Get off the ledge.
and the Indom eventually moved off the ledge, freeing me to safely land where Brian had lost his life. I wasn't safe, as some random Darmoth just would not leave me alone. Terrific was able to keep me safe as we spun to take them out, and I collected my belongings, but I would not be able to trap the Indom without metal structures. So I flew home to see if I was able to craft any. And at home, I had an idea. I made myself a few metal gateways and a large bear trap. If I could trap a bear, I could trap an Indom. I then repaired my armor, not that any of it ever actually saved me, then flew back on Draco to find the Indom once again, but it had vanished. Now I hadn't run a dino wipe or anything, so wasn't sure if it was some anti-overspawn mechanic from the map or even mod, but I would need to find a new one. One place I knew had them was the desert, and I never found a single one though. I did find something else.
Giganotosaurus 8. You've only got 190k health.
And it took a couple of decent pot shots till the Giga went down, and I got 50 elements in the tech ram for the egg incubator. Not amazing rewards, but I wasn't sure what I expected. I continued searching throughout the rest of the day, even ending up at the volcanic biome where I watched an Abyssal Indominus Rex decimate the creatures around it. Slightly out of my target to tame range, and there wasn't anything else in the volcanic biome that I could possibly hope to tame, and I'll admit, I was getting pretty frustrated. I just wanted to find and tame something. Anything.
I've been flying around forever. Give me tames, give me a descended Indominus Rex. I want one.
I was stuck. I needed to progress, but did not exactly know how.
I have to start killing ancients. I know that much for sure.
So when I found this ancient trike, I thought, why not? Why not try kill it again? But this time, I used my Fire Breath, a much stronger attack than the poison, and yet the amount of thorns damage was the same. If my math was correct, I could kill this before Draco died. So I started to burn it alive as its health just barely dropped faster than Draco's. I even force-fed Draco meat to try and tip the odds in my favor, and it worked.
And one more bite. Nice. 160 ancient deserts. Let's go. How much did I need for the fabricated sniper? 150. We can make one. Let's go.
Just what I needed.
I should have just done that sooner.
Such is the pain of playing these massive overhaul mods completely blind. I knew I was behind in progress if I wanted to beat the entire mod in the 100 days I was given, but I now had a direction. I now had to deal more torpor to tame even stronger creatures. From all my crafting, my supply of cementing paste had run dry, so I wasn't able to craft the sniper rifle, and guess we're gonna go find some bugs, turtles, and whatever else gives chitin, chitin, and keratin. I had a look in the water to see if there are any trilobites, as that'd be the easiest option for a lot, but for some reason, the entire coastline was desolate of any trilobites. I don't know if Nettie had placed them all in a sanctuary or something, but they were gone. And it wasn't until the next morning where I dived down to the bottom of the freaking ocean and fished a trilobite off the floor with my grapple that I was then able to beat with my pickaxe and gather the thousands of chitin. I should have just gone to the desert and taken out some mantis or something, but for some reason I had thought finding trilobites was the correct call. I just didn't expect it to take as long as it did, that I was exhausted after a single kill and headed home. There was enough chitin to make enough cementing paste to finally craft what I had wanted for days. The Descended fabricated sniper rifle. All I needed now was to make some bullets, which turned out to be pretty damn expensive as I needed an abundant supply of metal, gunpowder, narcotics, essences, and polymer. It was not going to be cheap, but it was a massive upgrade. While I was crafting the ingredients, however, I noticed damage numbers inside my base. I ran into action jumping on Draco as the Descended Managana was attacking, but as I was about to start taking it out, it just vanished. If I hadn't seen it on camera, I would have thought I'd imagined the attack as it hadn't even killed anything. Now, this should have concerned me more than it did. How did it spawn in my base? Could anything else spawn? Was I still safe? I could have asked myself these questions, but I didn't. Instead, going back to continue crafting the final ingredients I needed, then ended the day taking out a broodmother nearby for more chitin. I suppose that was another option I could have done instead of the trilobites. And with the spider from Australia sent back where it came from, I used my pick to gather up the flint from these rocks, as in the coming days, I was going to need a lot of it to make spark powder to make gunpowder. So if I see an Anki to tame, that'd be a massive help. I found one of my biotoxin bugs out in the field, and I'm guessing it ran out after the mana attack, and I trapped it to bring it home. As back at home, I used up all the flint I'd gathered to make more spark powder and gunpowder, but I still just felt stuck in progress. I remembered to finally name my tribe. Then after some long resource grinds and crafts, I did it. I made my first batch of the trank bullets. It was only 4 to start, but over the next few days, I could definitely ramp up production. I set up an upgrade station, which is an incredibly overpowered mod, but one that I nerfed with my I&I settings. You see, you can sacrifice resources to make your weapons, armor, and saddles stronger. The costs, however, they ramp up pretty quick. However, for the moment, I wanted to test my new trank gun, and the divine Serato I spotted on the plains outside my base would be the perfect test. In case I do manage to knock it out, I use the divine souls I had gotten a few days ago to craft up some Kibble for it, as getting a divine would be absolutely huge. I could only make one piece, unfortunately, as I needed more Unreal Essence, a resource I had forgotten how to get, and when making my way back out, there was a Descended griffin flying about. Since I'd lost Brian, I chose to trank this one out, putting it down in 4 shots. And that's some good torpor right there. I left her to tame while I flew off to see if I could get some more Unreal Essence, and I tried killing the Unreal Element boss. That didn't work. I killed an Unreal Terror. That didn't work either. And while I kept racking my brain, my griffin did end up taming. I chose to name her Meg, then also had a scan through my engrams again. I unlocked most of the Archematic stuff in hopes it helped me automate some crafting later, then saw I'd gotten an Ascended Descended sniper blueprint.
That's so expensive.
I then had a thought and checked my gacha Bosch to see that he was how I'd got my Unreal Essence. I left him to work on that while I set up an Archematic composite crafter. And this is basically a faster chemistry bench, so I could craft hundreds of narcotics very quickly. It was expensive to make, but oh so worth the time save, as I made myself a couple dozen trank bullets. And with my arsenal fully equipped, I was going to go back to that divine Serato, instead deciding to see if I could find an Unreal tier creature to tame to generate me even more essence. I quickly found an Unreal Terror, potting one shot to its head, causing it to fly off and fall asleep. In went the Kibble and tamed the Terror.
Oh, hopefully you can generate me essence, but don't have to use my gachas.
I brought it home where I began to wait anxiously to see if my theory was correct. And there, did you catch that? I checked Carl's inventory to see if I was right, and I was.
Hey, let's go. We're producing an Unreal Essence, baby!
I now had a tame passively creating me the Unreal Essence I had so desperately needed. Aside from the gacha, of course.
I got enough Unreal Essence yet, but I can make them on Kibble soon. Kibble, 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 Kibble.
That just left flying off to see if that Serato was still there.
God damn it, why do I keep finding devilish and no divines?
It was gone, and so was the time in the day. Day 50. 50%. Halfway, and I still did not know what my exact way to progress was. This mod, while I've had a ton of fun, I was still confused. I was out exploring, looking for divines, instead finding a poison drake. Now, remember I'd seen one so many days ago? I forgot all about these. From my griffin, I was able to fire 6 shots tranking it out, and feeding it Kibble to tame it instantly thanks to the help of a potion. Named it Drakon and hopped on to see if my theory was correct.
You do, Torpor, yes. You've been hiding. And now when I stop looking, I find you. I'm no longer need you. You're weak. I got a dragon.
I chose to test a torpor dealt on an excellent Titanosaur, and the poison drake was kind of insane. It dealt similar amounts of torpor to my sniper rifle, and for free at that. I flew home with Drakon to find the mana from earlier was back, but trapped. I tranked it out with Drakon, then killed it with Draco, and I was feeling pretty good about myself.
Dragon. That dragon. Rawr.
And since I'd been away from base for a bit, I had the Unreal Essence I needed to make another piece of the Divine Kibble. Surely this would be enough to tame a powerful Divine. Now I had to find one. For once it did not take long as I quickly found a level 108 Divine Serato. This was my chance to get the most powerful tame I had ever had, and Drakon was the key. As it took many attacks from Drakon until the Serato had enough torpor that I was able to do the final sliver with my rifle to ensure maximum taming effectiveness. I was patient to slowly fly down and ensure there was nothing of danger nearby. Feeding it kibble to the sounds of explosions around me, I needed to get out of here ASAP as I trapped the Serato.
Get the goddamn before that alpha deterrence, he kills me.
Flying home, I was ecstatic. I was so excited to test out the Serato, only to go and craft a saddle and find I was short of the resources.
I need another divine soul before I can ride it. No.
I named my Serato Saint Seratu, but I was disappointed.
I can't even ride you yet. I have to go kill another divine.
I was excited and nervous as I flew off to find the divine I needed. I knew exactly the spot I wanted to check out, the island where I'd first killed a divine, and it paid off. There was a divine Spino that began to poison Spit to death, taking it out quickly and efficiently for its soul, and I had a thought that the hide was likely to become a pretty necessary resource, so I made sure to harvest a corpse of the Spino with my hatchet for the maximum amount. And there was a second Spino on the same island that I took out the same way as the first. I also took out a spider, then started on the third divine Spino. This is great! I would be needing these souls going forwards. Harvesting the corpses, however, was ruined by another Spino that didn't like me killing his friends. With the souls collected, I started my flight home, stopping to grab a loot drop with some cool pants and an excellent Serrazino that I dropped in my trap. I tranked it, tamed it, and named it Ladron de Bolas. Another beautiful suggestion from Crow, and then also tranked an excellent Thorny just because I could. Then into the base I went, and out came with the Divine Ceratosaurus saddle. Saint Seratu, let's go and see what you can do. Ooh, the Thorny tamed up. I'll name you Thorpe. This Serato was amazing. Being able to take out that unreal shark which had haunted me from the earliest days of the playthrough, then even killing the devilish phoenix like it was nothing. My power level had spiked massively. This was my ticket to progress in this mod. I have to make sure I don't lose this Serato to some random bull. I would need to get him a mate. I slid my way into base parking, Saint Seratu safely inside while I went in to do some crafting. I kept having a shortage of spark powder, and I'll admit, I was getting annoyed by it. So using Meg, I initiated my quest for spark powder tame, specifically an Anki. I instead found an excellent Karchar that I wanted to try and trank out. I get distracted pretty easily, what can I say? I ran out of tranks before I put the Karch to sleep, quickly zipped back to base where I made more bullets. However, I was short some narcotics, so jumped on Ladron de Bolas to gather narcos, looked up, and then saw there was a minor Anki right there. I faded a Kibble and named him Ankylo Ren. Guess all I had to do to get the Anki I wanted was try and tame a Karch instead of searching for the Anki you actually want. Now that I had the Anki, I could just fly back to the Redwoods and continue tranking the Karchar that I had totally not forgotten about when I saw the Anki I tamed. I chose to start tranking with Drakon due to how expensive the tranks were, and once it got to almost knocked out, however, I switched to my rifle and continued knocking it out. Once it was out and sleeping, I jumped off to feed it some kibble, only to see I only had one piece, and I needed 3. Good thing Meg was fast as we flew across the map back to base. In order to make the kibble though, I was out of artifacts. Quickest way to get some was to make up some of the tier 1 loot boss summoners, and this was a job for Saint Seratu, who absolutely decimated it. To the point I summoned in 3 at once to fight at the same time and I destroyed them. With my vast array of artifacts now, I headed home where I could now craft the kibble, then flew back where the carch had already woken up. I took multiple shots of tranks to knock it out for the second time, fed it some kibble and immediately trapped it to get the heck out of there. I named her Hangry-nator as she was a big angry girl ready to rampage. I took her home, saddled her up and ran out to see what she could do. The morning of day 55, I just kept running Hangry-nator along the beaches, punching dinos as I went until I found these ascended little dodos. I'll admit, I probably should not have even tried to attack them, but I did, only to learn that they couldn't be attacked. Not sure if I needed like a specific tame or something, as to this day I still don't know. Thus the rampage ended and I made my trip home. Somehow Hangry could fit through the gate, so that was pretty surprising for me. And now with all my new tames, I wanted to start working on taking out the rest of the ancient bosses, which is what I'd figured out must be the next step in progression. For the life of me though, I could not find where to craft the summoners. I did find something about summoning an otter, which brought in this cute little guy, and just look at him, he's adorable. I named him Ollie. I was gonna name him Kipper, but thought that would be a silly name. And with Ollie on my shoulders, I kept searching through the engrams when I saw this war generator. To craft one though, I needed more polymer to make it. Thus next I was flying out on Meg back to the snow for a polymer run. Sorry little penguins. And with the polymer acquired, I headed home to try once again to craft the war generator and find I was now short of ingots. At least now I had Kylo Ren, who I have to say was a mining god. Not only was he fast and one-hit rocks, but he also was passively smelting the ore straight into ingots. And I had everything to craft this war generator. If it did what I thought it did, I did not want to have it in my base and flew down the cliff where I placed it down. My theories were correct. This structure is what I'll have to use to summon all bosses going forwards. I set up a second at my base, not to use, but to be able to pull the exact resources for each summon. Starting off with the ingredients to summon in ancients. Starting off easy with the ancient raptor. And the raptor was a tough fight bringing Saint Seratu down to half health. Fortunately, you seem to regen pretty damn quickly. And with the first success under my belt, I grabbed the resources for 2 more summons. Little did I know that today would be the worst day of this entire playthrough. As I was waiting on an ancient Carno to summon, I received a message every Ark player dreads at the top of my screen. What? No. Why is there a Reaper Queen in my base? My base was in chaos. It took everything in order to kill it. The number of tames lost was extensive. Bob, Cytovenom, Hangry-nator, Choppy, Edward, Caballo, and Kylo, Ladron, Bob, Bish, Bosch, and Bush, all of them dead. The amount of progress lost to this attack was unfathomable. I was distraught. All I could do was pick up the inventories of the tames lost in order to reduce how much progress was lost. No. So much death. I could only mourn for so long. I had to keep moving forwards for the lives of those who were lost. Okay, well, that sucks. Let's go kill this damn ancient. Hopefully it's still there. Having killed the raptor previously, I was able to take down the Carno, losing less health this time around as I knew what to do to best use Saint Seratu. And the next ancient on the list was the Rex. He had more health than the other ancients, leaving me forced to use the Seratu's speed in order to keep my distance at times in order to heal. But the Rex fell just like the others. Take the one too many times, do I die? I don't die. Hey, but I learned so much to take. Dilo, do not mess with me right now. I am so pissed right now that Descended Reaper Queen spawned on my base. It's pretty apparent I was still hurting. With all my ancients I had available taken down, I headed home to do some more cleanup and then was going to go out and find some replacement for those who were lost. But finding a wild ancient, chose to prioritize that instead, as this is where the mod starts to get a bit grindy. You'll have to kill dozens, if not hundreds of ancients to progress. So taking a wild one, which I didn't have to summon, was just the smarter play. I ended up heading home afterwards, simply to continue taking stock of what remained at my base, sorting out the dinos that survived and cleaning my base up by replacing my storage. and with the constant need to progress looming over my head and the days remaining rapidly decreasing, I made sure to remain organized and look at what ancients were still on my hit list. So far, I had killed 4 of the 9 ancients, but why was I killing ancients? At the time, I'll admit I didn't fully know, but I do now, so I can give you a small idea of what I figured out. You need the ancient tokens to make these token clusters. Token clusters are then a key ingredient for summoning all future boss summoners, so I'd be needing to kill these ancients a lot. That meant I would need an army. To craft any more kibble though, I had to get more artifacts. I would have fought more loot bosses but was short the ingots I needed after Ankylo died, and the 2 pieces of kibble I had would be enough for now as I flew searching for a mate for my divine Serato. Instead I found something I didn't know I wanted until I saw it. A divine griffin. It was a powerful, majestic beast, and would be a massive upgrade over Meg. One that I would have to work hard to be able to knock out. To help me, I jumped onto Drakon to see if he'd be more effective than my rifle. Now, Drakon actually turned out to be extremely useful for a completely different reason. As when I used the spitball attack, it massively slowed the griffin and I could take the necessary pot shots until I put the griffin to sleep, dropping into what was actually a really scary area with rock drakes, manners, and even more things which were politely leaving me alone. I didn't want to take any risks though and grappled to Drakon and let myself down, where I fed the griffin so it would tame, then trapped it immediately to flee the snow biome. I was home in the morning and decided to name my griffin Kuda Bursayap, then hopped on to go for a test ride. As this was a divine, I was able to activate divine power. Now, I didn't explain this for the Serato as I hadn't quite figured it out, but it seems to just be a damage reduction and damage increase buff available to divine tier and even some beyond. With this buff, I was able to swoop and swing, farming entire beaches with a single swipe attack. I felt so confident with Kuda, I summoned in the ancient Quetzal from my war generator and took it out in one of the fastest ancient kills yet. I may have still lost most of my foundation tames to that Reaper, but it felt good to now have a powerful land and air tame. The rest of the day was then spent rebuilding that lost foundation, setting up the destroyed crafting structures and some penguins to start breeding for a polymer farm. I had a large batch of penguins ready to go in the morning, throwing them out in lines as this is the brutal side of Ark. I killed every single penguin, then harvested their corpse with my moss chops for a boost in polymer, then using what was a very expensive amount of resources, applied some damage upgrades to my sniper to help make any future tames knock out quicker, getting it up to apprentice tier. I probably could have just crafted the blueprint I had and it would have been cheaper, but oh well. With my upgraded sniper, I made a quick visit to the snow biome on Kuda, tamed up a snow owl before turning my attention to a level 116 female divine griffin that I tranked out, cleared the area and tamed to end off the day. Since I was working towards making those ancient token clusters, I had a look which ones I had so far and which ones I still needed. I was 4 types short, including the 2 strongest ancients, the Giga and the Wyvern. They would not be easy, but I had a plan. First though, I needed more metal, so flew in search of Ankylo's replacement, finding a new one pretty quickly that I tamed and named Metallurgy, who was just as good as Ankylo at harvesting metal, and now for some reason a raptor tried to stop me, but it got smacked. And a Rex knocked me off of the Yankee, so he got smacked by my Divine Griffin. Would they just let me gather metal in peace? Please and thank you. Once I had plenty of metal ore, I parked Metallurgy at base to continue smelting all of the ingots, while I took Saint Serato out to finish off a couple of the loot bosses for the artifacts. I think I kill a good couple hundred loot bosses throughout this run, so at this point, I'm just going to stop bringing them up as they're not much of a challenge anymore. The next step in my super secret ultra hidden master plan required more souls. So using my Divine Griffin started to take out the Devilish Megalos, Dinosuchus and Divine Spinos. Any and every soul would be needed for the future, but for the short term, I needed more Divine Souls the most, using every attack in my Griffin's arsenal to kill things as fast as possible. So much so that the rest of the day was spent fighting anything I could find. I eventually made it back to base as I was going to need some more divine kibble for my plan. This is where some of you will know what I want to do. I wanted to tame another divine Serato. If you worked out the plan, you deserve a gold star. In fact, everyone who has watched till now deserves one. So let's confuse all those who haven't watched till now by commenting something weird. Like, damn, that French fry you tamed was amazing. The Serato tame went by quick and easy and I named her Seraphina, Then took Seraphina and sent Serato home, where I placed them next to each other as I wanted an army. Once I had a baby, I had to do some rearranging to make my base a bit neater, but now I just had to be patient as my army needed to be created. While waiting, I did some chores like farming penguins, making bullets, all until I had a new Serato baby that had all of the best stats, taking it out for a leveling spree to ensure it was as strong as possible to end of the day, and this was not to be my only Serato, however. As here, back at the war generator, I had a best statted female that I leveled up as well. You see, for these stronger ancients, I wanted the mate boost that you get when you fight with a male and a female. A buff which gives you a 33% increase to damage and armor. So with that, it was time to fight the Ancient Bronto and its 1.1 million health. It got melted. Even the female Serato that did not have a saddle barely lost 30k health. Next on the hit list was the Ancient Stego. This fight would be easy. Oh, so I thought, as its impale dismounted me, killing me and Ollie. When I wanted to respawn though, my beds were gone, thanks to that Reaper attack, and this broke rule 23. Make sure if you die, you have a better base. I woke up on the beach around 1,000 meters away and began the sprint back. A couple raptors did try and give me a hard time, but left me alone as I got close to my Seratos. My Seratos had killed the Ancient Stego without me, but that also meant I never got the drops. I at least did not lose any stuff. And first thing I did when I got back to base though was make some new beds and set up a cooker since I was running out of food. Then the next day I summoned in the Stego for round 2. I had learnt my lesson. When I got impaled, as you can see by this buff in the corner, I backed out, leaving my second Serato to keep fighting. Got dismounted and jumped back on to continue the battle, taking out the Stego. The only two ancients left was the Wyvern and Giga, and I chose to do the Wyvern first, and while difficult to hit due to its flying, my Seratos once again melted through its health bar. For the final ancient, the Giga, I'll admit I was a little nervous, so I did not just bring the two Seratos, I brought a whole squad. I summoned in Ollie's replacement in the morning, Eli, then made my way down to my generator, where I summoned in the ancient Giga. The Giga was defeated. I now had everything I needed to make the ancient token clusters. What did I need them for? I didn't actually know. What I did know was I would need a lot more souls, thus I headed out to continue farming while I racked my brain for what to do. Since I was thinking about progress, I wasn't paying attention as I tried to kill a Divine right next to a Celestial Titano, who one-shot Kuda, me and Eli in a single attack. Clearly Celestials are not what are next on my hit list. At least, not till I get something more powerful than Divines. I recovered my things in the morning, then headed home where I made the decision to fly out and get a replacement Divine Griffin. A choice that I did not realize would go as terribly as it did. Flying over on Drakon, eventually finding a Griffin, not noticing how low my stamina was when I attacked it, and Dracon's stam quickly ran out, so I dismounted with my digitizer to try and trap it, but was blocked as I got swatted by the Griffin to be sent flying. There was nothing else I could do as I watched the Griffin take out Drakon, losing me another of my most important tames. I was stranded. It was day 69, nice, but I had no backup flyer on me, not nice. I was desperately scanning the area looking for any tameable flyers that wouldn't need a saddle. I even knocked out an excellent lightning wyvern, but only had one piece of boss kibble, so I would not be able to tame it. There was a griffin in the distance, except it was out of my rifle's range, and I tried to float my way closer, except this damn mana had to be put to sleep since it wouldn't leave me alone. I was being incredibly cautious, making my way through the snow, as everything deadly seemed to be in this area. But it wasn't the threats I could see that killed me though, as a Dodo Reaper burst from the ground, taking my life. Respawning at base, I used Draco to fly back, only to get there as Alta, my otter, was killed by the Dodo Reaper. I needed to get my stuff, but with this Dodo Reaper camping the body, I did my best to lead it away. They made a mad dash for my body and stuff, and then zoomed out of the cold, surviving with 19 health. I'm not sure why, but every day 69 always seems to go terribly for me. I spent the next day feeling lost, and admittedly did not get much done. I was just messing around mostly, mourning the loss of my tames with death until I simply decided to come home. It was then on the morning of day 71, I saw these engrams. For the ancient Evo Raptor. I needed ancient clusters to make these, so surely this was the next step in my progression. The first one I made was the Raptor. Okay, let's check out this Evo Raptor. Ugh. You stats kinda suck. You can't even carry me. You've got 200 weight. Fortunately for me, this was only the first step of the Evo chain as I made a core turning my Raptor into a Carno. Okay, your stats are a little better, okay. And then the Carno evolved into a Therizino. And you are pretty strong. With over 200,000 health, this may just be my new strongest dino. And one that I could evolve even further, once I get the resources. Before I did though, I wanted to see how strong this Theri was as I saddled it and headed out. Since it was a Theri, my first stop was actually the Mushroom Forest, as one thing I was running short on was mushrooms, but this Theri in particular seemed unable to gather any. What I could gather here was an artifact cave. And this map actually had a ton of secrets which I never really got to explore. What I did eventually find were some tames to test out my Theri against, starting with the group of allos that my Theri ripped right through, and an excellent Indominus Rex. I killed it in less than a second. For the next day, I headed home to clean out the Theri's inventory, then grabbed everything I needed to fight some ancients, not just one or two, but multiple. Fights which my Theri absolutely powered through. Raptor dead, Rex slain, Trike gone. Each and every ancient got slain by my Theri and army of Ceratos. It was a slaughter. I felt so damn powerful! To think I could have done this way faster than I have? With all the ancient tokens acquired, I thought I could now evo my Theri. As if the Theri was this strong. How strong would whatever's next be? Only to find I was now short of souls. That left me to head out and defeat as many divines and devilish as possible. While still keeping away from the abyssals, as if I lost this Theri, I'd be set so far back. I was not certain I could recover, so I played it safe. Eventually heading home where using everything I had collected, crafted the Evo Theri core. Alright Therizino, let's see what you become. The ancient Evo Spino. Oh, you're gonna be a big boy. And sadly in the Spino, I started to head out only to get stuck on the gate. Guess he was pretty thick. But I got him through with a digitizer and spotted a Descended Reaper Queen right outside my base. Unleveled and the Reaper stood no chance. You are a beast. The next day was spent leveling. I then kept going, only to find an ancient stego. Free kill, I guess, until it dismounted me multiple times, even almost killing me. As I ran on though, I saw an Alpha Dodo Rexy. Aggroing it over, the fight was on. But my Spino's power held strong as I took it down. Just you reach so fast. Did I get the egg? I did not. I did get some scrolls which gave me info on how I'd go about creating the Alpha T-Rex. It was quite long and complicated, so I'll explain once I do it. As once I got home towards the later part of the day, I wanted a mate for my Spino, so that meant I needed to evo one. Raptor, Carno, Theri, and not enough resources for Spino. These evos were super expensive, but also why I wanted two. I wanted to spend the next day researching, planning out my route for victory, and that meant I was having a look through all of the engrams to unlock every summon. My god, there's so many bosses. Holy. And it was at this exact moment I realized there was no chance I beat this entire mod in only 100 days. It had too much content and I had no clue what I was doing. So I decided to see if I could beat up to a tier 5 boss by day 100, as that technically be halfway. And then if this video gets, say, 10,000 likes, I'll complete 100% of it by day 200. A challenge I'm not even sure I could do. But I'll take it on if you as the audience show me you want it. For now though, I still had to get a move on if I was to beat a tier 5 boss, as with little over 20 days left and I hadn't even killed the tier 3 boss yet. I chose to name my Spino Spiritomb, then made my way down to the war generator to begin taking out more ancient bosses. and I continued to take advantage of ancients spawning in the world for a free bit of essence, and I wanted to know how powerful Spiritomb really was. Thus, when I found this abyssal broodmother, I couldn't help but think, what if I could kill it? Oh, why did I die off the back of it? Why can I... Oh, I regret my choices. Spiritomb is not dead. Yeah, I did not realize it could attack the players, so I was pissed. If I lose Spiritomb now, I would lose days of progress. I flew back as fast as possible where the flight was ongoing, and Spiritomb was losing. But I had an idea though when I flew out of render before Spiritomb was killed. Yeah, if I sit just in render where Spiritomb is but the broodmother isn't, I can heal up just by regenning. Would this work? No idea. I had to try though. Inching closer till I saw Spiritomb who started to regen, and yes! I have to simply keep this exact distance with no brood. A poison drake that must have worked for the brood chased me off for a bit until I thought Spiritomb had enough health and flying in to whistle him over and out before the brood could keep attacking. I had done it! Spiritomb was safe! So mounting Spiritomb again, I very carefully got my stuff back so I could head home. You have got to be kidding me. Let's go the other direction. Day 78 was a bit of a blur. I farmed penguins, made and placed a tech replicator, farmed some ancients, and ended the day making some more token clusters as I still wanted that second Spino. And on day 79 I wanted to check out this artifact boss to see if it was better than the loot bosses, but the rewards I got compared to its cost just felt like it was not worth it. I'd also since run out of black pearls, and up until now I had been relying on the loot boxes. With how expensive these crafts are getting, I flew off to find a pearl diver anglerfish. Finding and taming one early the next morning and named it Angelica, and this should solve my pearl needs in the future, and I took out an ancient Quetzal on my way home, then ended off day 80 knowing that soon I would need to start fighting the tier 3 bosses. Before fighting any bosses though, I wanted a backup supply of Spinos as I evolved my second Evo Theory into another Spino. Yes, I got a female. Oh, I got a better health stat as well, nice. With 2 Spinos, I now had them breeding so I would have an army of my strongest tame soon. One that could get stronger still once I unlock the next Evo core. I had a look at what I needed for the ancient Divine Guardian boss summon, and I was short some Unreal Essence, thus headed out to tame an Unreal Terror. I think my other died to that Descended Reaper attack what now felt like a world ago, and as I was heading home, another damn Matagana was back and I killed Chopsticks, my longest alive tame. He'd been alive for so long. This death hurt a lot. I wanted some revenge on just all wild dinos in the area. And I was tired of my base always being free game. Starting with you, the broodmother right outside. It can kill you off your mount? Really? I suppose the deaths this playthrough aren't quite finished yet. I saddled one of the Spinos which had been bred up, fetched my stuff from where I had died, and using the Spino to clear the area before fighting a full range of ancient bosses. These were the final few essences I needed to be able to craft my first tier 3 boss summon. I whistled my army of Divine Serados to a new location for my generator as it was time to summon the Descended Divine Guardian.
There's no going back now. Hopefully I'll be able to do this. Like my Evo Spider is strong.
Tokyo drifting, you ready, bro?
Oh. Let's go, boys. Ah, yes. Easy. It's running. Chase him down. Yeah. Easy.
Boom! Tier 3 boss dead. Slight overkill with the army, but my prizes were a bunch of advanced armors which had no durability. Finally, I wouldn't need to keep repairing my armor the whole time. With how good the divine fight went, I instantly turned my attention to summoning the Descended Devilish Rex.
1.5 million. Get him, boys! Stands no chance. Get 'em, boys. Oh, yeah.
The Rex fell as fast as a Spino, giving me another heap of rewards, this time including blueprints for saddles to make my creatures even stronger. Then as I got home, I had to do more research in my engrams.
I'm guessing now I have to go kill Celestials?
Well, that is the only thing I could think of, and there's no time like the present, so I headed out with my Spino to see what I could find. Surely these fights would be easier, I had to keep saying to myself as my search went on throughout the day. My first target, the biggest Celestial of them all.
Celestial Titanosaur. You need to kill corresponding Celestial Guardian if you want to evolve one. I don't really want to do this Titanosaur first. I want to do something slightly weaker. Like a Giga, if I can. You know what? I have backup Spinos at this point. If I lose it, it is not the end of the world. YOLO, let's go. Oh, okay. Run. Need to reach in somehow. Okay. Can I activate this mode? Does that give me health? Oh, it does give me nice damage reduction. And I got the divine power. Okay. I got 15 seconds to kill this thing. Oh, I probably die. It's gonna be close. Oh!
Celestial kill achieved! I only need to do that a couple dozen more times. No problem at all. The remainder of the day was then spent fighting an Abyssal Dodo Reaper.
Oh, very nice.
An Abyssal Indom.
I can't move! Oh.
It suffered a similar fate. And finally, a Celestial Rock Elemental alongside another Titanosaur. I felt like a god. I was gaining confidence and willing to take on any Celestial at this point. Until this happened.
Your sons! You're doing so much damage! Ah. No, not the rock! I'm stuck! No, I'm stuck! Go! No, please! Please! Let me up! Let me up! This is bullshit! Oh. Ah! Bullshit! I need that saddle back. That saddle's expensive as heck. Oh, this is the border of the world! That's why I couldn't move!
Note to self, never get cocky. Else you risk losing your strongest tame. I got back the Spino's stuff, then had a final word to say before leaving. I flew home in solid silence. There is nothing more humbling in this game than having your strongest mount die when you felt you were unkillable. I could not give up though. I threw out a new Spino that I named Spindle, as well as a mate for Spindle who I named Spirallax, before spending the rest of the day fighting many more Ancients, all in preparation of fighting my first tier 4 boss. And after that loss to Celestials, I was not sure if I was ready. I needed a confidence boost. These Ancients were not cutting it. I decided to head into the most dangerous biome I could safely go, the desert, only to find my path blocked by a legendary Dodo Rexy. I got no magic egg again, and I fought a couple excellent and even abyssal gigas, but I was here for Celestials.
There's my prize. Celestial Giga. Right next to the fucking abyssal manticore.
And then started the fight as it immediately flung me away. I took it out even as it tried to fling me away again. And I fought Celestial after Celestial, along with the occasional abyssal. I was starting to feel confident again. I wanted to fight a tier 4 boss.
I think I need to just send it against a tier 4 boss. I think I just send it.
So I headed home. I first had to clean up a baby explosion from breeding too much, then grabbing everything in preparation.
I think we just send it. Like, the worst that can happen, we fucking die. Tier 4 Celestial Giga, let's go! We gotta kill this shit. My whole army's gonna die. I just know it. Go get him, boys! Oh, spindle! Okay. Oh, gotta keep the power up. If we not powered up, we just freaking die. Ouch, don't stand in that. That's bad. Bullshit behind there. No, I need to get to the side of him. Make sure we are permanently powered up. But you know what? This is fine. Don't do all. Got it, go, move. We unlocked something. The Microraptor? What? How are we even alive after this battle?
I had done it! My first tier 4 defeated. And with that, I had unlocked the Celestial Giga Evo Core. I could get my own Celestial! Now I was excited, except when I looked at the transmitter, there were no excellent Gigas currently on the map. I would need to keep my eyes open if I had hopes of taming one. I wasn't stopping there as I turned my eyes to look at fighting my next tier 4 boss. My first Abyssal. The Descended Abyssal Carcharodontosaurus. I was feeling so damn good right now. I headed home where I balled up Spurlax, thanking them for their service and made the Carchar Evo Core. I logged in on day 88, checking my scanners for any Gigas and Carchars that may have spawned, but nothing. So I decided to fly out and see if I could force any spawns by scanning the map on my Griffin, loading every area where I had seen them before in hopes it may trigger a spawn. A plan which actually worked for once, as when I looked at my mobile scanner, I saw not just one Giga had spawned, but 2. I tamed the first quickly, naming her Big Mama, then the second, who I named Big Papa, bringing them both home to start them breeding as I wanted to Evo the baby. When it was fully raised, by the end of the day, I fed it the Evo Core and watched in anticipation as my Celestial Giga spawned into this world. Oh, 1.5 million! Great Papa! I had never even had a tame with 1 million health. Now to have this? I was pretty pleased. Saddling them up in the morning, then headed out for a rampage.
I just killed a Divine without even biting at it. Oh! Nom nom nommies.
Nothing, and I mean nothing, stood in my way as I mowed down the beach, murdering everything.
Oh my god! That's unreal! Bro! They should not have given me this much power.
I even took my revenge on the Celestial Rock Elemental that had killed my first ancient Evo Spino, and that's when I decided I needed a real challenge. I needed to head to the deadliest biome on the map. A biome full of Celestials, Abyssals, and more. Fire Skull Island. I was killing all the Celestials, flexing the might of my Giga.
I think so long as I don't run out of stam, I can't die.
That's why I learned the Stamina Potion engram. I would be needing this. I kept fighting the island for the rest of the day, farming the Celestial and Abyssal souls I would be needing. I definitely did not want to lose this Giga, but I still needed to risk it. I made the decision to summon in the tier 4 Descended Celestial Giga once again. But this time, the fight was easy on my own Celestial Giga, taking it out with fairly low risk to myself. This gave me another soul. A soul I used to evo a second excellent Giga into my second celestial Giga. I set them up next to each other and enabled mating.
They're mating. Yes, I can breed them.
When I tell you how damn excited I was for this baby Giga, I wanted to do nothing else but wait. I even tried playing poker by myself, but I didn't actually have any friends. It's my friends over on a group channel that I run with Chaotic and Chromata called The Nest. We play a ton of games over there with way more videos in here. So if you want more of that juicy content, check it out using the link to the channel in my description, or just search The Nest. Eventually the Gigas had an egg that I could hatch, so once again I was waiting until the end of the day where my new Giga was ready. Celeste. She was going to be a god with 2.7 million health unleveled. I had to test her out. And how better to do it than by fighting another tier 4 boss.
The Ancient. Let's hope I can kill you.
It had 55 million health and it was fast. I was dealing good damage, but stamina was starting to run low as I tried to sprint away to regen some stam, right up until the Ancient Phantom did its special attack, killing me instantly.
Take that. Eat. Oh, no. Oh. That's okay. That's okay. I have backups.
None others had raised up yet. No others had even hatched yet as I looked through my terminals. Thus I grabbed an army of ancient spinos, using them to rush the Phantom in hopes they distracted long enough for me to grab my stuff. Mainly the Giga saddle, as it was really expensive. I eventually saw my chance to run in and transfer the bags to my Serato I was riding for the speed, sprinting away back to base. A new Giga had since raised up that I named Star Fury. Before saddling and heading out to level, I wanted a rematch against the Phantom, only to get where it was and find it had since despawned. I was kind of relieved, instead turning my attention to these dodos which I'd been unable to attack so many days ago. Surely now I could kill one, and it was a tough fight, but I managed to kill it though.
You're summoning something. What are you summoning? Versity Warden of Ascension. 714 million health. Nah, fam. Nah, I'm out of here. I am curious how much damage he does, though. Is he like a tank? Come along, Evo Spino.
Throwing out a Spino, I whistled it in to see what this thing could do.
So a lot of damage is what you're telling me.
Yeah, not something to mess with right now. All this time though, I had been breeding up a horde of Celestial Gigas, a horde that I was planning to use against the Phantom Giga once again. The Phantom shredded each and every one of my Celestial Gigas, leaving me to fight it on my own. Its health was dropping, but so was mine. Then it all happened so fast, I didn't even realize I'd killed the Phantom Giga.
Oh, shit. I don't know if I killed it. Did I kill it? Star Fury died. Did it die? It died! Yes!
I had just unlocked the next Evo call for my ancient Spinos. I sprinted back to get my stuff as I started to research what I needed to Evo my Spinos.
I would need to kill 2 to be able to get a breeding pair.
I made my first Evo core the next morning, evolving my Spino into the ancient Evo Giga. Time to see how strong you are. I named it Evangelion after what is one of the few anime I've actually watched a very long time ago, then went out to test its attacks.
Okay, you can shoot the tornado thing. Got fire breath. That seems to be about it. Oh, I can do the bubble. Oh, the bubble.
I ran out killing a wide range of creatures, even melting an abyssal with the bubble.
But it does the bubble. Bubble, I like bubble.
With my curiosity sated, I wanted to compare this Giga to my Celestials. First, I gave it an imprint potion for a fair comparison.
Okay, 2.1. That's pretty close. It's obviously less points. Like you are 37 points at 2.2. Oh, actually, I
I may have been underestimating the ancient Evo Giga at first, now that I had imprinted it. There's only one true way to test a tame, however. That was by summoning in the next Ascended Celestial, the Wyvern. Evangelion was able to take it out even if I had to run for a while to regen my stamina, but I killed the Wyvern all the same thanks to my fire breath finishing it off. Next on the list was a Descended Rock Elemental. I had brought Great Papa along for some backup, but unridden he got melted. Oh, rip Great Papa. Then one final bubble attack finished off the rock.
Eat my bubble! Yeah!
Bubbles. I like bubble. I gradually was working my way through each Celestial boss. The Megapithecus and Rhino both went down easily, and I was killing these bosses working my way towards crafting my first Celestial Warfare Key, an item I needed to fight the tier 5 bosses, the War Chiefs, my end goal for this first 100 days. I had a look in the morning to see which were outstanding, and that was the Titanosaur, Rock Drake, and Element. The Titanosaur, being massive, just made it a bigger target as I took it down, and the Rock Drake was just as easy as it too fell like it was nothing. But all this was doing was feeding into my confidence. A confidence that would soon become my downfall as my next fight was against the Celestial Element.
Oh! How are you... 100 and... that's big attack! What? This is not what I expected! Why are you so much more stronger than all the rest? Move! I'm sorry, I was cocky! I'm sorry! Please!
I desperately tried to flee and heal, but my luck had run out.
Go into the water, No! So low on health. Go down.
Never get too arrogant. It will be your downfall. Always. I had just lost days of progress, as that was my only ancient Evo Giga. Using my Serato, I was able to get back and reclaim my stuff. I was fortunate the Element Wyvern had no interest in tormenting me by killing me over and over again. But the damage had been done. I was out of ideas. There was only 3 days and a bit left of the challenge, and how on earth was I meant to get to tier 5 when I couldn't beat this final tier 4? I did not want to give up hope though. I wanted to try again.
If we can kill it, we keep going, and we see if we can get to the War Chiefs. If not, then I concede defeat for the 100-day challenge.
2 Celestial Gigas with the best saddles I could craft, and now they simply needed levels.
Not gonna level you, but I will level the one I'm riding. And I'm pretty much gonna pump it all into stamina, I think. Like, I don't think melee helps me too much considering there's the damage cap.
I quickly killed a few dinos, but did not want to take long in fear of the element despawning, and ran over to start round 2.
There we go. I need to be dealing the maximum amount. Oh, you fucking little... Just get rid of them. Okay. Yeah, leave your attacks at home, buddy. How am I out healing this? There's my attack, fine. Get off my ass! I don't want to be stuck here! There we go, there's another nice big attack. More bullshit! There you go. 7 million, 3 million, 2 million. Yeah!
Against all odds, the Celestial Element was defeated. I wasn't at my goal yet, but god damn was I pumped to beat that boss.
What is your name? Nothing. There we go.
You're now the element god killer. I took my supplies home where I was able to craft my first celestial warfare key. One down and only the abyssals left to do. So that's what I did. The rest of the day was spent fighting each abyssal one at a time, and they all fell to the element god killer. I was remaining careful though, killing every single abyssal until only one remained. The abyssal element. I was waiting with bated breath as the war generator was crafting. This was it. My fight against the abyssal element was here.
There we go. Oh, you're already throwing in your minions.
Its damage felt insane. My giggle was rapidly dying, such that I desperately tried to run, but once again, I was too late.
You died at like nothing. How? What?
My only theory at this point was you needed to use abyssals against this boss, and I was on a celestial. I collected everything I had lost as I thought about what to do, deciding that I needed an abyssal. Checking out my scanner, I went out to tame an excellent Dodo Reaper, bringing it home where instead of trying to get a second one to breed, just made a cloning chamber to clone up some extras, before feeding it the Evo Core, giving me an abyssal Dodo Reaper.
Hello, big boy.
It didn't have a saddle slot, but I still had to try fight the abyssal element.
Okay, cool. Let's imprint you and go try it out, see if we can kill this thing. Maybe we've got some insane damage reduction or something. I don't even know, man.
And with my Dodo Reaper imprinted and plenty of health pots at the ready, I headed out to try and fight the abyssal element once again. But this time, I again got absolutely melted. I never stood a chance. I was completely out of ideas. I was out of time and I was out of tames. This day 100 and I was finished. I had failed to even get to tier 5 bosses in 100 days. For now though, thank you so much for watching as it's time to close my doors. Until next time. Remember to download Raid using my link. I'll see you guys next time.